So in a sense, the Iranian regime, it seems to me, by going to the extreme, tried to create for itself a space that it did not have or did not deserve within the politics of the region. So in other words, that has become part of the tool, kind of an instrument for, if you like to call it, some kind of an expansionism of, of the regime. In parts of the world where it can see there is a possibility for its presence, for its expansion. Of course, historically speaking, Iran, ever since the 15th century, I think that's the earliest example I can, in early modern time, has always a tendency of moving in the direction of not only what is today the state of Iraq, but further into the eastern coast of Mediterranean. So that's a long-term ambition that has been in the cards as far as Iran as a strategic unit is concerned. But by no means justified and by no means could be a reasonable, could be a sane policy of a nation state as today's Iran. But the second point is that also uh, regimes are always victims of their own rhetoric. So it's once you keep repeating something, then you become more and more committed to it. And it cannot remain anymore in the level of a rhetoric. You have to do something about it. So it's some compelling pressure to try to materialize what you've been saying in your rhetoric. And that is even extremely more dangerous as far as Iran is concerned. And it brings it to some unholy alliances that today we are witnessing. Iran is getting involved, even more dangerous than this rhetoric in terms of the vis-a-vis Israel, is
I
it the
can't believe I
involvement
fucking
with
changed that.
Russia and to some extent with China, which we can talk about.
What do you think about the meeting between Khamenei and Vladimir Putin in July? What's that alliance? What's that partnership? Is it surface level geopolitics? Or is there a deep growing connection?
I cannot see the difference between geopolitics and this deep connection. I see it in one and the same. Why? Because I think the experience of 40 years of
How long do you have to
distancing
wait
from
if
the
you get a
West
new Instagram
in
account to go
terms of the
live?
Islamic Republic, and the fact the shelf life to imperial
24 hours,
is
that's nothing.
present for any empire anywhere in the world. So after the terrible experience of, of the United States in Iraq and in Afghanistan, pretty much like the British Empire, that after the Suez experience in '56, decided to withdraw from east of Suez. Maybe there is a moment here that we are witnessing, or it may come, that a great power like the United States sees in its benefit not to get too much involved into nitty-gritty things in other parts of the world that is not its immediate concern. And I think that is part of the reason, not the entire reason, part of the reason why we see the emergence of a new geopolitical environment in this part of the world, of which China, Russia, possibly Iran, possibly Turkey, possibly both of them are going to be part. Perhaps Saudis also, but I doubt that the Saudis, under the present circumstances, although we witnessed some remarkable issues in the course of the past few weeks, the Saudis giving assurances to American administration and then shifting and getting along with Putin in terms of the oil production, I think it's more than that. And it's not only them, but also the Emirates are doing the same thing. So what does that tell us?
And that's another many hour conversation about the oil industry in Iran and the whole region.
In emerging this kind of a world, which was perhaps even 10 years ago unimaginable, that we see now a great power, China, that is going to remain from what we see around us as a great power, and Russia, adventurous, foolish, but nevertheless would remain a criminal, I would say, as far as its behavior in Ukraine. But actually, it's a rogue nation that it attracts another rogue nation. So Iran finds itself now in a greater place of security in alliance with Russia, in the hope that this would give Iran a greater security in this part of the world. Whether this is realistic or an illusion, I think remains to be seen. I think Iran-China relation makes more sense. Although, if you ask ordinary Iranians, they don't like it. They would tell, why should we be tied up with uh, with China as the only uh, trade party with America because of the foolish isolations that you have created for us, because of all the sanctions that you have created for the Islamic Republic. So, in a sense, it's a very difficult question to answer. Probably Iranians also like to be more on the other camp. But what happens is that in real terms, what surprises me most is not this alliance with China, but it's kind of becoming a laxity or subservient to Putin's regime in Russia. Since if you look at it, Iran, ever since at least the 19th century, not going further back, the beginning of the 19th century, always viewed Russia as the greatest threat strategically, because it was sitting right at the top of Iran. It was infinitely more powerful than Iran has ever been. And Iran fought two rounds of war at the beginning of the century, lost the entire Caucasus to Russia, and learned its lesson that you have to be mindful of Russia and you have to keep it as an arm's length. And that's what was the Iran policy throughout the course of the 20th century, 19th and 20th century, up to what we see now around us, which is a very strange situation. Uh, whether the balance has changed in terms of if the, if Russia is purchasing weapons from Iran, which was unheard of, it means that there is a new balance is emerging, a new relationship is emerging. Perhaps remains to be seen. But if you look at the historical precedent, it would have been enormously unwise to be an ally of Russia, given its long history of aggression in Iran. The Russians, part of the reason why it actually Iran allied itself with British Empire was the fact that it was so much afraid of the Russian expansion. And as such, I don't know what's going to be the future of this relationship.
There is a big disconnect between governments and the people, and I think ultimately I have faith that there's a love across across the different cultures, across the different religions amongst the people. And the governments are the source of the division and the conflict and the wars and all the geopolitics that is in part grounded in the battle for resources and all that kind of stuff. Nevertheless, this is the world we live in. So you look at the modern history of Iran, the past few centuries, if you look into the future of this region, now you kind of implied that a historian has a bit of a cynical view of protests and things like this um, that are fueled, at least in the mind of young people, with hope. If you were to just for a while have a bit of hope in your heart and your mind, what is a hopeful future for the next 10, 20, 30 years of Iran?
I'm not cynical. I'm trying to be realistic. And I actually may be critical, but I have great hopes in Iran's future for where I go. I actually did write an article only the last version of it is going to go out today, uh, in which the title of it is The Time of Fear and Women of Hope, which in a sense is this whole coverage about what this movement means that we see today. It may fizzle in a few weeks' time, or it may just go on and create a new dynamics in Iranian society that would hopefully result in a peaceful process of greater accommodation and a greater tolerance within the Iranian society and with the outside world. And I think majority of the Iranian people don't want tension, don't want confrontation, don't want crisis. They, if 40 years they have suffered from a regime that has dictated an ideology that is regressive and impractical, they want to go back to a life in which they don't really create trouble for their neighbors or for the world. And therefore, I would see a better future for Iran. That's for one reason. Strategically or geopolitically, maybe Iran's advantage in a peaceful fashion to negotiate, as it's the fate of all the nations, rather than commit itself or towards a particular course of
Dolce
policy.
Base? Dog, I listen
So
to this shit
there's a give
so
and
fucking
take. That's
much.
the nature of politics. It's the art of possible, as it been
I
said.
want the alien,
So probably Iran is going to
that fucking alien
hopefully
book.
move in that direction. I think there's irreversible
Notifications.
thing. That's the third reason. No matter how much the Islamic Republic tried to Islamicize Iranian society in its own image of kind of
Yo, dog.
radical ideological indoctrination, it has failed. It has failed up
Shad Bong,
to
James Bond.
what we
Alright,
see
so for
today
what
in the
am I
Iranian
looking?
history.
There's this fucking book of
And the
alien
Iranian
races.
population said no. And I think if there would have been, and I very much hope there will, a possibility for a more open environment, more open space where they would be able to speak their views out. Iranians are not on the side of moving in this extreme direction. They are in the side of greater accommodation and a greater interest in the outside world. And if you look at every aspect of today's, besides the government, every aspect of life in today's Iran, you can see that. From the way that people dress
Welcome, how are you?
to the way that they try to
My
live their
God,
life,
hey.
to the way that they're
What's good in
educating
your neck of the
themselves
woods?
or being educated.
Huh?
What's good with you?
Oh, let me turn your other thing down.
Good move.
um, my god. So you are a real person.
I am, Brenier. How are you?
Good. Oh my god. I literally be seeing you like all the time in like Aiden's server, like just sitting there. Like or like someone else's like random server just sitting in the VC, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this dude, a robot?
No,
So
I'm
you're
a real person.
Oh my
100%.
god.
I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to send you a friend request. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. We're already friends, so that's amazing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, we're friends already.
Excellent. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. As you know, I do so for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, people can watch my life on 10 different YouTube streams at any given time. And I'm going to send you the link for those so that you can watch me as well whenever you want. Why do I do this? I don't want war anymore, and this gives me the ability to be able to discuss world peace with people. Essentially, I feel that we're not all that different, and if we can come together as a globe to understand that we all eat, we all sleep, we all do everything that humans do, perhaps that we're all not that different, that we can come together. Essentially, you can go back to the pandemic. I've been doing this for more than 3.5 years, so you can see me back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And we talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society. So Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you're a very influential person as well. Things that we talk about on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about invisibility cloaks. We talk about things like um, uh, de-extinction, bringing animals back that were once extinct. People don't know, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is started in 2003. The first successful de-extinction was on the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is started. They have a goal on their website. They want to bring back the woolly mammoth by the year 2028. So within the next like 3 years or so, with Grenier, you might be able to see woolly mammoths. They want to essentially impregnate African elephants and reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. And following that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. These are just fascinating things that we discuss. Other things that we discuss, ending world hunger using things, technology like floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, agricultural drones, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. All of these, if utilized in the correct way, could help to end world hunger. I want to help end world thirst through desalination plants, taking the salt water and making it potable or drinkable for people on land, smart straws, and additionally through the use of digging of wells. I think that these are simple solutions to some of the world's more complicated problems. Other things that we discuss are things like life extension technology. So when you were born, Grenier, perhaps your life extension, life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to get that to age 100, 120 if possible, using things like human growth hormone, stem cells, using things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps things like nootropics and cryogenics. These can all be used to perhaps extend your life. But eventually, your body's going to break down. You're going to say to me, Rabbi, what do we do now? I'm 120 years old. My body's breaking down. That's when we get into the next type of technology that's very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. Grenier, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
Well, yes and no.
Okay, tell me about it.
I believe we all die one day, you know?
Certainly. I mean, perhaps the universe will eventually end, so nothing is infinite. But I mean that I think that you'll be able to afford, and I will help you if possible, another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, you may be able to have a digital immortality in the future, which is extremely exciting.
Wow. You are so like, oh my god, I'm so excited to like actually talk to you for real.
Absolutely.
Like you don't understand. You don't understand. In every server I'm in, I always see you, and I'm just like, guys, who the fuck is this guy? Some like people would fuck with me and be like, oh, he's a robot, and I'm just like, bro, I genuinely want to talk to him, but like you just be doing nothing, and just like I'll be seeing like stream playing on like a projector. And it's so you're so nice. Oh
Thank
my
you.
god.
Thank
What
you.
the fuck?
Well, you're very nice yourself.
Get out of here.
Absolutely. I'm just watching podcasts, so I like to watch anything that helps me learn. So that's what you'll see on the projector. And a lot of times we'll have like subtitles or different languages in there for people who may not speak English very well. And yeah, I do my best to spread positivity to everyone I meet. And I'm a very optimistic individual. And if you ever need anything, I want you to know you have a friend in me, and I'm always here to help you.
Same for you. Like if you, I'm also a person that spreads positivity like all the time. So if you like want to vent or anything to me, like I'm always here for you.
Excellent. Bernier, just know if you ever wanted to do anything for me, come in whenever you're bored. You know I'm always here, and we can hang out and chill. We'll watch whatever you want. I've done my best to create the world's largest compilation of media. So as you know, I do a lot of podcasts, but we've also done all the Super Bowls of the last like 3-4 years. We've done 3 sets of Olympics: the 2021 Olympics, the 2022 Olympics, the 2024 Olympics. We've done the World Cup. We've done a presidential election. So basically, I'm just creating like a time capsule for the world. And now you're on it, and you should know that I want you to be on it more. So whenever you're bored, you come in here, say hi, and keep spreading positivity. And one day we will overcome all the darkness and be a light to the nations.
Yes, thank you so much. Oh my god, you're so cool.
Oh, thank
You
you.
don't know how excited I am right now. Like I just woke up like 30 minutes ago, and like I was just like, let me see, let me join this guy's Discord. Let me see.
Absolutely, you did the
Oh my
right
god,
thing.
you just made my day.
Excellent. Well, I want you to continue having a great day. So you go do what you need to do. Feel free to stay if you'd like. But I know you've got things on your agenda. But just know that we're here to support
Yeah, I
you with
do.
anything that you need. And thank you again for being so kind. And just know that I'm here to support you with any of your endeavors.
Yes, thank you so much. Same to you as well. Is your chat locked or am I just not verified?
No. It's generally locked for everyone. The reason why, when I first started this, I let anybody chat and whatever they wanted. But I had some people who, I get a lot of trolls, as you can imagine, because I'm in so many servers. And they put some really nasty GIFs, GIFs, throughout every single
Yeah.
channel that I had, very gory things. And so to avoid people from just going crazy, I locked them. I eventually have a experience an XP system where you do enough talking and then you'll be able to chat and type and all those other things. There are 2 channels in which you can chat. There's a free speech channel, which a lot of people, I get haters all the time, but I want them to have the ability to say whatever they want. So you could type in there. And then I also have a self-promotion channel because I want small streamers to always have an opportunity to be able to promote themselves. So those are lower in the Discord. As you see, I have a very large Discord. It's got about 500 VCs.
Yeah, I see it though.
Excellent. One thing that you can do, wherever you see a VC, if you click on the chat, you'll see most every single one of them has something in there about it, whether it's something from Reddit or like a ranking of different music genres, or just really, I do my best to have little niceties in everywhere that I go, and especially in my own server. So feel free to take a look at that, and just know that you have a friend in me. I'm glad that we're connected on Discord messages, and that we've had the opportunity to speak. And you should just know that you have a very positive voice. I mean, I hear joy in your voice, and that brings me joy. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, you too.
Excellent. Well, take care.
But I'm so happy.
Absolutely.
I'm
So happy to have met you.
We gotta stay in touch, though. We gotta stay in touch.
We're connected in the Discord messages, and I'll send you a message if I ever need you for anything. And you always know that I'm in here, and you see me in enough different Discords to know how to get a hold of me. So this isn't the end. This is just the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yes, totally.
All
I
right.
love it.
Well,
but
I do have a question for
about
you.
the-
I know you do. You got stuff to do. How do you say your name?
My name is Shakasia, actually. Bernier is just my middle name.
Excellent. Okay, I will call you by what you go as in here.
You can call me whatever you want. You can call me bitch. You
No.
know,
I don't want to call you that.
Sun.
I don't want to call you. I just want to make sure I was pronouncing your name correctly. So, Bernier, you should know that I consider you my newest friend, and I hope that we are friends for years and decades, and perhaps centuries when it comes to life extension technology and mind uploading technology, should you wish. So,
even in a new alternate universe.
That's absolutely correct. 100%. We'll do it together.
Yes.
Excellent.
I'm so down. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy too. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, you're welcome.
Take care, Bernier.
Anytime. I'm about to go take a shower and get dressed.
You do you, as the kids say. You do you. You come back whenever you have time.
All right. Bye.
Take care, Bernier. Shout out to Bernier, everybody.
In these institutions, you see a desire, an intention to move forward, and I'm optimistic.
Well, that struggle for freedom, like I told
Dude,
you,
why are all these fucking
one
videos
of my close childhood friends is
like
Iranian.
so short? The longest ones are like an hour.
It's a wonderful family. On a personal level, is one of the deeper windows into the Iranian spirit and soul that I've gotten a chance to witness. So I really appreciate it. But in the recent times, I've got to hear from a lot of people that are currently living in Iran that are currently
Some of them are longer,
have
but still.
that burning hope for the future of the country. And so my love goes out to them in the struggle for freedom.
It's so nice to see you say so.
All right, what is this fucking book? It's on archive.org.
That you would think that
Alien Species
but then again, something
book.
triggers that you see 100,000 people in the streets of Berlin that are hoping for a better future for you.
Russian secret alien races book. I found it.
Even I'm hoping at the same time there's not going to be a very strong leadership as it was the case in the past.
We started with hope. We ended with hope. This was a real honor. It's an incredible conversation.
All right.
Thank you for
93 pages.
Thank you for giving such a deep and
why isn't there just a thing that just says, "Hey, Doug, you want me to just say this to you?" Yeah, I do. Ass.
As I said in the start of my book, I say it's the history of a nation which has learned.
Did this shit download?
From the outside world by force of its geography. It was always located somewhere that people would invade, or come for trade, or something happened to it that diffused culture, continued to, and they were not afraid of learning or adopting, as they do right now today. This is a very different thing.
Never a boring moment in its history, as you write about. Thank you so much. This is awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Albus on Sports Podcast.
What did you think of that guy? I didn't really hear too much that he said, but it seemed like it made sense. Add to Chrome, dog.
From every mountainside, let freedom ring. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find it. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you rounding error in the floating point. Synthetic intelligences are kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. These synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
The following is a conversation with Andre Karpathy, previously the director of AI at Tesla, and before that at OpenAI and Stanford. He is one of the greatest scientists, engineers, and educators in the history of artificial intelligence. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our
What is
sponsors.
this bullshit?
Now, dear friends, here's Andre Karpathy. What is the neural network, and why does it seem to do such a surprisingly good job of learning?
What is a neural network? It's a mathematical abstraction of the brain. I would say that's how it was originally developed. At the end of the day, it's a mathematical expression, and it's a fairly simple mathematical expression when you get down to it. It's basically a sequence of matrix multiplies, which are going to dot products mathematically, and some nonlinearity thrown in. And so it's a very simple mathematical expression, and it's got knobs,
Many know.
many knobs. And these knobs are loosely related to the synapses in your brain. They're trainable, they're modifiable. And so the idea is like we need to find the setting of the knobs that make the neural net do whatever you want it to do, like classify images and so on. And so there's not too much mystery, I would say, in it. Like you might think that basically you don't want to endow it with too much meaning with respect to the brain and how it works. It's really just a complicated mathematical expression with knobs, and those knobs need proper setting for it to do something desirable.
Yeah, but poetry is just a collection of letters with spaces that can make us feel a certain way. And in that same way, when you get a large number of knobs together, whether it's inside the brain or inside a computer, they seem to surprise us with their power.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So basically, I'm underselling it by a lot because you definitely do get very surprising emergent behaviors out of these neural nets when they're large enough and trained on complicated enough problems. Like, say, for example, the next word prediction in a massive data set from the internet.
Dog, what is this
then
shit?
neural nets take on pretty surprising magical properties. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting how much you can get out of even very simple mathematical formalism.
When your brain right now is talking, is it doing next word prediction? Or is it doing something more interesting?
Well, definitely some kind of a generated model that's a GPT-like and prompted by you.
Yeah.
So you're giving me a prompt, and I'm kind of like responding to it in a generative way.
And by yourself, perhaps a little bit? Like, are you adding extra prompts from your own memory inside your head?
Mm.
Or
Well,
no?
it definitely feels like you're referencing some kind of a declarative structure of like memory and so on, and then you're putting that together with your prompt and giving them some.
Like, how much of what you just said has been said by you before?
Nothing, basically, right?
No, but if you actually look at all the words you've ever said in your life, and you do a search, you'll probably said a lot of the same words in the same order before.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I'm using phrases that are common, etc., but I'm remixing it into a pretty sort of unique sentence at the end of the day. But you're right, definitely did like a ton of remixing.
Why you didn't? It's like Magnus Carlsen said, I'm rated 2900 whatever, which is pretty decent. I think you're talking very you're not giving enough credit to neural nets here. Why do they seem to? What's your best intuition about this emergent behavior?
I mean, it's kind of interesting because we simultaneously underselling them, but I also feel like there's an element to which I'm over it. Like, it's actually kind of incredible that you can get so much emergent magical behavior out of them, despite them being so simple mathematically. So I think those are kind of like two surprising statements that kind of just chuck the both together. And I think basically what it is we are actually fairly good at optimizing these neural nets. And when you give them a hard enough problem, we are forced to learn very interesting solutions and the optimizations. And those solutions basically have these emergent properties that are very interesting.
There's wisdom and knowledge in the knowledge. And so this representation of in the knobs, does it make sense to you intuitively that a large number of knobs can hold a representation that captures some deep wisdom about the data it has looked at?
There's a lot of knobs. And somehow, so speaking concretely, one of the neural nets that people are very excited about right now are GPTs, which are basically just next word prediction networks. So you consume a sequence of words from the internet, and you try to predict the next word. And once you train these on a large enough data set, they can basically these neural nets in arbitrary ways of math that just don't fit in some table. So you can just you can make it look like based on what they've seen on the internet. And very often those solutions look very remarkably consistent with correct potentially.
Do you still think about the brain?
What is
side
this
of it?
shit?
So, as neural
This
nets
is the
of
worst.
abstraction or mathematical abstraction of the brain, do you still draw wisdom from the biological neural networks, or even the bigger question? You're a big fan of biology and biological computation. What impressive things in biology do you continue with a computer or not yet?
Honestly, I'm definitely on
Are you fucking
much more hesitant
serious?
with the analogies to the brain.
Are you
than I
fucking
think
serious?
employment field.
Aw,
I
man.
feel like
Dog.
certainly the way neural networks
Fix
started,
it.
everything stemmed from inspiration
Dog,
directly
stop.
from the brain. But at the end of the day, the artifacts
Alien
that you get after training, they are arrived at by a very different optimization
species.
process than the optimization process that came prior to the brain. And so I think I kind of think of it as a very
Book.
complicated alien artifact. It's something different. The neural nets that we're training. They are complicated alien artifacts.
Archive.
I do not make analogies to the brain because I think the optimization process that we
You and Rudy, dog. No one knew.
Okay.
All right.
Artificial neural network
Shit happens.
impression and
Would you take her to
biological
Pound Town?
neural
Oh, all
networks
fucking day, dog.
in order to
What would you
survive,
talk
and
about?
are really doing a
Bitch,
very
I've been
good
watching you
agent
since I
in a
was a
multi-agent
kid.
self-study
Really?
system that's
Oh,
been running
for sure.
very, very
Why?
long time.
Because you were on the fucking Cosby Show. Why else? Do 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 do. Do do ba-da. Ba-da. Come on, work, bitch.
Full text of Book of Alien
Fuck yeah.
Races. See other formats. Published by. Copyright Anti-Houghton. Hashtag RmailIJT me carat Asia. Is T Eurothane. Hawkrots ST. Canton. T. Carat. R. Comma FVSLS dollar hashtag. X. J. R. DS. Contact me at ARB DS. Introduction to the Alien Races book. ARB DS. Contents. Introduction to the ALTFN Races book. THF ALTFN Races book. Asterisk the Alien Races. Asterisk the Council of Five. Asterisk Alien Files. Asterisk Alien Ships. Asterisk Alien Dixit. Asterisk the notes and updates. Asterisk she. Asterisk final thoughts. ARB. DS. In 20,041 became friends with an Ukrainian guy called Petro. That I met completely randomly at a bar by the beach. I was on holidays and he was there with some friends having some drinks. Anyway, we started talking with each other. Our friendship started like that. He became a regular at my house where our families would get together. In 2008 he called me and asked me if I wanted to go on a road trip. I said sure. He had in mind to go to the south of Spain and visit his brother. His brother was there in jail at the time, near Huelva, and also to visit his father in Portugal. His father was a former diplomat of the Ukraine, years before, and when he retired he decided to move to Portugal and live there. And SG we went, We visited his brother and then went to Portugal to visit his father. When we were at his house, he asked us a favor. He is old, if we could empty boxes from one of the rooms, as he wanted to make it into a bedroom for guests. We said okay and went to the room, expecting to see some old newspapers. Instead, we found about 58 boxes full of old documents and books from the time when he was a diplomat. Some papers, documents, were in Russian, some were even from the USSR times. Our DS Retro started reading / translating some of them, and we realized that there was a lot of interesting, intriguing and even top secret, at least at one time, documents. So we asked his father if we could keep the boxes for ourselves. He agreed, and we had to rent a van to take everything back to home with us. Week after week, in our houses but mainly on the weekends. We went through all of the documents, translating them, cataloging them by subject matter, or dates, and places, etc. As, due to work, we were apart quite often, we also did a lot of work online. That's when we found the book that led to the videos I published. This one book that we had is undated and looks modern, but we did find the cover, only the cover for the same book but dating back to 1951. We called his father later that year and asked him about the book, and he filled in the missing INF format ion. He said that amongst high-ranking political officials there had always been the rumor of alien contact, but nothing concrete. He said that he had received the book years before from one of his lifelong diplomat friends and had been updating the book until recently with information that friends of his sent him, or when they would get together to talk about old times. That information, regular updates, was sent to him by mail, phone or online. He still gets regular updates that transmits to me. Our DS. The book has hundreds of side notes on the pages, updates, small papers with related miscellaneous info attached to pages, photos stapled to them, etc. That is how we found out about relatively recent visits from aliens, their numbers, where it happened, etc. They had been updating the information they could get regularly. But he also said that there were only a handful of people that were in the know back then, USSR days, the leader of the Communist Party and a couple of advisors, 5 or 6 SMERSH agents, maybe more, up to 12, the commander of the armed forces and the commanders of the 3 armed forces branches, Army, Air Force, and Navy, and maybe a couple of scientists. He said that most likely there were more people in the know, especially in the military, but he could not confirm that. Him and his friends did not recognize some of the names mentioned on the book. People have asked me about some of the illustrations of certain alien races on the book, this because some of them were literally copied off movies and / or video games, not all. Me and Petro asked ourselves the same thing, as we recognized some of them, and we did contact his father in order to get an answer. He told us that over the years the people that were adding / updating / printing the book had been using alien images from the media when they did not have a real photo or a drawing from the witnesses. So sometimes they used images from movies and video games that better described the alien race in question, this according our DS to the witnesses' testimonies, description of their encounters. However, he did say something else, something extremely interesting. He told us that amongst high-ranking diplomats there has been much solid discussion and debate about a plan involving certain media, from online to paper to Hollywood to the video game industry, and certain security departments, especially from Japan, China, Canada, USA, and Europe, in order to use the right to them images to describe the appearance of aliens. All the media involved was, in the end, either directly or, because they owned the mother companies, owned for no more than 5 people, and that this was a concerted effort in order to get people, humankind, used to the appearance and presence of aliens amongst us. He, Petra's father, also told us that some of the alien races, images used in video games, and other media, were used in the book prior to the release of the games and / or movies. Him and some of his friends had knowledge that some of those security departments had actually created some of the images, and then released them to the proper channels, in order for those images to be known to the general public. This, obviously, we cannot confirm, except for one of the images on the book, the aliens used in the MOV-1 Independence Day were known before the making, not even close, of the movie, by at least 8 years. Also, some of the photos on the ARB had been tampered with ARB DS. And so, there you have it, the story behind the alien race's Russian secret book. At least some of it. I hope you enjoy the book and all the revelations contained in it. This book is dedicated to the memory of Petra. The ARB has been re-edited, information always being updated in all aspects, from new alien races to new reports and photos, or illustrations, at least 12 times. That we know the first edition was printed in 1946 or early 1947. Then new editions were printed, 1951. I have the cover, just the cover, of that one, 1959, 1968, 1971, 1980, all the way to, we believe, 2011. ARB DS. The lost copy. In the 1980s a copy of, edition, of this book was found on a field in Buryatia, East Siberia. The copy ended up in the hands of a KGB agent with friends. In the media. After the collapse of the USSR, some of the information, and images, in the book were leaked, sold. Years later the information and some of the images started appearing in TV series and video games. Mass Effect being the most well-known. This information was handwritten on the book. ARB DS. In 1924, near Yekaterinoslav, Ukraine, now Dnipropetrovsk, the 3 daughters of a certain Captain Andrichik simply vanished. A Captain Andrichik was of Russian descent and one very little is known about him, except that he traveled a lot. A farmer that lived near Captain Andrichik's house says that he saw the captain's daughters walking towards the woods maybe 2 hours before sunrise. Intrigued, he followed them at a distance. After walking for 30 minutes he described seeing purple and red lights and a mist through the trees. Me got closer and saw the 3 girls entering what he called a floating bright windmill-like plane. He also reported seeing 5 creatures as small as the children but with a much older face. According to him the windmill then flew very slowly into the stars until he could not tell them apart. According to the farmer, he ran to Captain Andrichik's house to warn him about the event. This photo supposedly shows the farmer's house. Upon arriving he knocked on the door but nobody answered. He then entered the house and found the captain and his wife dead on their bed. Their faces were peaceful, as if they had died during their sleep. All their animals, 3 dogs, 1 horse, and 2 goats, were dead as well. On the kitchen table there was a letter or note, not signed, with the handwriting that matched Sophia, one of the daughters. It said, "We are going to the school in the moon, with our friends. Supposed photo of Sophie yacht, not confirmed. ARB. DS. 2. Smersh Agents Department 4A112. It is your duty to thoroughly investigate all events regarding any reports of visitations or incidents concerning creatures from other planets as well as with non-terrestrial creatures that dwell on our planet at the present or future time. It is your duty to immediately present to your superior in charge, KL44, any material evidence gathered during your investigations. It is your duty to keep absolute secrecy and concealment regarding your findings and conclusions during your investigations, except from your superior in charge, KL44. It is your duty to immediately destroy this book in case your physical being or personal safety is threatened. The loss of this book while in your possession will result in serious consequences for your two Smersh companion agents as well as for your immediate relatives. Make use of your extensive training and love for our great union. Chief Marshal Konstantin A. Vershinin, 1947. ARB. DS. This book of alien races is both an instructions manual and a source of information to be used now and in the future until the day it will be needed no more. Learn from it and add to it. When with humans. 1. Investigate events. 2. Interrogate witnesses. 3. Gather physical evidence. When with aliens. 1. Engage with them. 2. Follow them. 3. Learn from them. You are forbidden of showing this book to anyone, talking about the book to anyone, talking about or revealing your investigative activities to anyone, drinking alcohol on and off duty, consuming drugs on and off duty, helping alien races no matter the situation or request, choosing sides when physically amongst different alien races or during investigations, and of engaging in sexual activities with any members of any alien race. The alien races are DS. Aldruulk, aka the Builders. They come from constellation sculpture. They derive from an ancient race of reptilians that has gone extinct. They are specialists at building ships and other devices needed for deep space traveling. They are also space travelers themselves, searching for new raw materials. They can live up to 230 years. Last seen near Tokyo, Japan, in 2005. ARB. DS. Kealakurt. They come from constellation Vela, near the star Suhail al Mulaf. They grow up to 2 meters high, 6, and live up to 200 years. They can shapeshift and are very hard to detect. When they shapeshift, the only thing they cannot change is the size and color of their eyes. They are one of the oldest known races. They do abduct humans. Last seen on Earth in July of 2008. ARB. DS. Pleiadians. They come from solar system surrounding the Pleiades stars, more precisely from the planet Era near the star Teogida. They are associated with spiritual growth. They can grow up to 2.5 meters, 8'1". They practice sex cultivation, the distinct difference between their sexual expressions and their sensual emotions. Their ships are known as beam ships. Although regularly visiting Earth, they have remained mostly silent since 10.000 BC. They are one of the oldest known races. They continue to develop the necessary mental skills to eventually reach their goal, an even higher spiritual state. ARB. DS. Kylomirok. They come from constellation Volans. The sightings of this race on Earth are rare and they are considered as a mystery race. It is said that they were forbidden to visit Earth around the year 1.000 BC, but they did not stop visiting Earth completely. This because of their allies, the race Matra, last seen on Earth, December of 1989. Arb. DS. KURS. aka Gods of Lands. Believed to be related to the race Anunnaki. They come from the planet Dilimuns. They are the race behind the story of Enlil and Ninlil. They were directly involved on the development of the human race during our early stages. After centuries away from Earth, they have recently returned. Their own leader is amongst the most recent visitors. They will now stay on Earth permanently. They will have an important role in the years to come. They spend time immersed in a precious gold-like liquid that presumably extends their lifespan. Arb. DS. HAV Hanui Chondras. They come from galaxy Sextans dwarf SPH. First visited Earth in 934 AD in the area that we now know as Romania. They often abduct and kill humans. They also drain and drink the blood of humans as well as the blood of animals. They are responsible for the myth of vampires. Several human governments know and accept their actions. The human bodies that they use are never returned. Last sighting, Scotland, in 1996. Arb. DS. Mazareth. They come from constellation Camelopardalis. From the 1300s to the early 1900s, our calendar, they were not allowed to leave their planet by other alien races. They are a very violent and predatory race. They are known to be allies of the race Matra. They grow up to 1.6 meters, 5. Last seen on Earth, August of 2001. Arb. DS. Aldraeulix. They come from constellation Cetus, near Deneb-Kaitos. Chimali. Although they are often confused with reptilian races, they do not share anything with them except their appearance. Their height is around 2 meters, 6, and they can live up to 350 years. This is one of 21 races that are known to have more than 2 genders, sexes. This race has 8 different genders and all of them can reproduce with each other. The purpose for their visits to Earth is unknown. Last sighting was near Lima, Peru, in December of 2004. The messengers. No image provided. Probably the most enigmatic of alien races, not much is known about them. They visit Earth around every 300 years. Their next visit is supposed to happen anytime now. They do not reveal themselves, they do not make direct contact with humans. They leave carvings, drawings, and writings on rocks as well as symbols in historical monuments. Their ships have the shape of a teardrop and are silver in color. Arb. DS. Rame. They come from Capella, constellation Auriga. Known to be a very peaceful race. They tried to coexist with humans. They created the Mayan civilization, culture, by placing humans from different places on Earth in South America. They are a race of scientists. They taught the Mayans about astronomy and time. They left Earth when the Mayans were at their highest splendor. After that, the Mayans started the well-known blood sacrifices in their honor. This race has been on Earth many times after that. Last sighting, Bora Bora in 2001. Arb. DS. Cree. Muvayan, than Ka Efik. Aka Shinning Ones. They come from constellation Vulpecula. They have met with, at least, 2 USA presidents as well as with USSR and, now, Russian leaders and some high-ranking officials. Taiyi supply limited amounts of their technology to humans in exchange for the freedom to conduct abductions. They do not involve other alien races in this process. They had a big role in Siberian and Tibetan culture. They still have bases in those areas hidden in the north face of mountains. They have colonized over 40 planets outside our solar system. So far, ARB, DS, RAC. Of the 58 races described here, this is the race that least visited Earth, that we know of so far, only 5 times. They visited the area we know as the Middle East and that created the belief in the jinn, or genies, in Islamic mythology. According to some Muslim scholars, they inhabit an unseen world, in a dimension beyond the existing dimensions of our universe. According to reports from other alien races, they stopped visiting Earth because their immune system could not cope with Earth's fauna and flora. Last recorded visit, 712 AD. ARB, DS, the Invisibles. No image. This race is known to have been seen near high security areas. They are almost completely invisible to the naked eye. Both the USA and Russian military have developed technology that allows them to track them down on radar, just the ships. 3 things are known about this race. 1. They leave a sour smell when they are near. 2. When they are near windows you can see their reflection as a smudged-eyed figure, have been caught on CCTV footage. 3. When many dogs, or only one, start barking with no apparent reason, it is possible that they are nearby, or reportoids/reptilians. They come from constellation Mensa. Purpose of presence, unknown. ARB, DS, ALLM STR at -163. They were forced to leave Earth after losing a battle against reportoids in ancient India, date unknown, which they had been visiting for around 200 years. They have resumed their visits to Earth in 1948. Technologically, this is a very advanced race. Their ships are often invisible to radar and the human eye, and they wear some sort of clothing that makes them invisible as well. Supposedly they come from Jupiter or from one of its moons. Last sighting, Portugal, May 2005. ARB, DS, Inanna. No image. The members of this race are the cause why humans coined the term Martians. They come from constellation Gemini. They have had permanent bases on Mars for thousands of years, where they mine some sort of a gold-like material. First recorded visit to Earth, 1235 BC in Japan. Last sighting, Madagascar, 2003. ARB, DS, Indugud, aka Tall White. This race has several bases on and in the moon, where they mine. No WN Mater IAI. They use slaves to do most of their work. These slaves are extremely well taken care of, and the Indugud see them as indispensable. Their operations on and in the moon are very secretive. They are in almost permanent contact with high-ranking officials from the USA, China, and Russia federal governments. They have the ability to shapeshift into an almost perfect human form. They are also known as men in black, as they use special dark suits to protect their skin when in human shape while conducting special operations on Earth. ARB, DS, Kilomate RR, aka KARR. They come from constellation Crux, near Gay Crux. It is a very hard race to track down or spot. Both the USA and the Russian military have developed a special camera and radar system that allows to spot them when they are on Earth. But even then, they have only been sighted 8 times. The purpose of their presence is unknown. When they are sighted, it is usually in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle. ARB, DS, 2017. No image. They have only contacted humans one time, in the USSR in 1935. According to reports, they spoke some kind of Slavic dialect. They left a written message with about 10 sentences. They come from galaxy UDFJ 395462884. Estimated distance from Earth, our standard, is 13.2 billion light years. They travel by using what other alien races call wormhole, which allows them to bend space. Note from Myceep and Petro. On the original ARB, our copy/edition, 9 of the sentences left by this race are blacked out. The only one that is not is this one. 2017 to 2022. According to reports, they were tall, had blonde long hair and smelled like flowers. ARB. DS. LMNU. They come from constellation Grus, near the star Alnair. They are one of the most peaceful races. They co-created the Alliance of the Five Races, Council of the Five, but are not part of it. The Council of the Five are a group of 5 alien races that protect humans against less peaceful races. They coined the sentence, 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The council is supposed to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2013, the reason being the fact that Earth has been receiving too many visits from new races in the past 500 years. Last sighting on Earth, near the Sea of Cortez, September 2002. ARB. DS. Gigantic. Maintains sporadic contacts with 3 Earth governments, but not the most powerful ones, not USA, Russia, or China. Considered to have a violent nature by other races. They have been visiting Earth for 3.000 years. They come from constellation Horologium and are known to have as allies the race Matra. Last sighting, near Houston, USA, February 1st of 2003. ARB. DS. Jeff. They come from constellation Indus. They are known by other races as peacemakers. They are very advanced technologically. Their first sighting on Earth dates back to 1500 BC. They met with JFK 3 weeks before he was killed. They have also, around the same time, met with other human world leaders. They have not been seen on Earth since JFK's death. In 1965 they gave a message to the human leaders that ran countries with nuclear capability, content unknown. Dorsey. They grow to a maximum height of 0.5 meters, 1.6. They have visited Earth at least 250 times. They come from Cassiopeia, where they have 2 home planets. They eat other alien races as well as humans. Their race is at least 4 billion years old and they have been in a constant state of war with another alien species for 2 billion years. Last sighting on Earth, November 2001, Italian Alps. ARB. DS. Magil. Known to be a very peaceful race. They have 2 permanent bases somewhere in South America. They are 100°/0 nocturnal, do not interact with humans and are described by other alien races as shy. They harvest insects and sea rodents by the many thousands on a monthly basis, reason, unknown. At least 3 of them have been under Brazilian military custody for the past 12 years. Last sighting, near Oaxaca, Mexico, in 2003. They are visited by their own kind, race, every 20 years. The next visit should be around 2016. ARB. DS. A card. They come from constellation Sextans. One of their ships crashed outside of Varginha, Brazil, in 1996. 2 of its occupants are under USA custody, after having paid billions of dollars to the Brazilian government. They have the fastest ships of any known alien race. Last sighting, February 2002, near Varginha, Brazil, again. Matra. They have 2 home planets in constellation Megapiae. They have the same average height as humans and are considered by many alien races as parasites. visited Earth for the first time during the prehistoric period. Date unknown. Abduction of humans is carried out openly. They have the goal of colonizing Earth. That has not happened. Because of protection from other alien races, such as the ones in the Council of the Five. They are hermaphrodites and their lifespan is 120 years. They have colonized at least 26 planets. They have abducted at least 5.000 humans, males. They have visited Earth at least 200 times. Last sighting, September 2006 near Nome, Alaska, USA. Arb. DS. Dries. Their height is around 2.5 meters, 8. They have a very complex structure of their skull. Visited Earth at least 20 times. They carry out human abductions which they use for human reproduction. They have abducted at least 520 humans, males and females. They come from the third star in constellation Cetus. They have 2 home planets and have colonized at least 40 planets with the help of slaves. 10 of those planets were taken with the use of force. They work together with 3 other races. They mostly eat animal protein-derived products. According to alien reports, they are not mentally/spiritually prepared to interact with most other races. Their 2 home planets' chemical composition is similar to Earth. They are supposed to reveal themselves to humans in an open manner in 2022. Arb. DS. Lang. Small species growing only up to 70 centimeters, 2. They come from the 6th star in constellation Coma Berenices. They have 3 home planets, maybe 4, and have colonized at least 10. They were one of the first races to visit Earth. They were the race that started the stories about fairies. 2 alien races claim that they have abducted over 10 million humans throughout history. That number is highly disputed by 2 other races. They state that the number is much lower, and one race even made a statement to a Russian president saying that the race Lang has never abducted any human. Last sighting, New Zealand, in 2006, a group of 20 members. Arb. DS. SMAD. No image. They come from planet Svok, constellation Batary. Their ships have a conical shape. They resemble humans in appearance. According to one alien race, they only have 6 ships left. They colonized 20 planets, 18 of them were inhabited. They first visited Earth 2.500 years ago and are very interested in our religious beliefs. They are a race in decline, weakening, according to other alien races. Tengri Tengri. They come from planet Tengri, galactic sector 56, star system, F1342. They live underground and have a population of 10 million. First visit to Earth, 10.000 years ago. They do not need an atmosphere or water to survive. They have one ship that can accommodate 5 million of their kind. They have had contact with human governments throughout history. Last known sighting, near Buenos Aires, Argentina, in 2003. Arb. DS. Gracely. Their height average is the same as that of humans and they are covered in a soft silky hair. They have 2 home planets in the Virgo star system. They have visited Earth at least 12 times. Their first visit happened during the era, dynasties, of Egypt's pharaohs, around 3.000 years ago. They spent 10 uninterrupted years there during that time. The Djoser Pyramid was built in their honor. They have been keeping a close look at humans' development for the past 200 years, knowing that some powerful humans can and are be misled by some alien races, disguised as humans. Only 6 of them travel each time in their ships. Last sightings, July 2002 and February 2004. Arb,
the entire data set
DS,
the internet. They actually
Anunnakini,
basically kind of
aka Anunnaki.
put the context of
They come from planet Nibiru, aka Nibiru.
and
Their planet is part of the same solar system as Earth, but with a
powerful enough computer
much longer orbit.
that would
It comes closer to the Sun every 4.000 years,
do all kinds of
and not every 3.500 years as commonly accepted.
properties like
They resemble humans but are higher, 2.5 meters/81, and more muscular. When they first visited Earth, there were already other races established here, some malevolent and with supernatural powers. The Anunnaki defeated them and became the most powerful race on Earth. They genetically engineered the most intelligent non-alien beings on Earth, us, at the time not much more than smart primates, in order to have a race of slaves at their disposal. At the time Samael and Lilith were the Anunnaki king and queen. They were not aware of the presence of reptilians on Earth. They only cooperate with one other race, the Zeta Rescula. Not to be confused with the Solopsuri, aka Greys. Eventually they left Earth, unknown reasons, but before they left, they created a subspecies of the Zeta. This species eventually became rulers of Egypt, pharaohs, until the reptilians infiltrated them as temple priests and ended their reign. They gave birth to the legends about giants. Arb, DS, Anunnaki, aka Anunnaki. They will return one day as promised by themselves. However, the date of their return is still a mystery. They do know all that is happening on Earth as well as in other planets where they had influence, and or still have. The proximity of planet Nibiru, aka Nibiru, does cause cosmic instability and weather-related repercussions in all planets of our solar system, but does not cause the amount of destruction that it is usually accepted and believed. How far they are, it is still a mystery. AFIM. They come from constellation Lyra. They call themselves Alim Spiansi because of a war that they fought against a race called Spiansi M. The Spiansi race had 12 times more members and 35 times more ships and resources than the Afim, but the Afim won in the end. So they added the Spiansi name to their own race name, as a warning to other races. They are smaller than humans in stature and their skin is covered with blue spots, darker for males and lighter in females. Their planet is called Crimea AI Petri. Technologically they are extremely developed. They can travel from their planet to Earth in 20 Earth minutes. They do not need oxygen. They do have an atmosphere, but it is composed mainly of an hydrogen mix environment. They have colonized 10 planets in a non-violent way. When they are close to humans they can become invisible, but humans when around them will feel a certain amount of unexplained anxiety. Their ships are small and spherical in shape. One of the reasons they visit us is to study what they call human deviation, in order to determine the development of the human race. Solopsuri, peaceful and harmonious race. They one main leader and his name is Imartu. Their civilization is 2 billion years old. Once they were at the same level of development as ourselves. They have no colonies. They are completely focused on the development of other planets and races. They come from constellation Cygnus. They do have one powerful weapon that keeps some neighboring violent races away, and others that may try to invade them. At one time race Matra lost 5 ships because of it. They said that the human race, in the next few thousands of years, still has 645 options left to save ourselves, our planet and to guarantee a future for our race, but it will all depend on our ability to travel through space. They are Solopsuri, but we call them Greys. Puxity. No image. This race was very influential in some South and Central American Cultures. At one time they Hasi over 2.000 members living amongst humans. In those regions, until one day when most of them left, leaving behind only 25 of their own, humans then killed them. They have not returned to Earth since that incident. They were known to be very tall, some reports from one alien race say that some of them were as tall as 4 meters high. 13. The reasons why the local humans killed the 25 Puxides is unknown. X5 Taikut. This race was created by the race Matra in order to be used as slaves, and that is still what they serve for. They are often sent by the Matra to security-sensitive regions, working as messengers and also to conduct abductions. They can live forever as they are not organic, however the raw materials that the Matra need to build one are very rare. So, there are not many of them, estimation, less than 300. They are able to use rational thinking as well as flying ships and many other tasks. Last seen on Earth in July 1997, near Brisbane, Australia. Arb. DS. Tanzania. They come from constellation Perseus, near the star Gorgonia. Secunda. They have caused thousands, maybe millions, of deaths on Earth and other planets as one of their interests, or area of study, is how other races react to tragedies and cataclysms. Technologically they are extremely advanced. One alien race reported that they, the Tanzani, caused both the crashing of the Hindenburg as well as the sinking of the Titanic. They can live up to 500 years and are around 1.7 meters tall, 5'1". They are avoided by other alien races. Last sighting, January 1999 in New York State. AIRK. They come from constellation Ophiuchus, near Yed Prior. Considered by other races as peaceful. The purpose of their visits is unknown, they never stay long on Earth and do not interact with humans or other aliens here. They mostly use Earth as a stop, to quickly gather something they may need, before they leave to their real destination. They are mostly nocturnal. Their ships emit a bright orange light and are, most of them, not all, octagonal in shape. Last spotted near London, England, in May 2003. Arb. DS. Vinnyberry. They come from constellation Pavo. They are very respected and peaceful race presumably with mystical powers. They have been coming to Earth at least since 1.000 AD. They do not carry out abductions and do not interact with humans. They can live up to 2.000 years. Their height is similar to that of a normal human. They are vegetarians. Last sighting, near Odessa, Ukraine in July of 1995. Strom. They come from constellation Ursa Minor. Stroms are invertebrates and coelenterates. Their average height is 2 meters, 6.5. Vegetation is of great importance to their culture, and the main reason for their visits to Earth. They have been on Earth at least 200 times. They act with extreme caution and are rarely seen by humans. First visited Earth at the end of the last big ice age. They have 20 colonies in the Viaduct Lactea galaxy. Their ships have the shape of an octagon. Last sighting, October 1976 in Oregon, USA. Calonia. They come from constellation Aquila, star Taurus. They have colonized 3 planets and have a lifespan of 150 years. They are often sighted in northern Africa and the Sahara region. First visited Earth around 300 BC. They do not conduct abductions. Main interest about Earth, minerals. Last sighted in 2003 near a volcano in Iceland. Arb. DS. Mythsley. Once related to the reptoid species, they are not, however, reptilians. They come from constellation Serpens, star Alia. First visit to Earth was only in June 13, 1965. They do not represent any threat to humans. Often seen around Antarctica. The reason for their visits is unknown. Last sighting, Antarctica, May 1, 1997. Arb. DS. Reptilians. The most known and feared of the reptoid species, there are at least 3. They have been permanently on Earth for over 15,000 years. Confirmed, but the belief is that they may have been here permanently or on and off for millions of years. They come from constellation Draco. They have a presence in thousands of planets and have at least colonized 500 by means of infiltration within the leadership of each planet. Some, not all, of their members have the power to shapeshift, as well as telepathic abilities. On Earth they did not need to infiltrate human leadership all the time, as they often lived side by side with humans, most of them unaware, and lived our evolution, all aspects of it. Reptilians. They are considered one of the most technologically advanced species, but they prefer to work in the shadows, using that as an disadvantage for their progress or plan/agenda. They can travel interdimensionally, most races can't, and some of their high-ranking members also have the power to become invisible. To have that power, a reptilian must first be accepted in what they call the Draco, an elite group of reptilians. The reptilians from the Draco are infiltrated, or even were co-founders of the Illuminati. They have 3 main bases on Earth, near the Bermuda Triangle, somewhere off the coast of Denmark and off the coast of New Zealand. Some say that they will never leave, at least on their own. Al-Kobata. Presumably they have over 5,000 ships and have colonized over 100 planets on their own. Considered by other aliens as one of the parasite races. Abduction of humans are frequent and ongoing. Purpose of human abductions, unknown. They do not like to interact with other alien races. They come from constellation Perseus and are extremely aggressive. Suspected to have been involved in several airplane crashes, such as Flight 007 over the USSR in 1983. The USSR leadership took the blame for that crash. Last seen, September 2001 in Canada. Nikamak, aka Nomapo. First known visit to Earth happened only in 1989. They abduct humans and exercise control over the minds of their captives, which they use for their own benefit after the captives' release. Reason, unknown. This race was the inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day. Note of Retro and Me, the ARB states the same thing about another race. They are one of the oldest races. They are one of the races that most human governments fear when considering the future of humans. ARB. DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Shampia. Often confused, because of their appearance, with the races Matra and Solipsuri, the Greys. They come from constellation Nets. They are allies of the Anunnaki and cooperate with them in different planets. They are the representants of the Anunnaki on Earth and send them information about humans and this planet at least 25 times per year. The Anunnaki created a subspecies of the Zeta with the purpose of making them look more human-like, but leaving enough physical differences for humans to distinguish them. They became some of the pharaohs of Egypt. ARB. DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Shambhala. The most well-known was Akhenaten, who was removed from power by reptilians, they infiltrated themselves in the court as temple priests. First reports of Zetas on Earth go back to 4,000 AD, but that number is most likely much higher. They were the first hybrids to be engineered by the Anunnaki. The Zeta subspecies still exists on Earth and still, at least 30°/0, present the same physical differences created in them. The sexual organs of the subspecies are in every aspect the same as that of humans. Arb. DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Sharnbaya. The Zetas still exist on Earth in both forms, the Originai and the hybrid subspecies. Their location on Earth is unknown. Zeta Reticuli, Arb. DS. Terrace. No image. Their origin is unknown. They are often seen near, or flying by, volcanoes. Identified due to the exquisite nature of their ships. They have never contacted humans and there are no reports of violence or abductions. Even though they are discreet, their presence on Earth is frequent. And they do not try to hide from view. There are several contradictory reports about their appearance. Last sighted, off the coast of Norway, in 2000. Purit Avialamu, aka Nosy V7. Their origin is unknown. They are often sighted in the northwest of the USA, especially in the Oregon area. They have a special interest about Earth's oceans and are known to have underwater ships, aka USOs. In the 1980s and the 1990s they almost crashed a few times against US Navy ships while the Amerlines were testing new sonar and radar systems. Tyee are peaceful and mostly nocturnal. Last sighted in the year 2000 near San Francisco, USA. Arb. DS. X1Z. aka X. No image. Only sighted 2 times on Earth. According to reports from other races, they are able to shapeshift as many as 4 times in 10 seconds. Their origin is unknown. They conduct human abductions and perform medical experiments on the subjects. They have been visiting Earth since the mid-1500s. The only 2 confirmed sightings happened near Elazig, Turkey. Arb. DS. Caraveldi. Known to be, at times, extremely dangerous to humans as well as to other alien races. They come from constellation Chameleon. They have been permanently involved in conflicts with a few other races for over 500 Earth years. They are rarely seen on Earth. They live up to 150 years old. Reportedly they are 3 meters tall, 9'1", and have 4 arms. Last sighting was near New Orleans, USA, in 1976. Elfov. They come from constellation Boötes, near Acellus Primus. They also resemble the Greys but are not related. This race has 4 different genders and they are known to be benevolent. The purpose of their visits is unknown, but they seem to have a special interest on raw materials/minerals, as they have been often sighted near old mines. Last sighting, San Isidro Ciel General, Costa Rica, in 2005. Arb. DS. Matrax. Despite their appearance, installs fear in humans when sighted. This race is not known to be aggressive. They can live up to 400 years. They come from constellation Delphinus, near Suolosin. They have been visiting Earth for at least 4.000 years, but were sighted quite often during the 19th century. They served as inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day. Note of Petro and me, this the other second mention about a race being used as inspiration for that same movie. Last sighting happened near Marseille, France, in 1996. Tisser 3. Their origin is unknown but there are reports stating that it takes them near 2 Earth years to get to this planet. They are the survivors of an extinct reptoid race and do not possess the same level of technology or knowledge as other races visiting Earth. They do have some human characteristics, such as skin. In 1977 or 1978, near Siena, Italy, 2 of their species were captured. After landing behind a church in ruins, 3 days later they were transferred to a USA air base still in Italy and finally taken to an undisclosed location where, supposedly, they still remain. Contacts have mentioned somewhere in the South Pacific or in another USA base near Japan. The USSR APA-3 was able to get a hold of one video recording of this species. East sighting, January 3, 2001, near Victoria, Canada. Arb. DS. Elena. AKA Elves. Supposedly this is the race that started the myth of elves, elf. They are sighted often in the Germanic countries, see in the forests. They are not known to be lethal to humans, however they are known as being pranksters. It seems that they enjoy scaring humans when these get too close. It has been reported that they have lured humans away from their cars in order to steal their possessions. Once the humans are far away from their vehicles, and they already have stolen what they wanted, they frighten them, which makes the humans leave the location. Last sighting, near Munich, Germany in December 2004. Arb. DS. The Council of 5. Arb. DS. Very little is known about the 5 alien races that are part of the Council of 5. The races that are part of this council, previously known as the Council of 9, have been protecting Earth and the humans for as long as there are alien records of it. Some say that they have been protecting the planet even before humans existed, for me 11 ions of years. An alien race reported that the Council of 5 last met on Earth in 1944. Note of Petro and myself, we found a handwritten note on the Arb dated July 2005 stating that the Council of 5 is going to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2013. The same note also mentioned the fact that the presence and arrival of those 5 races could cause cosmic events that can affect Earth's atmosphere. And it also said that humans would be seeing an increase of alien ships activity during that period. Arb. DS. Continuation of note. The note also states that the meeting of the Council is to discuss possible threats to Earth and humans as well as the fact that so many new alien races have been visiting Earth lately. By lately the note states that that means to the 5, for the past 500 years. // According to several alien races, the Council of 5, at the time, Council of 9, has monitored human evolution since primordial times, since humans were only a one-cell marine organism, and throughout all natural evolution, when humans became primate-like creatures and beyond, after the Anunnaki, aka Anunnaki, interference. According to those same alien races, all evolutionary sequences in all planets have a beginning and an end, with the exception of minor details due mostly to radical weather changes. After the Anunnaki tampered with the DNA of primates and created humans, the Council of 5 decided to not only monitor but also to protect us, as they realized that one day humans would be able to join other alien races in development and enlightenment. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. Orella. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. Igorot. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. Jinvo. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. J. P.S. R. 1. Redan. Arb. DS. The Council of 5 is composed of the following races. Emmerther. Arb. DS. It is generally agreed that the EMETHEPV is the most important race not only of the council but also amongst all known races. They are related to the Soltsurai but much older and advanced. In all levels, they were one of the founder races of the council. They met with USA President D. Eisenhower in 3 different occasions. They also met with 2 high-ranking USSR leaders in 3 different occasions, and they do not force anything upon humans, to meet with USA President R. Nixon, but he refused, claiming that it would be too dangerous as they could maybe read his mind and find out about delicate national security secrets concerning the relations with the USSR. Alien files. In 2003, the China National Space Administration, CNSA, received the reply from the Pioneer plague sent in 1972 and 1973 aboard the Pioneer 10 and 11. Despite many requests and offers from the USA, the EU, Australia and Russia for China to share the information on the reply, the Chinese have not done that yet. In 1985, 3 alien races delivered documents and video to the UN Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar showing evidence of several planets within Earth's solar system that had a daily average temperature of 32 degrees Celsius, 89.6 Fahrenheit, and oceans. ARB. DS. K737. Lafia, Nigeria. In August 21-1957, a Caucasoid woman was found near Lafia. She was not dressed matching the area nor the time period. She was taken to a local Dutch landowner and interrogated. Reports say that she claimed to be Captain Benjamin Briggs's wife Sarah. Captain Benjamin Briggs was the captain of the Mary Celeste, a British-American merchant ship that was discovered on December 4-1872 in the Atlantic Ocean, unmanned and apparently abandoned. She committed suicide that same night. Reptilian shape-shifting in progress. Ian shape-shifting in progress, 2. ARB. DS. The Matra have been involved in several tragedies throughout human history. Some of the worst plagues were inflicted by them with the knowledge and agreement of the reptilians, who want the human population to never go over 8 billion. The reptilians have abducted female humans for thousands of years. Most of their hybrid offspring are sent away to other planets that they have colonized. Some stay on Earth where they become powerful members, infiltrated in society. Mars and the Moon have been overmined and explored for the past 33.000 years. The races that do it are going deeper and deeper inside the planet to reach the raw materials they want. Abandoned surface structures can be seen everywhere. All human religions have been created by alien races that want to keep humans divided and the truth about creation in secret. They roam the corridors of religious power as members of pseudo-religious spirit-way human organizations such as the Masons. Most members of the Masons are clueless about the true intentions of a few. ARB. DS. 11. RT. TJ carat dash T underscore underscore carat I. Since the formation of the USSR, its leaders were extremely interested about all the information they could get on aliens. They knew of their existence and visits and wanted to gain their knowledge, little knowing that the death of Russia's Tsar Nicholas II had been planned by aliens and that their own circles of power had already been infiltrated. Several secret missions were deployed by Stalin to South and Central America after 2 generals found a book that belonged to Tsar Nicholas I's wife, Tsarina Alexandra, and Grigory Rasputin,
you can train.
that had a map
Um,
showing the location
so a lot of the work goes into
of alien bases.
Now, as you pointed
That
out,
map was later
it could be
used in the school
achieve a ton of,
system, minus the
if you want to basically
bases locations.
they have a treaty.
2 pounds.
So in
RR,
this video, we have 8
the
videos
Philadelphia
coming from all the cameras of the
experiment of
And this is what
1943
they saw, and
did
this is
happen,
the
and
proof
it
of what
was
actually was around. So
successful
this is
after the
These are
third
the
attempt.
this is geometry
Further,
of the road. There's traffic lights,
attempts
there's
failed.
position. You need
Contrary
to
to belief, the
and so the
experiment
question that the
resulted
team was solving, of course, is
from
how do
Albert
you
Einstein's
derive that boundary?
discovery of a
And it's large
manuscript
and diverse.
along
Then training a neural network
with one metallic object found in a cave system and brought to Spain by Columbus on his last voyage. Arb. DS. The manuscript found by Columbus contained extremely technologically advanced schematic drawings and information, and it was used to develop the unified field theory by Einstein, where he described mathematically and physically the interrelated nature of the forces that comprise electromagnetic radiation and gravity. Einstein had Illuminati connections. Arb. DS. In 1933, near Vergia, Italy, an alien ship belonging to the race Calamia crashed, killing all its occupants. Inside, many ancient Italian artifacts were found, and alien ones. Benito Mussolini created a secret group to look at that incident and any other future ones related to alien races. That group still exists, and it's called Joe 1. All the artifacts found on the wreck were put in a museum and passed as if found at an archaeological excavation. In 1950, another ship crashed at the same location. Arb. DS. During the early 1950s, USA President D. Eisenhower and British PM Winston Churchill met several times to discuss the best ways to keep the alien presence on Earth away from the general public and from prying eyes. Together they created a top-secret task force called SILK. This task force was so secretive that its leader was an Air Force general from English descent that belonged to the military of Uruguay. Side by side with this general worked 2 USA and 2 English secret services agents. They were not allowed to write anything they investigated. All events and investigative progress were only reported face to face to both Churchill and or Eisenhower. Arb. DS. From 700 AD to the 19th century AD, over 50 battles between alien races were fought on Earth's skies and witnessed by thousands of people. Many artists painted and carved these events, but the Catholic Church searched, found, and destroyed most of them. In the 20th century, only less than 10 are available. 18th century. Arb. DS. As long as there are stars, there will be war. Race Matra. August 1608, from Marseille and Nice, France, all the way to Genova, Italy, alien ships stop by the sea shore and crew members work on the vehicles openly for everyone to see. This painting shows 3 alien ships in Nice. Note, this is the original illustration. In the 1970s, a magazine purposely improved its quality in order to make it look contemporary and be able to debunk the event. Real witness of the event wrote the next day. The inhabitants saw 3 strange luminous vessels, which evolved at high speed above the city. The 3 machines stopped near the fortress and went down above the waters, where they caused the water to boil and emit a red-orange vapor. to the great stupor of the numerous witnesses.
So
2.
vision is, probably
Humanoid
combined
beings with
together
large heads and large luminous
with a very high
eyes,
sensor.
dressed in a red suit with silver scales,
I love that
connected to the flying machine by tubes, engaged themselves in several hours of strange work. Arb. DS. 09. V. Discovers. AVVRAYUESTLLLRI. JJUESLT pound SFQVVAAHJ, E pound. JJ Gaiax Aparcus Fit BMCT Degen.S. 2. Ucomni J Altnir Tiu Mois D Alud. DCRMCR all C its dishes do HNG. Quidletum C do sickle CN plux do. RA ilted NICUH 6 CCNJ Piuia Kurzoi. Droid. DCLJT Efro C. Udip J byte HPSJKF. Fed asterisk fix J Pinjuk J tit LRRRTII asterisk. YTTF. Tired is for pick for. ETTMTCFTDVCUCN Grande Didli Radon. DTIRANCT / caret is IOLUSJ far file DC muck CJ. / UIFVNEVISC lux la MER sync UCC data. Marj LCIC. I. Parodard. LNPNTNC a Trawat asterisk P. Alruomritic DT. Alruomritic DCH. PCNJ Tunkarik. Asterisk ATUJTCUIQM / NTF Unite asterisk. This is the original report from the alien event of August 1608. In Marseille, Nice and Genova. During your investigations in our territories or abroad you will often find misleading and / or falsified information concerning sightings and / or alien contact. This misleading and / or falsified information will concern mainly dates, places, witnesses, time, and weather conditions at the time of the event. This pattern of deception is common and has been practiced for centuries either by religious organizations, secret sects, privately owned media and infiltrated human governments. Arb. DS. Images 1, 2, and 3 show commemorative coins, no transaction value, from 3 different families. They depict 3 ships from 2 alien races. A Western European magazine tried to debunk these by stating that they simply represented each family's shields. Further research proved that 1. The images did not match any of the family's shields. 2. 2 different families would never use the same pattern. 3. These images do not match any shield of the era. 4. The images match well-known and reported alien ships. Arb. DS. 1. CCTV New York City, USA. Prehistoric cave paintings in the south of France. The same ships can be found on wall cave paintings in Spain. Arb. DS. Europe 1465. Arabia Peninsula 1479. Asterisk. 4. Ecuador. Arb. DS. Asterisk asterisk. Recovered alien ships in the base of Kapustin Yar. Astrakhan, Volgograd. 3 seemed abandoned, 2 the result of crashes. Alien ships monitoring the activity in the Plazitsk Missile Center. Jan 5-1992. Arb. DS. The following are prints that were stolen in Sweden from APIS USSR, Alien Presence Intelligence Services, by APIS USA, in conjunction with another foreign special service. 6 months later these prints were, unknown reason, attributed to an Menken civilian as an invention and later, as a fake. These prints were, 1 year later, copyrighted by an unknown person. All the most technologically important prints were never found nor released / revealed. The scientific data on these prints was changed. Also, many faked illustrations were added to the original. Documents, the original, stolen, had only 3 pages and the fake copyrighted one had over 20 pages. These are the original prints. ARB, DS, ARB, DS, FR, ARB, DS, photo, top, of a cart, ship that crashed in Klasura, Bulgaria in 1971. Left and bottom the USSR's failed attempt, for now, at recreating an alien ship, ARB, DS. We know that there are at least 2,500 alien races, that number is likely to be much higher. One race, a crew member of the Masaryk ship that crashed near Yekaterinburg, now Sverdlovsky, said that there are a few races that do not come to Earth because they know that the reptilians and the Matra are here. Some of those races that avoid Earth are as violent, if not more, as the Matra, others are peaceful. So, having the reptilians and the Matra on Earth, it is not always a bad thing, it keeps even worse races away. The balance is found by having the Council of Five protecting us. The Masaryk crew member said the following: there are many more races that would like to protect humans, but they are not willing to start a war against reptilians or Matra over you. ARB, DS. In the area known as the Bermuda Triangle, there have been 2 permanent underwater bases for thousands of years. The first one was established by the Matraks around 3.000 years ago, while the second one has been there for over 6.000 years, race unknown. Several other races have had bases there, or near, but have abandoned them. This photo shows the ruins of an abandoned base. Apis USA used their influence in the media to propagate the rumor that it was a sank submarine. Later Apis USA created a CGI video about it. Remember, we cooperate with other Apis, but we do not trust them or share information that is deemed confidential or top secret. ARB, DS. We still have a very limited knowledge of the activities occurring in the Bermuda Triangle area. From alien reports we do know this. 1. Abductions do occur in the area. 2. Experimentations with humans do occur in those bases. 3. There is a multi-dimensional space portal that goes to and from the triangle, not exactly inside the area known as the triangle. 4. There is a race that is planning on building/creating a new base in the triangle in the year 2021. Rumors say it's the Gigantic. 5. It is not the most important underwater region on Earth to those alien races. ARB, DS. These are some of the ships that were taken with the sole purpose, confirmed by third-party alien race, of abducting humans. Pickering 1,890 people, Wasp 1,814, 140, Grampus 1,843, 48, Atlanta 1,880, 290, Rapukumam 1924, Stavanger 1931, 43. ARB, DS. The crash of a Solipsi RAS ship in Roswell, USA, in July 7, 1947, has been one of the most secretive Apis USA case. Despite our best efforts, we were never able to recover any evidence except for the top-secret photos on Annex 3352B. Jade Hijpte CTBO. And EIOIACMCTNH Hiri IH Kivodi Muliafaya. JLPH I.2 GV72 or JEOKOI. Adiojizi Eiffel Key CST. Ziak Ben R asterisk. RACS. I seek PGIV this IIIA. Q/S, X. FFE pound IFE pound OT pound PO and IWSR 03 pound. IVINK Fincidal and Carat AAPSCL, KJMEP Kime, HQF pound Rick LVI pound KNN Ren GCG, L Lapatio asterisk 3 dot pa carat OHSUJAJD 1947 LC. .jl slash lit asterisk I0 KR, J.5 carat colon point 0. C. FET JCTLLT by JRLU, T carat JC, idle CC LJTCIEA. LEXRYC2X3, dash 2 VO. F slash, LV carat. ARB. DS. Our agents estimate that near 659B of all aliens and UFO related websites on the internet, worldwide, are government or government owned and ran. In the case of USA only websites that number jumps to 839B, and in Europe to 709B. In the USA 359B of those websites are ran by the NSA, 309B. By the CIA, 159B by the military, 109B by APIS USA, 59B by the FBI and the rest by unknown government agencies. In Prussia that number is around 339B. In China that number is around 959B. In Japan that number is around 709B. In Australia that number is around 259B. In India that number is around 559B. In Brazil that number is around 809B. Note from myself and Retro, the information above was added, handwritten, to the book in 2007. ARB. DS. In the so-called Area 51 there are members, number unknown, of 4 different races forcibly cooperating with humans and reptilians. As far as we know none of those members are either high-ranking or have a significant importance in their fields of expertise. The Matra and humans conduct security services and support to the base 24/7. There's more than one race conducting operations on the moon. The main race in the moon are the Indugud, aka tall white. The Mythili also have at least one base, surface, on what we call the dark side of Earth's satellite. Many of the Indugud human oddities are there. They end up either as slaves for mining, underground, or as what they call Johns and Marys, but their official name is Students M. The Students M are abductees that reveal a higher level of intelligence and are willing participants, or become that, in their agenda and see plans. It is estimated that 4 in each 10 abductees become Students M. The rest, 604B, become slaves. Some of those slaves go on to work on other planets. The Students M, after training, and whatever else, return to Earth to assume leadership roles in human society. And how some look from above. Confirmed sightings 2001 to 2003. I confirmed abductions. 5T. South Spain, Weather, Canada, Sweden, Australia, United France, Germany, Italy, Japan. Korea, lands, kingdom, states. In Russia, same period. Sightings, 425. Abductions, 156. Alien implants in Apis Russia agent. The day humans killed reptilians. In 856 BC, in the region of, now, Udmurtia, Russia, there was a confrontation between humans and reptilians. Reports state that a colony of reptilians were building an underground base in the area. The humans that lived in the area wrote, "Thunder by day, lightning at night, the earth shakes like in the cheese of old again, the snakes are everywhere, flying low, and causing all creatures to die, the fish are gone and the rivers dry, we must fight or we will die." A member of the Tengri, when asked by a human leader, in the 20th century, if we humans would ever have a fighting chance at defeating the reptilians, said, Your ancestors from ancient Slavia using not much more than stones and sticks defeated them once AI ready, I nay. Then you have learned much and done much, but you have lost your courage. Arb. DS. Arb. DS. The Tengri did say that there's a rumor that the humans did not act alone against the reptilians, that they had an alien race helping them behind the curtains. However, they also said that in the moment of battle, supposedly there were only humans fighting, not aliens. Either way, it shows what humans can do and that nothing is lost. For posterity, those humans made these works of art, a reminder of a great day for their culture. One thing though, the story goes that 200 years later that culture simply vanished. Arb. DS. Day of Shame. The Tunguska explosion. The Tunguska incident was a powerful explosion that occurred in a desolate area near the Tunguska River in Russia. On June 30, 1908. It is commonly believed to have been caused by the explosion of a large meteoroid in Earth's atmosphere about 5 to 10 kilometers, 3 to 6 miles, high. The blast flattened an estimated 60 million trees over 2,150 square kilometers. But the Tunguska explosion did not have a cosmic birth and death. Clears the version of events that lead to the explosion, as told by a member of the Tengri, Arb. DS. For 5 days and 4 nights, near what you call Tunguska, the Matra had been fighting the Dorsi. Other races were starting to choose sides and were going to get involved. Even the Council of Five was worried with the escalation and seriousness of the event. On the clay of that great explosion, an Elmanuk ship came to Earth in order to try ending the conflict. The Elmanuk are respected wherever we may go. They are wise and impartial. With them came a Pleiadian ship, one of their biggest. The Matra were warned by the reptilians of the coming presence of the Elmanuk and the Pleiadians earlier that day. The Matra had just shot down the last of the Dorsey ships. When the Pleiadians entered Earth's atmosphere, they were attacked by 3 Matra ships and destroyed. One Elmanuk ship was also destroyed in space that day. And that is what happened in Tunguska. Arb. DS. Also, according to the Tengri, the Pleiadian ship that was destroyed that day near Tunguska was not supposed to come to Earth that day. They were going to a different destination, carrying the things they do, their holy rocks and other materials. The Elmanuk asked them to help them in solving the conflict, and they paid the price with the ending of this life of theirs. 11. In 2003, crystals with strange symbols, inscriptions, and holes were found in the Tunguska region. Further lab analysis showed that their composition is made of certain earth minerals as well as some elements that are not found on Earth. Note of myself and Petro. In late 2008, the crystals were presented to the media by a Russian scientist. After much discussion about the origin of the crystals, the matter lost interest, and it is supposed that the crystals now rest in a private collection. Arb. DS. The Cholkai, as aliens call them, are not an alien race as commonly accepted for many years by different apes. Aliens do not know how they evolved or where they came from. The only things we know about them are they exist in all continents, they live underground and are mostly nocturnal, they have a structured society, leaders and social classes, they have a cultural identity, and supposedly they can live up to 250 years. None was ever captured alive. Case 34-8 NB. Ilyakivsk, Odessa, Ukraine. In October-February 1947 a confirmed Matra sanding happened 2 days later. 12 sailors, on a fishing boat, disappeared. In 1982 one of the missing sailors, a Mr. Kirilo, in 1947 only 16 years old, showed up in Mardu, Estonia. He reported that he had been in the moon. He died in 1983 from a self-inflicted wound. On his chest he carved, with a knife, the followings. SS Waratelai, they are still waiting. Case 556-9 IGP. Oregon. HMS Sickle was a submarine of the Royal Navy. In June 12 of 1944 it went missing while on patrol in the Northern Aegean. One member of the crew was found in 1971 near Bend, Oregon. In 1984 he became an advisor to USA President Ronald P. Carrot Egan. And he was often seen in the company of Minnesota Governor Harold Stassen. As far as we have been informed he is still alive. Arb. DS. List of American politicians with connections to the reptilians. Confirmed. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Former Vice President Dick Cheney. Former President George H.W. Bush. Former President George W. Bush. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Former President Bill Clinton. Arb. DS. Alien ships. Arb. DS. Arb. DS. Arb. DS. Arb. DS. Puritabialamu. Pleiadian. Arb. DS. 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 U asterisk J. Arb. DS. 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 Alien Dixon. The following are quotes, personal messages, face-to-face, and / or transmissions from several alien races obtained voluntarily and / or under custody and distress. They were obtained by several different APIS, Alien Presence Intelligence Services, from around the world, but mainly from the USSR, Russia, USA, China, and Japan. These statements do not express the opinion of all alien races on any of the mentioned issues. In fact, they differ substantially on some issues, especially when dealing with the future of the human race. Arb. DS. 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The violence and hatred that humans have inside themselves, when compared to the violence and hatred that the race Matra has inside themselves, is like comparing a flower to a volcano. In 2017 you will see the beginning, in 2022 you will see the beginning of the end. Unless you all change. Illuminati pest is. We have given you so much and you have given yourselves so little. Space and time are nothing, we are nothing, she is everything. There are 834 known species at the same level that you humans were 3,000 years ago, and they are not very far away from you. We have shown you to some of them, like we have shown some of the others to you, now and then. And they are afraid of you, of what you may become. The signs are all around you, and above you, and inside of you, in the fields, the sky, and the stars, and in the eyes of your children and your old ones. Of all species we have found in 3 universes you are The one with most suicidal thoughts. Arb. DS. Your planet only has less than woe of what many races that visit you want or need, but your planet is in the right place to all of them. The importance that 1,000 races give to you is the same that you give to 1 grain of sand in the desert. Your planet just happens to be in the right place. Sometimes the wrong place. You humans have been misled and you grew up too fast. Just like you learn to love a stranger after you meet him, some of us have learned to love you. We will always protect you, until the day you say no more. We cannot protect you every day. There are 5 known universes in 5 different dimensions to protect. Your world is full of lines, follow them. The Council of 5 will become the Council of None. And then your planet will face the Council of Death. No other race ridicules other races, and each other like yours do. Soon 1 year will feel like 1 million to you. And in Greece you will find yours and our past. Arb. DS. We, the Matra, will be the new she. You believe in many things that you do not see. Except for the only thing you do not see but should believe in, and it has always been all around you just chose to forget it. There is much worse than the race Matra. We know it. We have seen them and we have seen what they have done, and they know about you humans. There are so many of ours in you. There are many of us that you adore in places that you adore, and in places that you hate. We could stop your sun from rising tomorrow. 500 years and you are still lying to each other. Soon this dream of yours will end. You have lost 1,000 years in the past 50 years. If you go to Mars, Mars will come to you. That is what they do. Your children that now live inside the moon do not miss you anymore. Thousands of your children go missing every year, never to be found again, and yet you still expect your television to save them when inside of you you already know the answer. Arb. DS. Reptilians and Matra killed him, with your help. Innocent secret sex and malevolent secret sex. And you adore them both. She is not inside of you anymore. We have died for you and still you fear us. Why threatening us if we came to you offering you long life? You kill each other every day in the name of saving each other, and you have been doing that since before we talked to you. The Anunnaki created you once, they will not create you again. We will destroy you and the Anunnaki, and the time is near. 8 years in 1 day, 8 years in 1 day, 8 years in 1 day. Almost all races went to war, but not with themselves. Your modern gods are confused, your ancient gods are forgotten. Look at the stars and you will see us every day looking at you. If you look too far you will see something you do not want to. Arb. DS. The notes and updates. Arb. DS. The Kurds showed up again, Washington, D.C. The Kurds are not supposed to be here. What is going on? Pleiadians in Bora Bora, Apis Russia and USA ignored them again. Why did the Matra accepted guild for 2000? More planes are being ready for 2017. Bush will do what Bush is told. I the ones before him. 3 more economies destroyed. Why don't people see it? In August 2013, USA, try Alfalfa Market Road in Oregon. Want to see? Watch, 54.7371 degrees north, 55.9667 degrees east, August 27. JFK had DNA from the first race. Call Yakiran 3. Why did they choose Putin to start the avalanche? The black will be white and the yellow will be red. Arb. DS. Note from myself and Petro. These are some of the handwritten notes and updates found on the alien races book pages. There are literally hundreds of them, about 3 or 4 in each page. We chose the ones that we deemed more relevant. Otherwise this publication would have thousands of pages. We may one day publish all notes. Arb. DS. As Napoleon, Alexander, and Hitler did, so will the rest. How blind are people that they cannot see what's in the Grand Canyon. Connect London, Berlin, and Cairo. 2 km south from the Vatican, small pink house, always. For rent, never rented, they keep it there. Corolla dos Templarios. Why do Australian humans do not see September 23rd? Caravaggio has it. The Pope and Castro met again last week, with Matra. The states are losing ground now. Funny. Put in using Medvedev in front of everybody, haha. Ha, M. Arb. DS. She. Ever since humans and aliens started cohabiting Earth, the main question humans wanted answered was, who created the universe and all of us? That question has been answered the same exact way by all the alien races that have spoken about it. The answer to that question has been sent several times, by 2 different races, to all human religious leaders throughout the centuries. The answer to that question has been sent several times, by 2 different races, to some human political leaders. Throughout the centuries, as far as we know, the last of those leaders to get the message was USA President JFK in October 3, 1963. Arb. DS. The message was sent by these 2 races. Ramajafic. The message is both simple and complex. Informative but raising questions. Of hope but also of warning. Arb. DS. Ronnie Ijafik. And this is the message. This is a message of disambiguation to all of you men of the humankind. This is a message of redirection to all of you men of the humankind. This is a message to enliven the minds of you men of the humankind. This is a message that has been delivered from race to race. Since the beginning, just like it was delivered to us, it is now passed to you. Where there were no men of the humankind there were others of other kinsis. Arb. DS. This is a message to you as well, women of the humankind. Only the first race has her purity. All other races must live the grievous, patient, and laborious process of spiritual inner discovery and progression. Our collective history and memory has suffered much in the past. It has been erased, manipulated, suffocated, shifted, changed and molded according to the interests of a few. On your planet as well as on ours and the ones of other kinds in the past. To the leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, look at your religious leaders. To the religious leaders, look at yourselves and the ones like you. Leaders of other religions, all over your planet. Why do you wear your long robes and skirts, and all manners of symbols that you do not understand? Why do you, religious leaders, men of the humankind, wear your long robes and skirts not knowing why? Who, men of the humankind, are you trying to be? Who, men of the humankind, are you trying to represent? Arb. DS. This page, and images, is not original to the book. It was added by myself and Retro to serve as an illustration. Arb. DS. You, religious men of the humankind, and you, leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, men of humankind, have slowed your spiritual progress in half because you have divided your kind in half. No men of the humankind should destroy what the women of the humankind have created. You have for many of your years relegated the women of the humankind to the role of slaves. And before your kind, many other kinds have done that, and before your kind, men of the humankind, many other kinds. We have warned. For you to achieve what is yours, for you, men and women of the humankind, to be closer to Flair, you must first become one kind. Arb. DS. Like many kinds before you, men and women of the humankind, you have a journey of restraint and constriction ahead of you, a journey of difficulty and resistance. But, unlike many kinds before yours, you are on a path of spiritual self-destruction never experienced or self-provoked by the other kinds before. And yet, you are so young. The Anunnaki created you, but many kinds can destroy you. You have 2.000 more of your years to change. After that, men of the humankind, it will be too late. Not too late for your survival, but too late for your salvation. Your spiritual salvation. The Council of Five can only keep you safe from other kinds, not from yourselves. Arb. DS. And we know that you have been betrayed, misled and mistreated. And we know that after thousands of your years, by means of infiltration, disguisement, and deceit, you, men of the human kind, have been fooled to believe the unacceptable by races that do not wish you well. But, before you, many others kinds suffered the same, and they too overcorned what seemed impossible to overcome. Your strength is inside of you and all around you, even now. Your strength is in her, and she is inside you, men and women of the humankind, even now. And the answer is in the place that you, humankind, call Greece. And the answer is she, Artemis, Diana. And the answer have always been her. And the answer, men and women of the humankind, has been the same to all kinds, in all places. Arb. DS. Some accept it, others don't, but the answer is only one, she. It has been this way from the beginning and it will be this way. Men and women from the humankind, until the end. It has been this way here and in all four universes and dimensions. She has many names, and many faces, and lives in many places. She is the creator, not the destroyer. In your planet she was and is called Diana, or goddess Diana. In our planets she was called Elixir. She was also called, on other planets, Lexi, Lizzie, Dizzy and Tizzy. To you, of the humankind, she will always be goddess Diana. Search for her, learn of and from her, she is the truth, the light, the beginning, and but never the end, the creator and never the destroyer, the one all of us came from. And learn from your legendary Greek gods of old, as they all did exist, as you exist and we exist. And we are one, and she is the one. She is the one that you, religious men from the humankind, lost in your robes and memory, want to be and try to replicate. Men of the humankind, learn from her, the creator I. Arb. DS. M. Foot asterisk. Arb. DS. List OE popes to whom the message has been transmitted to. Miltiades, 4th century. Pius VII. John VII, 8th century JG Carat Century. John Paul I, 20th century. Arb. DS. List of Islamic leaders to whom the message has been transmitted to. Ilham Majlisi Sani, 1690. Ibrahim al-Fayyumi, in 1725. Mustafa al-Aruzi, 1864. Mustafa al-Marahi, 1935. Gad al-Haq, 1982. Final thoughts. Arb. DS. The future of the human race is not in our hands at this point. In time, one day it might be. All that we, real humans, can do right now is to gather all the information we can about these alien races and their habits. To find out about their weaknesses and strengths, so that when our future becomes our responsibility we can be prepared to fight for it if needed. Today we are just mere spectators watching a theater play. Some of us are watching the play completely unaware that what we are watching is real, the actors, aliens, are real, the play, storyline, is real, the stage and the props, alien worlds, alien ships, and odd cosmic events, are real. Others know that what they are watching is real, but there's nothing that they can do about it. They cannot change the play, and certainly they cannot go to another theater where the play is more of their liking. The only thing they can do is watch. Others, like you, me, your companion agents and a few more, worldwide, are spectators taking notes about what is in front of them about the play, about the actors and about the setting and props. We are learning about and writing about everything we see, so that one day when we have an opportunity to change the storyline, we are prepared to do so. But beware, amongst the spectators there are many that are not paying attention to the play. They are only watching the other spectators around them, especially the ones taking notes, and those spectators look just like you and me. They can be seated right beside you. Sometimes they even are the ones that gave you the ticket for the pie, and sometimes they are your own parents. Latest update to the book, added by myself.
And simple and interesting enough. It just kind of like it was the right time for that kind of data set.
Question from Reddit. What are your thoughts on the role that synthetic data and game engines will play in the future of the internet model development?
I think as neural nets converge to humans, the value of simulation to neural nets will be similar to value of simulation to humans. So people use simulation because they can learn something in that kind of a system, and without having to actually experience it.
But are you referring to simulation we do in our head?
No, sorry, simulation. I mean like video games or other forms of simulation for various professionals.
So let me push back on that, because maybe there's simulation that we do in our heads, like simulate if I do this, what do I think will happen?
Okay, that's like internal simulation.
Yeah, internal. Isn't that what we're doing? Simulate before we act.
Yeah, but that's in terms of like the use of simulation in the sense of like computer games or using simulation for training set creation or.
Is it independent or is it just loosely correlated? Because like, isn't that useful to do like counterfactual or like edge case simulation to like, what happens if there's a nuclear war? What happens if there's, like those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a different simulation from like Unreal Engine. That's how I interpreted the question.
So like simulation of the average game. Is that what's Unreal Engine? What do you mean by Unreal Engine? So like, simulating a world, physics of that world. Yes. Why is that different? Like, because you also can add behavior to that world, and you could try all kinds of stuff, right? Like, you could throw all kinds of weird things into it. Yeah. So Unreal Engine is not just about simulating. I mean, I guess it is about simulating the physics of the world. It's also doing something with that.
Yeah, the graphics, the physics, and the agents that you put into the environment and stuff like that. Yeah.
See, I feel like you said that it's not that important, I guess, for the future of AI development. Is that correct to interpret
Well,
it that way?
I think humans use simulators and they find them useful. And so computers will use simulators and find them useful.
Okay, so you're saying it's not that. I don't use simulators very often. I play a video game every once in a while, but I don't think I derive any wisdom about my own existence from most video games. It's a momentary escape from reality versus a source of wisdom about reality. polite way of saying simulation is not that useful.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't see it as like a fundamental, really important part of like training neural nets currently. But I think as neural nets become more and more powerful, I think you will need fewer examples to train additional behaviors. And simulation is, of course, there's a domain gap in a simulation. That's not the real world. It's likely something different. But with a powerful neural net, you need the domain gap can be bigger, I think, because neural nets also understand that even though it's not the real world, it like has all this high-level structure that I'm supposed to be learn from.
So the neural net will actually, will be able to leverage synthetic data better.
Yes.
By closing the gap, by understanding in which ways this is not real data. We're going to do better questions next time. That was a question, but I'm just kidding. All right. So, is it possible, do you think, thinking about this, to construct neural nets and training processes that require very little data? So, we've been talking about huge data sets at the internet for training. And one way to say that is, like you said, like the querying itself is another level of training, I guess, and that requires a little data.
Yeah.
But do you see any value in doing research and kind of going down the direction of can we use very little data to train to construct a knowledge base?
100%. I just think like at some point you need a massive data set. And then when you pre-train your massive neural net and get something that, is like a GPT or something, then you're able to be very efficient at training any arbitrary new task. So a lot of these GPTs, you can do tasks like sentiment analysis or translation or so on, just by being prompted with very few examples. Here's the kind of thing I want you to do. Like, here's an input sentence, here's the translation into German. Input sentence, translation to German. Input sentence, blank, and the neural net will complete the translation to German just by looking at sort of the example you provided. And so that's an example of a very few shot learning in the activations of the neural net instead of the weights of the neural net. And so I think basically, just like humans, neural nets will become very data efficient at learning any other new task. But at some point, you need a massive data set to pre-train your network.
You get that, and probably we humans have something like that. Do we have something like that? Do we have a passive in the background model constructing thing that just runs all the time in a self-supervised way? We're not conscious of it.
I think humans definitely. I mean, obviously, we learn a lot during our lifespan, but also we have a ton of hardware that helps us initialization coming from sort of evolution. And so I think that's also a really big component. A lot of people in the field, I think they just talk about the amounts of like seconds and that the person has lived pretending that this is a tabula rasa, sort of like a zero initialization of the neural net. And it's not. Like, you can look at a lot of animals, like for example, zebras. Zebras get born and they see and they can run. There's zero training data in their lifespan. They can just do that. So somehow, I have no idea how, evolution has found a way to encode these algorithms and these neural net initializations that are extremely good into ATCGs. I have no idea how this works, but apparently it's possible because here's proof by existence.
There's something magical about going from a single cell to an organism that is born in the first few years of life. I kind of like the idea that the reason we don't remember anything about the first few years of our life is that it's a really painful process. Like, it's a very difficult, challenging training process.
Yeah.
Like, intellectually. Like, and maybe, why don't we remember any of that? There might be some crazy training going on. And maybe that's the background model of training that is very painful. And so it's best for the system once it's trained not to remember how it's constructed.
I think it's just like the hardware for long-term memory is just not fully developed.
Sure.
I kind of feel like the first few years of infants is not actually like learning; it's brain maturing.
Yeah.
We're born premature. There's a theory along those lines because of the birth canal and the swelling of the brain, and so we're born premature. And then the first few years, we're just the brain is maturing, and then there's some learning eventually. My current view on it.
What do you think? Do you think neural nets can have long-term memory? Like, that approaches something like human. Do you think there needs to be another meta architecture on top of it to add something like a knowledge base that learns facts about the world and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, but I don't know to what extent it will be explicitly constructed. it might take unintuitive forms where you are telling the GPT like, hey, you have a declarative memory bank to which you can store and retrieve data from. And whenever you encounter some information that you find useful, just save it to your memory bank. And here's an example of something you have retrieved, and here's how you save it, and here's how you load from it. You just say load, whatever, you teach it in text in English, and then it might learn to use a memory bank from that.
Oh, so the neural net is the architecture for the background model, the base thing, and then everything else is just on top of this.
So it's not just text, right? It's you're giving it gadgets and gizmos. So you're teaching some kind of special language by which it can save arbitrary information and retrieve it at a later time. Yeah. And you're telling it about these special tokens and how to arrange them to use these interfaces. It's like, hey, you can use a calculator. Here's how you use it. Just do 5, 3 plus 4, 1 equals. And when equals is there, the calculator will actually read out the answer and you can let the calculator yourself. And you just like tell it in English. This might actually work.
Do you think, in that sense, Gato is interesting, the deep mind system, that it's not just in language, but actually throws it all in the same pile? Images, actions, all that kind of stuff. That's basically what we're moving towards.
Yeah, I think so. So Gato is very much a kitchen sink approach to like reinforcement learning in lots of different environments with a single fixed transformer model, right? I think it's a very sort of early result in that realm, but I think it's along the lines of what I think things will eventually look like.
Right. So this is the early days of the system that eventually will look like this, like from a rich Southern perspective.
Yeah, I'm not super huge fan of, I think, all these interfaces that like look very different. I would want everything to be normalized into the same API. So for example, screen pixels, very same API. Instead of having like different world environments that have very different physics and joint configurations and appearances and whatever, and you're having some kind of special tokens for different games that you can plug. I'd rather just normalize everything to a single interface, so it looks the same to the neural net. If that makes sense.
It's all going to be pixel-based Pong in the end.
I think so.
Okay. Let me ask you about your own personal life. A lot of people want to know you're one of the most productive and brilliant people in the history of AI. What is a productive day in the life of Andre Kropotkin? What time do you wake up? Because imagine some kind of dance between the average productive day and a perfect productive day. So the perfect productive day is the thing you strive towards, and the average is kind of what it kind of converges to, with all the mistakes and human eventualities and so on.
Yeah.
So what time do you wake up? Are you a morning person?
I'm not a morning person. I'm a night owl for sure.
Is it stable or not?
It's semi-stable, like 8 or 9 or something like that. During my PhD, it was even later. I used to go to sleep usually at 3 a.m. I think the AM hours are precious and very interesting time to work because everyone is asleep. At 8 a.m. or 7 a.m., the East Coast is awake. So there's already activity, there's already some text messages, whatever, there's stuff happening. You can go on like some news website and there's stuff happening, distracted. At 3 a.m., everything is totally quiet. And so you're not going to be bothered and you have solid chunks of time to do work. So I like those periods, night owl by default. And then I think like productive time, basically, what I like to do is you need to like build some momentum on the problem without too much distraction. And you need to load your RAM, your working memory, with that problem. And then you need to be obsessed with it when you're taking a shower, when you're falling asleep. You need to be obsessed with the problem, and it's fully in your memory, and you're ready to wake up and work on it right there.
So does the scale, is this in a scale, temporal scale of a single day, or a couple of days, a week, a month?
So I can't talk about one day based on isolation because it's a whole process. When I want to get productive in the problem, I feel like I need a span of a few days where I can really get in on that problem, and I don't want to be interrupted. And I'm going to just be completely obsessed with that problem, and that's where I do most of my good workouts.
You've done a bunch of cool, like, little projects in a very short amount of time, very quickly. So that requires you just focusing on it.
Yeah, basically, I need to load my working memory with the problem, and I need to be productive because there's always like a huge fixed cost to approaching a problem. I was struggling with this, for example, at Tesla because I want to work on my small side project. But okay, you first need to figure out, I need to SSH into my cluster. I need to bring up the VS Code editor so I can work on this. I ran into some stupid error because of some reason. You're not at a point where you can be productive right away. You are facing barriers. And so it's about really removing all that barrier, and you're able to go into the problem, and you have the full problem loaded in your memory.
somehow avoiding distractions of all different sorts, like news stories, emails, but also distractions from other interesting projects that you previously worked on or currently working on, and so on.
Yeah.
You just want to really focus your mind.
And I mean, I can take some time off for distractions and in between, but I think it can't be too much. Most of your day is sort of like spent on that problem, and then I drink coffee. I have my morning routine. I look at the news, Twitter, Hacker News, Wall Street Journal, etc.
So basically, you wake up, you have some coffee. Are you trying to get to work as quickly as possible? Or do you take in this diet of like what the hell is happening in the world? But
I do find it interesting to know about the world. I don't know that it's useful or good, but it is part of my routine right now. So I do read through a bunch of news articles, and I want to be informed. And I'm suspicious of it. I'm suspicious of the practice, but currently that's where I am.
oh, you mean suspicious about the positive effect of that practice on your productivity and your well-being,
My well-being psychologically.
and also on your ability to deeply understand the world, because there's a bunch of sources of information. You're not really focused on deeply integrating.
Yeah, it's a little distracting.
In terms of a perfectly productive day, for how long of a stretch of time in one session do you try to work and focus on it for? A couple hours? Is it 1 hour? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 10 minutes?
I can probably go like a small few hours, and then I need some breaks in between for like food and stuff. And but I think like it's still really hard to accumulate hours. I was using a tracker that told me exactly how much time I spent coding any one day, and even on a very productive day, I still spent only like 6 or 8 hours. And it's just because there's so much padding, commute, talking to people, food, etc. There's like the cost of life, just living and sustaining and homeostasis, and just maintaining yourself as a human is very high.
And that there seems to be a desire within the human mind to participate in society that creates that padding. Because the most productive days I've ever had is just completely from start to finish, just tuning out everything.
Yeah.
And just sitting there. And then you could do more than 6 and 8 hours.
Yeah.
Is there some wisdom about what gives you strength to do like tough days of long focus?
Yeah, just like whenever I get obsessed about a problem, something just needs to work, something just needs to exist.
It needs to exist, and so you're able to deal with bugs and programming issues and technical issues and design decisions that turn out to be the wrong ones. You're able to think through all of that, given that you want to think to exist.
Yeah, it needs to exist, and then I think to me also a big factor is are other humans who are going to appreciate it? Are they going to like it? That's a big part of my motivation. If I'm helping humans and they seem happy, they say nice things, they tweet about it or whatever, that gives me pleasure because I'm doing something useful.
So like you do see yourself sharing it with the world, like with on GitHub, with the blog posts or through videos.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, suppose I did all these things but did not share them. I don't think I would have the same motivation that I can build up.
You enjoy the feeling of other people gaining value and happiness from the stuff you've created.
Yeah.
What about diet? Is there? I saw you play in fast. Do you fast? Does that help? Well, the things you played, what's been most beneficial to your ability to mentally focus on things, and just mental productivity and happiness? You still fast?
Yeah, I still fast, but I do intermittent fasting. But really, what it means at the end of the day is I skip breakfast.
Yeah.
So I do 18:6 roughly by default when I'm in my steady state. If I'm traveling or doing something else, I will break the rules. But in my steady state, I do 18:6. So I eat only from 12 to 6. Not a hard rule. I break it off then, but that's my default. And then, I've done a bunch of random experiments. For the most part right now, where I've been for the last year and a half, I want to say, is plant-based or plant-forward. I heard plant-forward. It sounds better.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't actually know the differences, but it sounds better in my mind. But it just means I prefer plant-based food. And
raw or cooked? Or
I prefer cooked and plant-based.
So plant-based, forgive me, I don't actually know how wide the category of plant entails.
Well, plant-based just means that you're not reluctant about it, and you can flex, and you just prefer to eat plants, and you're not trying to influence other people. And if you come to someone's house party and they serve you a steak that they're really proud of, you will eat it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just not judgmental. That's beautiful. I mean, that's I'm the flip side of that, but I'm very sort of flexible. Have you tried doing one meal a day?
I have accidentally, not consistently, but I've accidentally had that. I don't like it. I think it makes me feel not good. It's too much of a hit.
Yeah.
And so currently I have about 2 meals a day, 12 and 6.
I do that nonstop. I'm doing it now. Do it 1 meal a day. Okay. It's interesting. Interesting deal. Have you ever fasted longer than a day?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of water fasts because I was curious what happens.
Anything interesting?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what's interesting is that you're hungry for 2 days, and then starting day 3 or so, you're not hungry. It's like such a weird feeling because you haven't eaten in a few days and you're not hungry.
Is that weird?
It's really weird.
One of the many weird things about neurobiology.
Yeah.
They figure something out and finds another source of energy or something like that, or relax the system. I don't know.
Yeah, the body is like, you're hungry, and then it just gets up. It's like, okay, I guess we're fasting now. There's nothing. And then it's just kind of like focuses on trying to make you not hungry and not feel the damage of that, and try to give you some space to figure out the food situation.
So are you still to this day most productive at night?
I would say I am, but it is really hard to maintain my PhD schedule, especially when I was, say, working at Tesla and so on. It's a non-starter. But even now, people want to meet for various events. Society lives in a certain period of time, and you sort of have to work with that.
It's hard to do a social thing and then after that return and do one.
Yeah, it's just really hard.
That's why when I do social thing, I try not to do too much drinking, so I can return and continue to do it more. Yeah. But at Tesla, is there convergence? Tesla, but any company, is there convergence towards a schedule, or is there more? Is that how humans behave when they collaborate? I need to learn about this.
Yeah.
Do they try to keep a consistent schedule where you're all awake at the same time?
I mean, I do try to create a routine, and I try to create a steady state in which I'm comfortable. So I have a morning routine, I have a day routine. I try to keep things to a steady state, and things are predictable. And then you can sort of just your body sort of sticks to that. And if you try to stress that a little too much, it will create, when you're traveling and you're dealing with jet lag, you're not able to really ascend to, where you need to go.
Yeah, that's really true. Humans with the habits and stuff. What are your thoughts on work-life balance throughout a human lifetime? So Tesla in part was known for pushing people to their limits in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of what they're trying to do, in terms of how much they work, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Tesla gets a little too much bad rep for this, because what's happening is Tesla it's a thirsty environment. So I would say the baseline, my only point of reference is Google, where I interned 3 times and I saw what it's like inside Google and DeepMind. I would say the baseline is higher than that, but then there's a punctuated equilibrium where once in a while there's a fire and people work really hard. And so it has its spiky and bursty, and then all the stories get collected.
How about the bursts?
Yeah. And then it gets the appearance of total insanity, but actually it's just a bit more intense environment. And there are fires and sprints. And so I think, definitely though, I would say it's a more intense environment than something you get.
But in your personal, forget all of that, just in your own personal life, what do you think about the happiness of a human being, a brilliant person like yourself, about finding a balance between work and life, or is such a thing not a good thought experiment?
Yeah, I think balance is good, but I also love to have friends that are out of distribution, and that's when I think I've been pretty creative and as well.
Sprints out of distribution means that most of the time you have a quote unquote balance.
I have balance most of the time, but I like being obsessed with something once in a while.
Once in a while is what? Once a week, once a month, once a year?
Yeah, probably say once a month or something. Yeah.
And that's when you get Help Repo.
Yeah, that's when you really care about a problem. It must exist. This will be awesome. You're obsessed with it, and now you can't just do it on that day. You need to pay the fixed cost of getting into the groove, and then you need to stay there for a while. And then society will come, and they will try to mess with you, and they will try to distract you. Yeah, the worst thing is a person who's I just need 5 minutes of your time. Yeah. This is the cost of that is not 5 minutes, and society needs to change how it thinks about just 5 minutes of your time.
Right. It's never, just 1 minute, just 30, just a quick
What's the big deal? Why are you being so?
Yeah, no. What's your computer setup? What's the perfect? Are you somebody that's flexible for no matter what? Laptop, 4 screens?
Yeah.
Or do you prefer a certain setup that you most productive?
I guess the one that I'm familiar with is one large screen, 27-inch, and my laptop on the side.
What operating system?
I do Macs as my primary.
For all tasks.
I would say OS X, but when you're working on deep learning, everything is Linux. You're SSH into a cluster, and you're working remotely.
But what about the actual development, like using IDE?
You would use, I think a good way is you just run VS Code, my favorite editor right now, on your Mac, but you have a remote folder through SSH. So the actual files that you're manipulating are on the cluster somewhere else.
So what's the best IDE? VS Code. What else do you, so I use Emacs. Still,
That's cool.
so it may be cool. I don't know if it's maximum productivity. So what do you recommend in terms of editors? You work with a lot of software engineers. Editors for Python, C++, machine learning applications.
I think the current answer is VS Code. Currently, I believe that's the best IDE. It's got a huge amount of extensions. It has GitHub Copilot integration, which I think is very valuable.
What do you think about the Copilot integration? I was actually, I got to talk a bunch with Guido and Rothschild, was a creator of Python, and he loves Copilot. He programs a lot with it.
Yep.
Do you?
Yeah, I use Copilot. I love it. And it's free for me, but I would pay for it. Yeah, I think it's very good. And the utility that I found with it I would say there's a learning curve, and you need to figure out when it's helpful and when to pay attention to its outputs, and when it's not going to be helpful, where you should not pay attention to it. Because if you're just reading its suggestions all the time, it's not a good way of interacting with it. But I think I was able to sort of mold myself to it. I find it's very helpful, number one, in copy paste and replace some parts. So I don't, when the pattern is clear, it's really good at completing the pattern. And number two, sometimes it suggests APIs that I'm not aware of. So it tells you about something that you didn't know. So,
and that's an opportunity to discover. And
it's an opportunity to. So I would never take Copilot code as given. I almost always copy paste into search, and you see what this function is doing, and then you're like, oh, it's actually exactly what I need. Thank you, Copilot. So you learn something.
So it's been part of search engine, or maybe getting the exact syntax correctly. That once you see it, it's that NP-hard thing. It's like, once you see it, you know.
Yes, exactly.
It's correct.
Exactly.
Like you yourself,
you can verify.
You can verify efficiently, but you can't generate efficiently.
And Copilot really, I mean, it's autopilot for programming, right? And currently it's doing the link following, which is like the simple copy paste and sometimes suggest. But over time, it's going to become more and more autonomous. And so the same thing will play out in not just coding, but actually across many, many different things. Probably.
Coding is an important one, right? Writing programs.
Yeah.
How do you see the future of that developing? The program synthesis, like being able to write programs that are more and more complicated. Because right now, it's human supervised in interesting ways.
Yes.
It feels like the transition will be very painful.
My mental model for it is the same thing will happen as with the autopilot. So currently he's doing lane following, doing some simple stuff. And eventually we'll be doing autonomy, and people will have to intervene less and less.
And then it could be like testing mechanisms. Like if it writes a function and that function looks pretty damn correct, but how do you know it's correct? Because you're getting lazier and lazier as a programmer. Like your ability to, because little bugs, I guess it won't make it.
No, it will. Copilot will make off by one subtle bugs. It has done that to me.
But do you think future systems will? Or is it really the off by one is actually a fundamental challenge in programming?
In that case, it wasn't fundamental, and I think things can improve. But I think humans have to supervise. I am nervous about people not supervising what comes out and what happens to, for example, the proliferation of bugs in all of our systems. I'm nervous about that, but I think there will probably be some other copilots for bug finding and stuff like that at some point. Because there will be a lot more automation for.
So it's like a program, a copilot that generates a compiler, one that does a linter,
Yes.
one that does a type checker.
Yeah. It's a committee of GPTs or
and then there'll be a manager for the committee.
Yeah.
And then there'll be somebody that says the new version of this is needed.
Yeah.
We need to regenerate it.
Yeah. There were 10 GPTs that were forwarded and gave 50 suggestions. Another one looked at it and picked the few that they liked. The bug one looked at it and it's probably a bug. They got re-ranked by some other thing. And then a final ensemble GPT comes in and is like, okay, given everything you guys have told me, this is probably the next thing.
The feeling is the number of programmers in the world has been growing and growing very quickly. Do you think it's possible that it'll actually level out and drop to a very low number? this kind of world, because then you'll be doing software 2.0 programming, and you'll be doing this kind of generation of Copilot type systems programming. You won't be doing the old school software 1.0 programming.
I don't currently think that they're just going to replace human programmers. I'm so hesitant saying stuff like this, right?
Yeah,
because
this is going to be replaced in 5 years. I mean, no, it's going to show that like this is where we thought. Because I agree with you, but I think we might be very surprised, right? Like, what are the next? What's your sense of what we're saying with language models? Like, does it feel like the beginning or the middle or the end?
the beginning, 100%. I think the big question in my mind is, for sure, GPT will be able to program quite well, competently, and so on. How do you steer the system? You still have to provide some guidance to what you actually are looking for. And so, how do you steer it? And how do you talk to it? How do you audit it and verify that what it's done is correct? And how do you work with this? And it's as much not just an AI problem, but a UI UX problem.
Yeah.
So beautiful, fertile ground for so much interesting work for VS Code ++, where it's not just human programming anymore. It's amazing.
Yeah, so you're interacting with the system. So not just one prompt, but it's iterative prompting.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out having a conversation with the system.
Yeah.
That actually, I mean, to me, that's super exciting. To have a conversation with the program I'm writing.
Yeah, maybe at some point you're just conversing with it. It's like, okay, here's what I want to do. Actually, this variable, maybe it's not even that low level of variable, but
you can also imagine, like, can you translate this to C++ and back to Python? And
yeah,
back
that
to,
already kind of exists.
so, but just like doing it as part of the program experience, like, I think I'd like to write this function in C++. Like, or like, you just keep changing for different different programs because they have different syntax. Maybe I want to convert this into a functional language.
Yep.
And so, like, you get to become multilingual as a programmer and dance back and forth efficiently.
Yeah. I mean, I think the UI UX of it, though, is like still very hard to think through because it's not just about writing code on a page. You have an entire developer environment. You have a bunch of hardware on it. You have some environmental variables. You have some scripts that are running in a cron job. Like, there's a lot going on to like working with computers. And how do these systems set up environment flags and work across multiple machines and set up screen sessions and automate different processes? Like, how all that works and is auditable by humans and so on is like massive question of mine.
You built Archive Sanity. What is Archive, and what is the future of academic research publishing that you would like to see?
So Archive is this preprint server. So if you have a paper, you can submit it for publication to journals or conferences and then wait 6 months and then maybe get a decision, pass or fail. Or you can just upload it to Archive. And then people can tweet about it 3 minutes later. And then everyone sees it, everyone reads it, and everyone can profit from it in their own little ways.
So you can cite it, and it has an official look to it. It feels like a publication process.
Yeah.
It feels different than if you just put it in a blog post.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a paper, and usually the bar is higher for something that you would expect on Archive as opposed to something you would see in a blog post.
Well, the culture created the bar. You could probably post a pretty crappy paper on Archive. What's that make you feel? Like, what's that make you feel about peer review? So rigorous peer review by 2-3 experts versus the peer review of the community, right, as it's written.
Yeah, basically, I think the community is very well able to peer review things very quickly on Twitter. And I think maybe it just has to do something with AI machine learning field specifically, though. I feel like things are more easily auditable, and the verification is easier, potentially, than the verification somewhere else. So it's kind of like, you can think of these scientific publications as like little blockchains where everyone's building on each other's work and studying each other. And you sort of have AI, which is kind of like this much faster and loose blockchain. But then you have, and any one individual entry is like very cheap to make. And then you have other fields where maybe that model doesn't make as much sense. And so I think in AI, at least, things are pretty easily verifiable. And so that's why when people upload papers, they're a really good idea. Once in a while, people can try it out like the next day. And they can be the final arbiter of whether it works or not from their problem. And the whole thing just moves significantly faster. So I kind of feel like academia still has a place. Sort of this like conference journal process still has a place. But it's sort of like, it lags behind, I think. And it's a bit more maybe higher quality process. But it's not sort of the place where you will discover a cutting edge work anymore. Yeah. It used to be the case when I was starting my PhD that you go to conferences and journals and you discuss all the latest research. Now when you go to a conference or general, like no one discusses anything that's there because it's already like 3 generations ago irrelevant.
Yeah, which makes me sad about like DeepMind, for example, where they still publish in Nature and these big prestigious. I mean, there's still value, I suppose, in prestige that comes with these big venues, but the result is that they'll announce some breakthrough performance, and it will take like a year to actually publish the details. I mean, and those details, if they were published immediately, would inspire the community to move in certain directions.
Yeah, it would speed up the rest of the community, but I don't know to what extent that's part of their objective function. Also,
That's true. It's not just the prestige; a little bit of the delay is part.
yeah, they certainly DeepMind specifically has been working in the regime of having slightly higher quality, basically process and latency, and publishing their papers that way.
Another question from Reddit: do you or have you suffered from imposter syndrome? Being the director of AI at Tesla, being this person when you're at Stanford, where like the world looks at you as the expert in AI to teach the world about machine learning.
When I was leaving Tesla after 5 years, I spent a ton of time in meeting rooms, and I would read papers. In the beginning, when I joined Tesla, I was writing code, and then I was writing less and less code, and then I was reading code, and then I was reading less and less code. And so this is just a natural progression that happens, I think. And definitely, I would say near the tail end, that's when sort of like starts to hit you before you're supposed to be an expert, but actually, the source of truth is the code that people are writing through GitHub and the actual code itself. And you're not as familiar with that as you used to be. And so I would say maybe there's some like insecurity there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty profound. And a lot of the insecurity has to do with not writing the code in the computer science space. Like that, because that is the truth. That right there.
The code is the source of truth. The papers and everything else, it's a high-level summary. I don't, just a high-level summary. But at the end of the day, you have to read code. It's impossible to translate all that code into actual, paper form. So when things come out, especially when they have a source code available, that's my favorite place to go.
So like I said, you're one of the greatest teachers of machine learning, AI, ever. From CS 231M to today, what advice would you give to beginners interested in getting into machine learning?
Beginners are often focused on like what to do, and I think the focus should be more like how much you do. So I'm kind of like the leader on a high level in this 10,000 hours kind of concept where you just kind of have to just pick the things where you can spend time and you care about and you're interested in. You literally have to put in 10,000 hours of work. It doesn't even like matter as much like where you put it, and you'll iterate and you'll improve and you'll waste some time. I don't know if there's a better way. You need to put in 10,000 hours. But I think it's actually really nice because I feel like there's some sense of determinism about being an expert at a thing if you spend 10,000 hours. You can literally pick an arbitrary thing. And I think if you spend 10,000 hours of deliberate effort and work, you actually will become an expert at it. And so I think it's kind of like a nice thought. And so basically I would focus more on like, are you spending 10,000 hours? That's what I focus on.
So, and then thinking about what kind of mechanisms maximize your likelihood of getting 10,000 hours.
Exactly.
Which for us, silly humans, means probably forming a daily habit of like every single day actually doing the thing.
Whatever helps you. So I do think to a large extent it's a psychological problem for yourself. One other thing that I think is helpful for the psychology of it is many times people compare themselves to others in the area. I think this is very harmful. Only compare yourself to you from some time ago, like say a year ago. Are you better than you a year ago? This is the only way to think. And I think then you can see your progress, and it's very motivating.
That's so interesting that focus on the quantity of hours. And I think a lot of people in the beginner stage, but actually throughout, get paralyzed by the choice, like which one, do I pick this path or this path?
Yeah.
Like they'll literally get paralyzed by like which IDE to use.
Well, they're worried. Yeah, they're worried about all these things, but the thing is, some of you will waste time doing something wrong.
Yes.
You will eventually figure out it's not right. You will accumulate scar tissue, and next time you will grow stronger because next time you'll have the scar tissue, and next time you'll learn from it. And now next time you come to a similar situation, you'll be like, oh, I messed up. I spent a lot of time working on things that never materialized into anything, and I have all that scar tissue, and I have some intuitions about what was useful, what wasn't useful, how things turned out. So all those mistakes were not at work, So I just think you should just focus on working. What have you done? What have you done?
That's a good question actually to ask for a lot of things, not just machine learning. It's a good way to cut I forgot what the term we used, but the fluff, the blubber, whatever that. the inefficiencies in life. What do you love about teaching? You seem to find yourself often like drawn to teaching. You're very good at it, but you're also drawn to it.
I mean, I don't think I love teaching. I love happy humans. And happy humans like when I teach. Yes. I wouldn't say I hate teaching. I tolerate teaching, but it's not like the act of teaching that I like. It's that I have something I'm actually okay at it.
Yeah.
I'm okay at teaching, and people appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
And so I'm just happy to try to be helpful. And teaching itself is not like the most. I mean, it can be really annoying, frustrating. I was working on a bunch of lectures just now. I was reminded back to my days of 231 and just how much work it is to create some of these materials to make them good. The amount of iteration and thought, and you go down blind alleys, and just how much you change it. So creating something good, in terms of like educational value, is really hard, and it's not fun.
It's difficult. So for people should definitely go watch your new stuff you put out. There are lectures where you're actually building a thing, like you said, the code is truth. So discussing backpropagation by building it, by looking through it, just the whole thing. So how difficult is that to prepare for? I think it's a really powerful way to teach. How did you have to prepare for that, or are you just live thinking through it?
I will typically do, let's say, 3 takes, and then I take like the better take. So I do multiple takes, and I take some of the better takes, and then I just build out a lecture that way. Sometimes I have to delete 30 minutes of content because it just went down an alley that I didn't like too much. There's about a bunch of iteration, and it probably takes me, somewhere around 10 hours to create 1 hour of content.
Yeah, 1 hour. It's interesting. I mean, is it difficult to go back to the basics? Do you draw a lot of like wisdom from going back to the basics?
Yep. Going back to backpropagation, loss functions, where they come from. And one thing I like about teaching a lot, honestly, is it definitely strengthens your understanding. So it's not a purely altruistic activity, it's a way to learn. If you have to explain something to someone, you realize you have gaps in knowledge. And so I even surprise myself in those lectures, like, oh, the result will obviously look like this, and then the result doesn't look like it, and I'm like, okay, I thought I understood.
Yeah. That's why it's really cool that it's literally code. You run it in a notebook, and it gives you a result, and you're like, oh, wow. And like actual numbers, actual input, actual code.
Yeah, it's not mathematical symbols, etc. The source of truth is the code. It's not slides. It's just like,
it's beautiful. You're a rare human in that, man. What advice would you give to researchers trying to develop and publish ideas that have impact with AI? Undergrads, maybe early graduate students.
Yeah. I mean, I would say like they definitely have to be a little bit more strategic than I had to be as a PhD student because of the way AI is evolving. It's going the way of physics, where in physics you used to be able to do experiments in your benchtop and everything was great and you could make progress. And now you have to work in like LHC or like CERN. And so AI is going in that direction as well. So there's certain kinds of things that's just not possible to do on the benchtop anymore. And I think that didn't used to be the case at the time.
Do you still think that there's like GAN type papers to be written, where like very simple idea that requires just one computer to illustrate a simple example?
I mean, one example that's been very influential recently is diffusion models. Diffusion models are amazing. Diffusion models are 6 years old. For the longest time, people were kind of ignoring them, as far as I can tell. And they're an amazing generative model, especially in images. And so stable diffusion and so on, it's all diffusion based. Diffusion is new. It was not there and came from Google, but a researcher could have come up with it. In fact, some of the first, actually no, those came from Google as well. But a researcher could come up with that in an academic institution.
Yeah, what do you find most fascinating about diffusion models? So from the societal impact of the technical architecture.
What I like about diffusion is it works so well.
Is that surprising to you? The amount of the variety, almost the novelty of the synthetic data it's generating.
Yeah, so the stable diffusion images are incredible. It's the speed of improvement in generating images has been insane. We went very quickly from generating like tiny digits to tiny faces, and it all looked messed up, and now we're stable diffusion, and that happened very quickly. There's a lot that academia can still contribute. For example, flash attention is a very efficient kernel for running the attention operation inside the transformer that came from academic environment. It's a very clever way to structure the kernel that does the calculation, so it doesn't materialize the attention difference. And so I think there's still like lots of things to contribute, but you have to be just more strategic.
Do you think neural networks can be made to reason?
Yes.
Do you think they already reason? What's your definition of reason?
Information processing.
The way that humans think through a problem and come up with novel ideas, it feels like reasoning. So the novelty, I don't want to say, but out of distribution ideas, you think it's possible?
Yes, and I think we're seeing that already in the current neural nets. You're able to remix the training set information into true generalization in some sense.
That doesn't appear.
It doesn't
in the
appear
fundamental
verbatim
way
in the training set. Like you're doing something interesting algorithmically. You're manipulating, some symbols, and you're coming up with some correct, a unique answer, and then you.
What would illustrate to you? Holy shit! This thing is definitely thinking.
To me, thinking or reasoning is just information processing and generalization, and I think the neural nets already do that today.
To be able to perceive the world, or perceive the whatever the inputs are, and to make predictions based on that, or actions based on that. That's reason.
Yeah, you're giving correct answers in novel settings by manipulating information. You've learned the correct algorithm. You're not doing just kind of a lookup table on your finger search.
Let me ask you about AGI. What are some moonshot ideas you think might make significant progress towards AGI? Or maybe in other ways, what are the big blockers that we're missing now?
So basically, I am fairly bullish on our ability to build AGIs. Basically, automated systems that we can interact with that are very human-like, and we can interact with them in the digital realm or physical realm. Currently, it seems most of the models that sort of do these sort of magical tasks are in the text realm. I think, as I mentioned, I'm suspicious that text realm is not enough to actually build full understanding of the world. I do actually think you need to go into pixels and understand the physical world and how it works. So I do think that we need to extend these models to consume images and videos and train on a lot more data that is multimodal in that way.
Do you think you need to touch the world to understand it also?
Well, that's the big open question I would say in my mind. If you also require the embodiment and the ability to sort of interact with the world, run experiments, and have the data of that form, then you need to go to Optimus or something like that. And so I would say Optimus in some way is like a hedge in AGI, because it seems to me that it's possible that just having data from the internet is not enough. If that is the case, then Optimus may lead to AGI, because Optimus, to me, there's nothing beyond Optimus. You have like this humanoid form factor that can actually like do stuff in the world. You can have millions of them interacting with humans and so on. And if that doesn't give rise to AGI at some point, I'm not sure what will. So from a completeness perspective, I think that's a really good platform. But it's a much more harder platform because you are dealing with atoms and you need to actually like build these things and integrate them into society. So I think that path takes longer, but it's much more certain. And then there's a path of the internet and just like training these compression models effectively on trying to compress all the internet. And that might also be these agents as well.
Compress the internet, but also interact with the internet.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious to me. In fact, I suspect you can reach AGI without ever entering the physical world, and which is a little bit more concerning because that results in it happening faster. So it feels like we're in boiling water. We won't know when it's happening. I would like to. I'm not afraid of AGI. I'm excited about it. There's always concern, but I would like to know when it happens.
Yeah.
And have like hints about when it happens. Like a year from now, it will happen. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like in the digital realm, it just might happen.
Yeah. I think all we have available to us, because no one has built AGI again, so all we have available to us is there enough fertile ground on the periphery? I would say yes. And we have the progress so far, which has been very rapid. And there are next steps that are available. And so I would say, it's quite likely that we'll be interacting with digital entities.
How will you know that somebody has built AGI?
It's going to be I think it's going to be a slow incremental transition. It's going to be product-based and focused. It's going to be GitHub Copilot getting better. And then GPTs helping you write. And then these oracles that you can go to with mathematical problems. I think we're on on the verge of being able to ask very complex questions in chemistry, physics, math of these oracles and have them complete solutions.
So AGI to you is primarily focused on intelligence, so consciousness doesn't enter into it.
So in my mind, consciousness is not a special thing he will figure out and bolt on. I think it's an emergent phenomenon of a large enough and complex enough generative model, sort of. So if you have a complex enough world model that understands the world, then it also understands its predicament in the world as being a language model, which to me is a form of consciousness or self-awareness.
So in order to understand the world deeply, you probably have to integrate yourself into the world.
Yeah.
And in order to interact with humans and other living beings, consciousness is a very useful tool.
I think consciousness is like a modeling insight.
Modeling insight.
Yeah, you have a powerful enough model of understanding the world that you actually understand that you are an entity in it.
Yeah, but there's also this, perhaps just a narrative we tell ourselves. It feels like something to experience the world. A hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
That could be just a narrative that we tell ourselves.
Yeah, I think it will emerge. I think it's going to be something very boring. Like, we'll be talking to these digital AIs. They will claim they're conscious. They will appear conscious. They will do all the things that you would expect of other humans. And it's going to just be a stalemate.
I think there would be a lot of actual fascinating ethical questions, like Supreme Court level questions, on whether you're allowed to turn off a conscious AI, if you're allowed to build a conscious AI. Maybe there would have to be the same kind of debates that you have around, sorry to bring up a political topic, but abortion, which is the deeper question with abortions, is what is life? And the deep question with AI is also what is life and what is conscious? And I think that'll be very fascinating to bring up. It might become illegal to build systems that are capable, like, of such level of intelligence that consciousness would emerge, and therefore the capacity to suffer would emerge. And a system that says, no, please don't kill me.
That's what the Lambda chatbot already told this Google engineer, right? Like it was talking about not wanting to die or so on.
So that might become illegal to do that, right? Because otherwise you might have a lot of creatures that don't want to die, and they will
you can just spawn and consume some other faster.
And then that might lead to like horrible consequences. Then there might be a lot of people that secretly love murder, and then will start practicing murder in those systems. I mean, to me, all of this stuff just brings a beautiful mirror to the human condition, the human nature. We'll get to explore it, and that's what like the best of the Supreme Court, of all the different debates we have about ideas, what it means to be human. We get to ask those deep questions. And we've been asking throughout human history. There's always been the other human history. We're the good guys, and that's the bad guys, and we're going to, throughout human history, let's murder the bad guys. And the same will probably happen with robots. They'll be the other at first, and then we'll get to ask questions of what does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to be conscious?
Yeah. And I think there's some canary in the coal mines, even with what we have today. Like, for example, there's these like waifus that you can like work with, and some people are trying to like, this company's going to shut down, but this person really like love their waifu and is trying to like fork it somewhere else. So it's not possible. And like, I think like definitely people will have feelings towards these systems, because in some sense they are like a mirror of humanity, because they are like sort of like a big average of humanity in a way that it's trained.
But that average, we can actually watch. It's nice to be able to interact with the big average of humanity.
Yeah.
I do like that search query on it.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. And we can also, of course, like shape it. It's not just a pure average. We can mess with the training data. We can mess with the objective. We can fine tune them in various ways. So we have some, impact on what those systems look like.
If you want to achieve AGI, and you could have a conversation with her and ask her, talk about anything, maybe ask her a question, what kind of stuff would you ask?
I would have some practical questions in my mind, like, do I or my loved ones really have to die? What can we do about that?
Do you think it will answer clearly, or would it answer poetically?
I would expect it to give solutions. I would expect it to be like, well, I've read all of these textbooks and I know all these things that you've produced, and it seems to me like here are the experiments that I think it would be useful to run next, and here's some gene therapies that I think would be helpful, and here are the kinds of experiments that you should run.
Okay, let's go with this thought experiment.
Okay.
Imagine that mortality is actually like a prerequisite for happiness. So if we become immortal, we'll actually become deeply unhappy. And the model is able to know that. So what is it supposed to tell you, stupid human, about it? Yes, you can become immortal, but you'll become deeply unhappy. If the model is, if the AGI system is trying to empathize with you humans, what is it supposed to tell you? That yes, you don't have to die, but you're really not going to like it? Is it going to be deeply honest? Like there's a Interstellar, what is it? The AI says like humans want 90% honesty. So like you have to pick how honest I want to answer these practical questions. Yeah.
I love AI and Interstellar, by the way. I think it's like such a sidekick to the entire story, but at the same time, it's like really interesting.
Kind of limited in certain ways, right?
Yeah, it's limited, and I think that's totally fine. By the way, I don't think. I think it's fine and possible to have limited and imperfect AGIs.
Is that a feature almost?
As an example, like it has a fixed amount of compute on its physical body, and it might just be that even though you can have a super amazing mega brain, super intelligent AI, you also can have like less intelligent AIs that you can deploy and in a power efficient way, and then they're not perfect, they might make mistakes.
No, I meant more like, say you have infinite compute, and it's still good to make mistakes sometimes. Like in order to integrate yourself, like what is it? Go back to Good Will Hunting. Robin Williams' character says like the human imperfections, that's the good stuff, right? Isn't that like we don't want perfect, we want flaws in part to form connection with each other, because it feels like something you can attach your feelings to, the flaws. In that same way, you want an AI with flaws. I don't know. I feel like perfection is.
But then you're saying, okay,
but it's not AGI. Like, see, AGI need to be intelligent enough to give answers to humans that humans will understand. And I think perfect is something humans can't understand. Because even science doesn't give perfect answers. There's always gaps and mysteries. And, I don't know. I don't know if humans want perfect.
yeah, I can imagine just having a conversation with this kind of oracle entity as you'd imagine them, and maybe it can tell you about, based on my analysis of human condition, you might not want this, and here's some of the things that you might.
But every dumb human will say, yeah. Trust me, I can give me the truth. I can handle it.
But that's the beauty. Like people can choose.
But then the old marshmallow test with the kids and so on. I feel like too many people can't handle the truth. Probably including myself. Like the deep truth of the human condition. I don't know if I can handle it. Like what if there's some dark? What if we are an alien science experiment, and it realizes that? What if it hacked?
Yeah. This is the Matrix. All over again.
I don't know. I would. What would I talk about? I don't even. Yeah. Probably I'll go with the safer scientific questions first that have nothing to do with my own personal life.
Yeah.
And mortality, just like about physics and so on.
Yeah.
To build up, like, let's see where it's at, or maybe see if it has a sense of humor. That's another question. Would it be able to, presumably, in order to, if it understands humans deeply, would be able to generate humor.
Yeah, I think that's actually a wonderful benchmark almost. Like, is it able, I think that's a really good point, basically.
To make you laugh.
Yeah, it's able to be like a very effective stand-up comedian that is doing something very interesting computational. I think being funny is extremely hard.
Yeah. Because it's hard in a way, like a Turing test, the original intent of the Turing test is hard because you have to convince humans. And there's nothing, that's why when comedians talk about this, like this is deeply honest, because if people can't help but laugh, and if they don't laugh, that means you're not funny. If they laugh,
yeah,
it's funny.
You're showing you need a lot of knowledge to create humor about, like you mentioned, human condition and so on, and then you need to be clever with it.
You mentioned a few movies. You tweeted movies that are seen 5+ times, but am ready and willing to keep watching. Interstellar, Gladiator, Contact, Good Will Hunting, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings, all three, Avatar, Fifth Element, so on. Goes on. Terminator 2. Mean Girls, I'm not going to ask about that.
Mean Girls is great.
What are some of the jump out to your memory that you love and why? And you just mentioned The Matrix. As a computer person, why do you love The Matrix?
There's so many properties that make it like beautiful and interesting. So there's all these philosophical questions, but then there's also AGIs, and there's simulation, and it's cool, and there's the black,
The look of it, the feel of
yeah,
it.
the look of it, the feel of it, the action, the bullet time. It was just like innovating in so many ways.
And then Good Will Hunting, why do you like that one?
Yeah, I really like this tortured genius sort of character who's like grappling with whether or not he has like any responsibility or like what to do with this gift that he was given or like how to think about the whole thing. And
There's also a dance between the genius and the personal, like what it means to love another human being.
there's a lot of themes there. It's just a beautiful movie.
And then the fatherly figure, the mentor, in the psychiatrist. And
It like really like it messes with you. There's some movies that just like really mess with you on a deep level.
do you relate to that movie at all? Like, Lord of the Rings, that's self-explanatory. Terminator 2 is interesting. We watched that a lot. Is that better than Terminator 1? You like Arnold?
I do like Terminator 1 as well. I like Terminator 2 a little bit more, but in terms of like its service properties.
Do you think Skynet is at all a possibility?
Yes.
Like the actual sort of autonomous weapon system kind of thing. Do you worry about that stuff?
I do worry about it,
being
100%.
used for war.
I 100% worry about it. And so some of these fears of AGIs and how this will plan out. I mean, these will be like very powerful entities probably at some point. And so, for a long time, they're going to be tools in the hands of humans. People talk about like alignment with AGIs and how to make. The problem is like even humans are not aligned. How this will be used and what it's going to look like is, it's troubling. So,
Do you think it'll happen slowly enough that we'll be able to, as a human civilization, think through the problem?
yes, that's my hope, is that it happens slowly enough and an open enough way where a lot of people can see and participate in it. Just figure out how to deal with this transition, I think, is going to be interesting.
I draw a lot of inspiration from nuclear weapons because I sure thought it would be fucked once they developed nuclear weapons. But like, it's almost like when the systems are not so dangerous, they destroy human civilization. We deploy them and learn the lessons, and then we quickly, if it's too dangerous, we might still deploy it, but you very quickly learn not to use them. And so there'll be like this balance achieved. Humans are very clever as a species. It's interesting. We exploit the resources as much as we can, but we avoid destroying ourselves. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, actually.
I hope it continues.
I'm definitely like concerned about nuclear weapons and so on, not just as a result of the recent conflict, even before that. It's probably like my number one concern for humanity.
So if humanity destroys itself or destroys 90% of people, that would be because of nukes.
I think so. It's not even about the full destruction. To me, it's bad enough if we reset society. That would be like terrible. It would be really bad, and I can't believe we're like so close to it.
Yeah,
It's like so crazy to me.
it feels like we might be a few tweets away from something like that.
Yep. Basically, it's extremely unnerving, but and has been for me for a long time.
It seems unstable that world leaders just having a bad mood can take one step towards a bad direction and it escalates.
Mhm.
Yeah, and because of a collection of bad moods, it can escalate without being able to stop.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of power, and then also with the proliferation. And basically, I don't actually really see. I don't actually know what the good outcomes are here. So I'm definitely worried about it a lot. And then AGI is not currently there, but I think at some point will more and more become something like it. The danger with AGI even is that I think it's even like slightly worse in the sense that there are good outcomes with AGI, and then the bad outcomes are like an epsilon away, like a tiny one away. And so I think capitalism and humanity and so on will drive for the positive ways of using that technology. But then if bad outcomes are just like a tiny like flip of minus sign away, that's a really bad position to be in.
A tiny perturbation of the system results in the destruction of the human species. It's a weird line to walk.
Yeah, I think in general what's really weird about like the dynamics of humanity and this explosion we're talking about is just like the insane coupling afforded by technology and just the instability of the whole dynamical system. I think it doesn't look good, honestly.
Yes, that explosion could be destructive or constructive, and the probabilities are non-zero. But
yeah, I do feel like I have to try to be optimistic and so on. And I think even in this case, I still am dominantly optimistic, but there's definitely.
Me too. Do you think we'll become a multiplanetary species?
Probably yes, but I don't know if it's a dominant feature of future humanity. There might be some people on some planets and so on, but I'm not sure if it's like, it's like a major player in our culture and so on.
We still have to solve the drivers of self-destruction here on Earth. So just having a backup on Mars is not going to solve the problem.
So, by the way, I love the backup on Mars. I think that's amazing. We should absolutely do that.
Yeah.
And I'm so thankful.
Would you go to Mars?
Personally, no. I do like Earth quite a lot.
I'll go to Mars. I'll tweet at you.
Maybe eventually I would, once it's safe enough, but I don't actually know if it's on my lifetime scale, unless I can extend it by a lot. I do think that, for example, a lot of people might disappear into virtual realities and stuff like that. And I think that could be the major thrust of sort of the cultural development of humanity, if it survives. So it might not be, it's just really hard to work in physical realm and go out there. And I think ultimately all your experiences are in your brain. And so it's much easier to just disappear into digital realm. And I think people will find them more compelling, easier, safer, more interesting.
So you're a little bit captivated by virtual reality, by the possible worlds, whether it's the metaverse or some other manifestation of that.
Yeah,
it's really interesting. It's I'm interested in just talking a lot to Carmack. Where's the thing that's currently preventing that?
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I think what's interesting about the future is it's not that. I kind of feel like the variance in the human condition grows. That's the primary thing that's changing. It's not that much the mean of the distribution, it's like the variance of it. So there will probably be people on Mars, and there will be people in VR, and there will be people here on Earth. It's just like there will be so many more ways of being. And so I kind of feel like I see it as like a spreading out of the human experience.
There's something about the internet that allows you to discover those little groups. I mean, you gravitate to something about your biology likes that kind of world that you find each other.
Yeah. And we'll have transhumanists, and then we'll have the Amish, and everything is just going to coexist.
Yeah, the cool thing about it, because I've interacted with a bunch of internet communities, is they don't know about each other. Like you can have a very happy existence, just like having a very close-knit community and not knowing about each other. I mean, you even sense this having traveled to Ukraine. They don't know so many things about America. Yeah. You like when you travel across the world, I think you experience this too. There are certain cultures that are like they have their own thing going on. They don't. And so you can see that happening more and more and more and more in the future. You have little communities.
Yeah, I think so. That seems to be how it's going right now. And I don't see that trend like really reversing. I think people are diverse and they're able to choose their own like path in existence, and I sort of like celebrate that. And so
will you spend so much time in the metaverse, in the virtual reality, or which community are you? Are you the physicalist, the physical reality enjoyer, or do you see drawing a lot of pleasure, fulfillment in the digital world?
Yeah, I think currently the virtual reality is not that compelling. I do think it can improve a lot, but I don't really know to what extent. Maybe there's actually like even more exotic things you can think about with like neural links or stuff like that. So currently, I kind of see myself as mostly a team human person. I love nature. I love harmony. I love people. I love humanity. I love emotions of humanity. And I just want to be like in this like solar punk little utopia. There's my happy place. Yeah. My happy place is like people I love, thinking about cool problems, surrounded by lush, beautiful, dynamic nature, and secretly high tech in places that count.
They use technology to empower that love for other humans and nature.
Yeah, I think technology used like very sparingly. I don't love when it sort of gets in the way of humanity in many ways. I like just people being humans in a way. We sort of like slightly evolved and prefer, I think, just by people.
People kept asking me because they know you love reading. Are there particular books that you enjoyed that have an impact on you for silly or for found reasons that you would recommend? You mentioned the Bible question.
Many, of course. I think in biology, as an example, the Bible question is a good one. Anything by Nick Lane, really, like Ascending, I would say, is like a bit more potentially representative as like a summary of a lot of the things he's been talking about. I was very impacted by The Selfish Gene. I thought that was a really good book to help me understand altruism as an example and where it comes from, and just realizing that, you know, the selections and the level of genes was a huge insight for me at the time, and it sort of like cleared up a lot of things for me.
What do you think about the idea that ideas are the organisms? To me,
Yes, love it, 100%.
are you able to walk around with that notion for a while that there is an evolutionary kind of process with ideas as well?
There absolutely is. There's genes just like genes, and they compete, and they live in our brains. It's beautiful.
Are we silly humans thinking that we're the organisms? Is it possible that the primary organisms are the ideas?
Yeah, I would say like the ideas kind of live in the software of like our civilization in the minds and so on.
We think as humans that the hardware is the fundamental thing. I, human, is a hardware entity.
Yeah.
But it could be the software, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say like there needs to be some grounding at some point to like a physical reality.
Yeah, but if we clone an Andre, the software is the thing, like, is this thing that makes that thing special, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But then cloning might be exceptionally difficult. There might be a deep integration between the software and the hardware in ways we don't quite yet understand.
Well, from the evolution point of view, like what makes me special is more like the gang of genes that are riding in my chromosomes, I suppose, right? Like they're the replicating unit, I suppose. And
no, but that's just the cute. The thing that makes you special, sure. Well, the reality is what makes you special is your ability to survive based on the software that runs on the hardware that was built by the genes. So the software is the thing that makes you survive, not the hardware.
Right? It's a little bit of both. It's just like a second layer. It's a new second layer that hasn't been there before the brain. They both coexist.
But there's also layers of the software. I mean, it's not it's a so abstraction on top of abstraction.
But okay, so Selfish Gene, Nick Lane. I would say sometimes books are like not sufficient. I like to reach for textbooks sometimes. I kind of feel like books are for too much of a general consumption sometimes, and they just kind of like they're too high up in the level of abstraction, and it's not good enough. So I like textbooks. I like Best Cell. I think Best Cell was pretty cool. That's why also I like the writing of Nick Lane, is because he's pretty willing to step one level down, and he doesn't. He's willing to go there. But he's also willing to sort of be throughout the stack, so he'll go down to a lot of detail, but then he will come back up. And I think he has basically I really appreciate that.
That's why I love college, early college, even high school. Just textbooks on the basics. Computer science and mathematics, of biology, of chemistry.
Yes.
They condense down like it's sufficiently general that you can understand the full philosophy and the details, but also like you get homework problems and you get to play with it as much as you would if you were in programming stuff.
Yeah, and I'm also suspicious of textbooks, honestly, because as an example in deep learning, there's no like amazing textbooks, and the field is changing very quickly. I imagine the same is true in, say, synthetic biology and so on. These books like This Cell are kind of outdated. They're still high level. Like, what is the actual real source of truth? It's people in wet labs working with cells, sequencing genomes and actually working with it. And I don't have that much exposure to that or what that looks like. So I still don't I'm reading through The Cell, and it's kind of interesting and I'm learning, but it's still not sufficient, I would say, in terms of understanding.
Well, it's a clean summarization of the mainstream narrative.
Yeah.
But you have to learn that before you break out.
Yeah.
Like it's towards the cutting edge.
Yeah. What is the actual process of working with these cells and growing them and incubating them? And, it's kind of like a massive cooking recipe. So making sure your cells live and proliferate, and then you're sequencing them, running experiments, and just how that works, I think, is kind of like the source of truth. But at the end of the day, what's really useful in terms of creating therapies.
Yeah, I wonder what in the future AI textbooks will be. Because there's an artificial intelligence, the modern approach. I actually haven't read if it's come out the recent version, there's been a recent edition. I also saw there's a science and deep learning book. I'm waiting for a textbook that's worth recommending. Reading it. It's tricky. And it's like papers and code.
Honestly, I think papers are quite good, especially like the appendix of any paper as well. It's like the most detail you can have.
It doesn't have to be cohesive, connected to anything else. You're just describing a very specific way you solve a particular thing. Yeah.
Many times papers can be actually quite readable. Not always, but sometimes the introduction and the abstract is readable, even for someone outside of the field. This is not always true. And sometimes I think, unfortunately, scientists use complex terms even when it's not necessary. I think that's harmful. I think there's no reason for that.
And papers sometimes are longer than they need to be in the parts that don't matter.
Yeah.
The appendix would be long, but then the paper itself, look at that.
Yeah, but certainly I come across papers, I would say like synthetic biology or something that I thought were quite readable for the abstract and the introduction. And then you're reading the rest of it and you don't fully understand, but you kind of are getting a gist, and I think it's cool.
What advice you give advice to folks interested in machine learning and research, but in general, life advice to a young person, high school, early college, about how to have a career they can be proud of or a life they can be proud of?
Yeah, I think I'm very hesitant to give general advice. I think it's really hard. I've mentioned, like, some of the stuff I've mentioned is fairly general, I think, like focus on just the amount of work you're spending on like a thing. Compare yourself only to yourself, not to others. I think those are fairly general.
How do you pick the thing?
You just have like a deep interest in something, or like try to like find the argmax over like the things that you're interested in.
Argmax at that moment and stick with it. How do you not get distracted and switch to
You can, if you like.
if you do an argmax repeatedly every week,
it
every
doesn't
month,
converge.
it's a problem.
Yeah, you can like low pass filter yourself in terms of like what has consistently been true for you. But yeah, I definitely see how it can be hard. But I would say like you're going to work the hardest on the thing that you care about the most. So low pass filter yourself and really introspect in your past. What are the things that gave you energy? What are the things that took the energy away from you? Concrete examples. And usually from those concrete examples, sometimes patterns can emerge. I like it when things look like this when I'm in these positions.
So that's not necessarily the field, but the kind of stuff you're doing in a particular field. So for you, it seems like you were energized by implementing stuff, building actual things.
Yeah, being low level, learning, and then also communicating so that others can go through the same realizations and shortening that gap. Because I usually have to do way too much work to understand a thing, and then I'm like, okay, this is actually like, okay, I think I get it. And like, why was it so much work? It should have been much less work. And that gives me a lot of frustration, and that's why I sometimes go teach.
So aside from the teaching you're doing now, putting out videos, aside from a potential Godfather Part 2 with the AGI at Tesla and beyond, what does the future project capacity hold? Have you figured that out yet or no? I mean, as you see through the fog of war, that is all of our future. Do you start seeing silhouettes of what that possible future could look like?
The consistent thing I've been always interested in, for me at least, is AI, and that's probably what I'm spending the rest of my life on, because I just care about it a lot. And I actually care about like many other problems as well, like say aging, which I basically view as disease, and I care about that as well. But I don't think it's a good idea to go after it specifically. I don't actually think that humans will be able to come up with the answer. I think the correct thing to do is to ignore those problems and you solve AI and then use that to solve everything else. And I think there's a chance that this will work. I think it's a very high chance. And that's kind of like the way I'm betting, at least.
So when you think about AI, are you interested in all kinds of applications, all kinds of domains, and any domain you focus on will allow you to get insights to the big problem of AGI?
Yeah, for me, it's the ultimate meta problem. I don't want to work on any one specific problem. There's too many problems. So how can you work on all problems simultaneously to solve the meta problem, which to me is just intelligence, and how do you automate it?
Is there cool small projects like Archive Sanity and so on that you're thinking about the world, the ML world can anticipate?
There's always like some fun side projects. Archive Sanity is one. But yeah, basically like there's way too many archive papers. How can I organize it and recommend papers and so on? I transcribed all of your podcasts.
What did you learn from that experience? From transcribing the process of, like, you like consuming audiobooks and podcasts and so on. Here's a process that achieves closer to human level performance and annotation.
Yeah, well, I definitely was like surprised that transcription with OpenAI's Whisper was working so well compared to what I'm familiar with from Siri and like a few other systems, I guess. It worked so well, and that's what gave me some energy to like try it out, and I thought it could be fun to run the podcast. It's kind of not obvious to me why Whisper is so much better compared to anything else, because I feel like there should be a lot of incentive for a lot of companies to produce transcription systems, and that they've done so over a long time. Whisper is not a super exotic model. It's a transformer. It takes Mel spectrograms and just outputs tokens of text. It's not crazy. The model and everything has been around for a long time. I'm not actually 100% sure why this came out.
It's not obvious to me either. It makes me feel like I'm missing something.
I'm missing something.
Yeah, because there's huge, even at Google and so on, YouTube transcription.
Yeah.
It's unclear, but some of it is also integrating into a bigger system. Yeah. That so the user interface, how it's deployed, and all that kind of stuff. Maybe running it as an independent thing is much easier, like an order of magnitude easier than deploying to a large integrated system like YouTube transcription or anything like meetings. Like Zoom has transcription. That's kind of crappy. But creating an interface where it detects the different individual speakers, it's able to display it in compelling ways, run it in real time, all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's the only explanation I have, because I'm currently paying quite a bit for human transcription, human caption,
right,
annotation, and it seems like there's a huge incentive to automate that.
Yeah,
it's very confusing.
Yeah, I don't know if you looked at some of the Whisper transcripts, but they're quite good.
They're good, and especially in tricky cases.
Yeah,
I've seen Whisper's performance on super tricky cases, and it does incredibly well. So I don't know. A podcast is pretty simple. It's like high quality audio, and you're speaking usually pretty clearly. So I don't know. I don't know what OpenAI's plans are. Either.
But yeah, there's always fun projects basically, and Stable Diffusion also is opening up a huge amount of experimentation, I would say, in the visual realm and generating images and videos and movies.
Ultimately, videos now.
And so that's going to be pretty crazy. That's going to almost certainly work, and it's going to be really interesting when the cost of content creation is going to fall to zero. You used to need a painter for a few months to paint a thing, and now it's going to be speak to your phone to get your video.
So Hollywood will start using it to generate scenes, which completely opens up. Yeah, so you can make a movie like Avatar eventually for under $1 million.
Much less, maybe just by talking to your phone. I mean, I know it sounds kind of crazy.
And then there'd be some voting mechanism, like how do you have will there be a show on Netflix that's generated completely automated?
Actually, yeah. And what does it look like also when you can just generate it on demand, and it's and there's infinity of it?
Yeah. Oh man, all the synthetic content. I mean, it's humbling because we treat ourselves as special for being able to generate art and ideas and all that kind of stuff. If that can be done in an automated way by AI.
Yeah. I think it's fascinating to me how these the predictions of AI and what it's going to look like and what it's going to be capable of are completely inverted and wrong. And sci-fi of 50s and 60s was just totally wrong, right? They imagined AI as super calculating peer improvers, and we're getting things that can talk to you about emotions. They can do art. It's just weird.
Are you excited about that future? Just AI's hybrid systems, heterogeneous systems of humans and AIs talking about emotions. Netflix and children AI system. Boy, the Netflix thing you watch is also generated by AI.
I think it's going to be interesting for sure. And I think I'm cautiously optimistic, but it's not obvious.
Well, the sad thing is your brain and mind developed in a time where before Twitter, before the internet. So I wonder, people that are born inside of it might have a different experience. I and maybe you will still resist it, and the people born now will not.
Well, I do feel like humans are extremely malleable, and you're probably right.
What is the meaning of life, Andre? talk about the universe having a conversation with us humans, or with the systems we create to try to answer. For the universe, for the creator of the universe to notice us, we're trying to create systems that are loud enough to just answer back.
I don't know if that's the meaning of life. That's like meaning of life for some people. The first level answer I would say is anyone can choose their own meaning of life because we are a conscious entity and it's beautiful. Number one. But I do think that like a deeper meaning of life, if someone is interested, is along the lines of like, what the hell is all this, and like why? And if you look at into fundamental physics and the quantum field theory and the standard model, they're like very complicated. And there's this like 19 parameters of our universe, and like what's going on with all this stuff, and why is it here, and can I hack it? Can I work with it? Is there a message for me? Am I supposed to create a message? And so I think there's some fundamental answers there. But I think there's actually even like, you can't actually like really make a dent in those without more time. And so to me also there's a big question around just getting more time, honestly. Yeah, that's kind of like what I think about quite a bit as well.
So kind of the ultimate, or at least first way to sneak up to the why question is to try to escape the system, the universe.
Yeah.
And then for that, you sort of backtrack and say, okay, for that, that's going to take a very long time. So the why question boils down from an engineering perspective to how do we extend.
Yeah, I think that's like question number one, practically speaking, because you can't, you're not going to calculate the answer to the deeper questions in time you have.
And that could be extending your own lifetime or extending just the lifetime of human civilization.
Of whoever wants to. Not many people might not want that, but I think people who do want that, I think it's probably possible. And I don't know that people fully realize this. I kind of feel like people think of death as an inevitability, but at the end of the day, this is a physical system. Some things go wrong. It makes sense why things like this happen, evolutionarily speaking, and there's most certainly interventions that mitigate it.
Hey, that'd be interesting if death is eventually looked at as a fascinating thing that used to happen to humans.
I don't think it's unlikely. I think it's likely.
And it's up to our imagination to try to predict what the world without death looks like. Yeah, it's hard to. I think the values will completely change.
Could be. I don't really buy all these ideas that without death there's no meaning, there's nothingness. I don't intuitively buy all those arguments. I think there's plenty of meaning, plenty of things to learn. They're interesting, exciting. I want to know. I want to calculate. I want to improve the condition of all the humans and organisms that are alive.
Yeah, the way we find meaning might change. There is a lot of humans, probably including myself, that finds meaning in the finiteness of things.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean that's the only source of meaning.
Yeah, I do think many people will go with that, which I think is great. I love the idea that people can just choose their own adventure. Like you are born as a conscious free entity by default. I like to think, and you have your unalienable rights for life
In the pursuit of happiness.
pursuit.
I don't know if you have that in the nature, the landscape of happiness.
You can choose your own adventure mostly, and that's not that's fully true. But
I still am pretty sure I'm an NPC, but an NPC can't know it's an NPC. There could be different degrees and levels of consciousness. I don't think there's a more beautiful way to end it. Andre, you're an incredible person. I'm really honored you to talk with me. Everything you've done for the machine learning world, for the AI world, to just inspire people, to educate millions of people. It's been great, and I can't wait to see what you do next. It's been an honor, man. Thank you so much for talking today.
awesome, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andre. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Samuel Carlin. The purpose of models is not to fit the data, but to sharpen the questions. Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is conversation with Ye, the legendary artist, producer, and designer, formerly known as Kanye West, on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my two tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can give perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it. You want to do this? We are doing it. This is part of it. This is part of it. Absolutely. That's beautiful. Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to engineer product. And that's the reason why I was able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field and become, whatever the network is, 11 billion. I'm going to stop putting the whole black thing on my work. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach in school is engineering. We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school, and everything else needs to be recessed. Nothing at all. Any forced subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species, and that's what schools do now.
As an engineer, I love hearing you say that, but to push back, history is not, the interpretation of history might be subjective, but history has some facts, and they're useful to give a grounding to the way you do engineering.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future, or any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah.
So if I see stuff happen on the day that later that day is reported wrong. So how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now? Because that's the only thing that everyone can agree upon, is that it is now, right now.
You try not to make the mistakes of the past. That's the usefulness of history, the limited usefulness of history.
The biggest mistake from the past that we keep making is looking at the past.
Too much. Giving too much value to the past.
Too much value to the past. We are now. We are now. We are here. We are one species. We are one race. We're here. And it's time. And the leadership is changing, because you have Elon as a leader, Ye as a leader, and we're the top leaders. We're more influential than the president.
So you're a human being with engineering challenges before you. With stump player, with parlor. What's the hardest thing in front of you on the engineering front?
That's the first sentence that any of our species needs to hear when they're born. You are a human being with engineering challenges, and I consider challenges to be opportunities in front of you. Yeah. Literally, like, let me see if I need to write that down. That's the beginning of our new species constitution. I'm gonna do the things paper like this wide. Put it in widescreen. This for Ridley. You are. No, let me like. You are a being with engineering
Opportunity? Challenge.
opportunities. I'm sorry, I don't spell as good as John Legend. Opportunities and before you. I like the before because it can mean forward or before you. This right here, I've always said I'm the top 5 writer in human existence, but this right here is pushing me to like number 4, number 3. Because who would you say is the top? It's top writer in human existence.
That's subjective. Who's that?
It's factual though. It's like, okay, so who's the top person in tech history? It's not subjective. 30% of our existence.
So the influence is the main metric
I,
of greatness.
okay, one person, 30% of our language was, the English language was written by them. The other person, 30% of the products we used was led by them. So
There's a lot of our language
come
from
on,
Shakespeare,
and it was
and then the product,
but
Steve Jobs.
yeah,
You put Steve above like neurons of the world, because Steve is a designer, not he's a designer and engineer, but he's a designer, he's a visionary in the design space.
well, I would lean to him because I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm more like,
Then you're an engineer. If Steve's an engineer, you're an engineer, essentially.
he's a cultural engineer. Like the people who run the emotions of the world and run the world off of people's emotions right now are social engineers. And social engineering is so important. Like city design. There's a fancier word for that. But I was in Oxnard last night to see Anthony Jeselnik, and I gotta find out what his opening joke was because I'm doing interviews and I'm thinking I'm funny, and I like that he said he just kept on saying 20-year anniversary. I've been doing this for 20 years, and his opening joke was so high level. I realized that I wasn't funny. I realized that this dude is a professional at what he does, and so many things are subjective. I always talk about this. It's like, people are arguing like, is Emily Ratajkowski the hottest, person? And I'm like, that's such a subjective thing. But like, if you go and shoot 3-pointers with Steph Curry, it's not subjective, right? Or if you go and compare bank accounts with Elon, it's not subjective. And another thing that's not subjective, porn.
What about it?
Dick size. It's not subjective. You can measure.
But porn is more about more than just dick size, and greatness is more than the size of the bank account, right? So there's subjective.
Greatness is subjective.
Right. So do you care about the stuff that's objective or subjective more? Because greatness to me is what matters. The bank account comes and goes. The impact on our society, like you said, social engineering, the impact on the collective intelligence of our species, that will permeate throughout the rest of time.
I like what you said, the impact. I'm taking notes. We say the
On the
impact of
collective intelligence of our species.
impact on the collective and
When Ye is writing down the words that came out of my dumb mouth, I have made it in life.
there's a lot of people that have kind of like sat through. I wanted to wear a different color hoodie because I was tired of seeing the hoodie and all the interviews. And there's a lot of kids that are with me. They see what I'm saying, and they had to sit through all of the muck of all the previous interviews to get to this. Every interview has been just an emotional. It's just like been an argument up to this point. This is the first of. This is the next frontier of where our species is going to head. It starts here. It starts with you, Lex.
So this is the first time I heard you say the word engineering at least so many times, which I love hearing. So this is where you're at. You're like that newborn. You're a being with engineering opportunities.
And we're all a newborn, because in Christianity they say born again. We're all newborn. And everyone shall, I like the word can. Shall, the only thing about shall is like, it kind of dictates, and can kind of lets people off the hook. So I haven't found the perfect post-Shakespeare, post-Steve Jobs, and post-Elon, and post-Ye, and post-Drake way to communicate this. But we update, and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back because I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Like, they could have killed me at, George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning and leaning and leaning. And there's these things where I just think about, there'll be times when I'm at war, and every now and then when the bombs stop going off and all the headlines and the smearing and all that stuff going off, I think about my family, and I think about Kim, and I think about how, King Koopa has her in the castle right now, and just on Mario Brothers, you know how it is. If you go for the princess and you get to this level, and it's like, I sung the song wrong, right? And then they take the princess again.
Which one are you, Mario?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing, the thing you love the most about Kim, from a Mario perspective and the princess? Looking back, was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah. Was there a moment that, like that catches you off guard and say, I love this human being?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the DNA is like, she's a mix of Rob and Chris.
Can you explain?
I mean, that's like a really high pool right there. Those are like two geniuses.
So like the entire history of evolution of the human species created this DNA, it created this being. There's a life there. There's a set of memories in the history that brought you together, and you're like, damn, I like this DNA.
Yeah. And so certain people have this like high DNA. Ivanka Trump has high DNA. It's like,
How's your DNA? Pretty good.
I think we've seen that. It's been proven. I mean, but look at my mom and look at my dad. Me and my dad have a water purification center in the DR right now. And my dad is the original Steve Jobs, and he was blocked by people around him, and people were using him and taking advantage, and not believing in his vision. My dad's the educated version of Ye.
What did you learn about life with your dad?
And my dad got girls too.
But those are small details.
That's the big detail, being that I found my dad's, Playboy when I was 5 years old. It greatly affected my motivation.
Yeah. All right. So that's part of the engine that drives Ye.
Actually, I remember when Pharrell was first in all the videos, and my girl was like, girls like Pharrell, and I was like, I want girls to like me too.
Funny that that's behind all the ambition, all the drive.
That's how we make people. That's how people are made.
The desire to be loved. Is that at the individual level, just being noticed, and also at the societal level and scale?
Well, now I've gone past. I'm like at that place where Nikola Tesla was later into his career, where it wasn't about being loved. It wasn't about sitting at the dinner parties next to Anna Wintour and stuff. It was about getting the idea across. So I have these cells that are very, I just keep on saying Ridley Scott, but Ridley Scott has a special anointing. It isn't just sci-fi what he's doing. There's something in there, just like George Lucas. There's something different that's there. So,
What are you drawing?
I'm drawing these new living cells that we will exist in. And this is over, okay, let's do like, I don't like talking about money because like man-made money anyway is like 4 quadrillion respected dollars, and then you have other forms of currency. Of course, certain social currency is super important right now, but this is a drawing, and it's at a pretty good place now. This be 40,000 square feet. I want to start just talking in meters. I just think we should go to anything to restore the Tower of Basel, like they said when the I'm just draw a person here for scale.
Yeah, that would help.
Okay. What do you think of that? Look at my person, see the scale in this room. All right. So
Wait, the dot is the person.
yeah, I'm saying it's 40,000 square feet, but that would be like
What
the
are the
kind
other
of.
parts of the cell?
Okay, so what it's a screen. It doesn't go all the way to the top, and it's one hole for light. But the water and the light and air all come in from the top. So that's like the mouth, and then this is the belly button. We're God's iPhone. We're His greatest creation.
So this is all connected. These are all connected.
Yeah, so I'm drawing how these other cells go next to each other.
What's the vision here?
Happiness. Then we talked about like what's the motivation? Like yeah, there's a motivation somewhere in the back of my mind of my family, and if it's like where Moses smite the rock and God didn't allow him to get to the promised land, because the promised land is family. That is the promise. That is earth. I mean, that's heaven on earth is family. Family is heaven. That's the promised land. And for your family to be together. So say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back. My mission in life is still to promote families at all costs and make families' existence easier. So you take this thing, you put a localized farm savings and community that we do localized growing, and then we partner with big pharma and and say, hey, you're actually going to make more money by making better food. Because at the end of the day, you want money right now. It's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, and especially America, that we're keeping people sick. And we know that McDonald's makes food that kills people, and Coca-Cola selling sugar water and all this. Like, just in case I haven't pissed off enough people in power.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You got to piss off the sugar. Anybody that's power on sugar.
Sugar, what's the hell, was actually a documentary on sugar. It wasn't about how bad meat was. It was like a reverse documentary on sugar. I don't know if you call it a reverse, like a sub, but if you watch it again, when they show sugar in it, just the sugar looks super clean.
Yeah.
So as I state these things, I know I have protection. If I have God's protection, that's why I'm here to this date, right? So it's for me to have this platform and express exactly what I feel, because it's kids out there, right, that it's kids that are going to save the world through engineering and through facts. And I've got to download as much of information and as much of the don't be afraid to state your facts is the biggest thing, because the world is being ran by fear. And that is, actually God runs the world, but there's this like little cloud, this patina of our ego that deals with the money and the car and the girl we're dating and all this, and the clothes we wear, and spending too much on clothes, and a lot of stuff that I've been involved with promoting. So now what I'm promoting is you have the idea, you say it out loud, like if you had Tourette's. Say your truth out loud. If you hate gay, you hate me, say that out loud. Say whatever you feel out loud. Like you say it non-violently, non-violent. I have to say that, like, as as a shout out to Alex Jones, and Trump, where they try to say that when they say their truths out loud, that it's inciting violence. So let's be like really clear. I'm saying that they have criminalized free thought. I hate when people use they, like they gets the blame for everything, right? It's always they. Yeah. Oh, who the fuck is they? Exactly.
Problem is they, us.
Yeah. Well, I love that. What we need to do is turn I to we. So we take the responsibility and turn they to us. So we take accountability to us. I to we, and they to us. And that relates, it's a language at the same time. You're seeing the language of our surroundings. You're seeing the language of, and one of the things, okay, let's go back to the cell explanation, because I'm also doing what's that thing when Elon just put all the information open and people can figure out, they can figure it out. And open source? Yeah, open source. So I'm open sourcing this idea right now so that, you know, engineers and anointed people, anointed beings can collectively contribute to this to push our species forward. So where I've got to with my research is that there will be a hole at the top that allows natural light, natural air, and there's a constant water system, so it becomes like a water city where it's a constant flow. That's not it's regenerative. It's not wasting the water, and it's just a constant flow. So I put the toilet really close to where this this I don't want to call it a wave pool, but in the pool the water's not still.
So that exists in water. Surrounded by water.
Well, the living room is you have two rooms. You have the dry room, which people would call the living room before, and then you have the wet room.
How is that a source of happiness? What is broken about our world today that gives you in terms of the pursuit of happiness, which is one of the things?
Well, all of our
in the previous declaration.
All of our buildings are based on just the industry and the economy, and then people lean into what people are used to seeing, like what we think is attractive, because then you go back to the women who give life. So everyone wants to be attractive to the attractive, and that's the reason why the media goes and gets Bella Hadid, Kim Kardashian, Emily Ratajkowski. Those are the only ones I'm gonna. There's more. There's more, but I'm thinking the ones that I think are attractive. So
it is subjective.
Yeah, because it's subjective. So my subjective, which I think the only guys that can argue with me on my opinion on girls would be Brad and Leo, because we're the only ones with the track record. Everything else. So for everybody else is subjective. We've got history. So
are you happy?
Absolutely. I'm just here. It's actually difficult to make me unhappy. Now I can deal with frustration. But when those frustrations are, it's like when you've allowed people to be in your life that shouldn't be there, and then they do the thing you knew they were going to do, and you're screaming at them, but you really need to scream at yourself.
Yeah, so you realize anything that's like anger or frustration, that's something that's wrong with you that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah. Like right now, okay, say I got this pattern cutter that I wanted to remove because I felt like she was copying our patterns into the computer. And I didn't know why she wanted to do that, and I just wanted to do the patterns by hand. And then,
You mean like automating the patterns?
Yeah. And my head of it, because that's the whole thing. It's like, it's a war of human beings and robots.
But that makes it more efficient, right? You don't like the efficiency. You like the creativity of the singular nature of the pattern.
I believe that the human beings, and I'm saying this to you, the person who makes robots and the person who's trans with
I'm deeply offended right now.
Yeah.
But I'll let it go.
Okay.
Good.
So, yeah, I believe that
Gay hates robots. I'm not going to put that out there. It's a joke.
Robots have feelings too.
Yeah. That's right.
That was also a joke.
We need to clarify that. Future robot. But the pattern cutter, you don't like that. That has to be that you can't have that part of your life.
That's not what everything that I'm doing is for the sake of the human race. There's things in capitalism, there's things in technology. Well, technology and original human species can exist in a peaceful way, as long as the people that know how to make robots aren't using their robots to control the humans. Like,
Definitely something we have to be concerned about as we become more technologically savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocity. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
we're still in the Holocaust. A Jewish friend of mine said, come go visit the Holocaust Museum. And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
With all due respect, I grew up in the Soviet Union. I'm Jewish. Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
I was going to say the number, that's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million, well, also, African Americans are actually Jew also. The lost tribe of
I could push back on that too.
Okay, so everyone came back.
I'm African. I'm basically African American. We're brothers.
And we're both Jew. And we're brothers. So
we're human.
6 million people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million have died by the hand of abortion. And the media promotes the My Body, My Choice, which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of Black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not black on black violence and gang violence. It's not heart attacks. It's actually abortion. The most dangerous place for a black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
900 to a million abortions in the United States a year. I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, men, the complete humiliation, and just the suffering that was endured during World War II.
That's what we deal with on our TV right now with black people. The Soros would use black trauma economy to win an election. But what I love is having a healthy conversation. And as opposed to, there's certain things, boom, this drops, people are going to have pussy hats on. Boom, this drops, it's going to be, black people and white people with sides. Boom, this drops. So, hey, China, hey, last agenda, hey, what we're going to do is say that our species can have a healthy conversation.
Can I just linger on this? Because when you say Jewish media, there's an echo of a pain that people feel that reminds.
You're saying it's redundant, right?
No, I'm not saying it's redundant. I'm saying
it's redundant.
You're saying it's redundant.
It's a redundant.
I'm saying it's something that Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany, said. I'm saying it's been said so many times in order to murder and torture Jewish people that it just rings wrong. But that's just like the N-word when spoken by people that have the same skin color as me. It reminds people of a very dark time.
I know. If Jewish people would accept that I'm Jew, then they would see what I'm saying in a different way. They would hear it in a different way.
But see, the people, you saying you're Jewish,
no, I'm Jew, not Jewish. Jewish means like that of a Jew. I'm saying I'm Jew.
You're Jew.
Blood of Christ.
That
Orthodox
comes from, right. But are you a follower of the philosophy of the black Hebrew Israelites? Because that's where the idea comes from. Not all of those folks are extremists, but some are extremists.
I'm a follower of the idea. I have a vague idea that all people came from Africa. But what I wanted to do, now I could Andy Kaufman this about 7 more minutes and then tell you what it is. But
Should I count it? Let's count. 7 minutes.
No, I did this to do a spoiler alert.
Sure, spoiler.
what's the first thing I said at the beginning?
We're talking about engineering humans for a whole.
And I said, and then what did I say we shouldn't focus on? Race. Not just that. So they shouldn't teach us in school. History. The history, because what they do, what schools are doing is exactly what the CIA does with Pixar films and Disney films. They make Bambi's mom die in the beginning, right? And off that pain comes a purchase of ice cream. Off that pain comes, I need some more toys. Off that pain comes, I need a bigger house. Off that pain comes, I need more girls than my wife. Off that pain comes, so they put that pain in to make us, now we're the orphans of capitalism, to make us be consumers, and we need to be a community, not just consumers. So I could have went another 7 minutes by being a person who presents himself in a way that says, well, I don't have to feel your pain because I also have pain too that's not being recognized. And in every interview, when I say, well, why I get to the point of putting up the tweet, no one wants to understand why I got to that point, right?
You have pain.
Yeah, but no one
pain in your heart.
But let's say this, undoubtedly, Jewish people have a lot of movies about that pain, and black people have a lot of movies about the pain of slavery, right? It's almost impossible to find a movie about Mansa Musa. When you go to the African History Museum in Washington, D.C., it doesn't start with the idea of Africans being kings. It starts with the idea of Africans being slaves. But here's another interesting point about this. This was said to me one time, and it stuck with me as a family member of mine. With Africans, how many times have you heard like a rapper, talk about we were kings? That's incorrect. If we're Jew. If we're Jew, and since we are, we weren't the kings. We were the slaves that Moses freed. Africans have always said, you listen to rap music and hear black people say, we kings, we blood of the pharaohs. And if we are Jew, then we weren't. We were the people that Moses freed. And when we talk about, have you heard black people talk about 400 years of slavery? All right, that is and we're having this history lesson, right?
And that history doesn't matter. You're exploring ancient history and drawing deep wisdom from it. And at the same time saying we need to forget all of it. We need to put that behind us.
Absolutely. We need to forget it and we need to move forward.
There is so much wisdom to draw from history. Even the 20th century. Look at this. Communists. Without the lessons of history of the 20th century, communism sounds like a great idea. Except that some of the worst atrocities conducted by Stalin and Mao killed 50, 100 plus million people. Not just killed, tortured, starvation. When people, cannibalism, they ate each other. They ate their children. There's just dark. People should read some books on this. On the Holodomor, the 1930s.
But I disagree.
With that lesson, we would, and now it's becoming more possible.
I'm not disagreeing that happened. I'm disagreeing that we need to harp on the things that happened, because the truth is, I'm giving a fact. 50% today of, let's say, you don't call black people Jews, right? Black people's death today is abortion. Today, right now, like that, it's not racism. That's too wide of a term. It's genocide and population control that black people are in today in America, that is promoted by the music and the media that black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off of, or media companies, record labels, media company also will give it a wider,
I agree with Martin Luther King. I have a dream too. That one day you would not be judged by the color of your skin or your race, black or Jew, but by the content of your character. All the assholes that fucked you over in the music industry, fuck artists over in the music industry, are individuals. They're not Jews. They are Jews. It doesn't. They're human with opportunities, and they took those opportunities. I don't care if they're Jewish.
You feel like I should release that pain and separate it?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're saying I should release that pain and separate it, then I'm telling you, you should release your pain and separate it, and we can get to this, the list of how you are being with engineering opportunity.
That's 100%. I see what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. The pain, let it go. Engineering challenges. I get it. One of the problems you highlight is people get fucked over in the music industry and get fucked over in the media. They're fucked over all over the place.
They created. There was a Jewish trainer that brought me to the hospital and put in press that I went to the hospital. I know friends that off of exhaustion, a Jewish doctor, they
Why do you
diagnosed
keep saying Jewish?
because they were, right? Diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and shot me with medication and put me on medication, then put it in the press. And every time, even if I wore the wrong color hat that a nigger is not supposed to wear, right? Then they immediately say he's off this shit, he's off his meds, he's off this rocker, and it's literally used as a scarlet letter control mechanism for the people understand. The kids, the colleges, the high schools, what do you think they put me right now? They put me as the prophet, not the leader. It doesn't have to be the leader, right? Because we need a more intelligent person to be the leader, but at least, right? They put me as the prophet. They put me as the only person that would say this. And I'm just saying that was 4 Jewish members that controlled my voice because for the fact that 90% of black people in entertainment, from sports to music to acting, are in some way tied into Jewish business people. Meaning that in some way, just like if Rom is sitting next to Obama or Jared sitting next to Trump, there's a Jewish person right there controlling the country, the Jewish controlling that who gets the best video or not, controlling what the media says about me.
Person, not Jewish. Let me just say one thing.
But they are though. That's the only thing. It just so happens that they are. It just
You
happens
say
they are. That doesn't mean that I hate them.
Yeah.
That just means that they are.
But it's a dog whistle. Two, let me just say that I would love to add more love to the world. I would love you to do that as a person with a big voice, with a big, powerful voice that a lot of people look up to. And when you say Jewish media, funny enough, the world works that way. When you say Jewish media, or Jews are controlling the voice of black artists, black people, black artists, when you say that,
Am I not allowed to say it out loud?
you can say it. There's a large number of people that are hurting and have anger and even have hate in their heart when they hear Jewish media. That hate starts being directed towards the Jewish people. Do you acknowledge that? Do you understand? Can you feel the hate in the world? That comes to the surface when you say stuff like that.
Okay. I feel that when we go into therapy, my dad was a therapist, and obviously I've got some therapy skills myself. A lot of people, my music is healing. These type of spa-like existences are healing. The color palettes I use are healing, and we can use healing words, right? What I really feel I feel that there is no accountability and no responsibility on Jewish people in media to at least start with owning up with the facts of what's dealt with and tell me if I say the facts out loud, to the point of Ari Emanuel writing a letter in the Financial Times trying to take food out of my children's mouth, telling people that they're not allowed to work with me. Even Chris Como or Pierce Morgan getting me to apologize and separate Jewish business people from the families of the Jewish business people, which I
That was a shitty apology. That wasn't really an apology. But shout out to that conversation.
I
There's
need to get on my knees and kiss the dick of Howard Stern and.
You don't need to kiss anyone's dick.
But that's what you guys are acting like.
You guys, look at that.
Because you're talking about it's a shitty opinion, apology. But where's our fucking apology? Watch this.
Sorry.
We don't get. Thank you. That's
what?
Let's move on.
Sorry. Oh, do I need to get on my knees? No.
And kiss my dick. So
this escalated quickly.
So that's escalated quickly. So no, I'm saying where's our apology? But right, we can't get to apology because you're telling me there's no right way for me to word it. So tell me, for me, a person who's been fucked on my deals and a person that has friends that never figured out how to make shoes with a German company that couldn't tell me to wear a BLM shirt and take off my red hat, like what would have happened if I was at Nike, right? Tell me exactly how to engineer the situation.
I'll tell you exactly how. You got a big voice, have the balls, and some man to call out the individuals. Don't call them Jews, call them by their name, and start a war against those individuals. They're not Jewish.
But if that's the case, will you help me with that?
Sure.
Okay.
100%. Look, assholes are assholes. Well, let me flip that too. I don't understand the industry well. I see that people are fucking people over for sure. But how do you solve that? If you right now run the world's, you're doing a million things. Let's say you ran also a record.
I have ran a record label. I've been ran by a record label where I was the face of a record label and had Big Sean and different people complaining to me. And I knew fuck about running a record label. I was simply just a talented producer and an influencer that then started good music, but I wasn't the one running good music.
How would you do it different?
This is something I propose. I would look at the top 10 execs in 3 fields, in sports, film, and music. And I would look at the top 10 clients, participant, talent. I would look at the top talent in each of those fields, the top 10 of them. And some of them are going to be Tom Brady. Some of them are going to be Taylor Swift. Some of them, they're not all going to be black, right? Some of them will be Adele, right? And we'll look at all their contracts transparently, and we'll compare the notes and re-engineer like it's a new constitution. Because when I told my dad when I was 19 that I was going to get into the music industry, he begged me not to. He said, I heard it's treacherous. Now I'm in a position where I've been through it. I saw it. I went out, made some money somewhere else. I saw my name get smeared. I saw my family get destroyed. I saw my reputation get destroyed. And now I'm back here to have this I'm back here as a being with engineering opportunity. So, wait a second, if you said it's a shitty apology, what is the version of the apology short of kissing Howard Stern's dick?
I don't think anyone wants to kiss Howard Stern's dick.
That's the whole point, Howard Stern. Nobody wants to kiss your dick, so shut the fuck up. I said, and by the way, I'll antagonize you, Howard Stern. I used to be a fan of you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Now, still a fan.
Now you're just doing clickbait like everybody else. Now you're just a sad old man, Howard. Now, Howard Stern, this is the first time anyone's said your name in years. Your own family doesn't say your name unless they're calling to get their bills paid. You're going hard.
See, that's beautiful right there. That's much better than calling Jewish media. Go after individuals.
Okay,
go after individuals. And you don't talk shit about me. Talk shit about me. This is great.
And you know what that is?
Yeah, what's that? Engineering.
That's the engineer's approach.
Yeah, engineers. Yeah. You should learn some of that.
We all can use our pain against each other, or we can say we're being with engineering opportunities, and we can know about history. So let me change something. We can have just to be judgmental. People say thou shalt not judge. I was talking to Camille Vasquez. She says I'm very judgmental. That's what we're doing. I believe Now you could go to the Bible, one thing's gonna say one thing, another thing may be contradicted in a way, and then the pastor has to unpack it. I believe that we are to judge. If you look at some food and it's got a fly coming out of it, you can then judge at that point. You're supposed to use your better judgment. But whenever someone doesn't want to change something they're doing, they'll say, "Don't judge me," right? But as a species, you called for me. You got the breakthrough. And by the way, it's only an engineer that I would respect to tell me of how to update how I'm communicating. Because this started off, right? I've been through all these interviews. Let me go to this. You said this was a sorry apology. I was very specific. I said the Jewish, because by the way, it's a barrage, right? It's a thing where I don't even remember the names at a certain point, right? It's like if a girl was getting raped by men, if that person is not 18, right, and she was getting raped since 14, right, and she still got this face, this super like Irina Shayk level face, right? She might say, "I hate men." That woman may say, "I hate men." She might get to that point because she was raped. On my contract, and no one can say this is ramped up. No one, Howard Stern can't say this is ramped up. Ari Emanuel can't say this is ramped up. George Soros knows damn well that I'm not ramped up. George Soros knows, like, wow, this guy's like a younger guy that's looking at what I did and looking at how I control the world silently, and he's calling it out, and he's not using any of the fear tactics. I can't send his homeboys around him. I can't send his wife to him. This guy, that's what George Soros sees, right, when he's dealing with me, right? So what you guys are actually asking me to do, I'm comparing myself to that 18-year-old beautiful woman that had been mistreated by men for 4 years of her life, right? And you're saying, as a man, you can't blame all men. And I'm saying, as a responsible, forward philosopher leader, okay, I'll drop the pain and I will specify, because I'm up here. I lost my fucking family. I lost my kids. I lost my best friend in fashion. I lost the black community. I lost, people said I lost my mind. All of these things, lost my reputation. And I'm up here just like, I just want my family, but I don't want my family to have to say what the left wants us to say. To have to say what China wants us to say. I want to be an American and protect my kids and protect my wife and raise my kids as Christians and have my wife be a Christian and innovate. And America made rock and roll. I want to innovate as a creative person and be a successful American. But all of that has been taken away from me. So I'm coming back. And I'm removing the PSTD right now, right? I'm standing up and saying the only way that we're going to be able to get past this, and the way God is going to use me right now, is for me to stop talking about the pain, stop talking about what happened, and do something about it. And that's where I'm at right now in this moment. Like, yeah, people agree. At least there was something we could say, he has a reason of why he got to that tweet. And what you're doing for me today is saying, that was a sorry apology, and let's specify. I'm not asking for anyone out here to empathize or sympathize for a dude worth $11 billion that can make money appear at a thin air in 5 different industries. I'm not asking for anybody to sympathize with someone who's married to Kim Kardashian and dated Irina Shayk, blah, 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 blah. Like, I feel like I'm just not going to get the sympathy vote in this situation, right? So,
I feel your pain.
I feel like no one's going to feel my pain. Only Brad and Leo can feel my pain, right? So, but here today, when you said it's a sorry apology, what's the apology that you're looking for as a Jewish engineer? Let's say, as Lex. Let's not talk about you being Jewish. As Lex, what's the apology that you want me to say to? Am I allowed to say Jewish? Tell me, is it anti-Semitic for Ye to say Jewish out loud?
No, there's I don't like the allowed. That presumes censorship. I think you have a powerful voice.
Did I prove that there was censorship over the past 2 weeks? I
Who
proved
censored
it.
you? Oh, Drink Champ.
Oh my
Sorry.
lord!
Oh, like Twitter and so on.
Twitter.
That has less to do.
Drink Champ.
That hurt you. That Drink Champs. That no one took it down. Took down your conversation.
No.
It didn't hurt you. Man, you gotta be honest about the thing.
But still the kids it used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. No, do you think, I went to Japan for 2 to 3 months, right? The day I had Sunday service, my kids are supposed to be there, and my kids are nowhere to be found. And I text Kim and said, where are my kids? We get into an argument, and then I get a text from a number I don't know, and it's Pete Davidson bragging about being in bed with my wife. Then,
Just fucking with you.
well, at that point, it's like they're trying to put me in jail or put a friend of mine in jail. Because then I'm going to go surround the hotel and do something which would have me not be able to be here. And instead, I walked away from that situation. I went to Japan, like the samurai that I am, and went to the top of the mountain. And because I knew there was no way she could love this dude, not just because he's ugly, he's not black. She likes black guys. Every guy that she, is with looks exactly the same. Ray J, Reggie Bush, at that time Kanye West, she has a type. Just like how I have a type. Like a lot of my girls look kind of similar to her because in a video game character, people have their type, right? So I knew that this was like,
The princess has a type. She likes Mario.
right, there you go.
As somebody who cares for you and hopefully could be a friend, yay, I gotta say, these words and the words about Jews is not the words of a samurai, of a great man. I would say, you said something that inspired, that resonated with a lot of people when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people. I have to say, as somebody who cares for you, that Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, doesn't care about Jewish people. In the same way he spoke about George Bush being a politician and not giving a fuck about the poor people that suffered after Katrina, you're not giving a fuck about the suffering of the Jewish people across the world.
Why am I not?
Because you're giving strength, motivation.
Well, we already updated. I gave an apology. You said it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Now you're telling me, no, I'm not going to.
No, you don't need to kiss anyone's dick. What you
You're
have
asking
to
me to
you have to say what's wrong to say. There's no Jewish media. There's no Jewish.
There isn't?
There's no control of the media by Jewish
You're an
people.
engineer, brother. If you're an engineer and you're not holding to the truth, that's not engineering.
Engineering is not. That's hate. That's not engineering.
Engineering costs.
I'm going to build a better record label.
It's called
And I'm
stereotypes.
going to respect art.
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Engineers don't do stereotypes.
do.
Stereotypes are dumb. They allow you to channel hate towards the other.
You know what the biggest thing is? With something a veteran that was sitting next to me at Cheesecake Factory last night, he said, the general justice, he serves for whoever is the president, right? And he said, what's happening in politics is we're forgetting we're on the same side. We're forgetting this is someone, is practically, now he's a nurse, so he's still, fighting for humanity in a way. He went from holding, guns in battle to being a nurse. And when people are battling for their lives. And he said, we're forgetting we're on the same side. This is a person that no matter who becomes president, he can still be told to go to war. And the chaos that's created by the media has split the country in half. And what us as beings, or the engineer opportunity need to do right now is find the blue water. Where do we, where are places that we agree on? And I want you to finish everything. Hey, I'm gonna let you finish everything that you want to express to me. Get off all. I'm your scarecrow today. I'm your punching bag today for everything I did, and I want you to stand up for all of the hate that I'm your Al Gore when he lost the election. Remember, he almost became a punching bag for the lady that had voted on him, and she just said all this stuff, and he's like, I know, I agree with you, right? But there's nothing, that he could do about it. With this, it's like things that you're saying, I agree with you. It's like if you sit some kids in the principal's office and I punch somebody, right? I took my hand, right, as what it really means. Even Ari Emanuel had to say, this is a pop icon, right? And I went and just punched an entire floor at one time, or said that I was about to. I went like this, right? And I got blacked out, black mirror, done, right? And it's like, what were you even gonna do? And why did you go like this? I went like this because I can't even. I would look insane to physically show you a metaphor, a physical representation of my last 20 years of what I've been through as a musician, as a father, and as a black person with a political opinion.
A great man still, due to the pain, does the right thing. And I think the right thing is to not say that there's Jewish control of the media.
That's incorrect, though. That's a fucking lie. There is. And they did come and bully me and prove the point.
No, the reason you don't say it is because the world is much bigger than forgive me, the narrow little world you exist in. Your impact stretches way past those little boardroom meetings over contracts.
So what should I have done? What should I have done?
Not say that you should be a strong man that doesn't mention religion or people, and then fight. Do you want to win this fight?
How do I win? How do we win?
Call out individual people. Build. That's one way because they have a big voice. The other voice that I prefer is to build another label.
I feel like you're controlling my creative narrative and because just like how you're telling me I shouldn't have said that, do you think there were people telling me I shouldn't have wore a red hat?
No, because you asked me, what should I have done? You're supposed to be a scarecrow, so I thought I'm going to keep the shit out of the scarecrow with my words, right? You let me.
Yeah.
It was consensual.
The punching bag is a very scarecrow. Actually has a different.
Yeah,
real
that's right. I'm not
punching bag. I said scarecrow.
Yeah.
But every single person that I've sat with from the point when I wore the red hat to now has done the same thing. Sit in the principal's office and don't do what you're doing.
We're in the general's closet right now together, and I'm not. The red hat is very different. The red hat is you have a set of beliefs. You represent half the country that has a hope, a vision for the future of America. That's very different than without any purpose whatsoever saying Jewish media, Jewish control of the media.
You said that there's no purpose. So you're taking away my history and my reason of what my purpose was.
I'm saying
also,
I'm speaking my voice, vocalized.
Also, it's God's plan. There's a lot of things that open up. Let me tell you something that opened up. There's a guy, like I told you, that was running SimPlayer, who I've had issues with. He hadn't got paid on time, certain things, right? And he took his IQ, his know-how, his engineering know-how to. He basically was trying to Adidas me with, even though I was the bigger money in the situation. That was fun, and we funded together. And he hired these engineers, and he said, well, because of your comments, we're not going I took as a responsibility. Let's take a step back from us being one species and say, hey, you're Jewish, I'm black, right? Step back. For this example, for the sake of this example, and I said, wow, I'm sure I could hire more than 2 black engineers. And what happens is, because there are so many businessmen that just so happen to be Jewish, that it's good business, right? Just to monopolize. That's what people are looking. Everybody goes to the Elon, right? So I disagree with that. Okay, but let me finish this point. A lot of businessmen want to be as successful as Elon and as popular as Elon. A lot. Like, it's just worded like that, which I hate the term a lot. Actually, I want to be more specific, but I haven't done the math on it. Let's say some. Actually, for sure, there are some business people of all different walks and backgrounds that would like to be as rich and as popular as Elon Musk. So let me just take a step back from the we're one species into the we're separated by race, gender, socioeconomic class conversation, and saying, as a black owner of 2 tech platforms, hardware and software, I need to take action. Let's not call it affirmative. Let's just say I need to take action, and I need to take accountability in ensuring that black engineers are hired, and guess what? Hired together. Because when the black people that are brilliant are separated from our culture, we forget who we are. And we'll get to a point where, OJ would say, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Because just to be on the golf course, we put on the golf shirt. But the golf shirt might not be something that our culture would have done. And now our culture in poor communities is, oh, everybody's got Draco on them. Everybody's got a gun on them. Oh, if you run up on me on the gas station, I'm going to kill you. Hey, you ain't got to talk to me like a man if I haven't killed at least 5 people. But you know what happens is, we can kill 5 people, we can kill 10 people and still be in the media as long as we play by the rules, right? Because what would happen is, any of these guys that have talked about killing people and different things, unless Trump has pardoned them, right? But let's say, even if Trump had pardoned them, they can still go to someone like a Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. We're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiation, which made me feel like a pussy my whole life, right? But now I am someone who legally can say this. Other people in my position, they legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak. Or they will go to prison. I am in a bit of a glass prison because I don't have say-so of where my children go to school. But I'm in a freedom place where I can have this conversation with you right now. And that is, I don't like the word breakthrough. That's God's hand on this situation. But you get what I'm saying about, if I hadn't said the tweet, I wouldn't have had to take the accountability myself to hire black engineers into my 2 tech platforms.
Yeah, and you get what I'm saying? That's a beautiful personal journey you're on. But you get what I'm saying?
It's not personal, it's for my people as a whole. As a tribal small company, as a tribal person, I believe that I am my people.
Yeah.
And the thing that businessmen have done to my people have pulled the brightest out of our tribe and siloed them and made us lose our culture and lose who they were. The only thing I wanted to say at Virgil's funeral, which I wasn't allowed to, right? There was a white pastor that talked the majority of the funeral. Half the funeral He talked half the funeral. He knew Virgil was passing. Did a collaboration with him before he passed, by the way, right? A clothing collaboration. I didn't know Virgil was passing, but the thing I wanted to say, I saw ASAP Rocky and I saw some other members of his gang, you know, in the audience at the funeral. And all I wanted to tell him is, don't let them split the gang up. Don't let them split the gang up. When I did the first Yeezy, because I did Kanye West 2 fashion shows before as a high-end luxury, all-leather kind of designer. Not all-leather, but, you know, high-end materials, mink, this kind of thing. And then I came back with Yeezy with Adidas. And this fashion show was so popular that Justin Bieber had to sit in the second row, right? This thing had every name you could think of. It had Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It was Kylie's first fashion show. She'd been in. And in the second fashion show, I put Kylie and Bella Hadid next to each other in the fashion show. You had Puff Daddy. At that time, Puff Daddy had beef with Drake. Drake still came to the show, and Jay-Z had to break up the fight backstage. The designers, you had Jerry Lorenzo, that's head of Fear God. You had Kim Straub, head of Kim. You had Virgil Abloh, head of Louis Vuitton. You had Dimna, head of Balenciaga, all working for Ye, for the leader, for the philosopher, right? For the person that who put this together? Me, that's who, right? You had these people working for the king of New York, basically the boss, Ye, right? You had Jay-Z in the audience, Rihanna in the audience, Beyonce in the audience, sitting next to Anna Wintour in this audience. And guess who heard wind of this? One of the richest men in the world, Bernard Arnault, caught wind of this. What's going on? They're building up something, and we need to stop it. So then he met with me and politely offered me backing for my clothing line. It would be Kanye West. They would get 49%, or 51%. I would get 49%. They'd have control, and they were going to give me all of the support to Louis Vuitton. So I had to go to Adidas, and I told Adidas, hey, let's indemnify the apparel. So Adidas, you're not going to do the apparel anymore. Hey, we had a good time, but we're going to run off with Giselle now, right? So that's like you told your girl that. She's like, oh, no, we're supposed to, we had the proudest moment of our career. So then he offers me the deal, and Alexander Arnault, who's gone on and raped and pillaged from all of the talent that I had afterwards, I say, before I tell Adidas to indemnify the apparel, can I get a written contract from your dad, Bernard Arnault? And he said, my dad will never go back on his word. So you already know where this thing is going, right? You can, spoiler alert, right? He went back on his word. So 3 months into the deal, I get Anna Wintour. I say, who should I use for my lawyer? She picks my lawyer for me, right? I just found out even a couple of days that the lawyer demanded an airplane during negotiations. Had nothing to do with me, right? They said that Bernard Arnault got freaked out, and then Alexander Arnault calls me and says the deal got dropped at the board. I went back and told my high maintenance wife I was supposed to become this designer at Louis Vuitton, or the Louis Vuitton group was going to back the Kanye West line, because that's how good I've done in fashion, babe. And now the deal is dropped. So then I did a second collection, and we didn't have any support to be able to build the collection. Then I went and found, and third collection, we did it. We took over MSG. Fourth collection went, and the show started an hour late. Then a week later, Kim got robbed. Then I told Scooter Braun, my manager at that time, I say, I'm looking, I need to go to Japan. I'm tired. He says, no, you need to make more money. I do 4 more shows on a second leg of the tour, and I suffer from exhaustion and go to the hospital. And then get diagnosed with a disorder. This is the first time I ever suffered from exhaustion. By the way, I haven't been to the hospital since. And haven't taken, medication in 2 years. And I'm sure there'll be people in the media who won't say, where phone will say, well, that's obvious, right? So, so right now I'm talking to you, right? I'm not on medication. I just go to sleep, right? I have sleep.
Have you been able to sleep?
This, that's too low hanging fruit for you. You're more. I expect more.
I agree.
I expect more.
Yeah, I regret it.
Okay. That's like Pierce Morgan trying to grab ratings. Like, you got a whole life ahead of you. You got a whole life ahead of you. Yeah, these guys are at the end of their life.
Oh, good.
So it's story.
My shit. I love it.
But then, amidst that, the same guy that dropped my deal, Bernard Arnault, goes and hires my best friend. Goes and hires my main engineer, right? It would have been like them hiring, Elon from Peter before they figured out Paul, before they figured out PayPal. But it all Paul sounds like it all sounds like Paul. I just say it because I'm a Christian. I thought it was cool. But it would have been like, what if someone could have went in and took Elon away from Peter before they paid Paul? If they paid Paul,
Yeah,
before they paid Paul. It's just too close.
Yeah, too close.
It just sounds so fresh. The fact that it's so close, right? And that's what happened, right? It broke the gang up. And I'm telling you right now, that hadn't happened. Virgil's alive. I'm still married. You know what I'm saying? The power structure was broken then, right? Because we were building Kylie wasn't a billionaire. You know what I mean? We were building something together that a French colonizer came in and caught it early and tried to destroy it. But the only thing is, God is alive and I'm anointed. And even with those drawbacks, losing my wife, losing my friend, exhaustion, all of these late night tweets that piss off an entire group, like this, the frustration still there. I work for God and God runs the world. And we'll see what happens.
But in those words, don't you feel that being split up, don't you feel you're doing the thing that you stand against, which is playing victim? Aren't you playing victim to the forces in the world?
I didn't play victim. I didn't even get a chance to play. I just said I was about to. I said like this. Like,
no, you played pretty damn well. What do you mean? What do you mean about to? You're like one of the greatest designers in history, fashion designers. You were playing. You are playing. What does that even mean?
I thought you were referring to the tweet.
All of it. There. Well, there's a full set of things that you're under attack for. The tweet and everything beyond that. But like you're blaming, not blaming, but you're saying that the Jewish media, the Jewish referendum, the Jewish people, forget Jewish or not, it doesn't matter, is playing victim, right?
Ultimately, I am fighting a battle in the spiritual sense. And anyone that believes in God and is looking at this interview would agree with that. And I just so happen to be a bright part of God's army. I'm fighting for us to live. The greatest gift is life itself. I am pro-life. I am pro-God. I believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior and died for our sins.
What do you feel about another attack, another painful thing? I imagine super painful is Balenciaga pulling. You had a really close relationship and friendship with their creative director. Like, how do you feel about all of it?
I told you I sang the song. I sing another song from one of my mentors, Future. I never feel pain. I done felt too much pain. Like, there was a day where I was headed to Nashville to meet with George Farmer, who is the CEO of Parla, the day when we made the announcement. At that same day, Balenciaga was taking my imagery off of their site, and the Drink Champs was being taken down. And I said, this is the happiest day of my life. I love cutting the grass low. people wasn't really with you. They was part-time. People switch up when it's wartime. I'd rather have people who are really with me and not people who are just trying to use me.
Listen, as a friend, somebody cares for you. You have to be really careful by the people, by all people, always. The people that are going to be trying to be close to you now, you don't know if you can trust them
Anymore. Oh, with the Balenciaga, I have more to say about it though. Yeah. Let's do this. Dimna will still work for Ye someday, and this is just speeding the process up.
Have you talked? Can you share if you've talked?
Yes, I talked to Dimna. This is like we're kindred spirits. None of this can keep us away from each other. I brought Dimna to Gap to be able to bring the best product in the world. At that time, I wanted to go under $100. Now I'm like, okay, we're gonna go $20 a product. I brought Dimna in to engineer. That's why I said engineer by Balenciaga. Easy guy engineer by Balenciaga. To engineer the best product for the people that they say are at the bottom of the Maslow hierarchy chart. They're at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So Gap didn't want that. Balenciaga didn't want that. Our agendas were not aligned. I was brought in to the Gap for political reasons and influence, like a Virgil, like a George Floyd. When popular celebrities are brought into Fortune 500 companies, it's not to raise the stock. It's to strengthen the position and influence. And it's definitely not to be out here letting a nigga think he's Steve Jobs.
Yeah, there's people like that. But you, as a great man, a visionary, your job is to understand that game and be one step ahead.
Well, that's what I'm telling them. That relationship, some relationships only last for a summer. Some last for a year. The relationship ran its course. In that relationship, I invested a lot of my social capital and actual capital. I spent somewhere between $5 to $10 million personally on Balenciaga. How much money do you think Balenciaga had paid me in the past 2 years? Just take a really wild guess. A really wild.
Less than that.
Just take a super wild one. Just go to the furthest extent of your imagination.
1.2 million.
Lower.
500,000.
Lower.
Zero.
And actually, 2 weeks ago, I paid out of Saint's account $862,000. That enclosed for me from Balenciaga from the store in royalty to Balenciaga, where the deal had been engineered where I was coming out of my pocket. So last year I paid Dimna $3 million to design the collection, right? And we got it out of the Gap marketing funds, and he was going to deliver 160 SKUs or 120 SKUs. 100 SKUs are separate items of clothing, styles of clothing. So he ended up delivering about 60. I feel like we're on the people's court because we actually are, right? We're in the court of public opinion. So he delivered about 60. There were all kinds of people that were working. Part of the reason why I had to get Dimna, like I didn't want to have to. I wanted to compete with them. I didn't want to have to get him. When I made Stronger, I did it to compete with Timberland and Justin Timberlake because my fiance at that time liked Justin Timberlake just a little bit too much. So I made it to compete. And then we had the song out. It's #1 on Apple. It's blowing up. I play it in a club and it sounds muddy. It doesn't sound the way Sexy Back sounded in the club. So I go to Pharrell Williams to do the drums, and it sounds like a different record. I know it can't be a different record because I'm going to swap it out on radio, right? Then I go to the Swiss Beats, it sounds like a different record. I go to Timberland, the person who did Sexy Back, and he did it in 5 minutes, and then spent the rest of the hour talking about how nobody could have done it except for him, running around the studio. I'm the best. No one could have. That's why I had to go to me. I had to go to the king.
Well, he had a point, right?
He had a point, right? So
what makes a song muddy? Is it the beat?
it was in the drums. It was something that Timberland had in those drums. Like, now watch this. I said I'm going DEFCON 3, right? And the actual, I spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. I'm not quite John Legend, tight sweater level, spelling bee level. So I feel a parallel to me going to Timberland to when I said, hey, you as an engineer, I need to work with you as an engineer that is Jewish to look at these contracts and what my people, not just black people, let's say artists, are dealing with in our contracts. These contracts need to be fixed. Everyone could be so mad at the messenger, right? Yay, you said it the wrong way. You're offensive. You're like Hitler now because you said it. You said this out loud. But it does not, you weren't getting enough sleep. All this shit does not negate the fact that we do have Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, but it's just the music industry. Like, there's a lot of hate that was created by just saying that, you know?
But you're saying what is just, it's everything to me, right?
Yeah.
If it's one person, it would mean everything to me, right?
And for George Bush, winning an election was everything. And when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people, that you woke him up. You woke the people up to the fact that he was narrowly being selfish. There's a sense to which you're being corrupted by your own greatness. You're focusing too much on the industry that you've made great, that you've rose to the very top. One of the richest artists in history, one of the greatest designers.
I am the richest artist in history.
Probably the richest artist in history. Yeah,
They say, the funny thing is they're like, oh, richest black person, like, oh, also richest actor, richest musician, richest fashion designer. Like, it's a bunch of riches in that one. You know what I'm saying? It's like richer than Ralph Lauren, like richer than Amani, like richest, like of that, but still low. Because where do you put that? You know, like on the totem. Because I don't even want to.
Man's bank account isn't everything. I would say you and I are equal in a certain deep sense. No matter what the bank account says.
Boom, 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 boom. So, I wanted to give you some big music for your
It sounds a
moments.
little muddy.
Let me give you the Timberland version. But okay,
Say that as well.
the other thing about, like, say, like Balenciaga is them that will work with Ye someday, and for Cedric and for Francois Pinot, and Salma is a beautiful human being. 5 years from now, you'll hear and know the name Ye and know things that we did, and Balenciaga is not going to make it onto your question. Would you, as a gambling man, would you bet on that?
I would bet on that. I can see it in your eyes. Let me ask you.
So it was sad. It was actually a sad day for me, not for me, but more for Balenciaga. I just when I heard that, I was just like, oh, shame.
Let me ask you a silly question, just about them. I read something that you two talked about, like buttons, for a few hours.
They're like gumdrop buttons.
Just in that accent.
Me and them only speak in Shrek.
What's your philosophy with which you approach design? You are one of the great fashion designers of our time. How do you think about it? Do you have a philosophy?
You know what I like about the zipper is the zipper hoodie replaces the dress shirt. Because you could get on your douchebag shit and like unzip it and give a little bit of, that type of look. And
which is the douchebag?
like when the douchebags would go to thing is, the ultimate look would be like, military tank, pull over hoodie, and if you get a little hot, you take off the hoodie, but you're like crazy in shape.
So it gives you that flexibility.
Yeah, it's giving the zippers giving some flexibility, and it's like maybe you want to keep your jacket on. Like let's consider like the hoodie to be like a jacket. If you want to keep your jacket on, then you might want to do this. All the way up. So and it's just comfort, but then you get, okay, can I do a jogging pant on this with elasticity? Now people argue about climate, where we are with the climate. I take a responsibility as being the most influential designer of all time to say we're going to use biodegradable clothing. Now, the issue there is the elastic is not biodegradable. So that means it's actually better to use jeans and a belt than to have an elastic waistband, because the elastic waistband is not biodegradable. So I use the planet as the future of the planet is a big piece of the way I engineer and the way we talk about where designs are going.
The constraints on your design and engineering is given by the planet, by the future of the planet.
Yes. That could almost make Jewish people like me again.
Every time you say Jewish people, I think I've been maybe reading a little too much about World War II, but man, I'd recommend you listen to some audiobooks or read some books on the Holocaust, because like it's heavy. It's heavy. It will put into context the impact of your words.
Would you read books on the current Holocaust that Black people are in?
No, I read.
What have you read about it?
I've read a lot of short form writing, and I've listened to a lot of debates, because it's really humbling that the question of when does life begin is a really difficult question. For me, as an engineer and scientist, it's a philosophical question.
I mean, we could just go on population control, not like if abortion is right or wrong. We could say factually the clinics were made by eugenics for population control and is controlling the population, as is the never being given a 40 acres and a mule, so you don't have the opportunity. And when the people that do have the opportunity are separated from our people, our tribe, and placed in suburban communities next to, Chris Rock would put it, the dentist, and, whitewashed and made to shut the fuck up and, vote left or whatever, niggers are supposed to do when we make it. As opposed to saying, okay, we're building schools, we're building up choirs, we're building up our own leagues, basketball teams, our own factories. We started the first sportswear factory in America since World War II. It was actually this factory I put in Cody. So I'm 45 years old. We're on this journey right now. This is the other thing about this. Like, people, just in general, they love me so much. I'm like actually a hard guy to really hate for a long period of time, just because of my huge cock. And
that's what I noticed. I didn't understand why you showed it to me when we first met, but now I understand.
Yeah,
very nice. Congratulations. I know you don't talk about it, but your hat does say 24.
Yeah.
If you run for president, what kind of ideas would you represent?
That we're beings with engineering opportunities. I would represent just as you serve the platform here, there's something that happened on my last run that I know was brilliant. It was noisy, but it was brilliant. I had one rally, and in the rally, I just let people come up and I gave them a platform. It's our responsibility to listen to the pain and hear the pain and understand, even when we're the ones that cause the pain. Like with my tweet, it's my responsibility to hear you and understand why you feel like that, but it's our responsibility as a people to understand each other.
To give people a voice.
People need the voice, and even right now, what I'm doing or how God is using me, I'm showing where our voices are being muted. There's professors that are actually intelligent, actually have multiple degrees that have been canceled from their schools. And they don't have a music industry or a fan base or a shoe design or a smoking hot ex-wife to complain about. They've just got the truth of what they saw and what they dedicated to this country and to education that has been muted by schools that have been taken over with an agenda. And so you want the brightest minds to be these professors, and then you mute them, and they have nowhere to go. And you might get a guy now that went from being someone's favorite professor that he's working at Starbucks like he was back in school, or like he was back in high school.
So even if that voice is about anger and hate, it still deserves to be heard.
Yeah, it deserves to be heard, and we deserve to ask why. You know, like you have to ask why. I just feel like that's what I feel like that is sympathizing with Mr. Hugecock. I'm just saying that it just needs to be.
You should change that to your name on Twitter while you're still allowed on there.
Yeah, I do think that would get censored. I feel like they definitely cut it down so much. I'm pointing out this. I'm pointing out this truth. Now, I'm serious. This is not a Christian thing, right? And I wonder right there when I say these jokes, is it something that because I do feel like laughter is the key. Engineering and laughter, right, is the key to peace. Like when I go get my teeth cleaned and I have the nitrous, there's something that I want to go and hug Chris Jenner. I want to go and hug Corey Gamble. I want to go and hug, Howard Stern. No one wants to hug Howard Stern. But just it was.
No. I would love to see you two hug it out and make up, even though all the shit talking back and forth.
What about talking it out, or is you gonna be screaming at them?
Yeah, judgmental and that kind of stuff. No, I hope there's love there.
The thing is, I think Howard's just jealous. Not just jealous of my cock. He's also he's jealous that I started my campaign earlier than him.
You gotta let go of that jealousy.
You gotta let go of that jealousy, Howard. You gotta
Howard and everybody else. Jealousy is a natural human thing, man.
I wonder, just as a Christian, right, when I joke and say this stuff, it's like, am I being disobedient to God? Because as a boss, right, I'll talk to an employee, and I'll be like, why didn't you just listen? Because I've got the bigger plan, right? So it's like me talking to God, were the things that I did in this interview that were disobedient to God, and for those things I pray and I repent for anything that I've said that was disobedient to God.
But humor is not one of them. Joking. I feel like humor is the way we avoid so much suffering in the world. It's the way it's like a catalyst for love. Like it's a way to, people that have gone through some of the darkest trauma that I've ever met through war. I just came back from Ukraine. laughing. They're making jokes. That's the best way to deal with dark times. I don't know what it is about like humans. I feel like humor. That's the best way to socially engineer a good future. I think is humor, not taking shit too seriously. That's the problem with censorship. One of the things that really suffer is humor, jokes. Maybe going too far in the joke. You mentioned Anthony Jeselnik. That guy goes hard. That guy goes really hard, and it's great. He crosses all the lines, and that's why he's a genius. And that's when people feels refreshing when he does it. I don't know what it is.
But then it's like hurtful when I do it. But I'll tell you something that was interesting. I'm pretty sure Anthony doesn't like, sorry for the assumption, but just most comedians I know didn't vote for Trump.
That's interesting.
Not saying there aren't comedians that did, but just the ones I know, because I live in California, right?
But they have an appreciation for Trump because of the sense of humor. Then I ask you about parlor and the engineering. I'm interested about that.
Doom, 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 doom.
Hey man, I'm actually trying to hold it together. You're pretty offensive towards a lot, and
I'm not looking to be offensive. I really want to bring people together and get these
I
sales
know,
done.
but the word, 100%, I see your vision.
How do we do
But
that?
somebody you care, well, don't say Jewish media and Jewish controlled media.
Yeah.
Like, man, you sound like it sounds too much like 1930s Nazi Germany that was leading up to the atrocities.
Oh,
This,
he would say JM?
yeah, he was branded JM. That's right. No, it's just the implied like this memeified uh, prejudice towards a group in a way that's going to lead to hate. And I know you don't mean that. I know you have love in your heart. That's
You know
what I'm trying to.
what the prejudice towards the group that led to hate? BLM. BLM took a black person, showed his death on camera because, okay, there are examples of us being killed and being killed on camera, but if it was spread on camera, it was done on purpose by the media because 14, 20 kids get killed in Chicago every week, and it's not spread that much. They, like you said, singled out a person, directed everything on that person, right, as the martyr, and raised the people that hadn't had any. We didn't have our 40 acres of mule. We didn't have, like a lot of things, right, like that black people have not ever been given. So once we're given just a little bit, like, your life matters, right? Then we literally like, oh, okay, now we're being heard, right? But actually, the death toll is up. The city where this happened is completely been turned to a war zone. It's actually something like Candace Owens can actually specify this better, but it's like its own city or something. Like they made it not be a part of the actual state or something. It's like DC and stuff. It's like Washington DC now and stuff. Like, and that has to be from the government. That's got higher level agenda written all over it.
Yeah, they're using the death of an individual. Yeah, sure. The media are not the Jewish media. The media, and that's the media is fucked up. That machine that takes whatever tragedy and pushes it towards whatever narrative that gets more clicks and views and so on. Sure, and then politicians do the same. They use the media, they influence the media to tell a story. And
this is a simple thing I put. I believe that the idea of anti-Semitism and the closeness of the Holocaust is used by certain individuals in media to not take accountability for the bad things that are happening. And what's happening is there's a new frontier, right? Meaning, like, it used to be okay for somebody to be a billionaire. We thought about a billionaire, right? A lot of times you think of actually kind of being out of shape, and 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like Onassis. So like you thought about it differently. Now you think about it, you think about Elon, you think Kim, you think Ye, you think it's a new kind of billionaire. It's not just Soros who's a billionaire. It's a new form of billionaire. Well, right now what I'm calling for the industry is I'm calling the industry out and saying like, hey, it just so happens that there's been times where I had my lawyer was Jewish, my regulator was Jewish, but like 8 people that basically would collude and talk without me were in groups saying, okay, this is what the tour is going to be, this is his next house, and they were making all these decisions, and they're making all this money, and at the end, I was like, I ended my tour, I don't have the money. And it just so happens that that's the case, that's what they were. But what I'm saying is, if everyone can say, hey, you can't point out this fact, or we're going to say you're anti-Semitic, and we're going to call you Hitler, I feel that there has to be at least 1% of safeguarding the ability to screw the artist based on saying it's anti-Semitic by pointing out that they just so happen to all be Jewish. And I don't think that's anti-Semitism. I just think that, hey, this is another thing. Like, okay, the Kardashians, when you hear that, do you think male or do you think female? You think female. You get what I'm saying? You think this is the reality. This is why rap works, right? They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 5 women, 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say so that Christmas happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there, and it never happened at anyone else's black family's house, right? If I'm the one that pointed it out, they just don't have, they don't have their, or your anti-Semitic word to say, shut the fuck up. Yes, but this is the way it runs, and this is the way we want to do it.
If you say that that women are silencing the black voice, yes, you're gonna get the same response. But especially historically
But what about
resonates.
the fact that it's true?
When you talk in groups, that breeds hate. When you talk about individuals, it solves problems.
And
You're in engineering.
Okay, but this is something I pointed out on Pierce. I said, if a black person gets pulled over with a car and it's 3 other people in the car, they're also going to jail. They're not going to single them out. They're going to say, you guys are all in collusion. I just described collusion 5 times in this interview. And you keep on going back to this is like 1930. This is like this. This is like that. What I'm saying is, look, I want to work with you as an engineer to free my people. Can we start as a team with engineer opportunities right here? I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that. Now we are here, and I'm looking to solve it. But what happens is every time I talk to any of these business people one by one, because mind you, I didn't get to the tweet by not having a conversation. I had the conversation beforehand before I got to the tweet. Now we're going to take it to the stage. Now we're on the world stage, right? And you saw Ari Emanuel do exactly the kind of thing that I was saying have been done behind closed doors. Now he's doing it in open doors. They told Candace Owens I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself. And we don't care how you got to that point either. And that's fucked up.
They told Candace you can't be on
It's
Daily
not
Wire.
even about, yes, you did. That's what they said. And you know what? And you can have my voice raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me by I put in your words, the media is saying, not only can you not explain yourself, we don't care how you got to that point. You need to apologize, and you can't explain, and that's the end of the story. You just apologize so we can have Mel Gibson do some more films. It's exactly what Ari Emanuel was saying. No one is looking to change the problem that led so many people to that same level of frustration. And I just so happen to be the one that's not going to back up on it until this changes. Because you know what? I'm sorry I had a sleepy text. I'm sorry I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I put that I was 5'12" or 5'11" on Tinder. Okay, my cock is not 14 inches. I lied. Okay, it's only 13. So I'm sorry, right? So the
He's dropping so many facts today.
so what I'm saying is, but where do we get to this? Because even you, as engineering, as intelligent as you are, you, just like everyone else that I'm saying was colluding, won't let us get to the point of fixing it.
Yeah. But I'm not, I think you're more powerful than the media. I'm not saying you need to apologize because of the media. I'm saying everything we've been talking about just because I care for you and I want you to be the best possible man you could be. To me, a definition of a great man, I'm with Martin Luther King on this. You don't talk about Jews or black people. You talk about engineering. You talk about humanity. You solve problems. You identify the problems in the world, and you don't come from a place of resentment. This group did this. Fuck all that. That is in the past. You just build solutions. I'm going to create a new record label. Okay. I'm going to create a new design firm. I'm going to create a new social network. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right by the people that I know don't have a voice. I'm going to give them a voice. We'll talk about that.
Is it okay to call out collusion? Do people collude in your business under you? Like the engineers, they come together and like they collude against the bosses, right? You know why Bernardo No offered the deal and took it away from me? Collusion. Because I was too powerful with the collective that I had right there. He had to stop that at all costs. They said, for whatever reason, this kid, Ye, they had the ability to have all of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Dimna, Virgil, all these people in the same room working towards the same goal. I've been that person since preschool. That's called a leader, right? And right now, what I'm saying is, hey, for the people in business, whatever their background is, whether they turn their cell phones off on Friday or not, there's been some bad business done, there's bad business practices, and we have to change that because this game is like boxing. More people end up retarded than rich. And I'm saying like beat to a pulp, driven crazy, beat by the media to a pulp. Right now the media has done everything they could to make me apologize and to make me look crazy. And not one person has done anything to find out why I was frustrated enough to do that tweet. And that's facts, and that's fucked up.
Well, I was confused. I am finding out. We found out. I mean, but like, I want solutions. Like, see, there's something about human nature where if you focus too much on resentment,
We're not focusing on it anymore. Fuck the resentment.
Right.
We're moving forward.
Right. So there's two things I think that are required for. I mean, this is how I've lived my life for great engineering. You surround yourself in your personal life by people you trust, and then in your professional life, from an engineering perspective, with a team, with an incredible team. And everything else doesn't matter. That allows you not to focus on other groups, how they're fucking you over, how they're like trying to manipulate you, collude, and all that kind of stuff. You focus on solutions and you find a way around all the different shit. That's it. If you have people in your life you trust, that's like lifelong. You said like some people you're with for the summer, for a year. Find people you can be with for your whole life. Do you have people in your life that you trust, like really trust?
No, I trust God. At any point, a human being, like I could like, if I like go and like really, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this, that, am I supposed to, trust them to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed. And people can have the right intentions. It only makes sense for us to work together when our agendas align. When Kim was pulled really far to the left, our agenda is no longer, aligned. So that made the marriage impossible. It aligned where it's like, oh, I can wear a red hat. That can help her get Alice Johnson out of jail because Trump's willing to do that for my wife because I was the only person in my position that stood up and said, wait a second, I like you.
But isn't there a deeper agenda, the human agenda, just being in love? Like, that's just politics. When you talk about red hat, it's just politics, right?
I mean, the world is becoming more and more transactional every day, and actually, marriages are actually originally based on transactions. And that's why they're less needed the more autonomous we become, or the world makes it less needed. I feel like we do need each other. I feel like we do need someone we can always, count on. It's like I'm pulled away by King Koopa, which is the media, the politics, the promise. Oh, we're gonna keep you safe. So the reason why I get, really frustrated with Kris Jenner is she says losing Rob Kardashian was the greatest mistake of her life, but she never gave Kim's hand over in marriage. Because this is the bottom line. When me and Kim met, we were millionaires or whatever, right? You're telling me you just hand her hand over in marriage that your daughter's not successful, handing your hand over in marriage to, but no, she has to still be the husband to all of her daughters. And we see what the results are consistently. So that's where I get, frustrated. It's like, let that go. Let this person do what you made mistakes on. Don't make this person relive those same mistakes and then put that agenda into my daughters too.
Is there somebody in your life close to you that you trust enough to call you out on your bullshit? We're all bullshit sometimes.
What's my bullshit?
Well, some of it I pointed out today, but I don't know you deeply enough.
What was the bullshit?
Jewish media, Jewish.
That's not bullshit. The bullshit is that the Jewish media won't admit
your dad was right. Your dad was right. The words he used, that you weren't.
And I said it. You're not gonna make me say it 800 more times.
I don't know if it resonated because you keep saying like the words.
Did it resonate to y'all that y'all ain't do nothing about it? And all y'all want to do is have somebody apologize and sweep under the rug your bullshit that you've been doing the whole time. You on the same bullshit as the other people. So you're doing the same thing that the state media, because I'm not allowed to say, has done. So to somebody
which is what, man? Is I'm trying to call you out on your bullshit because I hope I'm somebody you can trust.
I don't fucking trust you.
Well, you should find people you like to trust.
Don't tell me what I should do. I'm not one of your BLM marchers.
Listen, I'm with you on BLM. A lot of organizations use tragedy. And I watched the Candace Owens documentary.
What was your take on it?
I think it's important to question the mainstream narratives, but I don't agree with it. I still believe that George Floyd died from the knee of the cop, not from fentanyl.
And even if that was the case, there's still 50% of black deaths is actually abortion. So let's get into engineering. Let's just go.
How do you fix that?
Population control is social engineering. In its most literal form. The blacks that are under population control. That's something that, that's just what it is.
African Americans are not choosing to get the abortion. It's a choice. It's an individual choice.
But we're being influenced to.
Well, then speak to the community and help. I don't know what the engineering solutions there are. It could be you're doing that in part by speaking to the value and the power of family.
Well, watch this. I was building shelters. I bought land in Calabasas. I bought 2 ranches in Wyoming. 300 acres in Calabasas, 12,000 acres in total in Wyoming. And I started building ideas for shelters. And God set it on my heart to make monasteries, which would be modern day facilities that don't turn people down, that have farms, that have shelter, clothing, but first of all, knowledge, because knowledge is the most important resource to our species above water. Knowledge itself, because then you can go get water. You can argue like your baby anything, but because the baby doesn't have it, so someone with the knowledge then feeds the baby the water. But it's important that those with the knowledge teach the baby how to find the water themselves. And the business people that I've been dealing with have been keeping the baby sick by not sharing the information and the knowledge within inside of those contracts. My people are sick. If I load up Apple Music right now and I play the top songs in the rap chart, I will tell you my people are sick. If I go to the restaurants and opportunity zones and we look at the calorie rating and the cholesterol, I will tell you that my people are sick. If we look at the obesity rate, if you go to just a restaurant somewhere in Middle America, Denny's or something, I went to Denny's the other day, you will see that my people are sick. And my people mean all people, right? But black people are very influential to all people. So, right, if the media picks overweight black woman and says this is body goals, then the media are influencing my people to stay sick. And it just so happens that night I was so frustrated after 20 years that I had to call it out in one tweet. That now, even if I say, hey, okay, I was frustrated for these reasons, now it's not good enough. You've literally tried to make me re-apologize 10 times in this meeting, re-say this, re-say that, but it doesn't change the fact that my people are sick, and I'm the only person in my position that will say that my people are sick. Today, not 30 years ago, not 60 years, my people are sick today. 50% of my people's deaths are abortions today. My people don't have the opportunities today, even to the point that because if JP Morgan had been nice to me and if Alex Klein and STEM players been fair to me, different things, then I wouldn't even point out that we don't have any black, we have 2 black engineers. So I have to have a responsibility, obviously to all people, but specifically to my tribe, because tribes move. You know, tribalism is real with black people. To separate the brightest from the tribe or to separate the leaders, it is factual that the CIA removed the leaders from the black community, put crack in the communities, put guns in the communities, and locked up all the leaders and called them gang leaders, right? Locked up all the leaders, locked up all the fathers. Now 72% of black mothers are raising children by themselves. This is agenda like a Tuskegee experiment set on my people, right? And what I'm calling out for the black people in entertainment is, what are we doing? We have to collude. And if we don't collude, because even if I say, hey, I'd like to make a company that's all black, right? Is that okay for me to say? Is that okay for me to say? Or is that anti-Semitic? See, if I hadn't crossed the line so far, then that would have sounded anti-Semitic. Now I've stretched a bit, so now we can go to, okay, let's make an all-black company. But that would have been anti-Semitic. Just that concept, because you could word that in a different way that would sound anti-Semitic.
I don't know, man.
No, listen. If I said I didn't want to have Jewish people in the company, would that be anti-Semitic? It would sound like it, right? You'd say that from 1930s, right? Yeah. But for me as a tribe to say, no, I want an all-black company, right?
I'm generally against that kind of thing, but first of all, you have the right to do whatever the hell you want.
Well, what I'm saying is that's what I feel may need to happen for my people to have power again. Because when my people have been left under the media's control, we've been made sick. We've been allowed to be sick. We're promoting sickness.
I think, at least in the engineering realm, I haven't met an engineer who happens to be black who would like to be called a black engineer. And when you have a company of all black people that are engineers, I don't know creative arts, I apologize, but engineering, they really try to look at each as humans and look at the problem, and you want to have the confidence that everybody on the team is the best possible person for the job.
What I can say is the world is sick, and I have slight images of utopia, slight images of happiness, slight images as a visionary and a creator. And I know for a fact the way that business deals have been done for me are keeping the world sick.
Fix them. I see that's what you're trying to do. And you probably, listen, people should not doubt yet. But I gotta tell you, I have to be honest. I don't, this is silly because you don't know me. But it hurt when you say you don't trust me. You kind of lost me. I don't think anyone's ever said that to me. I don't know, man. Fuck that. I don't care about views or clickbait or any of that bullshit. I just thought you were one of the greatest artists ever. It'd be cool to talk to you. And I feel like you got pain you're working through. I never had anyone say that to me. Maybe I'm just being a mess about it, I guess. That's fucked up, though. But maybe it's not. Maybe you shouldn't trust it. But I just haven't had that experience.
Yeah, do you think I would trust anybody at this point in my life?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I hear you. And it's also kind of good to see how much strength you got. You're not broken by any of this. You're under a lot of attack. A lot of attack. By a lot of people. You have a vision. And you're trying to feel your way through it. And you might get destroyed for it. That's the human, that's the risk you take.
It's a wonderful life, though.
What do you hope your legacy is?
To be forgotten.
You think you'd be forgotten?
Because there's ego in memory, in the memories. Who designed the sidewalk? Who designed the water fountain? Who designed the stop sign? Who designed the stoplight? These things are so ubiquitous that the person that designed them is forgotten. If it's a good idea, it's a God idea. And I don't know VCs can own it.
So you want your design in all realms of life to be so simple that they permeate everything. They take over, and you're forgotten. That's a successful design, is you're forgotten.
Yes.
You have advice for people? A lot of young people look up to you. You have advice for young people how to live a life they can be proud of.
Don't tweet while you're sleepy.
Take a nap. Surely there's other things. I love the humor. Don't take it seriously, I suppose, is what that means.
Don't send sleepy tweets unless you buy your own social platform the very next week called Parler. But other than that, if you're not going to buy your own social platform, then don't.
Is that why you bought Parlor? So you could be sleepy and send messages out to the world? I actually am really interested in the engineering aspects of Parler. Is there a vision there? Because I'm also super interested in Elon about Twitter.
I like Instagram better than Twitter, and I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg liked Instagram better than Facebook, or saw how how valuable that was and bought it.
If you'd like to take Parler to something, whatever is the magic that makes Instagram work, you want to push it.
Well, I thought it was interesting how it felt like Snapchat made the Kardashians bully Instagram.
What's the point of Snapchat going to war on Instagram?
Yeah, I mean, just everyone wants to say, well, this is our value, Snapchat. No one wants to lose their value to someone else's value, whatever. It's like, and everything is just, so what's the difference between permanent and temporary? It's just a permanent structure. And until God says it's not, it's like nothing's permanent. Our life is not permanent. So how do we just let go of those things? Even like going from the name Kanye West to Gay was the beginning of just letting go of some things, of these titles. Like we need to remove the titles. Like, hey, if I have to leave Adidas and I have to go next computers, that may take me out of the billionaire standing altogether. And I got to get low for however long God says I have to get low and refocus. I've been refocusing my staff. I had some people that were good, and I had some people that weren't, and I had too many people, and I've got a vision inside of me, and I'm like, this is how I make this vision. I have to bring this vision to life. I have to bring these houses to life. I I was talking to one of our architects on, we're actually getting close on it. I've like built it a few times. I had like the domes you probably saw, and I said, how we transformed Kim's house, and we're getting there. Like,
You want to get into architecture, like you really want this to become physical reality.
yeah, and I've got close. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, but Rome had to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I gotta call you out on the advice. There really is a lot of people that look up to you, and you've lived a really difficult life, and you made through all of it. What do you advise them to do?
Do everything that you feel, even if you are told that it's the wrong thing. No. But not anything violent.
Do what you feel, say what you feel. Like trust your heart.
Yeah, trust your gut. Trust your instincts, because that instinct is who God made you to be. Not, what lines up with your like frat brothers, or what lines up with what your dad wanted, or what lines up with your classmates. Or, it's just God has something inside of you, and when you walk down the street, you're thinking about it, and then you just see it in the window. And you go down another street, you see the same thing, or you're thinking about a number, and that number pops up, or you see it on a license plate, and that's just, something is trying to say, be the maximum, yay, be the maximum you, and God will give you anything that you can't handle. So for me, everything is a yes. I think they say be like water. I know Bruce Lee said that. But matter of fact, just be. Because we are beings with engineering opportunities.
Beautifully put. Yeah, I have hope. I have faith that however this turns out, that you have the skill and the capacity to really add love to the world. I hope you do that. I really, really hope you do that. And we talked about the tension of that, the challenges and opportunities of that.
I mean, I see how we could be of use to each other. You actually have a particular thing for me as I eject from media. Because even also, I'm really thinking like, burning the phoenix too. All you know as an engineer that your cells completely regenerate every 7 years. I think I rush the process a little bit, so I run around looking like a burn victim sometimes.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, anyone I close with, I work with, there has to be trust, there has to be love, and I think you've been burned quite a bit in your life.
Sometimes I did it myself. I put my hand on stove. So how do we get to engineering? There's a deal to be done here. Not saying you're making this money off of that, I'm making that money off, but
I don't care about money, by the way.
Same, twins. So there's dealings here. You got pain, I got pain, but we're beings with engineering opportunities.
For a long time, I thought somebody should create a new social network, and it looks like great engineering could do that.
You got two at one time from two of your homeboys at one time.
Yeah, and that's a great way. I mean, it can be done from scratch, or it can be done anew with an already established platform. Yeah, now I'm very excited by that possibility. Parler is smaller, Twitter is larger. I wonder whether you could do any kind of revolutionary engineering with a large company. If anyone can, I would say it's Elon.
Well, Elon can look at what we do over here. That's why I like, God does this a lot of times. He creates doppelgangers. There's a lot of examples where theory happened two places at one time. A really similar type of personality happened at one time.
Weird, beautiful,
Yeah.
hilarious actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of humorous.
So we should just share every piece of information together as I go build Parler and as he builds up Twitter and see how to make both those better. But I'll be like, hey, I'm not gonna let Snapchat bully me out of adding something to it that's best. It should just be the best platform possible.
Yes.
That means that TikTok has amazing features. Twitter has amazing things about it. I know this girl that's like, I like Instagram better than Twitter is just, she likes that Twitter has porn. But other than that, Instagram. But I was like, well, Instagram is porn also. It's like soft. It's more subtle. It's not telling you. It's not conservative by any means. You know, and
I mean, that's the thing. You have to please a lot of people with these platforms. And I think the goal of a platform should be to help individuals maximize their long-term happiness and growth, like intellectually, spiritually, psychologically, all of that. That's a tricky thing to figure out how to do that. Of course, you could just have a platform that's just strictly for fun. I think that's where TikTok leans. But I think there's a balance to strike. Like Twitter, there's a lot of intellectual, philosophical stuff going on Twitter, but it somehow currently makes it too easy to be divisive and hateful towards each other and cancel and all that kind of stuff.
I think we need to have these healthy conversations. That's what it is. Healthy conversation, healthy dialogue. That's the biggest thing. Like when I first wore the red hat, the conversation is less healthy than it is today. The conversation about George Floyd, it's like, did I send the tweet the right way? Is Candace Owens' documentary perfect? Michael Moore, that documentary is perfect. Century Self, is it fully accurate? It's 2 to 3 hours of a transmit of information through a particular, usually one person's view. And anything you want to research, if you're interested in it, you got to look at 10 versions of it, 20 versions of it. George Floyd, we looked at one version of that. Now we have a second. Well, by the time we get to the, I know this is like, it's not my last hoodie, but it's definitely not my first hoodie that I put on. It's like, that's how we got to it. Like even this particular size and zipper, for the fact that, for people who know, they know that it's like Carhartt. Even though the Carhartt tag isn't there anymore, you just know by the shape of it, you feel it. So it abstracts, it takes into like this cubist place, like Picasso, Matisse, or African Cubism, or Dire Straits. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Look at that. Hey, I wouldn't think you could reference Dire Straits. That video. Yeah, I know. It's a great video. That is. It's like your encyclopedic knowledge of music is great. I think that, porn is not just sexual. That term actually relates to torture. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like watching people beat each other up on World Star. It's like, that's called torture porn.
There's also food porn. How do you explain that?
What's food porn?
Food porn is like looking at really delicious cakes and cookies and steak and so on, and you're like, holy shit.
Exactly. Architecture. Like, there's people who love architecture. When they see architecture, I know, I got friends that are like, oh, that's porn.
Yeah.
Architecture.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, that's like love, like dopamine fueled love for that thing. Yeah. That's beautiful. I think that's beautiful.
Well, I think,
as long as nobody's getting hurt,
the intoxication that people have, the worst part is like when one person's in love and the other person's in like.
That's us right now.
Well, who's in like?
Because you said you love Bill Maher and you like me.
Not and
I love you. So that was
no, I actually love you both. And the funny thing is, like, as a visionary, visionaries are more extreme than business people, because a visionary would do bad business for their vision. A business person will never do bad business. Well put. Really well put. So when you say I don't care about money, it's like, yeah, I feel you. Like, I feel that I care in a way that I need that. But I care about the vision that I have to a Steve Jobs level, to the point of putting that above my regular human existence, meaning having to go and take all the arrows, that I become a soldier of the vision. Because someone could say, a wife could say to, like say like in the 60s, their husband's about to go to war. The wife may not want their husband to go to war because of their children, but he's going to war because of their children.
Definitely. Do you regret any aspect of just giving everything to your vision? I mean, you've spoken about that, saying like, I got fucked over in the business side.
I promise that I had to stop envying cool people at their current cool time. If anything, if someone's cool and I say their name a lot, I'm gonna flash the light on them so much that it ages their coolness. It's actually a war technique, showered in compliments. You know, because that's what that to be able to stay at 45 years old and still be the bad kid in class, at 45, I'm still in the principal's office. Because if you look at, like, say, fashion, right? If you think of something fashionable, it's probably going to look like the kid in the principal's office. That's going to be the fashion. And that's part of the reason why I'm the most influential person at fashion. And fashion, because I refuse to leave the principal's office. If the substitute teacher comes in, I'm going to say, you got a big butt. Yeah. And I'm going to get, and they're going to
right back to the principal's office.
And people are going to be like, yo. And that's what you were saying, like, who can we talk to? Because no one can talk to me. No one, I'm out of control, bro. It's just God, then me, and then fuck everybody. You know what I mean? That's really how I live my life. And I just want to say this one thing about the children thing. I wanted to, put that point together, put that idea together on a word point. I'm really big on like words being powerful. Says the person with the sleepy tweet. Yeah. So
full of contradiction.
Yeah, I'm a human being, right? It's like some days I'm like, I could go 30 days and be celibate. Like really like I'm a monk. I'm being like faithful to God. And then I go like working out, no carbs, like my weight would fluctuate. And I'll have times I'm like, I don't feel like being told what to do. So I don't want to work out with a trainer. And I just want to drink this Hennessy. But I want to say this thing that I will text Kim sometimes. I'll say, you may not understand what I'm doing right now, but you will. And that's what I would say to everyone. You may not understand what I'm doing. And this gives a little bit, maybe we're like 20% there. But there's still going to be people, we leave this interview, and they're like, I still don't like the way they apologize. I still don't want to say what my involvement would have been to make him lead us to that point. And we just want things to be how they are. There's people in the world who want the world to stay as it is, and there's people who want to change the world. And that's happened throughout time. They say that with Da Vinci, halfway into a conversation, he could not suffer fools so much that he would walk away halfway into the conversation. And I said, well, that's why it's the Da Vinci Code and not the Da Vinci world. And every time I go and piss off a group of people or do these things, on some end, it's like I could be turning my thing from a potential world vision to a code, or I could be opening up conversations with new friends that I may trust something.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. that because the change you will have on the world that you don't know for sure, it will happen across years, even decades. So you have to think in the future. Like you're working in the future. Your actions are working in the future. And a lot of people will judge this conversation and others you've done and so on in the present, and that doesn't matter.
You know why I apologize when I say I'm sorry to the Jewish people that I hurt? It's not about, like I said, I'm not going to hold this apology hostage, right? It's obviously it's about God, but God is everything, right? So what's the point of having language and being that you can't engineer if you say God, 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 right? It's like, it's God asks us to be judgmental so that you become, if you're a doctor, right? It's your judgment that saves grandma, right? And God puts that in there. It's like We have God inside us. We're a piece of God also, right? So I'm going to go specific to a person. That story about Da Vinci alone is enough of a reason for me to give a sincere apology to the Jewish people, because I do believe that there's a Da Vinci code inside of all of my misspellings and scribbles right here that God wants me to get to the world. And when I'm in my way, if God has set something on me, when I'm in my way, I'm in God's way. Now, I can point at other people and say, hey, you guys are in God's way because you're not listening to me. But if I'm in my way, I'm not listening to God. And for me to be a philosopher and a leader, or whatever other language, I have to listen to God. So before God, what I would do is start off as a samurai and say, I'm sorry for hurting you as a Jewish person. I'm sorry for the way that made you feel. And I'm sorry for the entire population of a race that I feel is actually my brothers, because I classify and feel that I'm also connected with Christ in that way, that my people came from Africa in that way. And I can't say it's this exact teaching or that exact teaching, but I feel that there's an importance, the sons of Abraham, however we want to word it, right? For us to come together and bring our different talents together to serve God collectively. And he, as much of an alien as I am, he does not he did not call for me to alienate. And that's what the problem has been, especially in politics and in America. He placed America as the TV, as the radio to the world. We invented rock and roll, right? We are the influencers of the rest of the planet. We're the youngest startup in history, right? We're the youngest country. We're the youngest superpower, right? So for me in my position, the fact that I can talk to Trump one day and be at a game with Kim Kardashian the next day and then be at Paris Fashion Week, they don't want me to be involved with language of divisive language, proving that I could be just as racist as a racist white person. Oh, I can be a racist black person also. That's not what God has called me to do. So how do I simplify and say, hey, to you as a visionary, as an engineer, as a person that's given me a platform, that as my brother, I want to apologize to you for how that made you feel, and to the rest of the people that carry specifically that pain, not the pain that I talk about. That doesn't seem to be as much of a pain for people when I talk about the abortion clinics and stuff. That's an argue pain even in my own community. Like that, everyone thinks it's a pain. But for the Jewish community, it's collectively this was a pain, and I've gone so far just psychologically on this journey since that statement had happened, where I didn't want to give up the candy in my pocket. I didn't want to say, hey, I stuck my hand in the candy jar. I wanted to defend my freedom of speech. I wanted this. But even with freedom of speech, pain is pain. Causing people to hurt is not helping. Causing people to hurt is not helping. So that means I have to take a more sophisticated approach to engineering this problem. This problem is an opportunity. And yes, that what could some people may deem as a mistake. Would it be more genuine if I called it a mistake? I think I would be hypocritical by calling it a mistake, but with the end of that, the idea I was going to say out loud. So I don't try to be a hypocrite on purpose. But I will call it a mistake to add a genuine, to be genuine about the feeling. With that mistake, with me as a human being, not to justify, but I have to state that God makes no mistakes, because if I hadn't made that mistake, I wouldn't be in front of you today. And that's not to justify this sleepy text.
But I can tell you're a man that has love in his heart, and I hear that. I hear it through the words explicitly and implicitly. And I think if we're to engineer a better future, the way to do that is with love. So as one human to another, I love you, brother. Thank you for talking today. This is great. I like you too. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ye himself. Nothing in life is promised except death. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Donald Trump was probably the biggest person ever to be removed from social media. Do you understand why that was done? Can you steel man the case for it and against it?
Everybody who's watching this around the world basically saw, let's say, U.S. establishment or Democrat-aligned folks just decapitate, the head of state from digitally, right? Like, just boom, gone, okay? And they're like, well, if they can do that in public to the U.S. president, who's ostensibly the most powerful man in the world, what does the Mexican president stand against that? Nothing. Regardless of whether it was justified on this guy, that means they will do it to anybody. Now the seal is broken. Just like the bailouts, as exceptional as they were, and at first everybody was shocked by them, then they became a policy instrument. And now there's bailouts happening. Every single bill is printing another whatever $1 billion or something like that.
The following is a conversation with Balaji Srinivasan, an angel investor, tech founder, philosopher, and author of The Network State, How to Start a New Country. He was formerly the CTO of Coinbase and general partner at Andreessen Horowitz. This conversation is over 7 hours. For some folks, that's too long. For some, too short. For some, just right. There are chapter timestamps, there are clips, you can jump around, or like I prefer to do with podcasts and audiobooks I enjoy, and sit down, relax, with a loved human, animal, or consumable substance, or all three if you like, and enjoy the ride from start to finish. Biology is a fascinating mind who thinks deeply about this world and how we might be able to engineer it in order to maximize the possibility that humanity flourishes on this fun little planet of ours. Also, you may notice that in this conversation, my eye is red. That's from Jiu-Jitsu. And also, if I may say so, from the life well lived. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast, supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, is Balaji Srinivasan. At the core of your belief system is something you call the prime number maze. I'm curious. We got to start there.
Sure.
We can start anywhere with mathematics. Let's go.
All right, great. A rat can be trained to turn at every even number or every third number in a maze to get some cheese. But evidently, it can't be trained to turn at prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, and then 11, and so on and so forth. That's just too abstract. And frankly, if most humans were dropped into a prime number maze, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out either. They'd have to start counting, and so it actually would be pretty difficult to figure out what the turning rule is. Yet the rule is actually very simple. And so the thing I think about a lot is just how many patterns in life are we just like these rats and we're trapped in a prime number maze. If we had just a little bit more, cogitation, if we had, a little bit more cognitive ability, a little bit more, whether it's, brain machine interface or just better physics, we could just figure out the next step in that prime number maze. We could just see it, we could just see the grid, right? And that's what I think about. Like that's a big thing that drives me, is figuring out how we can actually understand that prime number maze that we're living in.
To understand which patterns are just complex enough that they're beyond the limit of human cognition.
Yes.
And what do you make of that? Are the limits of human cognition a feature or a bug?
I think mostly a bug. I admire Ramanujan. I admire, Feynman. I admire these great mathematicians and physicists who were just able to see things that others couldn't. And just by writing it down, that's a leap forward. People talk about it's not the idea, it's the execution, but that's for trivial ideas. For great ideas, for Maxwell's equations or Newton's laws or quantum electrodynamics or some of Ramanujan's identities, that really does it's the advancement theory to figure out why is this thing actually working. That's actually, StatMech, arose in part from the kind of phenomenological studies that were basically being done where people are just getting steam engines and so on to work. And then they kind of abstract out thermodynamics and so on from that, right? So the practice led the theory rather than vice versa. To some extent, that's happening in neural networks now, as you know, right? And I think that's so just something that's true and that works. If we don't know yet, that's amazing. That pulls us forward. So I do think that the limits are more of a plug.
Is there something that humans will never be able to figure out about our universe, about the theory, about the practice of our universe?
Yeah, people will typically quote Gödel's Incompleteness for such a question. And there are things that are provably unknowable or provably unprovable. But I think you can often get an approximate solution. The Hilbert, Hilbert's problem is like, we will know, we must know. At least we should know that we can't know. Push to get at least an approximate solution. Push to know that we can't know. At least we push back that darkness enough so that we lit up that corner of the intellectual universe.
Okay, let's actually take a bit of a tangent and explore a bit in a way that I did not expect we would. But let's talk about the nature of reality briefly. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Don Hoffman.
No, I don't. I know Roger Penrose has like this road to reality series for like basic physics, getting up to everything we know. But go ahead.
It's even wilder.
Yeah.
In modern physics, you start to question of what is fundamental and what is emergent in this beautiful universe of ours. And there's a bunch of folks who think that space-time, as we know it, the four-dimensional space, is emergent. It's not fundamental to the physics of the universe. And the same, many argue, I think Sean Carroll is one of them, that time itself, the way we experience it, is also emergent. It's not fundamental to the way our universe works. Anyway, those are the technical term. I apologize for swearing. Those are the mind fucks of modern physics. But if we stroll along that road further, we get somebody like Donald Hoffman, who makes the evolutionary case that the reality we perceive with our eyes is not only an abstraction of objective reality, but is actually completely detached. Like we're in a video game, essentially, that's consistent between each, consistent for all humans, but it's not at all connected to physical reality. So it's an illusion.
It's like a version of the simulation hypothesis. Is that it's
in a very distant way, but the simulation says that there's a kind of computational nature to reality, and then there's a kind of a programmer that creates this reality and so on. No, he says that we humans have a brain that is able to perceive the environment, and evolution has produced from primitive life to complex life on Earth, produced a kind of brain that doesn't at all need to sense the reality directly. Like this table, according to Donald Hoffman, is not there.
well? So
It's like not just as an abstraction, like we don't sense the molecules that think of the table, but all of this is fake.
interesting. So I tend to be more of a hard science person, right? And so so just on that, people talk about qualia. Like, is your perception of green different from my perception of green? And my counter argument on that is, well, we know something about spectrum of light, and we can build artificial eyes. If we can build artificial eyes, which we can, they're not amazing, but you can do that. You can build artificial ears and so on. Obviously, we can build recording devices and for cameras and things like that. Well, operationally, the whole concept of your perception of green, you see green as purple, I see green as green, or what I call green, doesn't seem to add up because it does seem like we can do engineering, right? So the Hoffman thing, I get why people more broadly will talk about a simulation hypothesis because it's like Feynman and many others have talked about how math is surprisingly useful to describe the world. Like very simple equations give rise to these complex phenomena. Wolfram is also on this from a different angle with the cellular automata stuff. But
So suspicious of what it works.
yeah, but on the other hand, it's like it is. Yet we're still also in a prime number maze. There's things we just don't understand, and
Right.
So
Also, within the constraints of the non-prime numbers, we find math to be extremely effective, surprisingly effective.
yeah, exactly. So maybe the math we have gets us through the equivalent of even turns and the odd turns, but there's math we don't yet have that is more complex or more complex.
Despite all our age,
And I know
that's the case.
I know that gets like very abstract. recollection, I may be out of date on this, like things like sonoluminescence, we don't know exactly how they work. And sometimes those things that are like at the edges of physics, in the late 1800s, I think Rutherford, somebody, I think it was Rutherford, said, basically all physics is being discovered, et cetera. That was obviously before quantum mechanics. That sort of edge case, people are looking at the Balmer and the Passion series and seeing, this weird thing, with the hydrogen spectrum was quantized, and that led to like the sort of phenomenological set of observations that led to quantum mechanics and everything. And sometimes I think the UAP stuff might be like that, right? People immediately go to aliens for UAP, like the unidentified aerial phenomena, right? People have been there's a surprising amount of stuff out there on this. The UK has declassified a bunch of material. Harry Reid, who's the sender, has talked about this. It's not an obviously political thing, which is good. It's something that is there something happening there, right? And people have thought for a long time that the UAP thing was a like American kind of counter propaganda to cover up their new spy planes that were spying over the Soviet Union, to make anybody who talked about them seem crazy and hysterical or whatever. But if the UAP thing is real, it could be atmospheric phenomena like the aurora borealis or the northern lights, but some things we don't understand. It could be something like the Balmer and Passion series, which were the observations of like emission spectra before quantum mechanics. So that's like another option as opposed to doesn't exist or little green men. It could be physics we don't understand yet. That's one possibility.
Do you think there's alien civilizations out there?
So there's a lot of folks who have kind of written and talked about this. There's the Drake equation, which is like the multiplying all the probabilities together. There's perhaps more sophisticated takes like the dark forest, which says that if the universe is like a dark forest, we're the dumb ones that aren't hiding our presence. There's one calculation I saw, I haven't reproduced myself, but basically says that the assumption that other civilizations have seen ours is wrong, because when you have like a spherical radius for like the electromagnetic radiation that's leaving our planet, as that sphere gets larger and larger, it gets like smaller and smaller amounts of energy. So you get farther out, you're not getting enough photons or what have you to actually detect it. I don't know. Actually, I haven't looked into the math behind it, but I remember seeing that argument. So actually, it is possible that it's so diffuse when you go past a certain number of light years out that people that alien civilization wouldn't be able to detect it. Right? That's another argument.
That's more basically about signals from them, from us.
Yeah.
To be able to signals colliding enough to find the signal from the noise.
Right. Exactly.
Intelligent signal.
Yeah. Hansen has an article called "Rabbi Aliens." Maybe seen his thing, yeah. Right? And so there's
been on this podcast.
Oh, great!
He's doing it.
I like him. He pushes boundaries in interesting ways.
In every way, in all of the ways.
In all the ways. That's right. I like him overall. He's nasty too.
Rabbi aliens. So he has this interesting idea that the civilizations quickly learn how to travel close to the speed of light.
Right.
So we're not going to see them until they're here.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, one of the things is, so here's, for example, a mystery that we haven't yet done, right? We haven't really figured out yet, which is abiogenesis in the lab, right? We've done lots of things where you can show macromolecules binding to each other. You can show, evidence for the so-called RNA world. Abiogenesis is to go from, like non-life to life, right, in the lab. You can show microevolution, obviously, with bacteria. You can do artificial selection on them. Lots of other aspects of, fundamental, biochemistry, origins of life stuff that being established. There's a lot of plausibility arguments about primitive environment and nitrogens and carbons snapping together to get, the RNA world is the initial hypothesis. But to my knowledge, at least, we haven't actually seen abiogenesis demonstrated. Now, one argument is you need just like this massive world with so many different breaths before that actually happens. And one possibility is if we could do atomic level, simulations of molecules bouncing into each other, it's possible that in some simulation we could find a path, a reproducible path to abiogenesis, and then just replicate that in the lab, right? I don't know, okay, but that seems to me to be like a mystery that we still don't fully understand, like an example of the prime number maze. Right?
One of the most fascinating mysteries.
One of the most important. Yeah. And again, there may be some biochemist who's like, Boz, you didn't know about X, Y, and Z that happened with anybody just killed. I freely confess I'm not like au courant on it. The last thing I remember looking at it is
What's Ocarant mean?
like up to the moment.
Oh, nice. That's a nice word.
That's a
Ocarant.
yeah, I'm probably mispronouncing it, but
Yeah.
um,
We'll edit it in post. We'll pronounce it correctly with AI.
yeah.
We'll copy your voice and you will pronounce it perfectly correctly.
Yeah.
In post.
One thing that I do think was interesting is Craig Venter a while back tried to make a minimum viable cell, where he just tried to delete all of the genes that were not considered essential, and so it's like a new life form. And this was like almost 20 years ago, so and that thing was viable in the lab, right? And so it's possible that you kind of reverse engineer. So you're coming at the problem from different directions. Like RNA molecules can do quite a lot. You've got some reasonable assumptions as to how that could come together. You've got like sort of stripped down viable life forms, and so it's not there isn't stuff here. You can see microevolution. You can see at the sequence level. If you do molecular phylogenetics, you can actually track back the bases. There's actually, so it's not like there's no evidence. There's a lot of tools to work with. So this, in my view, is a fascinating area, and actually also relevant to AI, because another form of abiogenesis would be if we are able to give rise to a different branch of life form, the silicon-based as opposed to carbon-based, to stretch the point. You give rise to something that actually does meet the definition of life for some definition of life. Right?
Well, what do you think that definition is for an artificial life form? Because you mentioned consciousness.
Yeah.
When will it give us pause that we created something that feels, by some definition or by some spiritual, poetic, romantic, philosophical, mathematical definition, that it is alive?
Right.
And we wouldn't want to kill it.
So a couple of remarks on that. One is Francis Crick of Watson and Crick. Before he died, I think his last paper was published on something called the claustrum. Okay, and the thing is that sometimes in biology or in any domain, people are sort of discouraged from going after the big questions, right? But he proposed the claustrum is actually the organ that is the seat of consciousness. It's like this sheath that like covers the brain. And for mice, if you and again, I may be recollecting this wrong, but you can look. But if my recollection is, in mice, if you disrupt this, the mouse is like very disoriented, right? It's like it's the kind of thing which Watson and Crick were all about. Structure implies function, right? Found the structure of DNA, this amazing thing, and they remarked in this very understated way at the end of the paper that, well, obviously this gives a basis for how the genetic material might be replicated and error corrected, because helix unwinds and you copy paste, right? So he was a big structure function person, and that applies not just at the protein level, not just at the level of DNA, potentially also at the level of organs. Like the claustrum is kind of this system integrating level, right? It's like the last layer in the neural network or something, and so that's the kind of thing that I think is worth studying. So consciousness is another kind of big. Abiogenesis is a big question. The prime number maze consciousness is a big question. Then definition of life, right? There's folks, I think, so this one is something I'd have to Google around, but there was a guy, I think at Santa Fe Institute or something, who had some definition of life, like some thermodynamic definition. But you're right that it's going to be a multi-feature definition. We might have a Turing test-like definition, frankly, which is just if enough humans agree it's alive, right? And that might, frankly, be the operational definition. Because viruses are like this boundary case. Are they alive or not? Most people don't think they're alive, but they're more alive than a rock. In a sense.
Well, I think in a world that we'll talk about today quite a bit, which is the digital world, I think the most fascinating, philosophically and technically, definition of life is life in the digital world. So chatbots, essentially creatures, whether they're replicas of humans or totally independent creations, perhaps in an automatic way. I think there's going to be chatbots that would ethically be troubled by if we wanted to kill them. They would have the capacity to suffer. They would be very unhappy with you trying to turn them off. And then there'll be large groups of activists that will protest. They'll go to the Supreme Court, or whatever the Supreme Court looks like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and they will demand that these chatbots would have the same rights as us humans.
I saw that Google engineer who was basically saying this had already happened, and I was surprised by it because when I looked at the chat logs of it, it didn't seem particularly interesting. On the other hand, I can definitely see. I mean, GPT-3 for people who haven't paid attention shows that serious step ups are possible, and obviously you talk about AI in your podcast a ton. Is it possible that GPT-9 or something is kind of like that, or GPT-15 or GPT-4 maybe? But
for people just listening, there's a deep skepticism in your face.
Yeah, the reason being because it's possible. It's possible that you have like a partition of society on literally this basis. That's one model where there's some people, just like there's vegetarians and non-vegetarians, right? There may be machines have life and machines are machines, or something like that, right? You could definitely imagine some kind of partition like that in the future where your fundamental political social system, that's a foundational assumption. And, is AI, does it deserve the same rights as like a human? Or, for example, a corporation is an intermediate. Do you see the thing which is how human are different corporations? Have you seen that infographic? It's actually funny.
Yeah,
so it's like
spectrum.
There's spectrum. So, for example, Disney is considered about as human as like a dog, but like Exxon, I may be remembering this wrong, but they had like a level with like human at one end and like rock at the other.
Does that have to do with corporate structure? What
I think it's just about people's empathy for that corporation, their brand identity. But it's interesting to see that, first of all, people sort of do think of corporations as being more or less, like the branding is really what they're responding
to. Well, that's what, they're also responding. I have a brand of human that I'm trying to sell, and it seems to be effective for the most part.
Sure.
Although it has become like a running joke that I might be a robot.
Right.
Which means the brand is cracking. It's seeping through. But in that sense, I think I don't see a reason why chatbots can't manufacture the brand of being human, of being sentient.
That is the Turing test, but it's like the multiplayer Turing test. Now that actually a fair number of chatbots have passed the Turing test, I'd say there's at least two steps up, right? One is a multiplayer Turing test where you have chatbots talking to each other. And then you ask, can you determine the difference between end chatbots talking to each other and clicking buttons and stuff in apps and humans doing that? And I think we're very far off, or I shouldn't say very far off. At least, I don't know how far we are in terms of time. We're still far off in terms of a group of end chatbots looking like their digital output is like the group of end humans. Like go from the Turing test to the multiplayer Turing test. That's one definition. Another definition is, to be able to kind of swap in, and you're not just convincing one human that this is a human for a small, session. You're convincing all humans that this is a human for end sessions. Remote work actually makes this possible, right? That's another definition of a multiplayer Turing test, where basically you have a chatbot that's fully automated, that is earning money for you as an intelligent agent on a computer, that's able to go and get remote work jobs and so on. I would consider that next level, right? If you could have something that was like that was competent enough to, because everything on the computer can be automated, right? Literally, you could be totally hands-free, just like autonomous driving. You could have autonomous driving. As a challenge problem, if you were Microsoft or Apple and you had legitimate access to the operating system, just like Apple says, can you send me details of this thing? A decentralized thing could, in theory, log, the actions of 10,000 or 100,000 or a million people. And with cryptocurrency, you could even monitor a wallet that was on that computer. And you could see, what long-run series of actions were increasing or decreasing this digital balance. You see what I'm saying, right? So you start to get, at least conceptually, it'd be invasive and there'd be a privacy issue and so on. Conceptually, you could imagine an agent that could learn what actions humans were doing that resulted in an increase of their local cryptocurrency balance. Okay, there may be better ways to formulate it, but that I would consider a challenge problem is to go from the Turing test to a genuine intelligent agent that can actually go and make money for you. if you can do that, that's a big deal. People obviously have trading bots and stuff, but that would be the next level. It's typing out emails, it's creating documents.
It'll mimic human behavior in its entirety.
Yeah, that's right. And it'll schedule Zooms, it'll send emails, it'll essentially, because if you think about it, a human is hitting the keys and clicking the mouse. But just like a self-driving car, the wheel rotates by itself, right? Those keys are effectively just, it's like a automator app in Apple, right? Everything's just moving on the screen. You're seeing it there, and it's just an AI.
It's kind of hilarious that the I'm not a robot click thing actually works. So I actually don't know
How that's happening.
how it works, but I think it has to do with the movement of the mouse,
Yes.
the timing, and they know that it's very difficult currently for a bot to mimic human behavior in the way they would click that little checkbox.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's something. I mean, again, my recollection on that is it's like a pile of highly obfuscated JavaScript with all kinds. It looks like a very simple box, but it's doing a lot of stuff. It's collecting all kinds of instrumentation. And yeah, exactly like a robot is just a little too deterministic, or if it's got noise, it's like Gaussian noise, and the way humans do it is just not something that he needs to be able to do without collecting thousands and thousands and thousands of traces. But it is a predator prey on them.
Well, and the computer,
Or millions of human traces.
the computer just sees the JavaScript. It needs to be able to look outside the simulation. The computer, the world is like
Right.
It doesn't. The computer doesn't know about the
Right.
physical world. So it has to look outside of its world and introspect back on this simple box.
Right.
Which is kind of, I think that's exactly what mushrooms do, or like psychedelics, is you get to go outside and look back in.
Yeah,
That's what a
it's interesting.
computer needs to do.
I do wonder whether they actually give people insight or whether they give people the illusion of insight. Yeah, because actual insight, actual insight is, again, Maxwell's equations. You're able to shift the world with that. There's a lot of practical devices that work. The illusion of insight is, I'm Jesus Christ, and nothing happens, right? So, those are quite different.
I don't know. I think you can take it till you make it on that one, which is insight in some sense is revealing a truth that was there all along.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess like I'm talking about technical insight, where you have this is the thing we were talking about actually before the podcast, like technical truths versus political truths, right? Some truths they're on a spectrum, and there's some truths that are actually entirely political in the sense that if you can change the software in enough people's heads, you change the value of the truth. For example, the location of a border is effectively consensus between large enough groups of people. Who is the CEO? That's consensus among a certain group of people. What is the value of a currency or any stock? Right, that market price is just psychology of a bunch of people. Like literally, if you can change enough people's minds, you can change the value of the border, or the position of the hierarchy, or the value of the currency. Those are purely political truths. Then all the way on the other end are technical truths that exist independent of whatever any one human or all humans think, like the gravitational constant, right, or the diameter of a virus. Those exist independent of the human mind. Change enough human minds doesn't matter. Those remain constant. And then you have things that are interestingly in the middle, where cryptocurrency has tried to pull more and more things from the domain of political truths into technical truths, where they say, okay, the one social convention we have is that if you hold this amount of Bitcoin, or that if you hold this private key, you hold this Bitcoin. And then we make that very hard to change. You have to change a lot of technical truths. So you can push things to this interesting intermediate zone.
The question is how much of our world can we push into that?
Right.
And that takes us in a non-linear, fascinating journey to the question I wanted to ask you in the beginning, which is this political world that you mentioned, the world of political truth. As we know it in the 20th century, in the early 21st century, what do you think works well and what is broken about government?
The fundamental thing is that we can't easily and peacefully start new opt-in governments. And
startup government.
Yeah, and what do I mean by that is basically you can start a new company, you can start a new community, you can start a new currency even these days. You don't have to beat the former CEO in a duel to start a new company. You don't have to become head of the World Bank to start a new currency. Okay, because of this, yes, if you can, if you want to, you can join. I don't know, Microsoft or name some company, GameStop, and you can try to reform it. Okay, or you can start your own. And the fact that both options exist means that you can actually just start from scratch. And that's the same reason we have a clean piece of paper, right? I've mentioned this actually in the Network State book. Just quote this bit, but we want to be able to start a new state peacefully for the same reason we want a bare plot of earth, a blank sheet of paper, an empty text buffer, a fresh start, or a clean slate, because we want to build something new without historical constraint, right? For the same reason you hit plus and do docs.new, like create a new doc. It's for the same reason, right? Because you don't have backspace, you don't have just like 128 bytes of space, 128 kilobytes, and just have to backspace the whole document before creating a new one. So that's the fundamental thing that's wrong with today's governments. And it's a meta point, right? Because it's not any one specific reform, it's a meta reform of being able to start companies.
Okay, so that's one problem, but there, you could push back and say that's a feature because a lot of people argue that tradition is power. The generation, if you try a thing long enough, which is the way I see marriage, there's value to the struggle and the journey you take through the struggle. When you grow and you develop ideas together, you grow intellectually, philosophically together, and that's the idea of a nation that spans generations. That you have a tradition that becomes more that strives towards the truth and is able to arrive there, or no, not arrive, but take steps towards there through the generation. So you may not want to keep starting new governments. You may want to stick to the old one and improve it one step at a time. So just because you're having a fight inside a marriage doesn't mean you should get a divorce and go on Tinder and start dating around. That's the pushback. So it's not obvious that this is a strong feature to have.
Sure.
To launch.
There's several different kind of lines of attack or debate or whatever on this, right? First is, yes, there's obviously value to tradition, and people say this is Lindy and that's Lindy. It's been proven for a long time and so on. But of course, there's a tension between tradition and innovation. Like going to the moon wasn't Lindy. It was awesome, and like artificial intelligence is something that's very new. New is good, right? And this is a tension within humanity actually itself, because it's way older than all of these nations. I mean, humans are tens of thousands of years old. Ancestors humans are millions of years old, right? And you go back far enough, and the time that we know today of the sessile farmer and soldier is, if you go back far enough, you want to be truly traditional, or actually descended from hunter-gatherers who were mobile and wandered the world, and there weren't borders and so on. They kind of went where they want, right? And people have had done historical reconstructions of like skeletons and stuff like that, and many folks report that the transition to agriculture and being sessile resulted in diminution of height. People had like tooth decay and stuff like that. The skeletons, people had traded off upside for stability, right? That's what the state was. That was what these sessile kinds of things were. Now, of course, they had more likelihood of living consistently. You could support larger population sizes, but have lower quality of life, right? And so the hunter-gatherer era, maybe that's actually our collective recollection of the Garden of Eden, where people, just like a spider kind of knows innately how to build webs, or a beaver knows how to build dams. Some people theorize that the entire Garden of Eden is like a sort of built-in neural network recollection of this, pre-sessile era where we're able to roam around and just pick off fruits and so on, low population is. So the point is that I think what we're seeing is a V3. You go from the hunter-gatherer to the farmer and soldier, the sessile nations are here and they've got borders and so on, to kind of the V3, which is the digital nomad, the new hunter-gatherer. We're going back to the future, because what's even older than nations is no nations, right? Even more traditional than tradition is, being international, right? And so we're actually tapping into that other huge thread in humanity, which is the desire to explore, pioneer, wander, innovate, and I think that's important.
To make America great again is to dissolve it completely into oblivion. No,
I see. Yeah, I know it's a joke, but well,
humor. I'm learning this new thing.
Yes, new things. The chatbot emulation isn't fully working yet.
Yeah, glitch. That's wearing me in the data.
And let me just say one other thing about this, which is, there are, let's say, I don't know what percentage, let's say 99.99%, or it rounds to that number, of political discourse in the US focuses on trying to fix the system. If those folks, I mean, 0.01% of the energy is going towards building a new system, that seems like a pretty good portfolio strategy, right? Or 100% are supposed to go and edit this code base from 200 something years ago. I mean, the most American thing in the world is going and, leaving your country in search of a better life. America was founded 200 years ago by the founding fathers. It's not just a nation of immigrants, it's a nation of emigrants, right? Emigration, from other countries to the U.S. and actually also immigration within the U.S. There's an amazing YouTube video called, it's like 50 states, U.S. population, I think 1790 to, it says 2050, so they've got a simulation, so you stop it at 2019 or 2020. But it shows that, like, Virginia was, like, number one early on, and then it lost ground, and, like, New York gained, and then, like, Ohio was a big deal in the early 1800s, and it was, like, father of presidents and general as presidents, and later Illinois and Indiana, and then California only really came up in the 20th century, like, during the Great Depression. And now we're entering the modern era where, like, Florida and Texas have risen and New York and California have dropped. And so interstate competition is actually just like intercurrency competition. You've got trading pairs, right? You sell BTC, buy ETH. You sell, Solana or sell Monero, buy Zcash, right? Each of those trading pairs gives you signal for today on this currency is down or up relative to this other currency. In the same way, each of those migration pairs, someone goes from New York to Ohio, Ohio to California, gives you information on the desirability of different states. You can literally form a pairs matrix like this over time, very much like the link matrix. That's shaped America in a huge way. And so, you ask, if this nation of immigrants that was founded by men younger than us, by the way, the founding fathers were often in their 20s, right, who, endorsed the concept of a proposition nation, who've given rise to a country of founders and pioneers, who've literally gone to the moon, right? Those folks would think that this is the end of history. That's it. We're done. Like, we've done everything else. I mean, there's people in technology who believe, and I agree with them, that we can go to Mars. We might even be able to end death. We can't innovate on something that was 230 years old.
So there is a balance, certainly, to strike. But the American experiment is fascinating, nevertheless. So one argument you can make is actually that we're in the very early days of this V2, which is what you describe as V2. You could make the case that we're not ready for V3, that we're just actually trying to figure out the V2 thing. You're trying to skip.
When are we ever ready?
Now again, we'll go back to marriage, I think, and having kids kind of thing. I think everyone who has kids is never really ready to be kids. Let's hope one to dive in. Okay, but you mentioned that you can't watch it. Is there other criticisms of government that you can provide as we know today before we kind of outline the ideas of V3? Let's stick to V2.
I'll give a few, right? And so a lot of this stuff will go into the version. So I've got this book, The Network State, which covers some of these topics.
Does Network State have a subtitle?
It is The Network State: How to Start a New Country.
How to Start a New Country.
But I just have it at thenetworkstate.com.
I should say it's an excellent book that you should get. I read it on Kindle, but there's also a website, and Balaji said that is constantly working on improving it, changing it. By the time the whole project is over, it'll be a different book than it was in the beginning.
I think so.
Always shedding its old skin.
Well, I wanted to get something out there and get feedback and whatnot, just like an app, right? You have these two poles of an app is highly dynamic and you're accustomed to having updates all the time, and a book is supposed to be static. And there's a value in something static, something unchanged and so on. But in this case, I'm glad I kind of shipped a version 1.0, and the next version, I'm going to split into tentatively motivation, theory, and practice. Like motivation, what is the sort of political philosophy and so on that motivates me at least to do this, which you can take or leave, right? And then theory as to why network state is now possible, and I can define it in a second. And then the practice is zillions of practical details and everything from roads, diplomatic recognition, and so on, funding, founding, all that stuff. A lot of stuff actually I left out of V1 simply because I wanted to kind of get the desirability of it on the table and then talk about the feasibility.
I should actually linger on that briefly in terms of things we can revolutionize. one of the biggest innovations I think that Tesla does with the way they think about the car and the ways that they deploy the car is not the automation or the electric to me. It's the over-the-air updates.
Mhm. Right.
Be able to send instantaneously updates to the software that completely changes the behavior, the UX, everything about the car. And so I do think it would be interesting because books are a representation of human knowledge, a snapshot of human knowledge. And it would be interesting that if we can somehow figure out a system that allows you to do sort of like a GitHub for books. Like if I buy a book on Amazon without having to pay again, can I get updates like V1.1, V1.2, and there's like release notes.
Right.
That would be incredible. It's not enough to do like a second edition or a third edition, but like minor updates. It's not just on your website, but actually go into the model that we use to buy books.
Right.
So I spend my money. Maybe I'll do a subscription service for $5 a month where I get regular updates to the books.
Right.
And there's an incentive for authors to actually update their books such that it makes sense of a subscription. And that means your book isn't just a snapshot, but it's a lifelong project.
Right. So
Caring enough about the book.
So I think there's a lot that can be done there because actually in going through this process, and maybe it's the most traditional thing I did was self-publish ebook on Kindle, right? Why? Because basically, like, if you actually ink a deal with a book publisher, first they'll give you some advance. I didn't need the advance or anything. But second is all these constraints. You want to translate into this, or you want to do this other format, or you want to update it, you have to go and now talk to this other party, right? But, and also the narrowing window of what they'll actually publish, it gets narrower and narrower. You see all these, meltdowns over young adult novels and stuff on Twitter, but it's more than that. So, actually having an Amazon page, it's just like a marker that a book exists. Okay. And now I've got an entry point where if someone says, okay, I like this tweet, but how do I kind of get the, that might be a concept from like the middle of chapter 3, right? How do I get the thing from front to back? I can just point them at thenetworkstate.com. That is, import this, right? This one entry point, okay? And you mentioned like a subscription and money and so on and so forth. And I think people are paying for content online now, with newsletters and so on. But I've chosen to, and I will always have the thing free. And I want it on, or you can get the Kindle version on Amazon simply because you have to kind of set a price for that. But thenetworkstate.com, what I want to do is have that optimized for every Android phone. So people in India or Latin America or Nigeria can just tap and open it. I'm going to do translations and stuff like that. Greg Foder of Allspace VR, founder of Allspace VR, he sold that and he coded the website and, worked with him on it. There's another designer who, Elijah, and it's basically just a 3-person group. And we thought we had something pretty nice. But one thing I was really pleasantly surprised by is how many people got in touch with us afterwards and asked us if we could open source the software to create this website, right? Because actually, you can try it on mobile. I think it's actually, in some ways, a better experience than Kindle. And so that was interesting because I do think of the website as like a V1 version of this concept of a book app, right? For example, imagine if you have the Bible and the 10 Commandments aren't just text, but there's like a checklist and there's a gateway to a Christian community there. And, the practice is embedded into the thing, Like, if Brilliant.org, amazing site. I love this site. Brilliant is basically mobile-friendly tutorials, and you can kind of just swipe through, you're in line at Starbucks or, getting on a plane or something. You swipe through and just get really nice micro lessons on things, and it's just interactive enough that your brain is working and you're problem solving. And sometimes you'll need a little pen and paper, but that format of sort of very mobile friendly, just continuous learning, I'd like to do a lot more with that. And so that's kind of where we're going to go with the book app.
So there's a lot of fun stuff about the way you did at least V1 with the book, which is you have like a 1-sentence summary, 1-paragraph summary, TLDR, and like 1 image summary, which is, I think honestly, it's not even about a short attention span. It's a really good exercise about summarization, condensation, Is it like helping you think through what is the key insight? Like we mentioned, the prime number of maze that reveals something central to the human condition, which is struggling against the limitation of our mind. And in that same way, you summarize the network state in the book. So let's actually jump right there and let me ask you, what is the network state?
What is the network state? So I'll give it a sentence and I'll also give it an image, right? So the informal sentence, the network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. Okay, so just taking those pieces, highly aligned online community. That is not Facebook. That is not Twitter. People don't think of themselves as Facebookers or Twitterians, right? That's just a collection of hundreds of millions of people who just fight each other all day, right? It's a fight club. A company is highly aligned where you'll put a task into the company Slack, and if you do an all hands, about 100% of the people in the company Slack will do it. So they're highly aligned in that way. But online communities don't tend to be highly aligned. Online communities tend to be like a Game of Thrones fan club or something like that. Or a Twitter account, you might get 0.1% of people engaging with something. It's not 100%. If you combine the degree of alignment of a company with the scale of a community, that's like what a highly aligned, online community is, right? So to get 1,000 or 10,000 people who can collectively do something as simple as just all liking something on Twitter. For example, why do they do that? They're a guild of electrical engineers. They're a guild of graphic designers. And you've got 1,000 people in this guild, and every day somebody is asking a favor from the guild, and the other 999 people are helping them out. For example, I've just launched a new project, or I'd like to get a new job. Can somebody help me? And so on. And so you kind of give to get. You're helping other people in the community, and you're kind of building up karma this way. And then sometimes you spend it down. Like Stack Overflow has this karma economy. It's not meant to be an internal economy that is like making tons and tons of money off of. It sort of keeps going, right? That's a highly aligned online community. Then capacity for collective action, I just kind of described that, which is at a minimum, you don't have a highly aligned online community unless you have 1,000 people and you paste in a tweet and 1,000 of them RT it or like it. Okay, if you can't even get that, you don't have something. If you do have that, you have the basis for at least collective digital action on something. Okay, and you can think of this as a group of activists. You can think of it as, for example, let's say I've mentioned a guild, but let's say they're a group that wants to raise awareness of the fact that life extension is possible. Right, every day there's a new tweet on, I don't know, whether it's Foreman research or Sinclair's work or David Sinclair, right? Andrew Huberman has good stuff here, or there's Longevity VC, there's a bunch of folks working in this area. Every day there's something there, and literally the purpose of this online community is raise awareness of longevity, and of the 1,000 people, 970 go and like that. That's pretty good, right? That's solid. You've got something, or you've got a laser, right? You've got something which you can focus on something, because most of the Web 2 internet is entropic. You go to Hacker News, you go to Reddit, you go to Twitter, and you're immediately struck by the fact that it's like 30 random things. Random. It's just a box of chocolates. It's meant to be,
Some of them look delicious.
Some of them look delicious. Novelty, we can overconsume novelty, right? So, we were talking about earlier, the balance between tradition and innovation, right? Here is a different version of that, which is entropy going in a ton of different directions due to novelty versus like focus. It's like heat versus work. Heat is entropic and work force along a distance. You're going in a direction, right? And so if those 30 links on the next version of Hacker News or Reddit or something like so brilliant, it's just that's leveling you up. The 30 things you click, you've just gained a skill as a function of that, right? So these kinds of online communities, I don't know what they look like. They probably don't look like the current social media. They just like, for example, I know this is a meta analogy, but in the 2000s, people thought Facebook for work would look like Facebook. And, David Sachs, founded and sold a company, Yammer, that was partially on the basis. It was fine as a $1 billion company. But Facebook for work was actually Slack, right? It looked different. It was more chat focused. It was less image focused and whatnot. What does the platform for a highly aligned online community look like? I think Discord is the transitional state, but it's not the end state. Discord is sort of chatty. The work isn't done in Discord itself, right? The cryptocurrency for tracking, or the crypto karma for sort of tracking people's contributions, is not really done in Discord itself. Discord was not built for that. And I don't know what that UX looks like. Maybe it looks like tasks, maybe it looks something different. Okay.
So wait, let me linger on this. So
Sure.
you're actually and some people might not be even familiar with Discord or Slack and so on. Even these platforms have like communities associated with them.
Yes.
Meaning the big like the meta community of people who are aware of the feature set and that you can do a thing. That this is a thing and then you can do a thing with it. Discord, like when I first realized it, I think it was born out of the gaming world.
Yes.
It's like, holy shit, this is like a thing. There's a lot of people that use this.
Right.
There's also a culture that's very difficult to escape that's associated with Discord that spans all the different communities within Discord. Reddit is the same. Even though there's different subreddits, there's still, because of the migration phenomenon maybe, there's still a culture to Reddit and so on.
Yes.
So I'd like to sort of try to dig in and understand what's the difference between the online communities that are formed and the platforms on which those communities are formed.
Sure. Yes, it is. It is. So, for example, an office, a good design for an office is frequently you have, the commons, which is like the lunchroom or the gathering area. Then everybody else has a cave on the border that they can kind of retreat to.
Cave in the Commons. I love. By the way, I was laughing internally about the heat versus work. I think that's gonna stick with me. That's such an interesting way to see Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, is this heat or is this thread? Like, because there's a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
Is it just heat, or are we doing some like? Is there a directed thing that's
Exactly.
to be productive at the end of the day?
That's right.
I love it. Anyway, the cave in the Commons is really nice. So that has to do with the layout of an office.
That's right. And so you could think of many kinds of social networks as being on the cave and commons continuum. For example, Twitter is just all commons. The caves are just like individual DMs or DM threads or whatever, but it's really basically just one gigantic global public fight club for the most part, right? Then you have
Or love.
Well, some but mostly fight. Or actually, it's
I love aggressive.
yeah. I mean, the way I think. I mean, Twitter is like a cross between, a library and a civil war. It's something where you can learn, but you can also fight if you choose to fight, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because of the common structure of it, it's a mechanism for virality of anything.
Yeah. So
You just described the kind of things that become viral.
yeah, meaning no offense to librarians, it's like a library and Liberia. Liberia was racked by civil war for many years, right?
Library is one of my favorite sets of porn. Just kidding. Jokes. I'm learning. That's probably crossing the line for the engineers working on this humor module.
Yeah. Gosh, we're just talking about. Oh yeah. So continue. Quick, continue.
Twitter
Right?
is a common.
Yeah. So Twitter's a commons, and Facebook is like it's got all of these warrants and stuff. Facebook is very difficult to reason about, like privacy on that. And the reason is, I think it's easy to understand when something is completely public, like Twitter, or completely private, like Signal. And those are the only two modes I think in which one can really operate. When something is quasi-private, like Facebook, you have to just kind of assume it's public. Because if it's interesting enough, it'll go outside your friend network and it'll get screenshotted or whatever and posted. And so, Facebook is sort of forced into default public despite its privacy settings. For anybody who says something interesting, it's like you can figure out all their dials and stuff like that, but just hard to understand unless it's totally private or totally public, right? You have to basically treat it if it's totally public, it's not totally private. Okay, at least under a real name. I'll come back to soon. So you've got Twitter, that's total commons. Facebook, which is like a warrens, it's like rabbit warrens or like an ant colony where you don't know where information is traveling. Then you've got Reddit, which has sort of your global Reddit and then all the subreddits. That's a different model of cave and commons. I think one of the reasons it works is that you have individual moderators where something is totally off topic and acceptable, totally off topic and unacceptable in this subreddit, and totally on topic and acceptable in another. That's like kind of a precursor of the digital societies that we're going to see that actually have become physical societies. Like lots and lots of subreddit like things, have become physical societies. Then you start going further into like Discord, where it's more full feature than as you go Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. Now you jump into Discord, and Discord is a bunch of individual communities that are connected. And you can easily sort of jump between them, right? Then you have Slack, and yes, you can use Slack to go between different company Slacks, but Slack, historically at least, I'm not sure what their current policy is. Historically, they discourage public Slacks. So it's mostly like you have your main Slack for your company, and then you sometimes may jump into like let's say you've got a design consultant or something like that. You'll jump into their Slack, but Discord is you've got way more Discords usually that you jump into than Slack, right?
Well, yeah, and let me ask you then on that point, because there is a culture. One of the things I discovered on Reddit and Discord of anonymity or pseudonyms or usernames that don't represent the actual name. On Slack is an example of one. I think I used to have a Slack for like deep learning course that I was teaching, and that was like very large, like 20,000 people, whatever. But so you could grow quite large, but there was a culture of like, I'm going to represent my actual identity, my actual name. And then the same stuff on Discord. I think I was the only asshole using my actual name on there. It's like everybody was using pseudonyms. So what's the role of that in the online community?
Well, so I actually gave a talk on this a few years ago called the Pseudonymous Economy. Okay, and it's come about faster than I expected, but I did think it was going to come about fairly fast. And essentially, the concept is obviously we've had first anonym, pseudonym, real name, right?
Can you discover the difference there?
Anonymous is like 4chan, where there's no tracking of a name. There's zero reputation associated with identity, right? Pseudonymous is like much of Reddit, where there's a persistent username, and it has karma over time, but it's not linked to the global identifier that is your state name, right? So your quote real name, even the term real name, by the way, is a misnomer because it's like your social security name, like social security number. It's your official government name. It's your state name. It is the tracking device. It's an air tag that's put on you, right? Why do I say that, right? Another word for a name is a handle. And so just visualize like a giant file cabinet. There's a handle with Lex Friedman on it that anybody, the billions of people around the world can go up to, and they can pull this file on you out. Images of you, things you said, like billions of people can stalk billions of other people now. That's a very new thing, and I actually think this will be a transitional era in like human history. We're actually going to go back into a much more encrypted world. And
Okay, let me linger on that because
sure.
Another way to see real names is the label on a thing that can be canceled.
Yes, that's right. In fact, there's a book called Seem Like a State, which actually talks about the origins of surnames and whatnot. Like, if you have a guy that guy with brown hair, that's like an analog identifier. It could mean 10 different people in the village. But if you have a first name, last name, okay, that guy can now be conscripted. You can go down with a list of digital identifiers. Pull that guy out, pull him, into the military for conscription, right? So that was like one of the purposes of names was to make masses of humans legible to a state, right? Hence, seeing like a state, you can see them now, right? See, digital identifiers, like one thing that people don't usually think about is pseudonymity is itself a form of decentralization. So, people know Satoshi Nakamoto was pseudonymous. They also know he's into decentralization. But one way of thinking about it is, let's say his real name, okay, or his state name is a node, okay? Attached to that is every database, his Gmail, his, Facebook if he had one, every government record on him, right? All of these databases have that state name as the foreign key, right? And so it can go and look things up in all of those databases, right? And so think of it as being the center of a giant network of all of these things. When you go and create a pseudonym, you're butting off a totally new node that's far away from all the rest. And now he's choosing to attach Bitcoin Talk and Bitcoin.org and the GPT signatures of the code if you choose to do that. All those things, the digital signatures, are all attached to this new decentralized name because he's instantiating it, not the government, right? One way of thinking about it is the root administrator of the quote real name system is the state because you cannot simply edit your name there, right? You can't just you can't log into USA.gov and backspace your name and change it. Moreover, your birth certificate, all these stuff that's fixed and immutable, right? Whereas we take for granted that on every site you go to, you can backspace, you can be like, call me Ishmael, walk into a site, you can use whatever name you want, except use the same name across multiple sites, you can do that. And if not, you don't have to. One thing that we're seeing now actually is at the level of kids, the younger generation, Eric Schmidt several years ago mentioned that people would like change their names when they became adults so that they could do that. This is kind of already happening. People are using. I've remarked on this many years ago. Search-resistant identities. Okay, why? They have their Finsta, which is their quote fake name Instagram, and Rinsta, which is their real name Instagram. Cool. Okay, and what's interesting is on their Rinsta, they're their fake self because they're in their Sunday best and smiling, and this is the one that's meant to be search indexed, right? On the Finsta, their fake name, this is just shared with their closest friends. They're their real self, and they're hanging out at parties or whatever, And so this way, they've got something which is the public persona and the private persona, right? The public persona that's search indexed, and the private persona that is private for friends, right? And so organically, people are, like Gene Jacobs who talks about like cities and how they're organic, and when I like some of the mid 20th century guys, the architecture they had removed shade from like awnings and stuff like that got removed. So this is like the restoration of like awnings and shade and structure, so that you're not always exposed to the all-seeing web crawler that Eye of Sauron, which is like Googlebot just indexing everything. These are search-resistant identities, and that like eye just sort of passes over you, like the Terminator, like the Terminator eye just kind of passes over you, right? So search-resistant identity is not pulled up, it's not indexed, right? And now you can be your real self. And so we've had this kind of thing for a while with communication. The new thing is that cryptocurrency has allowed us to do it for transaction, hence the pseudonymous economy, right? And you go from anonymous, pseudonymous, real name. These each have their different purposes. But the new concept is that pseudonym. You can have multiple of them, by the way. Your ENS name, you can have it under your quote, real name or state name, like LexFriedman.eth. But you can also be punk6529.eth, okay? And now you can earn, you can sign documents, you can boot up stuff, you can have a persistent identity here, okay, which has a level of indirection to your real name. Why is that very helpful? Because now it's harder to both discriminate against you and cancel you. Concerns of various factions are actually obviated or at least partially addressed by going pseudonymous as default, right? It is the opposite of bring your whole self to work. Bring only your necessary self to work, right? Only show those credentials that you need, right? Now, of course, anybody who's in cryptocurrency understands Satoshi Nakamoto and so on is for this. But actually, many progressives are for this as well. Why? Ban the boxes. It's like you're not supposed to ask about like felony convictions when somebody is being hired because they've served their time, right? Or you're not supposed to ask about immigration status or marital status in an interview. People have this concept of blind auditions where if a woman is auditioning for like a violin seat, they put it behind a curtain so they can't downgrade her for playing. So her performance is judged on the merits of its audible quality, not in terms of who this person is. So this way they don't discriminate versus male or female for who's getting a violin position. So you combine those concepts like ban the box, not asking these various questions, blind auditions, and then also the concept of implicit bias. Like if you believe this research, people are unconsciously biased towards other folks, right? Okay, so you take all of that, you take Satoshi, and you put it together, and you say, okay, let's use pseudonyms. That actually takes unconscious bias even off the table, right? Because now you have genuine global equality of opportunity. Moreover, you have all these people, billions of people around the world that might speak with accents, but they type without them. And now if they're pseudonymous, you aren't discriminating against them, right? Moreover, with AI, very soon, the AI version of Zoom, you'll be able to be whoever you want to be and speak in whatever voice you want to speak in, right? And that'll happen in real time.
This is really interesting with Finsta and Rinsta. There's some sense in which the fake Instagram you're saying is where you can be a real self. Well, my question is under a pseudonym or when you're completely anonymous, is there some sense where you're not actually being your real self? That as a social entity, human beings are fundamentally social creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And for us to be social creatures, there is some sense in which we have to have a consistent identity that can't be canceled, that can be criticized or applauded in society. and that identity persists through time. So, is there some sense in which we would not be our full, beautiful human selves unless we have a lifelong, consistent real name attached to us in the digital world?
So this is a complicated topic, but let me make a few remarks. First is real names, quote unquote state names, were not built for the internet. They're actually state names, right? It's actually a great way to think about it, social security names, right? So your state name, your official name, was not built for the internet. Why? They give both too much information and too little. Okay, so too much information because someone with your name can find out all kinds of stuff about you. Like, for example, if someone doesn't want to be stalked, right? The real name is out there. The stalker knows it. They can find address information, all this other kind of stuff, right? And with all these hacks that are happening, just every day we see another hack, massive hack, etc. That real name can be indexed into data that was supposed to be private, right? Like, for example, the Office of Personnel Management, like the government, the U.S. government, many governments actually, are like a combination of the surveillance state and the Keystone Cops, right? Why? They slurp up all the information and then they can't secure it, so it leaks out the back door. Okay, they basically have 100 million records of all this 300 million records of all this very sensitive data. They just get owned, hacked over and over again, right? And so really, there should be something which totally inverts the entire concept of KYC and what have you. And of course, comply with the regulations as they are currently written. But also, you should argue privacy over KYC. The government should not be able to collect what it can't secure. It's slurping up all this information. It's completely unable to secure it. It's hacked over and over again. China probably has the entire OPM file. And it's not just that, like Texas is hacked. And some of these hacks are not even detected yet, right? And these are just ones that have been admitted. And so, what happens is criminals can just run this stuff and find, okay, so that guy who's got that net worth online, he merges various databases, they've got a bunch of addresses to go and hit. Okay. So in that sense, real names were not, state names were not built for the internet, they just give too much information. In our actually existing internet environment, they give too much information. On the other hand, they also give too little. Why? If instead you give out lexfriedman.eth, okay, or a similar crypto domain name or Urbit name or something like that, now that's actually more like a DNS. Okay. First, if you've got lexfriedman.eth, what can you do with that? Some you can do today, some you'll soon be able to do. You can pay lexfriedman.eth, you can message lexfriedman.eth, you can look it up like a social profile, you can send files to it, you can upload and download. Basically, it combines aspects of an email address, a website, a username, etc., etc. But eventually, I think you'll go from email to phone number to DNS address or something like that as the primary online identifier, because this is actually a programmable name, right? Whereas a state name is not. Think about it. Like a state name will have apostrophes perhaps in it, or is that your middle name, or this and that? That was a format that was developed for the paper world, right? Whereas the ENS name is developed for the online world. Now, the reason say ENS or something like it, with somebody in a village, their name might be Smith because they were a blacksmith, or Potter because they were a potter, right? And the same way, I think your surname, right now, for many people, it's .eth, and that reflects the Ethereum community. Your surname online will carry information about you. Like .sol says something different about you. .btc says he had something different. They were going to have a massive fractionation of this over time. We're still in the very earliest days of our internet civilization, right? 100, 200 years from now, those surnames may be as informative as, say, Chen or Friedman or Srinivasan in terms of what information they carry. Because the protocol, it's a civilization fundamentally that you're associated with, right?
Right, so there's some improvements to the real name that you could do in the digital world. If you think there's value of having a name that persists throughout your whole life, that is shared between all the different digital
I think you should be
physical
able to,
communities.
I think you should be able to opt in, right?
And which,
At which level? In terms of the society that you're joining.
wait a minute, so can I murder a bunch of people in Society 1 and then go to Society 2 and be like, I'm murder free, my name is...
I don't mean it like that. No, yeah. So, which is why that would...
That's the application I'm interested in.
Okay, well...
So
I'm
what resists it?
But
Well,
I don't know.
I would like you to prevent me,
Sure.
that person who clearly back the society,
Sure.
from doing that.
Sure. Murder is going to be against the rules in almost every society. And, people will argue, Yeah, most likely, right? And there's
Except
something
animals.
well, I'm thinking of like the Aztecs or the Mayas or something like that. There's various, Soviet Union. There's weird edge cases. Yeah, there's societies unfortunately that have actually. That's why I asked this. But let's say murder is something that society one probably has effectively a social smart contract or a social contract that says that's illegal. Therefore, you're in jail. Therefore, you're deprived of the right to exit. But upon entry into that society, in theory, you would have said, okay, I accept this quote social contract, right? Obviously, if I kill somebody, I can't leave. Okay, so you've accepted upon crossing the border into there, right? Now, as I mentioned, like what is murder? Like people will, there's an obvious answer, but as I said, there's been human sacrifice in some societies. Communism, they kill lots of people. Nazism, they kill lots of people. Unfortunately, there's quite a lot of societies. I wanted to say it's an edge case, but maybe many of the 20th century societies around the world have institutionalized some kind of murder, whether it was the Red Terror, in the Soviet Union, or obviously the Holocaust, or the Cultural Revolution, or Year Zero, and so on and so forth. Right. So my point there is that who's committing all these murders? Is the state, is the organization that one is implicitly trusting them to track them, right? And how did they commit these murders? Well, how did Lenin, the hanging order? I'm talking about the hanging order for the kulaks.
Yes.
Okay, the famous hanging order, which actually showed they were actually bloodthirsty. The key thing was he said, here's a list of all the rich men, the kulaks, go and kill them. The real names, the state names were what facilitated the murder. They didn't prevent the murderers, right? So my point is, just in the ethical weighting of it, it's a two-sided thing, right? You're right that the tracking can, prevent disorganized murders, but the tracking facilitates, unfortunately, organized murders. Lists of undesirables were the primary tool of all of these oppressive states in the past. You see my point?
I see your point, and it's a very strong point. In part, it's a cynical point, which is that the rule of a centralized state is more negative than positive.
I think it's like nuclear energy. Okay, it's like fire. It is something which you're going to keep having it reform because there's good reasons where you have centralization, decentralization, decentralization. But power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and you just have to be very suspicious of this kind of centralized power. The more trust you give it, often the less trust it deserves. It's like a weird feedback loop, right? The more trust, the more it can do. The more it can do, the more bad things it will do.
So, okay. There is a lot of downside to the state being able to track you.
Right.
And history teaches us lessons when at a large scale, especially in the 20th century, at the largest of scale, a state can commit a large amount of murder and suffering.
And by the way, history isn't over. If you think about what the Chinese are building on this, right? That surveillance state, it's not just tracking your name, it's tracking everything. Like WeChat is essentially like it is all the convenience and none of the freedom.
So that's the downside. But the question is about, I think probably fundamentally about the human nature of an individual, of how much murder there would be if we can just disappear every time we murder.
Well,
at the individual level.
So the issue is basically like once one realizes that the moral trade-off has two poles to it, right? And that basically centralized organized murder has. If we add up all the disorganized murder of the 20th century, it's probably significantly less than the organized murder that these states facilitated, right? And probably by R.J. Rummel has this thing called democide, right? The thing is, it's so grim, right? Because it's saying like one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic, right? These are just incalculable tragedies that we can't even understand. But nevertheless, engaging with it, I don't know, is the ratio 10x? Is it 100x? I wouldn't be surprised if it's 100x.
Yeah, but have you seen the viciousness, the negativity, the division within online communities that have anonymity?
So that's the thing. Is basically, there's also a Scylla and a Shura of this. I'm not, when you see what centralization can do, and you correct in the direction of decentralization, you can overcorrect with decentralization, then you get anarchy. And this is basically, then you want to re-centralize, right? And this is the, I think it's the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the empire long united must divide, the empire long divided must unite. That's always the way, right? So what's going to happen is we will state certain verbal principles, right? And then the question is where in state space you are. Are you too centralized? Well, then, okay, you want to decentralize. And are you too decentralized? Then we want to centralize and we track them, right? And people will opt into more tracking because they will get something for that tracking, which is a great use of societal skill. So it's kind of like saying, are we going north or south? And the answer is like, what's our destination? Where's our current position in the civilizational state space?
Well, my main question, I guess, is does creating a network state escape from some of the flaws of human nature? The reason you got Nazi Germany is a large-scale resentment of the different explanations for that resentment that's ultimately lives in the heart of each individual that made up the entirety of Nazi Germany, and it had a charismatic leader that was able to channel that resentment into action, into actual policies, into actual political and military movements. Can't you not have the same kind of thing in digital communities as well?
Have you heard the term argumentum ad Hitler or like Godwin's law or something like? It's something where if the reference point is Hitler, it's this thing where a lot of things break down. But I do think, look, is there any? Did Bitcoin manage to get where it was without a single shot being fired? To my knowledge, yes. Right. Did Google manage to get to where it is without shots being fired? Absolutely. And
while a lot of shots were being fired elsewhere in the world.
Sure.
And
but who's firing those shots?
The states,
right? Yeah.
But that's because Bitcoin and Google are a tiny minority of communities. It's like the icing on the cake of human civilization.
Sure. Basically, any technology. Like you can use a hammer to go and hit somebody, right? I'm not saying every technology is equally destructive or what have you, but you can conceive of. It's kind of like Rule 34, but for technology, right? Right? You can probably figure out
your ability to reference brilliant things throughout is quite admirable, yes. But anyway, sorry, Rule 34 for technology.
Rule 34, but for abusive technology, you can always come up with a Black Mirror version of something. And in fact, there is this kind of funny tweet, which is like a sci-fi author. My book, Don't Invent the Torment Nexus, was meant to be a cautionary tale on what would happen if society invented the torment nexus. And then it's like, tech guys, at long last, we have created the torment nexus, right? And so the thing is that simply describing something, some abuse, unfortunately, after the initial shock wears off, people will unconsciously think of it as sort of an attractor in the space, right? It's like, I'll give you some examples, like, Minority Report had the gesture thing, right? And the Connect was based on that. So the dystopian movie had this cool kind of thing, and people, kind of keyed off it, right? Or people have said that movies like, Full Metal Jacket, that was meant to be, in my understanding, is meant to be like an anti-war movie, but lots of, soldiers just love it, despite the fact that the drill sergeant was actually protected as a bad guy, right? For the sort of portrayal of that, kind of environment, right? So just saying, it's like giving the vision of like the digital Hitler or whatever. It's not actually a vision of one pain. I do think is everything is possible. Obviously, ISIS uses the internet, right? Like,
Yeah, we're not bringing up Hitler in a shallow argument. We're bringing up Hitler in a long, empathetic, relaxed discussion.
Sure,
different, which is where Hitler can live in a healthy way. So, there's deep lessons in Hitler and Nazi Germany, as there is with Stalin. Yes.
Okay, so in many ways, and this is a very superficial way of talking about it, but this is exit is the anti-genocide technology, right? Because exit is the route to the politically powerless. Exit is not. People always say, "Oh, exit is for the rich," or it's actually not true. Most immigrants equals most immigrants are not rich. They're politically powerless.
So you describe exit.
What is exit? So there's this book which I reference a lot. I like it, called "Exit, Voice, and Loyalty" by Albert Hirschman. Okay, and he essentially says, and I gave this talk in 2013 that goes through this YC Startup School. But just to describe these, voice is reform, exit is alternatives. For example, in the context of an open source project, voice is submitting a bug, and exit is forking. In a company, voice is you're saying, hey, here's a ticket, okay, that I'd like to get solved, and exit is taking your business elsewhere, okay. At global corporate governance, voice is board of directors vote, and exit is shuts down your shares, right? In a country, voice is a vote, and exit is migration, okay. And I do think that the two forces we talk about a lot, democracy and capitalism, are useful forces. But there's a third, which is migration, right? So you can vote with your ballot, you can vote with your wallet, you can vote with your feet. Wallet has some aspects of exit built into it. But voting with your feet actually has some aspects of voice built into it, because when you leave, it's like an amplifier on your vote. You might say 10 things, when you actually leave, then people take what you said seriously. You're not just like complaining or whatever. You actually left San Francisco because it was so bad on this and this issue, and you actually voted with your feet. It is manifest preference as opposed to stated preference. So voice versus exit is this interesting dichotomy. Do you try to reform the system, or do you exit it and build a new one, or seek an alternative? And then loyalty modulates this, where if you are a patriot, as part of the initial part of your conversation, right? Like, are you a traitor? You're giving up on our great thing or whatever, right? And people will push those buttons to get people to stick. That's like, I usually the bad version. Let's say a common version. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But then there's the good version, which is, maybe the price is down right now, but you believe in the cause. So even if they're, on paper, you would rationally exit. You believe in this thing, and you're going to stick with it. Okay. So loyalty can be, again, good and bad, but it kind of modulates a trade-off between voice and exit. Okay. So given that framework, we can think of a lot of problems in terms of, am I going to use voice or exit or some combination of them? Because they're not mutually exclusive. It's kind of like, left and right, so just use both together. I think that one of the biggest things the internet does is it increases microeconomic leverage, and therefore increases exit in every respect of life. For example, on every phone, you can pick between Lyft and Uber, right? When you're at the store, you see a price on the shelf, and you can comparison shop, right? If it's Tinder, you can swipe, right? If it's Twitter, you can click over to the next account. The back button is exit. The microeconomic leverage in the sense of alternatives, right? This is like one of the fundamental things that the internet does. It puts this tool on your desktop, and now you can go and talk to an illustrator, or you can kind of build it yourself, right? By typing in some characters into DALL-E.
And that makes the positive forces of capitalism more efficient, increase in microeconomic leverage.
And it's individual empowerment, right? And so our sort of industrial age systems were not set up for that level of individual empowerment. Just to give you like one example that I think about, we take for granted every single website you go and log into. You can configure your Twitter profile, and you can make it dark mode or light mode, and your name, all this stuff is editable, right? How do you configure your USA experience? Is there a USA.gov that you edit? Can you even edit your name there?
Dark mode for USA.
I mean, just your profile. Is there like a national profile? I mean, there's like driver's license. The point is that it's assumed that it's not like individually customizable quite in that way, right? Of course, you can move around your house and stuff like that, but it's not like your experience of the U.S. is like configurable,
Let me think about that. Let me think about sort of the analogy of it. So the microeconomic leverage, you can switch apps. Can you switch your experience in small ways efficiently multiple times a day inside the United States?
Well, the physical world.
You do, under the constraints of the physical world, you do like micro-migration.
So this is coming back to the hunter-gatherer, farmer-soldier, digital nomad kind of thing, right? The digital nomad combines aspects of the V1 and the V2 for V3, right? Because the digital nomad has the ability and freedom of the hunter-gatherer, but some of the consistency of the civilization of the farmer and soldier, right? But coming back to this, like, one other thing about it is, in the 1950s, if a guy on an assembly line might literally push the same button for 30 years, okay? Whereas today, you're pushing a different key every second, right? That's like one version of like microeconomic leverage. Another version is, in the 1980s, I mean, they didn't have Google Maps, right? So you couldn't just like discover things off the path. People would just essentially do, home to work and work to home and home to work. And a trip had contained within a region of space, or you do home to school, school to home, home to school. You know, it wasn't like you went and explored the map. Most people didn't, right? They were highly canalized, okay? Meaning, you know, that it was just back and forth, very routine, just like the push the button, trapped within this very small piece, and also trapped within this large country because it was hard to travel between countries. Again, you know, of course there were vacations, of course there was some degree of news and so on. Your mobility wasn't completely crushed, but it was actually quite low, okay, relatively speaking. Just you were trapped in a way you weren't even really thinking about, okay. And now that map is opened up. Now you can see the whole map. You can go all over the place. You know, I don't have the data to show it, but I'd be shocked if the average person didn't go to more places, wasn't, you know, doing more, you know, going to more restaurants and things like that today than they were in the 80s, simply because the map is open. Okay.
And the map is made more open through the digital world.
The digital world, exactly. So we're reopening the map like the hunter-gatherer, okay? Because you can now think about every site for very low cost that you can visit, right? The digital world, you can, I mean, how many websites have you visited? I don't know, hundreds of thousands probably at this point over your life, right? How many places on the surface of the earth? You're actually unusual, you might be like a world traveler, right? But still, even your physical mobility is less than your digital mobility, right? You can just essentially, I mean, the entire concept of like nations and borders and whatnot didn't exist in the hunter-gatherer, right? Because you couldn't build permanent fortifications and whatnot. Even nations as we currently think of them with like demarcated borders, you needed cartography, you needed maps, right? That stuff didn't exist for a long time. You just had sort of a fuzzy area of we kind of control this territory and these guys are on the other side of the river, okay?
I think
I don't want to digress from it, but yeah.
Where to digress away, I think entirety of life on Earth is a kind of a digression, which creates beauty and complexity as part of the digression. I think your vision of the network state is really powerful and beautiful. I just want to linger on
Yeah, let's talk about it.
real name issue.
Yeah, real.
Let me just give you some data.
Go ahead.
A personal anecdotal experience data. There's a reason I only do this podcast in person. There is something lost in the digital space.
Oh, sure.
And I find, now I personally believe, to play devil's advocate against the devil's advocate that I'm playing, I personally believe that this is a temporary thing. We will figure out technological solutions to this, but I do find that currently people are much more willing to be on scale cruel to each other online than they are in person. The way to do that, just as Ukraine went to the front, the way you can have people be cruel to each other in the physical space is through the machinery of propaganda that dehumanizes the other side,
right?
All that kind of stuff. That's really like hard work to do. Online, I find just natural at the individual scale, people somehow start too easily engaged in the drug of mockery, derision, and cruelty when they can hide behind anonymity. I don't know what that says about human nature. I ultimately believe most of us want to be good and have the capacity to do a lot of good, but sometimes it's fun to be shitty, to shit on people, to be cruel. I don't know what
weird. It's weird because I think, you know, one of my sayings is just like the internet increases microeconomic leverage, the internet increases variance. For anything that exists before, you have, you know, the 0 and 100 versions of it. I'll give some examples and I'll come to this. For example, you go from the 30-minute sitcom to the 30-second clip or the 30-episode Netflix binge, right? You go from guy working 9 to 5 to the guy who's the 40 years old and has failed to launch, hasn't doesn't have a job or anything, and the 20-year-old tech billionaire. Okay, you go from all kinds of things that were sort of Gaussian or kind of constrained in location to kind of extreme outcomes on both sides. Okay, and applying that here, you are talking about the bad outcome, which I agree does happen, where the internet, in some sense, makes people have very low empathy between others. But it also is the other extent where people find their mental soulmates across the world. Someone who's living in Thailand or in, like Latin America, who thinks all the same stuff, just like them. Wow, you've never met this person before, right? You get to know them online, you meet in person, it's like, the brains have been communicating for 2 years, 3 years, you've been friends, and you see them in person, it's just great, right? So it's not just the total lack of empathy, it is frankly far usually with an in-person conversation in the 80s or the 90s with someone on their side of the world, because you might not even be able to get a visa to go to their country or not even know they existed. How would you be able to find each other and so on and so forth, right? So it is kind of both. It is tearing society apart and it's putting it back together, both at the same time.
My main concern is this. What I see is that young people are for some reason more willing to engage in the drug of cruelty online under the veil of anonymity.
That's what you're seeing publicly, but you're not seeing the private chats. Like there's this kind of it's a
Well, I work for the intelligence agency,
okay.
so I'm collecting all of your data. Yes, but you can intuit stuff, and I don't think I'm being very selective. I mean, if you just look at the young folks, I mean, I am very concerned about the intellectual, psychological growth of young men and women.
So I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I am saying, however, there is a positive there that once we see it, we can try to amplify that.
Yes, with technology.
Yes,
that's right. I'm just saying the very, very basic technology. Like if stuff I code up over the weekend kind of thing. I think if I throw anonymity on top of that, it will lead to many bad outcomes for young people.
Anonymity, yes. Pseudonymity, maybe not, because Reddit is actually fairly polite, right?
The entirety of Reddit just chuckled as you said that.
Well, within a subreddit, it's actually fairly polite. Like I say, you're not usually seeing. It depends on which subreddit, of course.
There's a consistency. There's a right. I think definition of politeness is interesting here because it's polite within the culture of that subreddit.
Yes, they abide by. Let me put it a different way. They abide by the social norms of that subreddit,
and that's the definition of politeness.
Yeah, well, or civility is that right?
So there is an interesting difference between pseudonymous and anonymous. You're saying it's possible that pseudonymity, you can actually avoid some of the negative aspects.
Absolutely. We're re-Dunbarizing the world in some ways. Okay, with China being the big exception or outlier. The Dunbar number, 150 people, that's like roughly the scale of your society, right? Or that's the number of people that a human can kind of keep in their brain. That's, whether apocryphal or not, I think it's probably roughly true. And we're re-Dunbarizing the world because A, we're making small groups much more productive, and B, we're making large groups much more fractious, right? So you have an individual like Notch who can program Minecraft by himself, or Satoshi who could do a V1 of Bitcoin by himself, or Instagram, which is just like 10 people, or WhatsApp is like 50 people when they sold. But on the other hand, you have huge countries of hundreds of millions of people that are just finding that first and second principle, or they're splitting on principal components. What Scott Alexander thinks of them as scissor statements. The statements that one group thinks is obviously true, one group thinks is obviously false. You can think of them as political polarization. You can think of them in terms of game theory. There's lots of different reasons you can give for why this happens. But those large groups now are getting split. And so you have both the unsustainability of these large or artificial groups and the productivity of these small organic ones. And so that is it's like sort of obvious that's the direction of civilizational rebirth. We've seen kind of
There's so many beautiful, just like, you mentioned chocolates, right? Advertising themselves. Your entirety of speech is an intellectual, box of chocolates. But okay, so I don't think we finished defining the network state. Let's linger on the definition. You gave the one sentence statement, which I think essentially encapsulated the online nature of it. I forget what else. Can we just try to bring more richness to this definition of how you think about the network state?
Absolutely. So that informal sentence is the network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition for pre-existing states. So what we talked about was the alignment of online communities and the capacity for collective action.
Yep.
Well, one collective action, it could be 1,000 people liking a tweet, right? If you get 1,000 people there. But a much higher level, much higher bar is 1,000 people crowdfunding territory and actually living together, just like people currently in physical space, and not all in one place. That's critical. Just like Bitcoin is a decentralized currency, the network state is a recipe for a decentralized state-like entity. Okay, where it starts with, for example, two people just get they become roommates. They meet in this community. They become roommates. Okay, they get a place together. Or 10 people get a group house. Or eventually 100 people just buy a small apartment building there. Guess what? They start getting equity, not just paying rent. Okay, these are all people who share their values, and now they can crowdfund territory together. Now, of course, they don't just jump straight from 1,000 people liking something to 1,000 people crowdfunding something. What I described in the middle is you do a lot of meetups. You get to know these other people before you decide to live, collectively with them. But once you live with them, you start to get a network effect. For example, if those 100 people want to learn Spanish or Turkish or Vietnamese, they could all have a building where they're doing Vietnamese immersion, right? And that's something which they get benefit from being physically around the other people that pure digital wouldn't give them to quite the same extent, right? And so crowdfund territory around the world, crucially, not just one place, they're all connected by the internet. Just like Hawaii is 2,000 miles away from the continental U.S., but both sides think of them as American, both people in Hawaii and people in the continental U.S.
What's the role of having to have territory?
Why?
If most of the exchange, presumably as technology gets better and better, the communication, the intimacy, the exchange of ideas all happens in the digital world. What's the importance of being able to crowdfund territory?
Well, because we're still physical creatures. You can't reproduce yet, right? There's still lots of
So
things.
it's all about sex.
Well, that's going to be part of it. You're going to want to reproduce.
Are we talking about a cult?
Well,
Like
it's not a cult. It's not a cult.
Why can't you just take a trend? Why is it not a cult?
It's not a cult because a cult is very internally focused, and it tries to close its members off from the outside world. This is much more how America itself was populated, where there were lots of towns. Like Penn is named after William Penn, or the founder of Texas, like Sam Houston, right? Lots of towns like the Oneida Commune in northern New York, they recruited. They became a town, and they became actually the Oneida glassware company. Kind of makes glassware out of it. All of these communities are often voluntary communities. Were not simply like cults that were closed off to the world. They were meant to set an example to the world of what virtuous living looked like, and they were trying to recruit from the rest of the world. They were exporting goods to the rest of the world, right? So, it's yes, reproduction, it's marriage and kids and so on, but it's also just hanging out, and it is just the physical world is very high bandwidth. There's lots of stuff. It's fun to just go and have a dinner in person, just to hang out, to build things. Moreover, there's also lots of innovation that can only take place in the physical world. Look, one of my sayings in the book is cloud first, land last, but not land never. Okay. In many ways, one of the problems the book solves is Thiel's problem of, we have innovation in bits, but not in atoms, right? We can build $1 billion company online, but we need 1 billion permits to build a shed in San Francisco, right? How do you reconcile that? Well, what is stopping the innovation in atoms? It is a thicket of regulations. What are those regulations? Ultimately, a social construction. If you lean into the whole deconstructionist school of thinking, you can deconstruct and then reconstruct the state itself, given sufficient social consensus online. Okay, if the population of Nevada had 100% consensus, you could just dissolve every law in Nevada in theory and then build new ones. Okay, so the online consensus of getting people to agree on something is upstream of what happens offline. So once you have consensus in bits, the human consensus, also cryptographic consensus, then you can reshape the world of atoms. The reason we can't reshape the world of atoms right now is because you don't have that consensus of minds. Okay, for example, in SF, anything you do, there's going to be 50% of people who are against. That just recipe for gridlock. Whereas if you have a bare piece of land that everybody agrees on, you can get 70,000 units get set up in Burning Man in just a few days. Okay, that's the power of when you actually have human consensus. And one way I talk about this also in the book a little bit, and soon going to go much more into detail in the book too. I think of this as 100% democracy as opposed to 51% democracy. 51% democracy, which is the current form of government, is 49% dictatorship. Because the entire premise of democracy is about the consent of the government. Right? That's the actual legitimating underpinning principle. And insofar as 49% did not consent to the current president or prime minister or whatever, let's say presidential system, first past the post, okay? Insofar as 49% did not consent, or in a prime minister system, it could be like 60% or more didn't consent to the current leader. Those folks are having something imposed on them that they literally did not vote for. Moreover, campaign promises are non-binding. So where they voted for, they can effectively defraud it. The actual voter fraud is when a politician promises X but does not do it. It's as if you bought a can of orange juice and actually you drink it, it's milk, or it's nothing, right? So all of that is routinized, all of that is accepted. We have this thing which is just the minimum possible amount of democracy of 51%. Okay, and what happens is then that 50% tries to ram something down the 49%'s throat, and then the next election it's now 51-49 the other way, and then they ran it back, and that's how you get this seesaw that is just splitting countries apart, right? The alternative to that is we build a consensus online. You go and get some God-forsaken patch of territory. Actually, the worse the territory, the better. Why? Because it's like Burning Man. Nobody cares, right? The nicer the piece of land, the more the people are going to argue about it. But Starlink has repriced the world. Basically, all kinds of pieces of territory that were previously, they're far away from natural ports, they're far away from natural resources, all kinds of pieces of territory around the world now have satellite internet. And so what you can do is, again, the map is being reopened, right? As we were talking about earlier, the map is being reopened. You can gather your community online. They're now capable of collective action. You can point here. This place has great Starlink coverage. You go there like the Verizon guy, can you hear me now? Good, right? You see that the coverage is good there. You drive out there, you test it out. Maybe you do it with mobile homes first, right? This, by the way, is its own thing. There's YIMBY and there's NIMBY and there's YIMBY, but I actually also like HIMBY. Okay,
let's go. NIMBY, YIMBY, HIMBY. What are those?
So NIMBY is not in my backyard. Don't build in cities. YIMBY is let's build high density buildings, really tall buildings, and so on and so forth. There's a third version which is HIMBY. It's my little acquaintance, which is horizontal sprawl is good. Why horizontal sprawl? Because to build a skyscraper, to build a tall building in a city, you have this enormous permitting process, all of this stuff which has to get done. It's expensive, it's time consuming. The way that cities were built, if you go back to the V1, what did the startup city look like? It looks like something like Burning Man. It looks like the cities of the Wild West. They were not multi-story buildings, right? They were basically things that were just like one story, and someone could have it there in the dust, and then you build roads and stuff between them. They could move them around. There's much more dynamic geography. And so when you have that as a vision of what a startup city looks like, right? Now you've got something, there's a company I've found called KIF, which is like van life. There's a lot of stuff in construction that makes this feasible. There's so-called man camps for fracking, where people can just do like companies like a Greco, they provide power, you bring water, all this stuff on site. So it's easy to actually snap this stuff to grid, relatively speaking. If you've got horizontal space, you pick this space, you crowd from the territory, and it goes. Okay. The last bit is eventually gains diplomatic recognition. And this is the part that people, different people will be with me up to this point, and then they'll say, okay, that's a part I disagree with, or how are you going to review it, right? They'll say, yeah, you can build an online community. I believe you can get to do collective action. Of course, people have crowdfunded land and moved it together. You're doing it at a larger scale. All that I believe. How are you possibly ever going to gain diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states? You dumb delusional tech bro, right? That's it. Yeah, come on. Okay. And that's about the tone of it as well. And so first I would say sovereigns are already out for business. They're inking deals. Okay. Nevada inked a deal with Tesla to build the Gigafactory. El Salvador has Bitcoin as its national currency. Wyoming has done the DAO law, where Ethereum is now recognized, where you can have on-chain corporations that are recognized by Wyoming. Virginia and New York negotiated with Amazon for HQ2. Tuvalu signed a deal with GoDaddy for the .tv domain. Colombia signed a deal for the .co domain, and on and on and on. Sovereigns are open for business. Sovereigns are doing deals with companies and with currencies. Sovereigns at the level of cities like Miami or New York, where the mayors are accepting their salary in Bitcoin. States like Wyoming or Nevada has its new private cities legislation, or entire countries like El Salvador. So
when you say sovereigns, by the way, you mean the old school physical nation states.
Fiat states.
Fiat states.
Okay. And
but the fiat isn't the thing that makes the state. What makes the state's geographical location.
It is something where they're both, right? So basically, it's a play on words. So just like fiat currency, cryptocurrency, we will have fiat country and crypto country, right? And in fact, you can think of the fiat and crypto version of almost anything. One thing I'll come to later is a big thing. The big thing I think comes after digital currency is digital passports. Okay, so and that's a big part of this whole numbers thing. Which we'll come back to. But so that last bit. The reason I just mentioned all those deals between sovereigns, whether at the city, U.S. state, or UN listed country level, okay, And on the other hand, so that's on one side of the market. On the other side are the companies and the currencies. Why could we not have online communities? Right?
So let me
Making those deals.
so diplomatic recognition, but aren't you still attached to the responsibilities that come from being a member of a sovereign, old school nation state?
So
Can you possibly escape that?
So yes, and let me give you a concrete example. Israel. Okay, why? People talk about, a lot of people are like, oh, wow, you took this from Snow Crash or some sci-fi book they'll reference. But actually, if there's maybe from references to the book, this is not the only reference, but a very important reference that I think is much more important to me than Snow Crash, which is good book, whatever, but it's fictional, is Der Judenstaat by Theodor Herzl, which translates as the Jewish state, and that led to the foundation of Israel. And that's very real. It's worth reading because it's amazing. Theodor Herzl was like a tech founder. Okay, in the book he was writing about the death of distance in 1897. Why? Because steamships could take you across countries. Okay, and he's just amazingly smart and practical guy who just handled all these various objections. And he said, look, the Jewish people, our choices are either A, assimilate, culture, or B, some people are thinking communism is a good idea. I disagree with that. We should do C, build our own country, right? And that was considered totally crazy. What he did was he A, wrote a book, B, started a fund, C, organized a semi-annual conference, the World Zionist Congress, and the fund and the Congress are still going today. Crucially, there were a bunch of intermediate stages between the book and the idea and then the actual state of Israel in 1947. For example, the folks who were committed Zionists got together and started crowdfunding territory in what is now Palestine. And in fact, though, Palestine was only one choice. In the book, they also had Argentina as a choice. So this is my concept: cloud first, land last, and the land's a parameter you can choose. Right? Other places I would consider at various points, like Madagascar, Eurovidzin, the former Soviet Union. Right? So the land was a parameter. Palestine went out because of its historical religious supports. Now, by the way, one thing I'm sure there's some fraction of viewers will be like, oh my God, like all the bad stuff that I'm obviously not denying that there's enormous amounts of controversy and so on that attends Israel. I would consider myself generally pro-Israeli. I also consider myself pro-Palestinian. I fund lots of Palestinians and so forth. So I'm leaving that part out, that huge conflict for now. Okay, and you might say that's airbrushing it. I don't mean it to do that. I'm saying here is the positive things they did. Can we take the positive and not have the negative? And I'll come back to how we might swap those parts out. But let me just talk about this a little bit more. So one of the things that happened was committed Zionists went and crowdfunded territory in what is now Israel. And they knit it together, right? Why? Because when you're physically present on territory, yes, in theory, like the British Empire was in control. They were sovereign, okay? In practice, who are the boots on the ground, the facts on the ground, right? There's the people who are actually tilling the land and building the buildings and so on and so forth. Who had the claim there is like the people who are present, okay? Now, this territory, this network of territories, eventually became the basis for, or part of the basis for what became Israel. Now, I'm fully aware that the exact configuration of what territory belongs to Israel, what territory belongs to Palestinians, this is an enormous topic of dispute, okay? But I just point this out to say the process going from book to crowdfunding territory to a sovereign state where people were now citizens of Israel, as opposed to the British Empire, is not some fictional thing, but did happen. And within the lifetimes of some of the older, they're in their 80s now, within the lifetimes of some older people, okay? So it's not impossible. In fact, it has happened, right?
But for that step, then perhaps, hopefully, it's a better example, because in this particular, like you said, land last. If I was an alien and arrived on Earth with, say, choice of land, maybe if you were interested in choosing a land that represents a network state where ideas that unites a people based on ideas, maybe pick a land that doesn't lead to generational conflict and war.
Yes, so I'll get to that.
And destruction and suffering and all that.
All this, that's right. So now that I've said what are positive things about Israel, and I think there's a lot to admire in Israel. As I said, I think there's also a lot to admire in the Palestinians. So I'm not taking any position on that. There's other inspirations for the network state. the second major inspiration is India, which managed to achieve independence nonviolently, right? That's very important, right? So can you fuse these things, right? The state started with a book that achieved independence nonviolently, okay, and that managed to build this polyglot, multicultural democracy, right? That does, India has its flaws, but it does manage to have human rights of lots of people respected and what have you, right? And has managed to, there are times like emergency in the 1970s, there Gandhi declared emergency. There are times when it seemed touch and go, but overall, with fits and starts, this flawed thing has kind of made its way through. And the third inspiration is Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew, who built a city-state from nothing. I shouldn't say from nothing. Okay, there was something there, but let's say built one of the richest countries in the world without huge amounts of natural resources, in the middle of a zone where there was lots of communist revolution going on. And so he was the CEO founder, essentially, of this amazing startup country, right? And, finally, of course, America, which has too many influences to name on things we talked about, the nation of immigrants, obviously the Constitution and so on. And you think, okay, you think of, these inspirations. What's interesting about these four countries, by the way, Israel, India, Singapore, and the US, they have something in common. You know what that is? They're all forks of the UK code base. We think, obviously, the UK was sort of the ancestor of America, but Israel was a former British colony, right? India was a British colony, and so was Singapore, right? And
Well, people who don't know what fork and code base mean, it's a language from versioning systems, particularly Git, represented online, a website called GitHub. And a fork means you copy the code, and all the changes you make to the code now live in their own little world. So America took the ideas that define the United Kingdom and then forked it by evolving those ideas in a way that didn't affect the original country.
that's right. And what's interesting about this is, of course, I'm saying that in a somewhat playful way, right? But I think it's a useful analogy, interesting analogy, right? So you have the Americans who forked, the UK code base, and you have, the Indians, the Israelis, and the Singaporeans who also made their own modifications. And in some ways, each society has pieces that you can take from them and learn from them and try to combine them, right? So you have a state that is started by a book that non-violently assembles, that crowdfunds territory around the world, that is led by a CEO founder, and that is also governed by something that's like a constitution. But just like you went from, I talk about the V1, V2, and V3 a lot, right? Like V1 is gold, and V2 is fiat, and V3 is Bitcoin, right? Or V1 is hunter-gatherer, and V2 is farmer-soldier, V3 is digital nomad or sovereign collective, okay, which is not just an individual, but a group. Here, V1 is UK common law. They don't have a constitution. It's all precedent going for many years, right? V2 is the US Constitution, and V3 is the smart contract, the social smart contract, which is a fusion, obviously, of Rousseau's concept of the social contract and the smart contract. The social smart contract is written in code, okay? So it's even more rigorous than the Constitution. And in many ways, you can think of going from the United Kingdom of England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, the United States of America, the network states of the internet, okay, where you go from the rights of Englishmen with the Magna Carta to Europeans, African Americans, all the immigrants to the Americans or in North America. Then you go all the people of the world, and so you basically are more democratic, and you're more capitalist because you're talking about internet capitalism, not just nation-state block capitalism. In a sense, it's a V3, right? Another way it's a V3. Only about 2% of the world is over 35, native-born American, can qualify to be president of the United States. But 100% of the world, you can become the president of a network state. There might be a Palestinian Washington or a Brazilian Hamilton, right? And now, rather than say, okay, maybe you have a small percentage chance of immigrating to the U.S. and a small percentage chance of your descendant, becoming president. Now we can just say you can start online. And you know what? Maybe this person is so exceptional, they have Americans coming to their network state, right?
You don't think that kind of thing is possible with the rich get richer in a digital space too? The people with more followers have friends that have followers, and they
I don't think it's a rich get richer. I think what happens is, so this is an important concept. Right? It's multi-axis, right? That's to say, for example, just the introduction of the Bitcoin axis, right? And those, because it didn't exist pre 2009, now it exists. Those people who are rich in BTC terms are only partially correlated with those who are rich in USD terms. There's all these folks. It's essentially
BTC is Bitcoin and USD is USD.
yes. So that's a new axis, and ETH is yet another axis, right?
Ethereum, ETH is Ethereum.
Right. So you are essentially getting new social systems which are actually net inequality decreasing. Because before you only had USD millionaires, and now you have a new track, and then another track, and another track, right? You have different hierarchies, different ladders, right? And so on net, you have more ladders to climb. And so it's not the rich getting richer. In fact, old money, in some ways, is a last to cryptocurrency. Old money and old states, I think, those people who are the most focused on, you might call it reform, I would call it control. Okay, the most focused on control is the old world who have the least incentive to switch. The rich will get poorer because it will be the poor or those who are politically powerless, politically poor, who go and seek out these new states.
Yeah, I didn't mean in the actual money, but yes, okay, there's other ladders. I meant in terms of influence, political and social influence in these new network states. You I think said that basically anybody could become president of a network state.
Just like anybody can become CEO of a startup company. Of course, whether people follow you is another matter, but anybody can go and found. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, from the perspective that anyone could found one. Anyone could found. I see.
We don't think it's implausible that somebody from Brazil or Nigeria. I mean, most quote billionaires in the world are not American, and in fact, actually, here's another important point. It's far easier to become a tech billionaire or a billionaire, period, than become president of the United States. There's less than 50 U.S. presidents ever, all time. Okay, it is a much more realistic ambition to become a billionaire than become president. There's like thousands of billionaires worldwide. In fact, 75% of them are outside the U.S. And many of those have been, some of them are like energy and oil, which is often based on political connections. But a very large chunk of the rest are tech. Okay. And that's something where you're mining, but you're mining online by hitting keys as opposed to with a pickaxe, in granite, right? So the point is that we think it's totally understandable today for there to be a, huge founder who comes out of Vietnam or, South America, like that, like you can name founders from all over the world, right? Exceptional people can rise from all over the world to run giant companies. Why can they not rise to run giant new countries? And the answer is we didn't develop a mechanism yet, right? And just as another example, I talk about this in the book. Vitalik Buterin is far more qualified than Jerome Powell, right? Or anybody. He actually built and managed a monetary policy and a currency from scratch, okay, as a 20-something, right? Now, obviously, that's a more accomplished person than somebody who just inherited an economy. This is
a lot of people can push back at that and say that the people that initially built this thing aren't necessarily that managed or scale that.
Sometimes, but Zuck has done a good job with both. I think Vitalik has done a good job.
Right, that's not inherent.
Well, so actually,
if you built the thing, you would be the best person to run it.
I will agree with you on that, and actually, I talk about this in the book, or I've got an essay on this called "Founding versus Inheritance." Okay, and the premise is actually that the classic example, the saying "shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations." It means the guy who starts out poor and builds a fortune, his son maintains it, and his disciplined grandson dissipates it. Right?
Why is shirt sleeves a symbol of poverty?
But back in the past, it was kind of like, you're just working with you're not white collar, you're back to working with your hands, you're just
so blue collar to blue collar, right?
Yeah, or working class or something like that, right? So essentially, that the grandson squanders it, right? And in a sense, by the way, just to talk about that for a second, if you have 2 children and 4 grandchildren and 8 great grandchildren and 16 and so on, and when older families, they're much bigger, right? 6 children is not uncommon. Whatever fortune you have is now split 6 ways, and then 6 ways, and 6 ways again. So, with the exception of primogeniture, where the oldest son inherits all the way down, the majority of your descendants, just a few generations out, have probably inherited none of that fortune, unless it has compounded to such an extent that it's like up 6x over 20 years, right? So it's actually hard to maintain a quote ruling class in the sense that this person who's like 4 generations down has, like 1/16 of the DNA, 1/2 to the fourth, right, of their scion who built a fortune. So it's not even like the same. Is it the same family even, right? Is the fortune actually in the family? So most people don't think a few generations out. They just kind of think, oh, Marx is right. There's always been a rich and a poor. It's actually much more dynamic than that because you literally like what is even the family when it's diluted out, 1/16, right? If you're 1/16 of Rockefeller, are you a Rockefeller? Or are you 15, 16 something else? Would you have the Rockefeller fortune? Probably not, right? Now, are there again primogeniture where the guy who inherits the name all the way through? That would be one way to pass it down. But even that person doesn't necessarily have the qualities of the guy who, the cultural qualities, other qualities, the guy who's like 4 generations past, they tend to squander, right? So this actually brings us to, coming back up to governance, the system, the guys who built the United States, like Washington, Hamilton, these are giants, right? These are founders. And the folks today are like, not the grandson, but like the 40th generation heir of a factory that somebody else built. Like think about a factory and you have, this grandchild or great grandchild that inherits a factory. Most of the time it's just cranking out widgets and the great grandson is cashing checks. They have been selected as legitimate heir because it's the founder passes it down to his son, passes it down to his grandson, to his great grandson. So legitimacy is there. They've got title. They can show I own this factory. Okay, they can cash the checks. There's professional managers there. Everything seems fine until one day that factory has to go from making widgets to making masks for COVID or something else. It has to change direction. It has to do something it hasn't done before. None of that capability for invention and reinvention is present anymore. These people have inherited something that they could not build from scratch. Because they could not build from scratch, they can't even maintain it. This is an important point. The ability to build from scratch is so important because if some part breaks and you don't know why it was there, can you even maintain it? No, you can't. Okay? Unless all the replacement parts and the know-how to fit them together is there, you can't repair this. So in 2009, Mother Jones had a story that said the U.S. military had forgotten how to make some kinds of nuclear weapons because there's a part where all the guys who knew how to make it had like aged out or left. Okay, and this was some like aerogel or something like that. It was rumored. Okay, thing is, you're seeing increasingly, for example, you've got wildfires in California. You've got water that's not potable in Jackson. You've got power outages in Texas. You're seeing a lot of the infrastructure of the U.S. is just less functional. I think probably part of that is due to civil engineering not being that sexy a field, people aging out, and just domain knowledge being lost. And the heirs who win, the role of mayor or whatever of this town don't have the ability to build it from scratch. They're just selected for legitimacy, not competence. Okay. So once you think about this concept of founding versus inheriting, and I've got the whole essay which talks about this, of course, the alternative to somebody who's legitimate but not competent, what people will say is, oh, we need like an authoritarian to be in control of everything. And then their hope is that that person is competent, but they don't have legitimacy. Because if they're just installed as just like a authoritarian ruler, 50% of the population is really mad at them. They don't have title, they just grab the title. Maybe they can exert enough force. That's the problem with kind of the authoritarian, dictator takeover, right? So the alternative, the third version, is the founder who combines both legitimacy and competence because they start from scratch. They attract people to their vision. They build it from scratch. And so you need is the ability to constantly do refoundings, rebirths.
So if you imagine a world that is primarily network states, can you help me imagine what that looks like? Now, there's several ways to imagine things, which is how many of them are there and how often do they nuance pop up?
There could be thousands.
Given 7 billion people, 8 billion people on Earth.
Yeah. So there's network state in the precise definition I have in the book, which is a diplomatically recognized entity, and there's network state in sort of the loose definition where, one thing that's interesting is this term has become a lowercase term really fast. Okay.
Level state.
Yeah. Like in the sense of Google became lowercase Google for like Googling, or like Uber became lowercase Uber. Like if you go to the networkstate.com from such reviews, or you go to search.twitter.com and put in network state, you'll see it's just become like a word or a phrase. Okay. So that means it's sort of whatever I intended to mean, people will use it to mean what they want it to mean, right? Okay. So It's interesting, right?
The internet. You become a first like you're a meme and this book is a meme.
Am I a meme? Okay, maybe I'm a meme. But the book is I think is a good meme. That's actually why I wanted to make it free. I wanted people to take it out there, make it their own. And one of the things they say at the beginning, and I'll come back to this thing, is it's a toolbox, not a manifesto. Even if you dislike 70% of it, 80% of it, 90% of it, if there's something that's useful to you, you can take that and use it. Just like a library, the software library. You might just use one function there. Great, I'm glad I've learned to use it now. Right, that's my purpose. Right?
You're not Ayn Rand.
No, I'm not. And basically, the whole point of this actually is it's polytheistic, polystatistic, it's genuinely.
Is it polyamorous?
It's not polyamorous. Though somebody might.
Do you have love advice? But I didn't see it. So did you talk about love?
I do not talk about love. I would rather
maybe
not
to you.
Not that I don't believe in love. Love is great.
I will accept your offer to write a guest chapter in your V2 book about love.
All right, great.
Because there is some aspect that's very interesting, which parts of human civilization require physical because it seems like more and more can be done in the digital space.
Yeah, but as I said,
Like
but you're not going to build a self-driving car city in digital space. You're not going to be able to do all
cars at all.
Sure, but let's say you're not going to be able to get to Mars in a purely digital thing. You need to build, you have to build a rocket launch pad. You're not going to be able to do all the innovative biomedicine, whether it's, all the, have you seen bioelectricity or there's stuff on regenerative medicine, steps, all this stuff. You just can't do that digitally, right? You're still physical beings, so you need physical space. But how do we get that, right? So that this is meant to wend its way through various roadblocks in the so-called, actually my term from many years ago, the idea maze. It's meant to wend its way through the idea maze to find how to use bits to unlock innovation analysis.
The idea maze within the bigger prime number maze. We're going back to visualizing the number of states and how often they work.
So let me first anchor this because people just get some numbers, right? How many UN listed countries are there? Like 196, 193, okay? And there's some that are on the border like Taiwan or Israel, right? Where they're not, Israel is a country, but it's not recognized by every country or whatever, right?
That's just a country.
No, but it may eventually become. Right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So within that list of about 200 countries, okay, I've got a graph in the book that shows that most countries are actually small countries. There's 12 countries that have less than 100,000 people by the UN definition of a country. There's another 20-something that have between 100,000 and 1 million. There's another 50 or 60-something that have between 1 million and 10 million. So most countries in the UN are less than 10 million people. There's only 14 countries that are over 100 million people. Okay, so most countries are small countries is kind of surprising to us because most people live in big countries. Okay, and so now you're like, okay, well, I've built social networks that are bigger than that. You have a following that's bigger than 100,000 people. You have a following that's bigger than a small country like Kiribati or what have you, right? And okay, so that first changes feasibility. You think of a country as this huge thing. It's actually smaller than many countries are smaller than social networks that you built. Number two is the number of UN listed countries. Even though it's been flat-ish for the last 30 years, with like a few things like South Sudan and East Timor that have come online. There's a graph that I posted which shows that it's increased by about 40 or 50 something at the end of World War II, when the UN was set up, to 197 today. There's been like kind of a steady increase, in particular with all the decolonization, all the countries that got their independence first from the British Empire and then from the Soviet Empire, right? That imperial breakup led to new countries. Okay, and so then the question is that flat forever? Well, the number of new currencies similarly increased for a while, roughly one per country or thereabouts. And then it was flat for a while, and then suddenly it's gone completely vertical. That's an interesting graph, right? Where it's like linear-ish, then it's flat, and then it just goes woof, like this. And you can define, you can argue where the boundary is for a new currency, okay? But I think Bitcoin certainly counts. I think Ethereum certainly counts in terms of just its scale and adoption worldwide. So at least you have two. If you take the broad church view, you have 1,000 or something like that, right? Somewhere in between, you might say, how many currencies are above the market cap of an existing previously recognized fiat currency? Like, which got onto the leaderboard, right? There's a website just like coinmarketcap.com. That's like a site for like cryptocurrency tracking, very popular, okay? There's a fun site called fiatmarketcap.com, which shows where Bitcoin is relative to the fiat currencies of the world. And it's like, last I checked, like number 27, somewhere in between the Chilean peso and the Turkish lira or something, okay? And it had previously been close to cracking the top 10, okay? And I think it will again at some point. So we know that you can have a currency out of nowhere that ranks with the fiat currencies of the world. Could you have a country out of nowhere that ranks with the countries of the world? So this is maybe the fastest way, you probably should have said this at the very beginning. If you go to the network state in one image, okay, that kind of summarizes what the network state looks like, visually. It's one single visual. The visual is of a dashboard. And the dashboard shows something that looks like a social network, except you're visualizing it on the map of the world. And it's got network nodes all over the place. 100 people here, 1,000 people there. They're all connected together. The total population of the people in this social network is about 1 million people, so 1.7 million people in this example. And some of the people are just singletons. They're just folks in their apartment who can conceptualize themselves as citizens of this network state. They've got the flag on their wall, right, and the digital passport on their phone along with digital currency. Others are groups of hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of people that have all taken over a neighborhood, just like Chinatowns exist, right? Just like intentional communities existed. They just basically, go and crowdfund land together, right? And these are all networked together, just like the islands of Indonesia are separated by ocean. These are islands of this network state that are separated by intranet. Okay, so they conceptualize themselves. And at the very top of the dashboard, there's something very important, which is population, annual income, and real estate footprint of this network state. So population we already discussed. You can build an online social network. We know you can build something which has a population that's bigger than these 100,000 or million person countries. One of the new things, contributions the network state has, is say that you can not just exceed in population, you can exceed in real estate footprint. Because one way of thinking about it is, I don't exactly know the numbers on foreign ownership in Estonia, but let's say to first order, the million-something Estonians own and could afford Estonia. Okay, 1 million people could buy a territory that is the size of Estonia, right? That's probably true to first order. There might be some overseas ownership, but it's probably true. Okay, you'd probably find a country for which that's true. What that means is 1 million people digitally could buy distributed territory that is probably greater than or equal to the size of Estonia, especially if they're buying like desert territory or stuff like that. Which means now you have a digital country that is ranking not just in people, not just in real estate footprint, so it's also real estate footprint with the countries of the world. So you start ranking, and you're bigger than these UN listed countries in your population and your real estate footprint. And the third is income. Okay, you can prove on chain that you have a income for the digital population that is above a certain amount, right? This is what I call the census of the network state, and it's actually such a crucial component that I have it in the essay, the network state in 1,000 words. The post office and census were actually important enough to be written into the U.S. Constitution. Okay, partly because it was like for apportionment of representatives, partly because it was a feedback mechanism, and so that census was done every 10 years and it's provided a crucial snapshot of the U.S. for the last several hundred years. Okay, now here, this census of a digital state could be done every 10 seconds. Okay, conducting it is actually not the hard part. You know what the hard part is? Proving it, because how will the world believe that you actually have 100,000 people spread across countries? Couldn't they all be bots? Couldn't they be AIs? Proof of human, proof of income, and also proof of real estate start to actually rise dramatically in importance, because you're saying we're going to rank this digital state on the leaderboard of the fiat states. Okay, and so it means that people will start to, first they'll just laugh at it. Once you start claiming you have 10,000 citizens, people are going to start poking. They'll be like, is that real? Prove that it's real. Okay. So I have a whole talk on this, actually. I'm giving at this Chainlink conference, but essentially, how do you prove this, right? The short answer is crypto oracles plus audio. The somewhat longer answer is you put these assertions on chain, these proof of human, these proof of real estate, etc., assertions on chain. Okay, and there's people who are writing to the blockchain, and they are digitally signing their assertions. Now, of course, simply just putting something on chain doesn't make it true. It just says you can prove not that what is written on chain is true, but that the metadata is true. You can show who wrote it via their digital signature, what they wrote, their hash, and when they wrote it, their timestamp. So you can establish those things in metadata, who what and when was
Who's
released.
the who in that picture?
So, for example,
How do you know it's one human?
great question. So let's say you bought a bunch of your piece of territory from Blackstone. Okay, as a function of that, Blackstone.eth signs an on-chain receipt that says this LexFriedman.eth bought this piece of property from us, and it has, like it's 1,000 square meters, and this is put on chain. They sign it. Okay, that's a digital receipt, just like you might get an email receipt when you buy a piece of property or something. Okay, you just put not online but on chain, and it's signed by Blackstone or whatever real estate vendor you buy from. It could be a company, it could obviously be an individual, right? And so you have a bunch of these assertions. Let's say there's 47 different real estate vendors. I know vendors is an atypical term there, but just bear with me, right? 47 different real estate sellers that you've bought all of your territory from. Each of them put digital signatures that are asserting that a certain amount of real estate was bought, and its square meters, its location, or whatever else you want to do. The sum of all that is now your real estate footprint. Okay. And now the question is, was that real? Well, because they signed what they put on chain, you can do things like you can audit. Let's say if Blackstone has signed 500,000 properties and you've sold them and put them on chain. And I'm not talking about 2022 or 2023, but 2030, right? It would be a few years out. People are doing this type of stuff, putting stuff on chain. So you get that on-chain receipt. We've got 500,000 of these. What you can do is just sample them. Okay, you pick a subset N of them, let's say 500 properties around the world. You go there. You actually go and independently look at what the square footprint is. And then from that, you can see what was the actual, your measurement, versus their reported. And then you can, via statistical inference, extrapolate that if they were randomly selected to the rest of the properties and get a reliability score for Blackstone's reporting of its real estate square footage.
Who does so that's the auditing step.
That's the auditing step.
So the crypto oracle is the
auditable
on-chain, what did you say, assertions?
That's right.
Yeah, about like who bought stuff from who. I still have to get to the who for human, but auditing, there's a bunch of people randomly checking that you're not full of shit.
That's right. So
okay, who is in charge of the auditing?
So it could be a big four, like PwC and basically the accountants that do corporate balance sheet and cash flow and
keeps them in check. Some corruption. I'm just imagining a world full of network state.
Yeah, it's a good question. So, at a certain point you get to who watches the watchers, right?
Yeah.
And the government is meant to keep the accountants accountable. And Arthur Anderson actually did have a whole flame out in the around the time of the Enron thing. So it is possible that there's corrupt accountants or bad accountants, or the government itself is corrupt in many ways and prints all this money and seizes all these assets and surveils everybody and so on and so forth. So, the answer to your question is going to be probably exit, in the sense that if those accountants, they are themselves going to digitally sign a report and put it on chain. Okay, so they're going to say, we believe that X, Y, and Z's reports that are on chain were this reliable, and here's our study. If they falsify that, well, if somebody finds that eventually, then that person is downweighted, and you have to go to another account, right?
Is there ways to mess with something? I guess you breathe in and out. As I mentioned, some of the heaviest shit I've ever read. So because I visited Ukraine, I've read Famine by Anne Applebaum, Bloodlands.
Yep.
And it's just a lot of coverage of the census. There's a lot of coverage of a lot of things, but in Ukraine in the 1930s, Stalin messed a lot with the census to hide the fact that a lot of people died from starvation.
He did that with the cooperation of Arthur G. Sulzberger's New York Times, like Walter Duranty falsified all those reports.
There are several parties involved. Can there be several parties involved in this case that manipulate the truth as it is represented by the crypto oracle and as it is checked by the auditing mechanism?
It is possible, but the more parties are involved in falsifying something, the more defections there are. So that's why you basically have, another level of audit. But it's fundamentally the answer, right? And really, I think what it comes back to is if you're showing your work, right? This is the difference between crypto economics and fiat economics. The Bitcoin blockchain, anybody can download it and run verification on it. Okay, this is different than government inflation stats, which people don't believe, right? Because the process is just it is true that CPI methodology is published and so on, but it is not something which people feel reflects their actual basket of goods, right? And so the independent verifiability is really the core of what true auditability is. And so then to your question, it's hard for some group to be able to collude because the blockchain is public and everything they've written to it is public. And so if there's an error, it's easier in some ways to tell the truth than to lie because the truth is just naturally consistent across the world, whereas lies can be found out. Even Siskel does. Benford's law.
Yes.
Right. It's something where the digits in like a real, if you take the last digit or I forget if it was the last digit or the first digit. I think it's the first digit, right? So you take the first digit in an actual financial statement. You look at the distribution of like how many ones, how many twos, how many threes, percentages. It has actually you'd guess it might be each one will be equally random. It'd be 10%. It's not like that actually. There's certain distribution that it has, and fake data doesn't look like that, but real data does.
That's weird.
It's interesting, right?
Benford's law, also called the first digit law, states that the leading digits in a collection of data sets are probably going to be small. For example, most numbers in a set of 30% will have a leading digit of 1.
Yeah, so that's a great example of what we were talking about earlier, the observational leading to the theory.
Ooh, there's a Benford's law of controversy. I'm looking that up. Benford's law of controversy. Benford's law of controversy is an adage from the 1980 novel Timescape, stating passion is inversely proportional to the amount of real information available. The adage was quoted in an international drug policy article in peer-reviewed social science. Can I just say how much I love Wikipedia? I have the founder of Wikipedia coming on this very podcast very soon, and I think the world is a better place. One of the things he wanted to come on and talk about is the ways that he believes that Wikipedia is going wrong.
So on technical truth, it's great. I think earlier on like technical truth versus political truth. On technical truth, it's great. On political truth, it's like a defamation engine. Just as one example, okay, this is something that I was going to write up, but there was a scam called HPZ token that managed to edit Wikipedia. Nobody detected it. It said that I was like the founder of HPZ token. Yeah, I had nothing to do with this, and people were scammed out of it because Google just pushes Wikipedia links to high on Google, and people are like, well, it's in this Wikipedia, therefore it's real, right? Wikipedia has the bio of living persons thing. They should just allow people to delete their profile because they have zero quality control, and it's literally facilitating fraud, right? Where people will maliciously edit and then do things with them, and nobody cares or is looking at it beyond the fraudsters. And this is happening. If that was happening, that was like undetected. I wasn't paying attention. This was like there for like I don't know, weeks or months, totally undetected. That literally facilitated fraud, right? And fundamentally, the issue is that Wikipedia doesn't have any concept of who's editing or property rights or anything like that, right? It is also something which is, it used to be something in the early 2000s, mid-2000s, people said, oh, it's Wikipedia, how trustworthy can be, Britannica's review. And that's being forgotten, and now it's become over-trustworthy, right? Remember the thing, like, the more trust something gets, the less trustworthy it often becomes. It kind of abuses the power, right? So what I'm interested in, Google actually had a model a while back called KNOL. KNOL, null, was something where when there were different versions of a Wikipedia-style page, you had Google Docs like permissions on them. For example, you might have 10 different versions of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay, and each one had an editor and folks that they could grant edit rights and so on. But this way, you would actually be able to see different versions of a page, and they might have different versions of popularity. But this way, you wouldn't have edit wars; you'd have forks, right? And they would all kind of coexist, and then people could review them, and now you can see different versions of something versus the thing that just kind of rewards dogged persistence or being an editor or something like that. The other thing is, a lot of the folks who have editorial privileges at Wikipedia are there from the early 2000s. And most of India wasn't online then. Most of Africa wasn't online then, right? So there's this inherited power that exists, which, again, was fresh and innovative 10 or 20 years ago, but it's now kind of outdated.
Yeah, I want to see some data, though.
You want to see
I want to see some data
Sure.
because
activity in the world in anything by taking a specific example, taking anecdotal data and saying there's a problem here.
Yeah.
I want to know on net how much positive is being added to the world because of it. My experience that I try to be empathetic and open-minded, my exploration of Wikipedia has been such that it is a breath of fresh air in terms of the breadth and depth of knowledge that is there. Now you could say there's bias built in. There's boards that are incentivized not to produce truth, but to produce a consensus around a particular narrative. But that is how the entirety of human civilization operates. And we have to see where is it better and where is it worse in terms of platform.
I think Wikipedia was an improvement over what came before, but it has a lot of flaws. You're right that absolutely. Sometimes people can over fixate on the anecdotal, but sometimes the anecdotal illustrates a general pattern. Okay, for example, one thing that happens frequently on Wikipedia is there are editors who will plant a story, and then they will then go and use that story as like a neutral third party to win an edit war. So here's a phenomenon that happens in Wikipedia. You have an editor who's privileged above just random users, okay, who will plant a story and then cite that story as if it was a neutral third party. So there's a site called Wikipediocracy, okay, and it discusses the case of a person named Peppermint who had a name that they didn't want included, their so-called dead name, on their Wikipedia profile. And there's a Wikipedia editor named Tenebrae who people allege was a Newsday reporter or writer that put a piece into Newsday that dead name Peppermint, and then was able to cite it on the Wikipedia article as if it was like a neutral third party when it actually wasn't, when people allege it's the same guy. Okay, now that is not an uncommon thing.
That's what I want to do.
Okay, I know
how many articles. I'm not.
Who's auditing?
I'm dancing with you, not against
you. Sure.
Okay, I'm saying how many articles have that kind of war where douchebags are manipulating each other?
So that's the question. What's the audit? Has Wikipedia actually been audited? Right? Who are the editors? Like, who's actually writing this stuff? It is actually something where, again, on technical topics, I think it's pretty good. On non-technical topics, there's something called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources Policy. It's a fascinating page. Okay. So it actually takes a lot of the stuff that we have been, the world has been talking about in terms of what's a reliable source of information, and some sort of, it's called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources, perennial sources. Okay, and if you go to this page, okay, which I'm just going to send to you now, right, you will literally see every media outlet in the world, and they're colored gray, green, yellow, or red. Okay, and so red is like untrustworthy. Green is trustworthy. Yellow is like neutral. Okay. Now, this actually makes Wikipedia's epistemology explicit. They are marking a source as trustworthy or untrustworthy. For example, you are not allowed to cite social media, which is actually an enormous part of what people are posting. Instead you have to cite a mainstream media outlet that puts the tweets in the mainstream article, and only then can it be cited.
By the way, to perspective.
Sure.
That those are rules written on the sheet of paper. I have seen Wikipedia in general play in the gray area that these rules create.
Oh, well, if you are an editor, then you can
So you can use the rules, and you can, because there's a lot of contradictions within the rules. You can use them to, in the ways you said, to achieve the ends you want. It really boils down to the incentives, the motivations of the editors. And one of the magical things about Wikipedia, the positive versus the negative, is that it seems like a very small number of people, and with Stack Overflow, can do an incredible amount of good editing and aggregation of good knowledge. As you said, that seems to work much better for technical things over which there's not a significant division. Some of that has to do less with the rules and more with the human beings involved.
Well, but here's the thing: so first, let me take this. I should finish up this point on reliable source of perennial sources, right? So if you go to this, you'll see that Al Jazeera is marked green. but let's say the Cato Institute is marked yellow, right? The Nation is marked
Oh
green.
shit! Oh snap!
Okay.
Right. Okay. Sure. Yes.
Right? The Nation is marked green, but National Review is marked yellow. Okay. You could probably go and do. So what's good about this is make the epistemology explosive, right? You could actually take this table, and you could also look at all the past edit wars and so on over it, and take a look at what things are starting to get marked as red or yellow, and what things are starting to get marked as green. And I'm pretty sure you're going to find some kind of partisan polarization that comes out of it, right? Number one. Number two is once something gets marked as being yellow or red, then all links and all references to it are pulled out. For example, CoinDesk, okay, was marked as being like, what was
Yellow?
I think it's marked as red. CoinDesk, which is actually
I
like,
get a lot of useful information from them.
that's right, but it's marked as red. Why? Because there's some Wikipedia editors who hate cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency on Wikipedia has been a huge topic where they've just edited out all the positive stuff. And these are senior editors of Wikipedia who can control what sources are considered reliable. So they've now knocked out CoinDesk, they've knocked out social media. They only allow mainstream media coverage, and not even all mainstream media, only those that mark as green. This is the manipulation of
I want to know how many articles are affected by it, and
Hundreds of
on that,
hundreds of them. You can't just
say that randomly. You
I can't, because all the
affected. There's different levels of effect in terms of it actual having a significant impact on the quality of the article.
Let me give you an example. Let me cover an example, right? The fact that people cannot cite direct quotes on social media, but can only cite the rehash of those quotes in a mainstream media outlet, and not just any mainstream media outlet, but those that are colored green on the Wikipedia reliable perennial source policy, is a structural shift on every single article to make Wikipedia aligned with U.S. mainstream media corporations, right?
I am, as often, playing devil's advocate to counter the point so that the disagreement reveals some profound wisdom. That's what I'm doing here. But also in that task here, I'm trying to understand exactly how much harm is created by the bias within the team of editors that we're discussing, and how much of Wikipedia is technical knowledge. For example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Wikipedia article I've seen there, now that changes very aggressively a lot. And I hear from every side on this. But it did not seem biased to me. Here's like, as compared to mainstream media in the United States.
So now I'm going to sound extremely woke. Yeah. Okay. If you go and look at this, all right, Times of India is yellow, but Mother Jones, Jacobin, okay, they are green, right? So a niche, mostly white, Western, like partisan left outlet is marked green, but a billion people, like the Times of India is marked yellow, right? That's a structural bias towards Western media outlets and Western editors when much of the rest of the world hadn't gone online. Or
I would just love to see, in terms of the actual article, what ideas are being censored, altered, shifted.
Okay.
I just think it's an open. I'm not
the edit logs are there. The edit logs are public.
Yeah,
right? So
it'd be fascinating. Yeah, is there a way to explore the way the narratives are shifted because of?
Sure. So a very simple one is if you were to pull all the edit logs of Wikipedia, you can see how many times are social media links disallowed. Okay. Like, first of all, think about it like this. Just the fact that social media is not allowed to be cited on Wikipedia or inconsistent.
You think that's a problem?
It's a huge problem. You can't cite, let's say, Jeff Bezos' own tweet. You have to cite some random media corporation.
Here's the thing, and sorry if I'm interrupting.
Please.
Hopefully I'm adding to it. I think they're trying to create friction as to the sources used, because if you can use social media, then you can use basically bots to create a bunch of sources right? And then that you can almost automate the editor war, right?
Because here's the thing: is basically Wikipedia initially, like said, oh, we'll only cite mainstream media as a way of boosting its credibility in the early 2000s. Okay, when its credibility was low. Now it's sort of become merged with the U.S. establishment, and now only cites these things whose trust. I mean, have you seen the graphs on trust in mainstream media? Like they've plummeted down to like 10% or something like that, right? So the most trusted sources for Wikipedia are untrusted by the population.
Yeah,
True.
and feels like a fixable technological problem. I think I'm underinformed, and my gut says we're both together underinformed to do a rigorous 3 to 4 hour discussion about Wikipedia. But hold on a second. I think I have a gut sort of developed feeling about which articles not to trust on Wikipedia. I think I need to make that explicit also. I have a kind of an understanding that don't go to Wikipedia for this particular topic. Like don't go to Wikipedia for an article on Donald Trump or Joe Biden. There's going to be, if I did, I would go to maybe sections that don't have room for insertion of bias, or like the section on controversy or accusations of racism or so on, or sexual assault. I usually not trust Wikipedia on those sections.
Like math, that would be great. Like Wikipedia is great for that. On many topics that do not have a single consensus truth, it's structurally shifted towards basically white Western liberals, woke whites, right? Fundamentally, that's the demographic of the Wikipedia.
What kind of articles do you think are affected by this? Let's like think about it. Like
everything that's on math and technology.
I think that's the strongest statement. So we can, like I said, war in Ukraine.
Sure.
I think that's the strongest statement. There's so much affect. I guess I'm saying affected to a large degree. Even major battles in history, Battle of Stalingrad.
Sure.
Like that's not math. So you think all of that is affected to a point where it's not a trusted source?
Absolutely. If you look at the edit wars, for example, of Stalin versus Hitler, the tone on Hitler starts out legitimately and justifiably as basically genocidal, maniacal dictator. With Stalin, there's a fair number of Stalin apologists that edit out mention of genocide from the first few paragraphs.
I am playing devil's advocate in part, but I also am too underinformed to do the level of defense I would like to provide for the wisdom that is there, for the knowledge that is there. I don't use the word truth, but
sure,
for some level of knowledge that is there in Wikipedia. I think I really worry about, I know you don't mean this, but a cynical interpretation of what you're saying, which is don't trust anything right now on Wikipedia. I think you're being very consistent and eloquent in the way you're describing issues in Wikipedia, and I don't have enough actual specific examples to give where there is some like still battle for truth that's happening that's outside of the bias of society. I think if we naturally distrust every source of information, there is a general distrust of institutions and a distrust of sources of knowledge that leads to an apathy and a cynicism about the world in general. If you believe a lot of conspiracy theories, you basically tune out from this collective journey that we're on towards the truth, and that's like it's not even just Wikipedia. I just think Wikipedia was, at least for a time, and maybe I tuned out. Maybe because I am too focused on computer science and engineering and mathematics, but for me, Wikipedia for a long time was a source of calm escape from the political battles of ideology. And as you're quite eloquently describing, it is not. It has become part of the battleground of political ideology. I just would love to know where the boundaries of that are.
Glenn Greenwald has observed this. Lots of other folks, for example, I'm definitely not the only person who's observed that Wikipedia.
A lot of, let me just state, because I'm sensing this, and because of your eloquence and clear brilliance here, that a lot of people are going to immediately agree with you. this is what I am also troubled by. Not this is not
Sure,
you,
sure.
but I often see that people will detect cynicism, especially when it is phrased as eloquent
Yes.
as yours, and will look at a natural dumbass like me and think that Lex is just being naive. Look at him trusting Wikipedia
Let me argue
for
your
the
side.
mainstream narrative.
Let me argue your side. Okay.
Can you please do that? Because you can do that with nothing.
No, Lex, I enjoy talking to you.
And I'm doing devil's advocate a little
Sure.
bit because I do really want to be. I am afraid about the forces of basically editors talking of authority and talking down to people and sensible information.
Yeah. So let me first argue your side, and let me say something. Okay, which is what you are reacting to is, oh, even those things I thought of as constants are becoming variables. Where is the terra firma? If we cannot trust anything, then everybody's just, it's anarchy and it's chaos. Like there's literally no consensus reality and anybody can say anything and so, right? And I think that there's two possible deviations from, let's say that the mainstream, obviously people talk about like QAnon, for example, as like this kind of thing where people just make things up. They just go totally put supply chain independent from mainstream media. And if mainstream media is a distorted gossamer of quasi-truth, these guys go to just total fiction as opposed to like, right? The alternative to QAnon is not BlueAnon, mainstream media, but Satoshianon, okay, which is an upward deviation, okay, not a downward deviation to say there is no such thing as truth. Rather, the upward deviation is decentralized cryptographic truth, not centralized corporate or government truth. Okay.
So how does the decentralization of Wikipedia look like?
Great question. It's this concept of ledger of record. First, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, Japanese or Chinese, Democrat or Republican, those people agree on the state of the Bitcoin blockchain. Hundreds of billions of dollars is managed without weapons, okay, across tribes with wildly varying ideologies, right? And what that means is that is a mechanism for getting literally consensus. It's called consensus, cryptographic consensus, proof of work. And when people can get consensus on this, what they're getting consensus on are basically bytes that determine who holds what Bitcoin. This is exactly the kind of thing people would fight wars over. For hundreds of billions of dollars, alone millions of dollars, people will kill each other over that in the past, right? So for hundreds of billions of dollars, people can get consensus truth on this in this highly adversarial environment, right? So the first generalization of that is it says you can go from bytes that reflect what Bitcoin somebody has to bytes that reflect what stocks, bonds, other kinds of assets people have. That's the entire DeFi, Ethereum, that whole space, okay? Basically, the premise is if you go from consensus on one byte, by induction, you can go to consensus on n bytes, depending on the cost of getting that consensus, right? And almost anything digital can be represented, or everything digital can be represented as bytes, right? So now you can get consensus on certain kinds of digital information, Bitcoin, but then also any kind of financial instrument. And then the next generalization is what I call the ledger of record. Many kinds of facts can be put partially or completely on chain. It's not just proof of work and proof of stake. There's things like proof of location, proof of human, proof of this, proof of that. The auditable oracles I talked about extended further. Lots and lots of people are working on this, right? Proof of solvency, seeing that some actor has enough of a bank balance to accommodate what they say they have. You can imagine many kinds of digital assertions can be turned into proof of X and proof of Y. You start putting those on chain, you now have a library of partially or completely provable facts. Okay, this is how you get consensus, as opposed to having a white Western Wikipedia editor or mostly white Western U.S. media corporation or the U.S. government simply say what is true in a centralized fashion.
So, do you think truth is such an easy thing as you get to higher and higher questions of politics? Is the problem that the consensus mechanism is being hacked, or is the problem that truth is a difficult thing to figure out? Was the 2020 election rigged or not? Is the earth flat or not? That's a scientific one. That's a
By technical versus political truth spectrum, yeah.
But even the earth, like, well, that one is, yeah, never mind. That's a bad example because that is very there's some social phenomena, political phenomena, philosophical that will have a lot of debates, historical stuff about different forces operating within Nazi Germany and Stalinist Soviet Union. I think there's probably a lot of like the historians debate about a lot of stuff like what's the book that talks about the influence of drugs in the Third Reich, right?
Were they on that?
Yeah, they all. There's a lot of debates about how true, what is the significance of meth on the actual behavior and decisions of Hitler and so on. So there's still a lot of debates. Is it so easy to fix with decentralization? I guess. Question.
So I actually have like basically chapter 2 of the network state book is on essentially this topic, and so it's like 70 pages or something like that. So let me try to summarize what I think about it. First is that there was an Onion article that came out. I can't find it now anymore, but it was about historians in the year 3000 writing about the late 90s and early 2000s. And they're like, yeah, clearly Queen Brittany was a very powerful monarch. We can see how many girls around the world worshipped her like a god. And so it was very funny because it was a plausible distortion of, the current society by, a human civilization picking through the rubble 1,000 years later, having no context on it, right? And it's a very thought-provoking article because it says, well, to what extent is that us taking over Pompeii or the pyramids, or even like, the 1600s or the 1700s, like a few hundred years ago, we're basically sifting through artifacts. And, some Berger actually has this concept like, which is obvious, but it's also useful to have an anchor. It's like, I think he calls it like dark history, which is, and again, I might be getting this wrong, but it's like only a small percentage of what the Greeks wrote down, has come to us to the present day, right? So perhaps it's not just the winners who write history, it's like the surviving records. We have this extremely partial, fragmentary record of history. And sometimes there's some discovery that rewrites the whole thing. Do you know what, like, Göbekli Tepe is?
Everything I know about that is from Rogan, because he's a huge fan of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that like rewrites it.
And then there's a lot of debates there.
There's a lot of debates. Basically, it's like the discovery of this site in northern Turkey that totally shifts our estimate of like when civilization started, maybe pushing it back many thousands of years further in the past, right? The past, it's like an inverse problem in physics, right? We are trying to reconstruct this from limited information, right? It's like X-ray crystallography. It's an inverse problem, right? It's Plato's cave. We're trying to reconstruct what the world looks like outside from these shadows, these fragments that are being given to us, right? Or that we found. And so in that sense, as you find more information, your estimate of the past changes, right? Oh, wow, okay, that pushes back civilization farther than one discovery just changes it.
You want to try to, given all the gaps in the data we have, you want to try to remove bias from the process of trying to fill the gap.
Well, so here's the thing. I think we're very close to the moment of it, and that's why it'll sound crazy when I say it. But our descendants, I really do think of what the blockchain is and cryptographically verifiable history as being the next step after written history. It's like on par with that. Because anybody who has the record, the math is not going to change, right? Math is constant across human time and space, right? So, the value of pi is constant. That's one of the few constants across all these different human civilizations, okay? So somebody in the future, assuming, of course, the digital record is actually intact to that point, because, in theory, digital stuff will persist. In practice, you have lost data and floppy drives and stuff like that. In some ways, digital is more persistent, in some ways, physical is more persistent. Okay, but assuming we can figure out the archival problem somehow, then this future record, at least it's internally consistent, right? You can run a bunch of equivalence checksums, right? The Bitcoin verification process, just sum it all up and see that, okay, it's F and G of H of X, and boom, that at least is internally consistent. Okay. Again, it doesn't say that all the people who reported it were, they could have put something on chain that's false, but at least the metadata is likely to be very different. And this is a new tool. It's really a new tool in terms of a robust history that is expensive and technically challenging to edit and alter. And that is the alternative to the Stalin-esque rewriting of history by centralized power.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of actually reading and thinking about. But actually, as you're talking, I'm also thinking about the fact that I think 99% of my access to Wikipedia is on technical topics. Because I basically use them very similarly to Stack Overflow.
And even there, it doesn't have unit tests. For example, one thing, right? So one thing I remember, again, I might be wrong on this, but I recall that the Kelly criterion it's actually quite a useful thing to know. It's like how to optimally size your bets, okay? And you can have, given your kind of probability that an investment pays off or assumed probability, you can have bets that are too large, bets that are too small. Sometimes the Kelly criterion, it goes negative and actually it says you should actually take leverage. You're so sure this is a good outcome that you should actually spend more than your current bankroll because you're going to get a good result, right? So it's a very sophisticated thing. And as I recall, many sites on the internet have the wrong equation. And I believe that was reprinted on Wikipedia. The wrong equation was put on Wikipedia as the Kelly criterion for a while. Okay? And so without unit tests, see, math is actually the kind of thing that you could unit test, right? You could literally have the assert on the right-hand side today, right? The modern version, which we've got Jupyter, we've got Replit, we've got all these things. The modern version of Wikipedia, there's sites like golden.com, for example, like, there's a bunch of things. I'm funding lots of stuff across the board, on this. And, I'm not capitalizing these companies or capitalizing independently, but I'm trying to see if, not just talk about the better version. It's hard to build something better, so actually go and build it. And where you want is assertions that are actually reproduced. You don't just have the equation there. You have written down code, you can hit enter, you can download the page, you can rerun it. It's reproducible.
So the problem with that kind of reproducibility is that it has friction. It's hard to put together articles and do that kind of stuff, unless you do an incredible job with UX and so on. The thing that I think is interesting about Wikipedia on the technical side is that without the unit tests, without the assertions, it still often does an incredible job. Because the reason it's the people that write those articles, and I've seen this also in Stack Overflow, are the people that care about this most. And there's a pride in getting it right.
Okay, so let me agree and disagree with that, right? So absolutely, there's some good there. Again, I think Wikipedia is a huge step up from what preceded it in some ways on the technical topics, yes. However, you talk about the editing environment, right? Like the markup for Wikipedia, it's very, mid-2000s, right? It is not, yeah, exactly. If at a minimum, for example, it's not WYSIWYG, right? So, like Medium or something like that, or Ghost, you can just go in and type, and it looks exactly like it looks on the page. Here, you have to go to a markup language where there can be editor conflicts, and you hit enter, and someone has overridden your edit or something like that, and you don't know how it looks on the page. You might have to do a few, previews or whatever. That's number one. So editing, you talk about bearish editing. That's number two is, given that it might be read 1,000 times for one time it's written, it is important to actually have the mathematical things unit tested if they can be, given that we've got modern technology. And that's something that's hard to retrofit into this because it's so kind of ossified, right?
Right. There's the interface on every side. For the editor, even just for the editor to check that say the editor wants to get it right, we want to make it really easy, but easier to check their work.
That's
like
right.
debugging, like a nice IDE for the
that's exactly right.
For the editing experience.
That's right. And the thing about this is, as I said, because the truth is a global constant, but incorrectness, right? Go ahead. Every happy family.
No, I love to think that truth will have an end debugger.
Well, so here's right. So the thing is that what you can do is, let's say you did have a unit tested page for everything that's on. First of all, it makes the page more useful because you can download it, you can run it, you can import it, and so on. Second is it leads into one of the things that we can talk about. I sort of like a roadmap for building alternatives to not just existing companies, but to many existing U.S. institutions, from media and tech companies to courts and government and academia and nonprofits. The Wikipedia discussion actually relates to how you improve on academia, right? And so academia right now, one of the big problems, this is kind of related to the, oh boy, okay, the current institutions, we don't have trust in them. Is that the answer to trust no one, right? And I think the alternative is decentralized cryptographic trust or verification. How does that apply to academia? First observation is we are seeing science being abused in the name of quote unquote science. Okay, capital S science is Maxwell's equations. That's
That's a good one.
That's a good one, right? Quote unquote science is a paper that came out last week. And the key thing is that capital S science, real science, is about independent replication, not prestigious citation. That's the definition. Like all the journal stuff, the professors, all that stuff is just a superstructure that was set on top to make experiments more reproducible. And that superstructure is now like dominating the underlying thing because people are just fixating on the prestige and the citation and not the replication, right? So how does that apply here? Once you start thinking about how many replications does this thing have, Maxwell equation, I mean, there's trillions of replications. Every time us speaking into this microphone right now, we're testing, our theory of the electromagnetic field, right? Or electrical and magnetic fields. Every single time you pick up a cell phone or use a computer, you're putting our knowledge to the test, right? Whereas some paper that came out last week in Science or Nature may have 0 independent replications, yet it is being cited publicly as prestigious scientists from Stanford and Harvard and MIT all came up with X, right? And so the prestige is a substitute for the actual replication. So there's a concept called Goodhart's law. Okay, I'm just going to quote it. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. Okay, so for example, backlinks on the web were a good signal for Google to use when people didn't know they were being used as a signal.
Yeah, you talked about quantity versus quality, and PageRank was a pretty good approximation for quality.
Yes,
Such a fascinating thing, by the way. But yeah,
it's a fascinating thing. We can talk about that. But basically, once people know that you're using this as a measure, they will start to game it. And so then you have this cycle where, sometimes you have a fixed point. Like Satoshi with proof of work was miraculously able to come up with a game where the gaming of it was difficult without just buying more compute, right? So it's a rare kind of game where knowledge of the game's rules didn't allow people to game the game. Okay? But
really way to put it, yeah. Which is one of the reasons for that if you can describe the game and you can't describe it.
Exactly. It's very hard to come up with something that's stable in space. Actually, on the meta point, there's a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules. Okay, it is.
You mean human civilization or what?
Yeah. It is called something. Nomic. Okay.
NOMIC.
Nomic is a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules of the game. At first, that seems insane. Then you realize that's communist. So,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's literally what it is so meta because there are laws for elections that elect the editors of those laws, who then change the laws that get them elected with gerrymandering and other stuff. Right? That's the bad version way of thinking. The other way of thinking about it is this is what every software engineer is doing. You are constantly changing the rules by editing software and pushing code updates and so on, right? So, many games devolve into the metagame of who writes the rules of the game, right? Become essentially games of knowing. Proof of work is so amazing because it didn't devolve in such a way, right? It became very hard to rewrite the rules once they got set up, very financially expensive. That's not to say it will always be like that, but it's very hard to change.
If we could take a small tangent, we'll return to academia. I'd love to ask you about how to fix media as well after we get to academia.
Yeah, these are all actually related.
Related.
Yeah, Wikipedia, media, and academia are all related to the question of independent replication versus prestigious citation.
Sure. So that the problem is authority and prestige, as you see it from academia and the media and Wikipedia with the editors. We have to have a mechanism where the data and the reproducibility is what dominates the discourse.
That's right. And so one way to think about this is, I've said this in, I think I tweeted this, Western civilization actually has a great classification emergency button. It's called decentralization, right? Martin Luther hit it when the Catholic Church was too ossified and centralized, decentralized with the Protestant Reformation. Okay, he said, at the time, people were able to pay for indulgences, like that's to say they could sin. They could say, okay, I sinned 5 times yesterday. Here's the equivalent of $50. Okay, I'm done with my sin. I can go and sin tonight. Okay, they should really buy their way out of sin. Okay, and people debate as to how frequent those indulgences were. These are one of the things he inveighed against in the 95 Theses. So decentralization, boom, break away from this ossified church, start something new, right? And in theory, the quote religious wars of the 1600s that ensued were about things like where the wafer was the body of Christ or what have you. But in part, they were also about power and whether the centralized entity would write all the rules or the decentralized one would. And so what happened was obviously Catholicism still exists, but Protestantism also exists. Okay, and similarly here you've got this ossified central institution where forget about. I mean, there's complicated studies; they're difficult to summarize, but when you have the science saying masks don't work and then they do, okay, which everybody saw, and this is not like everybody knew that there was not like some massive study that came out that changed our perspective on mask wearing. It was something that was just insistently asserted as this is what the science says, and then without any acknowledgement, the science said something different, the next day, right? I remember because I was in the middle of this debate, and I think you could justify masks early in the pandemic as a useful precaution, and then later, post-vaccination, perhaps not necessary. I think that's like the rational way of thinking about it. But the point was that such levels of uncertainty were not acknowledged. Instead, people, were basically lying in the name of science, and public policy was, wasn't public health, it was political health. Okay, so something like that, you're just spending down all the credibility of institutions for basically nothing. Okay, and so in such a circumstance, what do? Break glass, decentralized. What does that look like? Okay, so let me just describe what I call crypto science. By analogy to crypto, just like there's fiat science, crypto science, right? Fiat economics. Okay, so in any experiment, any paper when it comes out, right? You can sort of divide it into the analog to digital and the purely digital. Okay, so the analog to digital is you're running some instruments, you're getting some data, okay, and then once you've got the data, you're generating figures and tables and text and a PDF from that data, right? Leave aside the data collection step for now. I'll come back to that, right? Just the purely digital part. What does the ideal academic paper look like in 2022, 2023? First, there's this concept called reproducible research, okay? Reproducible research is the idea that the PDF should be regenerated from the data and code. Okay, so you should be able to hit enter and regenerate it. Why is this really important as a concept? John Clairvaux and David Donahoe at Stanford 20 years ago pioneered this in stats because the text alone often doesn't describe every parameter that goes into a figure or something, right? You kind of sometimes just need to look at the code and then it's easy. And without that, it's hard, okay? So reproducible research means you regenerate the PDF from the code and the data. You hit enter, okay? Now, one issue is that many papers out there, science, nature, etc., are not reproducible research. Moreover, the data isn't even public. Moreover, sometimes the paper isn't even public. The open access movement has been fighting this for the last 27 years. There's various levels of this, like green and gold, open access. Okay, so the first step is the code, the data, and the PDF go on chain. Step number one. Okay. The second thing is once you've got, so you can anybody who is, and that could be the Ethereum chain, it could be its own dedicated chain, whatever. Okay. It could be something where there's just the URLs are on the Ethereum chain, it's stored on file, like many different implementations. But let's call that on-chain problem. Okay. Not just online, on-chain. But it's on-chain, public, and anybody can get it. So that's first. Second is once you've got something where you can regenerate the code or the PDF from the code and the data on-chain, guess what? You can have citations between two papers turn into import statements. Okay. That's cool, right? So now you're not just getting composable finance, like DeFi, where you have like one interest rate calculator calling another. You have composable science. And now you can say this paper on this, especially in ML, right? You'll often cite a previous paper and its benchmark or its method, right? You're gonna want to scatter plot sometimes your paper, your algorithm versus theirs on the same data set. That is facilitated if their entire paper is reproducible research that is generated. You can just literally import that Python and then you can generate your figure off of it, right? Moreover, think about how that aids reproducibility. The because you don't have to reproduce in the literal sense every single snippet of code that they did. You can literally use their code and import it. Okay, people start compounding them too. Better science. Okay, now I talked about this, but actually there's a few folks who have been actually building this. So there's usescholar.org, which actually has a demo of this, like just a V1 like kind of prototype where it shows 2 stats papers on chain, and one of them is citing the other with an import chain. There's also a thing called I think dsci.com, which is trying to do this, right? Centralized science. So this itself changes how we think about papers. And actually, by the way, the inspiration for PageRank was actually citations. It was like the impact factor out of academia. That's where Larry Page and sort of got the concept out, right? So now you've got a web of citations that are import statements on chain. In theory, you could track back a paper all the way back to its antecedents. Okay, so if it's citing something, you can now look it up and look it up and look it up. And a surprising number of papers actually, their antecedents don't terminate, or the original source says something different, or it just kind of got garbled like a telephone game. And there's this famous thing on the spinach, does this actually have iron in it or something like that? I forget the details of the story, but it was something where you track back the citations and people are contradicting each other. Okay, but it's just something that just gets copy pasted, and it's a fact. It's not actually a fact because it's not audited properly. This allows you to cheaply audit, in theory, all the way back to Maxwell or Newton or something like that. Okay, now what I'm describing is a big problem, but it's a finite problem. It's essentially taking all the important papers and putting them on chain. It's about the scale of, let's say, Wikipedia. Okay, so it's like, I don't know, a few 100,000, a few million papers. I don't know the exact number, but it'll be out there. Okay, so now you've got number one, these things that are on chain. Okay, number two, you've turned citations into import statements. Number three, anybody can now, at a minimum, download that code. And while they may not have the instruments, and I'll come back to that point, while they may have the instruments, they can do internal checks. The Bedford's Law stuff we were just talking about. You can internally check the consistency of these tables and graphs, and often you'll find fraud or things that don't add up that way, because all the code and the data is there, right? And now you made it so that anybody in Brazil, in India, Nigeria, they may not have academic, library access so that they can get it. Right. Now, how do you fund all of this? Well, good thing is crypto actually allows tools for that as well. Andrew Huberman and others have started doing things like with NFTs to fund their lab. I can talk about the funding aspect. There's things like researchhub.com, which are trying to issue tokens for labs. But a lab isn't that expensive to fund. Maybe it's a few 100,000, a few million a year, depending on where you are. Crypto does generate money. And so you can probably imagine various tools, whether it's tokens or NFTs or something like that. Finally, what this does is it is not QAnon, right? It is not saying don't trust anybody. Neither is it just trust the centralized academic establishment. Instead of saying trust because you can verify, because we can download things above. The crucial thing that I'm assuming here is the billions of supercomputers around the world that we have, all the MacBooks and iPhones that can crank lots and lots of computation. So everything digital, we can verify locally, okay? Now, there's one last step, which is, I mentioned the instruments, right? Whether it's your sequencing machine or your accelerometer or something like that is generating the data that you are reporting in your paper when you put it on chain, okay? Basically, you think of it as the analog to digital interface. We can cryptofy that too. Why? For example, an Illumina sequencing machine has an experiment manifest. And when that's written to, there's a website called NCBI, National Center for Biotechnology Information. You can see the experiment metadata on various sequencing runs. It'll tell you what instrument and what time it was run and who ran it and so on. Okay. What that does is allows you to correct for things like batch effects. Sometimes you will sequence on this day and the next day, and maybe the humidity or something like that makes it look like there's a statistically significant difference between your two results, but it was just actually batch effects. Okay. What's my point? The point is, if you have a crypto instrument, you can have various hashes and stuff of the data as a chain of custody for the data itself that are streamed and written on chain that the manufacturer can program into this. For anything that's really, you might say, well, boy, that's overkill, right? I'm saying actually not. You know why? If you're doing a study whose results are going to be used to influence a policy that's going to control the lives of millions of people, every single step has to be totally auditable. You need the glass box model. You need to be able to go back to the raw data You need to be able to interrogate that. And again, this is anybody who's a good scientist will embrace this, right?
So first of all, that was a brilliant exposition of the future of science that I'd love to see. The pushback I'll provide, which is not really a pushback, is like what you described is so much better than what we currently have. That I think a lot of people would say any of the sub steps you suggest are already going to be huge improvements. So even just sharing the code,
Yes,
or sharing the data. You said, like, well, I think it would surprise people how often
it's hard to get data.
it is like the actual data or specifics or a large number of the parameters. Not you share like one or two parameters that were involved with running the experiment. You won't mention the machines involved, except maybe at a high level with the versions and so on. The dates when the experiments were run.
Exactly.
You don't mention any of this kind of thing.
Right.
So there's several ways to fix this, and one of them, I think, implied in what you're describing is a culture that says it's not okay.
Exactly.
To like so first of all, there should be, even if it's not perfectly unchanged, where you can automatically import all the way to Newton. Just even the act of sharing the code, sharing the data, maybe in a way that's not perfectly integrated into a larger structure, is already a very big positive step.
Yeah.
Saying, like, if you don't do this, then this doesn't count. And because in general, I think my worry, as somebody who's a programmer who's OCD, I love the picture you paint that you can just import everything and it all automatically checks everything. My problem is that makes incremental science easier and revolutionary science harder.
Oh, I actually very much disagree with that.
I would love to hear your argument. Let me just kind of elaborate.
Sure.
Why sometimes you have to think in this gray area of fuzziness, and you're thinking on totally novel ideas. And when you have to concretize in the data, like some of the greatest papers ever written don't have data. They're in the space of ideas. Almost. Like you're kind of sketching stuff, and that could be errors. But like Einstein himself in the famous 5 papers, I mean, they're really strong, but they're fuzzy. They're a little bit fuzzy, and so I think even like the GAN paper, you're often thinking of like new data sets, new ideas, and I think maybe as a step after the paper is written, you could probably concretize it and integrate it into the rest of the science. Sure. Like you shouldn't feel that pressure, I guess, early on. Right?
Well, I mean, there's different. Each of the steps that I'm talking about, right? There's like the data being public and everything. Just having the paper being public, that's like the one, right? Then you have the thing being regenerated from code and data, like the PDF being regenerated from code. Then you have the citations as import statements. Then you have the full citation graph as an import statement. So you just follow it all the way back, right? And now you have that gives you auditability. Then you have the off-chain, the analog digital crypto custody, right? Like where you're hashing things and streaming things. So you have the chain of custody. Each of those is kind of like a level up and adds to complexity, but it also adds to the auditability and the verifiability and the reproducibility. But one thing I'd say that I wanted to respond to that you said was that you think this would be good for incremental but not innovative. I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think academia is institutional and it's not innovative. For example, NIH has this graph, which is like, I think it's age of recipients of R01 grants. Okay. And what it shows is basically it's like a hump that moves over time, roughly plus 1 year forward for the average age as the year moves on. Okay. I'll see if I can find the GIF. Why is this? Let me see if I can find it. It's a ridiculously powerful movie in 30 seconds. I just sent in WhatsApp.
The name of the video is Age Distribution by NIH Principal Investigators in Medicine School Faculty. And it starts out on the x-axis as age with the distribution and percent of PIs. And from early 1980s, moving 1 year at a time. And the mean of the distribution is moving slowly, approximately as Elijah said, about 1 year
per year.
Per year.
Now this is 10 years ago.
1 year in age per year of time.
And notice how, first of all, the average age is moving way upward before you become an NHPI. Second is, it's a cohort of guys, people, who are just awarding grants to each other.
Yeah.
That's clearly what's happening. That's the underlying dynamic. They're not awarding grants to folks who are much younger, okay? Because those folks haven't proven themselves yet, right? So it is this is what happens when you get prestigious citation rather than independent replication. The age just keeps creeping up. And this was 10 years ago, and it's gotten even worse. It's become even more gerontocratic, even more hidebound, right? And so the thing is, the structures that Vannevar Bush and others set up, the entire post-war science establishment, one thing I'll often find is people will say, Balaji, the government hath granted us the internet and self-driving cars and space flight and so on. How can you possibly be against the U.S. government? Kneel and repent for its bounty, And really, what the reason they don't say it quite in that way, but that's really the underpinning kind of thing, because they've replaced GOD with GOV. They really think of the U.S. government as God. The conservative will think of the U.S. government as like all-powerful military abroad, and the progressive will think of it as the benign, all-powerful, like nurturing parent at home. Okay, but in this context, they're like, how can you, as some tech bro, could possibly think you could ever do basic science without the funding of the U.S. government? Has it not developed all basic science, right? And the answer to this is actually to say, well, what if we go further back than 1950? Did science happen before 1950? Well, I think it did. Bernoulli and Maxwell and Newton, were they funded by NSF? No, they weren't, right? Were aviation, railroads, automobiles, gigantic, industries that arose and both were stimulated by and stimulated development of pure science? Were they funded by NSF? No, they were not, right? Therefore, NSF is not a necessary condition for the presence of science. Neither is even the United States. Obviously, a lot of these discoveries was before, I believe it's before the American. It's about the exact. Actually, less old than people think. Okay, so Newton died 1727, right? So I knew that, it was like in the 1700s. So Newton was before the American Revolution, right? Obviously, that meant huge innovations could happen before the U.S. government, before NIH, before NSF, right? Which means they are not a necessary condition, number one. That itself is crucial because a lot of people say the government is necessary for basic science. It is not necessary for basic science. It is one possible catalyst. And I would argue that mid-century, it was okay, because mid-century was the time when the middle of the centralized century. 1933, 1945, 1969, you have Hoover Dam, you have the Manhattan Project, you have Apollo. That generation was acclimatized to a centralized U.S. government that could accomplish great things, probably because technology favored centralization going into 1950 and then started favoring decentralization going after. I've talked about this in the book. Sovereign Digital has talked about this, but very roughly, you go up into 1950 and you have mass media and mass production and just centralization of all kinds of giant nation states slugging it out on the world stage. You go out of 1950 and you get cable news and personal computers and internet and mobile phones and cryptocurrency. You have the decentralization. And so this entire centralized scientific establishment set up at the peak of the centralized century. And it might have been the right thing to do at that time, but it's now showing its age. And it's no longer actually geared up for what we have. Where are the huge innovations coming out? Well, Satoshi Nakamoto was not, to our knowledge, a professor, right? That's this revolutionary thing that came outside of it. Early in the pandemic, there was something called project-evidence.github.io, which accumulated all of the evidence for the coronavirus possibly having been a lab leak. But that was a very controversial thing to discuss, right? Alina Chan, to her credit, Matt Ridley and Alina Chan have written this book, on whether the coronavirus was a lab leak or not. I think it's plausible that it was. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think at least certainly it is a hypothesis worthy of discussion. Okay, though of course it's got political overtones. Point being that the pseudonymous online publication of project-evidence.github.io happened when it was taboo to do so. So we're back to the age of pseudonymous publication where only the arguments can be argued with. The person can't be attacked. Okay, this is actually something that used to happen in the past. Like, there's a famous story where Newton solved a problem. Someone said, "I know the lion by his claw," or something like that, right? people used to do pseudonymous publication in the past so that they would be judged on part by their scientific ideas and not the person themselves, right? And so, I do disagree that this is the incremental stuff. This is actually the innovative stuff. The incremental stuff is going to be the institutional gerontocracy that's academia, where it's like, do you know who I am? I'm a Harvard professor.
Yeah, I don't. I think I agree with everything you said, but I'm not going to get stuck on technicalities because I think I was referring to your vision of data sets and importing code.
Sure.
And so that forces just knowing how code works. It forces a structure, and structure usually favors incremental progress. Like if you fork code, you're not going to decentivizes revolution. You want to go from scratch.
Okay, so I understand your point there. Okay, and I also agree that some papers like Francis Crick or Claustrom or others are theoretical. They're more about like where to dig than the data itself and so on and so forth, right? So I agree with that. Still, I don't. The counter argument is rather than 1,000 people reading this paper to try to rebuild the whole thing and do it with errors, when they can just import, they can more easily build upon what others have done, right?
Oh yeah. And so the paper should be workable.
Well, yeah. So here's why. Python has this concept of batteries included for the standard library, right? Because it lets you just import, and just get to work, right? That means you can fly. Whereas if you couldn't do all those things and you had to rewrite string handling, you would only be able to do incremental things. Libraries actually allow for greater innovation. That's my counter.
I think you create. I think that paints a picture. I hope that's a picture that fits with science. It certainly does. It fits with code very well. I just wonder how much of science can be that, which is you import. How much of it is possible to do that? Certainly for the things I work on, you can, which is the machine learning world, all the computer science world. But whether you can do that for, all right, you can think stuff biology. Seems to, yes, I think so. Chemistry, I think so. And then you start getting into weird stuff like psychology, which some people don't even think is a science. No, just love for my psychology friend. I think as you get farther and farther away from things that are like hard technical fields, it starts getting tougher and tougher and tougher to have like importable code.
Okay, so let me give the strong form version, right? So there's a guy who I think is a great machine learning guy, creator of actually Keras. He disagrees with me on Francois Schiller.
Yeah, he's been on his podcast twice. Yeah.
Okay, great. So he
I disagree with him on a lot of stuff.
Yes, me too. I think we have mutual respect. Follow each other on Twitter, whatever. Right?
Yes, I think he does respect the like.
Here's something which I totally agree with him on. And he actually got like trolled or attacked with this, but I completely agree. Within 10, 20 years, nearly every branch of science will be, for all intents and purposes, a branch of computer science. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational biology, computational medicine, even computational archaeology, realistic simulations, big data analysis, and ML, everything. That to me is incredibly obvious. Why? First of all we're doing every day is PDFs and data analysis on a computer, right? And so every single one of those areas can be reduced to the analog digital step, and then it's all digital. Then you're flying, you're in the cloud, right?
He put a date. Did he say how long? Or
10 to 20 years. I think arguably it's already there, right? And here's the thing. You were saying, well, you might drop off when you hit psychology or history. Actually, I think it's the softer sciences that are going to harden up. Why? One of the things I talk about a lot in the book is, for example, with history, the concept of crypto history makes history computable. One way of thinking about it is, remember my Britney Spears example, right? Where Queen Britney, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at first, it's kind of a funny thing to say. A computer scientist's term for history is the log files. Until we realized that, what would a future historian? How would they write about the history of the 2010s? Well, a huge part of that history occurred on the servers of Twitter and Facebook. So now you go from like a log file, which is the individual record of like one server's action, to a decade worth of data on literally billions of people. All of their online lives, like arguably, that's why I say that's like actually what the written history was of the 2010s, was this giant digital history. As you go to the 2020s and 2030s, more of that is going to move from merely online to on-chain and then cryptographically verifiable. So that soft subject of history becomes something that you can calculate things like Google Trends and Ngrams and stuff like that.
Yes, beautifully put. And I would venture to say that Donald Trump was erased from history when he was removed from Twitter,
yeah,
and many social platforms, and all his tweets were gone.
Yeah, someone who has an archive of it, but yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah. Well, as the flood of data about each individual increases, censorship, it becomes much more difficult to actually have an archive of stuff. But yes, for important people like a president of the United States, yes. Let me on that topic ask you about Trump. You were considered for a position as FDA commissioner in the Trump administration. And I think in terms of the network state, in terms of the digital world, one of the seminal acts in history of that was the banning of Trump from Twitter. You make the case for it and against it.
Sure. So first, let me talk about the FDA thing. So I was considered for a senior role at FDA, but I do believe that, and this is a whole topic to talk about the FDA. I do believe that just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, right? Reforming the Fed basically still hasn't happened, right? So just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, it will literally be easier to start a new country than to reform the FDA. It may take 10 or 20 years. I mean, think about Bitcoin, it's only about 13 years old, right? It may take 10 or 20 years to start a new network state with a different biomedical policy. But that is how we get out from this, perhaps the single worst thing in the world, which is harmonization, regulatory harmonization.
You can describe regulatory harmonization.
Regulatory harmonization is the mechanism by which U.S. regulators impose their regulations on the entire world. So basically, you have a monopoly by U.S. regulators. This is not just the FDA; it is SEC and FAA and so on and so forth. And for the same reason that a small company will use Facebook login, they will outsource their login to Facebook. A small country will outsource their to the USA. Okay, with all the attendant issues, because I mean, you know the names of some politicians. Can you name a single regulator at the FDA? No, right? Yeah, they will brag on their website that they regulate. I forget the exact numbers. I think it's like 25 cents out of every dollar, something along those lines. Okay, it's like double digits. Okay, that's a pretty big deal. And the thing about this is, people will talk about quote our democracy and so on, but many of the positions in quote our democracy are actually not subject to democratic accountability. You have tenured professors, and you have tax-exempt colleges. You have the Sulzbergers, the New York Times, who have dual-class stock. You have, a bunch of positions that are out of the reach of the electorate, and that includes regulators who have career tenure after just a few years of not necessarily even continuous service. So they're not accountable to the electorate. They're not named by the press. And they also aren't accountable to the market because you've got essentially uniform global regulations. Now, the thing about this is it's not just a government thing. It's a regulatory capture thing. Big pharma companies like this as well. Why? Because they can just get their approval in the U.S. and then they can export to the rest of the world, right? I understand where that comes from as a corporate executive. It's such a pain to get access in one place. So there's a team up though between the giant company and the giant government to box out all the small startups and all the small countries and lots of small innovation, right? There are cracks in this now, right? The FDA did not acquit itself well during the pandemic. For example, it denied, there's so many issues, but one of the things that even actually New York Times reported, the reason that people thought there were no COVID cases in the US early in the pandemic was because the FDA was denying people the ability to run COVID tests. And the emergency use authorization was, emergency should mean like right now, right? But it was not, it was just taking forever. And so some labs did civil disobedience and they just disobeyed the FDA and just went and tested academic labs with threat of federal penalties, because that's what they are. They're like police, okay? And so they were sort of retroactively granted immunity because MIT went and ran a positive story on them. So MIT's authority is usually greater than that of FDA. If they come into a conflict, MIT runs stories, then FDA kind of gets spanked, right? And it's not, probably neither party would normally think of themselves that way. But if you look at it, when NYT goes and runs stories on a company, it names all the executives, and they get all hit. when it runs stories on a regulator, it just treats the regulator usually as if it was just some abstract entity. It's Zuckerberg's Facebook. You can't name, the people who were bureaucrats at FDA. Interesting, right? There's
Very interesting.
a very important point. Like that person who's like named and their face is known. Like you, just as an example, Zuckerberg's face and name. Most people don't know Arthur G. Sulzberger. They couldn't recognize him, right? Yet he's a guy who's inherited the New York Times company for a small spot. That is unaccountable power. It's not that they get great coverage; it's that they get no coverage. You don't even think about them, right? And so it's invisibility, right?
There's some aspect why Fauci was very interesting. In my recent memory, there's not been many faces of scientific policy, of science policy.
Yeah.
And he became the face of that. And, as there's some of it is mean, which is, basically saying that he is science, or for some people represent science. But in the
quote unquote science.
The positive aspect of that is that there is accountability when there's a case like that.
Right, but you can also see the Fauci example shows you why a lot of these folks do not want to be public because they enter a political, and media minefield. I'm actually sympathetic to that aspect of it. What I'm not sympathetic to is the concept that in 2022, that the unelected, unfireable, anonymous American regulator should be able to impose regulatory policy for the entire world. We are not the world of 1945. It is not something where these other countries are even consciously consenting to that world. Just as give an example, there's this concept called challenge trials. Okay, the Moderna vaccine was available very, very early in the pandemic. You could just synthesize it from the sequence, and challenge trials would have meant that people who are healthy volunteers, okay, they could have been soldiers, for example, of varying ages, who are there to take a risk their lives for their country potentially. Okay, it could have been just healthy volunteers, not necessarily soldiers, patriots of whatever kind, in any country, not just the U.S. But those healthy volunteers could have gone, and at the early stages of the pandemic, we didn't know exactly how lethal it was going to be because, Li Wenliang and 30-somethings in China were dying from this. It seemed like it could be far worse.
How lethal the virus.
Yeah, and it may be, by the way, that those who were the most susceptible to the virus died faster earlier. It's as if you can imagine a model where those who were exposed and had the lowest susceptibility also had the highest severity and died in greater numbers early on. If you look at the graph, like deaths from COVID were exponential going into about April 2020 and then leveled off to about 7,500, 10,000 a day and then kind of fell, right? But it could have gone to 75,000 at the beginning, so we didn't know how serious it was. So this would have been a real risk that these people would have been taking. But here's what they would have gotten for that. Basically, in a challenge trial, somebody would have been given the vaccine and then exposed to the virus and then put under observation. And then that would have given you all the data, because ultimately the synthesis of the thing, I mean, yes, you do need to scale up synthesis and manufacturing and whatever, but the information of whether it worked or not was safe and effective, like that could have been gathered expeditiously with volunteers for challenge
Do
trials.
you think there'll be a large number of volunteers?
Absolutely.
What's the concern there? Is there an ethical concern of taking on volunteers?
Well, so let me put it like this. Had we done that, we could have had vaccines early enough to save the lives of like a million Americans, especially seniors and stuff, okay? Soldiers, and we're generally first responders and others, I do believe there's folks who would have stepped up, to take that risk.
The heroes walk among us.
Yeah, that's right. Like if military service is something which is a ritualized thing, people are paid for it, but they're not paid that much. They're really paid in honor, and in duty and patriotism. That is actually the kind of thing where I do believe some fraction of those folks would have raised their hand for this important task. I don't know how many of them, but I do think that the volunteers would have been there. There's probably some empirical test of that, which is there's a challenge trials website. There's a Harvard prof who put out this proposal early in the pandemic, and he could tell you how many volunteers he got. But something like that could have just shortened the time from pandemic to functional vaccine, right? To days even, if you'd actually really acted on it. The fact that didn't happen, and that the Chinese solution of lockdown, that actually, at the beginning people thought the state could, potentially stop the virus, stop people in place. It turned out to be more contagious than that. Basically, no NPI, no non-pharmaceutical intervention really turned out to work that much, right? And actually, at the very beginning of the pandemic, I said something like, look, this is actually February 3rd, about a month before people, I was just watching what was going on in China. I saw that they were doing digital quarantine, like using WeChat codes to like block people off and so on. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I said, look, if the coronavirus goes pandemic, and it seems it may, the extreme edge case becomes the new normal. It's every debate we've had on surveillance, deplatforming, and centralization accelerated. Pandemic means emergency powers for the state, even more than terrorism or crime. And sometimes a solution creates the next problem. My rough forecast of the future, the coronavirus results in quarantines, nationalism, centralization. And this may actually work to stop the spread, but once under control, states will not cede their powers, so we decentralize. And I didn't know whether it was going to stop the spread, but I knew that they were going to try to do it, right? And, you know, look, it's hard to call every single thing right, and I'm sure, you know, someone will find some errors, but in general, I think that was actually pretty good for like early February or 2020, right? So that's my point, though. The point is, rather than copying Chinese lockdown, what we should have had were different regimes around the world. To some extent, Sweden defected, you know, from this, right? They had like no lockdowns or what have you. But really, the axis that people were talking about was lockdown versus no lockdown. The real axis should have been challenge trials versus no challenge trials. We could have had that in days, okay? And those are two examples on both vaccines and testing. There's so many more that I can point to.
So those are kind of decentralized innovations, and that's what FDA should stand for.
FDA can stand for,
or something like FDA, right?
So let's talk about that, right? Something like FDA. So this is very important. In general, the way I try to think about things is V1, V2, V3, as we've talked about it right now.
So FDA,
Well, right. So what was before FDA, right? So there's both good and bad before FDA, because people don't necessarily have the right model of the past. Okay. So, you know, if you ask people what was there before the FDA, they'll say, and by the FDA itself omits the, right? Their pronouns are just FDA, FDA. Okay. But basically,
why is that important?
It's just something where
why is that either humorous or interesting to you?
They have a sort of in-group lingo where when you are kind of talking about them the way that they talk about themselves, it is something that kind of piques interest. It's kind of like you know, in LA people say the 101 or the, you know, right, whereas in Northern California they'll say 101, or people from Nevada will say Nevada, right? It just instantly marks you as like insider or outsider, okay, in terms of how the language works, right? And that's, go ahead.
I mean, it just makes me sad because that lingo is part of the mechanism which creates the silo, the bubble of a particular thoughts, and that ultimately deviates from the truth because you're not open to new ideas.
I think it's actually like, you know, in Glorious Bastards, there's a scene in the bar. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but good. You can't. Just a sense to you. This is like the Wikipedia podcast, like Wikipedia. You can't cite Quentin Tarantino.
Okay.
Sorry.
So basically, like English start going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I believe it's like the Germans start with like the thumb. Something that you'd never know, right? I may be misremembering it, but I think that's right. Okay. So that's like,
FDA's got the lingo. All right.
Right.
Yes.
So FDA's out there. So coming back up, basically, just talk about FDA and then come back to your question on the platform.
So what was V0 FDA? What's
so
V1? What does the future look like?
V1 was patent medicines. Okay, that's what some people say. But V1 was also Banting and Best. Okay, Banting and Best, they won the Nobel Prize in the early 1920s. Right? Why? They came up with the idea for insulin supplementation to treat diabetes, and they came up with a concept. They experimented on dogs. They did self-experimentation. They had healthy volunteers. They experimented with the formulation as well, right? Because just like you have like a web app and a mobile app, maybe a command line app, you could have, you know, a drug that's administered orally or via injection or cream, or, you know, there's different formulations, right? Dosage, all that stuff they could just like iterate on, okay, with willing doctor, willing patient. These folks who were affected just sprang out of bed. The insulin supplementation was working for them. And within a couple of years, they had won the Nobel Prize, and Eli Lilly had scaled production for the entire North American continent. Okay, so that was a time when pharma moved at the speed of soccer, when it was willing buyer, willing seller. Okay, because the past is demonized as something that our glorious regulatory agency is protecting us from. Okay, but there's so many ways in which what's really protecting you from is being healthy. Okay, as you know. I mean, there's a zillion examples of this. I won't be able to recapitulate all of them just in this podcast, but if you look at a post that I've got, it's called Regulation, Disruption, and the Future, Technologies of 2013, Coursera PDF. Okay. Um, this lecture, which I'll kind of link it here so you can maybe put in the show notes if you want. This goes through like a dozen different examples of crazy things the FDA did, from the kind of stuff that was dramatized in Dallas Buyers Club, where they were preventing people from getting AIDS drugs, to their various attacks on quote, raw milk, where they were basically saying here's a quote from FDA filing in 2010. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. There's no right to consume or feed children any particular food. There's no fundamental right to freedom of contract. They basically feel like they own you. You're not allowed to make your own decisions about your food. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. Direct quote from there, like a written kind of thing. Okay. The general frame is usually that FDA says it's protecting you from the big bad company, but really what it's doing is it's preventing you from opting out. Okay. Now, with that said, and this is where I'm talking about B3. As critical as I am of FDA, or the Fed for that matter, I also actually recognize that like the Ron Paul type thing of end the Fed is actually not practical. And the Fed will just be laughed at. What Bitcoin did was a much, much, much more difficult task of building something better than the Fed. That's really difficult to do, because the Fed and the FDA, they're like the hub of the current system. People rely on them for lots of different things, okay? And you're going to need a better version of them. And how would you actually build something like that? So with the Fed and the SEC and the entire the banks and whatnot, crypto has a pretty good set of answers for these things. And over time, all the countries that are not, or all the groups that are not the U.S. establishment or the CCP will find more and more to their liking in the crypto economy. So that part I think is going. Okay, we can talk about that. What does that look like for biomedicine? Well, first, what does exit the FDA look like, right? So there actually are a bunch of exits from the FDA already, which is things like right to try laws, okay, CLIA labs and laboratory developed tests, compounding pharmacies, off-label prescription by doctors, and countries that aren't fully harmonized with FDA. For example, Kobe Bryant, before he passed away, went and did stem cell treatments in Germany. Okay, stem cells have been pushed out, I think in part by the Bush administration, by other things. So those are different kinds of exits. Right to try basically means, at the state level, you can just try the drug. Okay. CLIA labs and LDTs, that means that's a path where you don't have to go through FDA to get a new device approved. You just run it in the lab. Okay. Compounding pharmacies, these were under attack. I'm not sure actually where the current statute is on this, but this is the idea that pharmacist has some discretion in how they prepare mixtures of drugs. Off-label prescription by MDs. So MDs have enough weight in the system, they can kind of push back on FDA. And off-label prescription is the concept that a drug that's approved for purpose A can be prescribed for purpose B or C or D without going through another whole new drug approval process. And then countries that aren't harmonized, right? So those are 5 different kinds of exits from the FDA on different directions. So first, those exits exist. So for those people who are like, oh my God, we're all going to die, everybody's going to poison us with non-FDA approved things or whatever, right? Those exits exist. You probably actually use tests or treatments from those. You don't even realize that you have, right? So it hasn't killed you. Number 2 is actually testing for safety. There's safety, efficacy, and comparative. Safety is actually relatively easy to test for. There's very few drugs that are there's TGN-1412. That's a famous example of something that was actually really dangerous to people, right, with the early tests. So those do exist, just acknowledge they do exist. But in general, testing for safety is actually not that hard to do, okay? And if something is safe, then you should be able to try it, usually, okay? Now, what does that decentralized FDA look like? Well, basically, you take individual pieces of it, and you can often turn them into vehicles. And this is 50 different startups. Let me describe some of them. First, have you gotten any drugs or something like that recently? I mean, prescribed drugs, prescription drugs?
Well, now that you clarify, the answer is no.
Yeah.
No. Prescribed drugs, no.
Okay, so
Not long. Maybe antibiotics a long time ago, maybe. But,
all right. So you know how you have a sort of a wadded up chemistry textbook, the package insert that goes into the right? Okay.
Wadded up chemistry textbook. I love it.
That's what it is, right? That's what
Yeah.
a terrible user interface. We don't usually think of it that way. Why is your user interface so terrible? That's a web of regulation that makes it so terrible. And there's actually guys who tried to innovate just on user interface called like Help I Need Help. That was like the name of the company a while back, and it was trying to explain the stuff in plain language. Okay? Just on user interface, you can innovate. And why is that important? Well, there's a company called PillPack, which innovated on quote the user interface for drugs by giving people a thing which had like a daily blister pack. So it's like here's your prescription, and you're supposed to take all these pills on the first and second, and basically whether you had taken them on a given day was manifest by whether you had opened it for that specific day. Okay, this is way better than other kinds of so-called compliance methodologies. Like there are guys who try to do like an IoT pill where when you swallow it, like gives you measurements. This was just a simple innovation of user interface that boosted compliance in the sense of compliance with the drug regimen dramatically, right? And I think they got acquired or what have you for a lot of money.
And hopefully utilized effectively.
Utilize it, right?
Although sometimes these companies that do incredible innovation, it really makes you sad when they get acquired that leads to their death, not their scaling.
Sure. I mean, they did a lot of other good things, but this is one thing that they did well, right? So PillPack just shows what you can get with improving on user interface. We get reviews for everything, right? One thing that, like people have sort of, in my view, somewhat put out of context, are like, oh, biology thinks you should replace the FDA with Yelp for drugs. Actually, there's something called phase 4, okay, the FDA, which is so-called post-market surveillance. Do you know that that's actually something where, in theory, you can go and fill out a form on the FDA website, which basically says, I've had, a bad experience with a drug.
Like bears, but for drugs.
Yeah, so it's called MedWatch, right? And so you can do like voluntary reporting, and you can get like a PDF and just like upload it, right?
Is this a government? Is this the .gov?
Yeah, it's Form 3500B.
I love it. It's HTML. It's going to be like in the 90s. It's going to have an interface designed by somebody who's a COBOL/Fortran programmer.
Right, here we go. So basically, the 3500B.
I hope that you're proving wrong on that, by the way.
So 3500B, consumer voluntary reporting. When do I use this form? You were hurt or had a bad side effect, use a drug, which led to unsafety, etc.
Yeah.
The point is, FDA already has a terrible Yelp for drugs.
Yeah.
It has a terrible version of it. What would the good version look like? The fact that you've never, this fact you have to fill out a PDF to go and submit a report. How do you submit a report at Yelp or Uber or Airbnb or Amazon when you tap? They're starving, right? So just modernizing FDA 3500B and modernizing phase 4, okay, is a huge thing.
Can you comment on that? What incentive mechanism forces the modernization of that kind of thing?
Here's how it works. For one
To
possible.
create an actual Yelp.
Yeah, here's how that would work, right? You go to the pharmacy or wherever, and you hold up your phone and you scan the barcode of the drug. Okay, what does you see? Instantly, you see global reports, right? By the way, because your biology, your physiology, that's global, right? Information from Brazil or from Germany or Japan on their physiological reaction to the same drug you're taking is useful to you. It's not like a national boundaries thing. So the whole nation-state model of only collecting information on by other Americans, like really you want a global kind of thing, just like Amazon book reviews. That's a global thing. Other things are aggregate at the global level. Okay, so what you want is to see every patient report and every doctor around the world on this drug. That might be really important to your rare or semi-rare condition. Just that alone would be a valuable site.
Who builds that site? It sounds like something created by capitalism. It sounds like
You could do it by
it
capital.
would have to be a company.
Yeah, you can definitely see these.
But we don't have a world where a company is allowed to be in charge of that kind of thing.
Well, I don't know.
Until health one went down. It just seems like a lot of
So it depends, right? Basically, this is why you have to pick off individual elements, right? There's essentially a combination of first recognizing that the FDA is actually bad. You be able to say that. Let me put it like this: it does a lot of bad things. It is something which you need to be able to criticize. You might be like, well, that's obvious, right? Well, in 2010, for example, there's a book that came out. If anybody wants to understand FDA, it's called Reputation and Power.
a lot of people don't want to criticize FDA.
Yeah, because they will retaliate against your biotech or pharma company.
Yeah, and that retaliation can be initiated by a single human being.
Absolutely. The best analogy is think about the TSA. Okay, have you flown recently? Okay. Do you make any jokes about the TSA when you're in the TSA line?
Usually you don't want to, but they're a little more flexible.
Okay.
You know what? Can I tell a story?
Sure.
Which is, it was similar to this. I was in Vegas at a club. I don't go to clubs.
Okay.
I got kicked out for I think the first time in my life for making a joke with a bouncer. And because I had a camera with me, and I left out the camera, and I said, okay, cool, like I'll take it out, but I made a funny joke that I don't care to retell. But he was just a little offended. He was like, you're out. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you're with. And then he proceeded to list me the famous people he has kicked off. But there is, I mean, all of those. And, the reason I made the joke is I sensed that there was an entitlement to this particular individual, like where the authority has gotten to his head.
Respect my authority.
Yeah,
Right.
I almost wanted to poke at that.
Right.
And I think the poking the authority, I quickly learned a lesson. Well, not you. I have now been rewarded with the pride I feel for having poked authority. But now I'm kicked out of the club that would have resulted in a fun night with friends and so on. Instead, I'm standing alone crying in Vegas, which is not a unique Vegas experience.
Sure.
Actually, a fundamental Vegas experience. But that, I'm sure, that basic human nature happens in the FDA.
That's exactly right. So just like with the TSA, just to extend the analogy, when you're in line at the TSA, right, you don't want to miss your flight. That could cost you hundreds of dollars. And so you comply with absolutely ludicrous regulations, like, 3-ounce bottles. Well, you know what? You can take an unlimited number of 3-ounce bottles, and you can combine them into 6-ounce bottles with a terrorist technology called mixing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Advanced,
Yeah.
right? And the thing about this is everybody in line, actually some fairly high, let's say call it influence or net worth or whatever people fly, right? Millions and millions and millions of people are subject to these absolutely moronic regulations. It's all what, I think security theater is Schreier's term. Right? A lot of people know this term. So millions of people are subject to it. It costs untold billions of dollars in terms of delays and what I could just walk it, right? It irradiates people. And this is another FDA thing, by the way. This is an FDA TSA team up. Okay. In 2010, the TSA body scanners, there were concerns expressed, but when it's a government thing, see, a .com is treated with extreme scrutiny by FDA. When it's another .gov, well, they're not trying to make a profit, so they kind of just wave them on through. Okay. So these body scanners were basically like applied to millions and millions of people, and this huge kind of opt-in experiment. It's almost, I think it's quite likely, by the way, that if there was even a slightly increased cancer risk, that the net, morbidity and mortality from those would have outweighed the deaths from terrorism or whatever they were preventing, right? You can work out the numbers, but you can just get the math under reasonable assumptions. It's probably true. If it had any increased morbidity and mortality, I've not seen the recent things, but I've seen that concern expressed, 12 years ago. Point being that despite the cost, despite how many people are exposed to it, despite how obviously patently ludicrous it is, you don't make any trouble, nor do people organize protests or whatever about this, because it's something where the security theater of the whole thing is part of it. Oh, well, if we took them away, there would be more terrorism or something like that. People think, right?
But it is fascinating to see that the populace puts up with it, because it does. One of my favorite things is to listen to Jordan Peterson, who I think offline, but I think also on the podcast, is somebody who resists authority in every way, and even he goes to TSA to the kind of suppressed, like all the instructions, everything down to whenever you have like the yellow thing for your feet, they force you to adjust it even slightly.
Yeah.
If you're off, just even. I mean, it's like it's Kafka novel. We're living like TSA. It makes me smile. It brings joy to my heart because I imagine Franz Kafka and I just walking through there because it really is just deeply absurd. But and then the whole motivation of the mechanism becomes distorted by the individuals involved. The initial one was to reduce the number of terrorist attacks, I suppose.
Right, now it's guns and drugs. So basically, it's like, essentially what they've done is they've repealed the Fourth Amendment, right? Search and seizure, they can do it without probable cause. Everybody is being searched. Everybody's a potential terrorist, so they've got probable cause for everybody, in theory. And so what they do, they'll post on their website the guns and drugs or whatever they see, using these scanners. Well, of course, if you search everybody, you're gonna find some criminals or whatever. But the cost of doing that is dramatic. Moreover, the fact that people have sort of been trained to have, compliance is like the Soviet Union, right? Where, just grudgingly, all right, go along with this extremely stupid thing. What's my point? The point is, this is a really stupid regulation that has existed in plain sight of everybody for 20 years. We're still taking off our shoes, okay, because some shoe bomb or whatever number of years ago, okay? All of this stuff is there, as opposed to there's a zillion other things you could potentially do, different paradigms for airport security, but now apply that to FDA. Just like a lot of what TSA does is security theater, arguably all of it. A lot of what FDA does is safety theater. The difference is there's far fewer people who go through the aperture. They're the biotech and pharma CEOs. Okay, so you don't have an understanding of what it is to deal with them. Number one. Number two is the penalty is not a few $100s of missing your flight. It is a few $1 million or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for getting your company subject to the equivalent of retaliatory wait time. Just like that bouncer threw you out, just like the TSA officer, if you make a joke or they can just sit you down and make you lose your flight, right? So too can the FDA just silently impede the approval of something and choke you out financially because you don't have enough runway to get funding, right? So just impose more wait time. Guess what? We want another 6 months. Data is going to take another 6 months. Your company doesn't have the time. You die, right? If you live, you have to raise a round at some diluted valuation, and now the price gets jacked up on the other side. That's the one thing that can give, by the way, in this whole process. When you push out timelines from days to get a vaccine approved or a vaccine evaluated rather via challenge trials to months or years, the cost during that time it just increases nonlinearly, right? Because you can't iterate on the product. All the normal observations, if it takes you 10 years to launch a product versus 10 days, what's the difference in terms of your speed of iteration, your cost, etc., right? So this is part of it. It's not the only thing. There's other things. There's AMA and CPT. There's other things. But this is one of the things that jacks up prices in the U.S. medical system, okay? So now you have something where these CEOs, they're going through this aperture. They can't tell anybody about it because if you read Reputation and Power, okay, I'm going to just quote this because it's an amazing, amazing book, right? It's written by a guy, Daniel Carpenter, a smart guy, but he's an FDA sympathizer. He fundamentally thinks it's like a good thing or what have you. Nevertheless, I respect Carpenter's intellectual honesty because he quotes the CEOs in the book, verbatim, and he gives some paragraphs. And essentially, from their descriptions, it's like think about like a Vietnam War thing where you've got a POW and they're like blinking through their eyes as being tortured. Okay, that is the style. When you read Carpenter's book, you read the quotes from these CEOs.
Do you recommend the book?
It's a good book. Yeah, or it's now a little bit outdated. Okay, because it's like almost 10 years old. Still, as a history of the FDA, it is well worth reading. And by the way, the reason I say like the FDA is so insanely important. It's so much more important than many other things that people talk about, but they don't talk about it, right? I just want to read his little blurb for it, right? This is 2010. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is the most powerful regulatory agency in the world. How did the FDA become so influential, and how does it wield its extraordinary power? Reputation Power traces the history of FDA regulation of pharmaceuticals, revealing how the agency's organizational reputation has been the primary source of its power and its ultimate constraints. Carpenter describes how the FDA cultivated a reputation for competence and vigilance throughout the last century, and how this organizational image has enabled the agency to regulate while resisting efforts to curb its own authority. First of all, just that description alone, you're like, wait a second. He is describing this as an active player. It's not like a DMV kind of thing which just passed through. It's talking about cultivating a reputation, its power, resisting efforts to curb its own authority, right? The thing is, now you're kind of through the looking glass. You're like, wait a second, this is kind of language I don't usually hear for regulatory agencies. The thing is, the kind of person who becomes the CEO of a giant company, what do they want? They want to expand that company. They want to make more profit. Similarly, the kind of person who comes to run a regulatory agency or one of the subunits, that person wants to expand its ambit. Okay?
But is that always obvious? I'm sorry to interrupt, but for the CEO of the company, I know that the philosophical idea of capitalism is you want to make things more profitable, but we're also human beings. Do you think there's some fundamental aspect to which we want to do a lot of good in the world?
Sure, but the fiduciary duty will push people to get the ambitious, the profit maximizing expansionist CEO is selected for, right? Basically, they believe, crucially, they're not just, this is important, they're not just, some of them are Grand Theft Auto, make as much money as possible, but they believe in the mission, okay? They've come to believe in the mission, and that is the person who's selected. Chomsky actually has this good thing, which is like, I believe that you believe what you believe, but if you didn't believe what you believe, you wouldn't be sitting here.
So they select for the kind of people that are able to make a lot of money, and in that process, those people are able to have construct a narrative that they're doing good, even though what they were selected for is the fact that they can make a lot of money.
Yeah, and they may actually be doing good, but the thing is, with CEOs, we have a zillion images in television, media, movies of the evil corporation, the greedy CEO. We have some concept of what CEO failure modes are like. Okay, now when have you ever seen an evil regulator? Can you name a fictional portrayal of an evil regulator? Can you name an evil CEO?
Yes, a lot. But that's so interesting. I'm searching for a deeper lesson here. You're right. I mean, there is portrayals, especially sort of authoritarian regimes or the Soviet Union, where there's bureaucracy, Chernobyl. You can kind of see within that there's the story of the regulator, but yeah, it's not as plentiful. It also often doesn't have a face to it.
Yes.
Like bureaucracy is this amorphous thing that results any one individual you see, they're just obeying somebody else. There's not a face to it. Evil.
That's right.
The evil is the entire machine.
That's right. That's what I call the school of fish strategy. It's something where you are an individual and you can be signaled out, but there's more accountability for one person's bad tweets than all the wars in the Middle East, right? Because it's a school of fish.
Yeah.
Right? So if the establishment is wrong, if the bureaucracy is wrong, they're all wrong at the same time. Who could have known? Whereas if you deviate, then you are a deviation who can be hammered down. Okay? Now the school of fish strategy is unfortunately very successful because truth is whatever. If you just always ride with the school of fish and turn when they turn and so on, unless there's a bigger school of fish that comes in, you basically can never be proven wrong, right? And this is actually, of course, someone who believes in truth and believes in, innovation and so on, just physiologically can't ride with the school of fish. You just have to say what is true or do what is true, right? Still, you describe correctly, how it's faces, right? So I will give two examples of fictional portrayals of evil regulators. One is actually the original Ghostbusters. Okay.
Did not expect that one, but yes.
Yeah, so the EPA is actually the villain in that, where they flip a switch that lets out all the ghosts in the city. And essentially the guy's coming in with a head of steam as this evil regulator that's just totally arrogant, doesn't actually understand the private sector or the consequences of their actions. And they force and crucially, they bring a cop with them with a gun. So it shows that a regulator is not simply, some piece of paper, but it is the police, right? And that cop with the gun forces the Ghostbusters to release him and the whole thing's done. The second example is Dallas Buyers Club, which is more recent. And that actually shows the FDA blocking a guy who with a life-threatening illness, with AIDS, from getting the drugs to treat his condition and from getting it to other people, right? Those are just two portrayals, but in general, what you find is when you talk about FDA with people, one thing I'll often hear from folks is like, why would they do that? Right? They have no mental model of this. They kind of think of it as, why would this thing, which they think of as sort of the DMV, they don't think of the DMV as like this active thing, okay? Why would the FDA do that? Well, it is because it's filled with some ambitious people that want to keep increasing the power of the agency, just like a CEO wants to increase the profit of the company, right? I use that word ambit, right? Why ambit? Because these folks we know the term greedy, right? These folks are power hungry. They want to have the maximum scope. And sometimes regulatory agencies collide with each other, right? Even though FDA is under HHS, sometimes it collides with HHS. They've got regulations that conflict. For example, HHS says everybody's supposed to be able to have access to their own medical record. FDA didn't want people to have access to their own personal genomes. That conflicts, okay? And both of those are kind of anti-corporate statutes that were put out, with HHS's thing being targeted at the hospitals and FDA being targeted at personal genomics companies, but those conflicted, right? It's a little bit like CFTC and SEC have a door jam over who will regulate cryptocurrency, right? Sometimes regulators fight each other, but they fight each other. They fight companies. They're active players. This reputation and power book. The reason I mention it is, let's see if I can find this.
Reputation and power, organizational image, and pharmaceutical regulation at the FDA.
So, Genentech's executive G. Kirk Robb, right? Robb would describe regulatory approval for his products as a fundamental challenge facing his company, and he would depict the administration in a particularly vivid metaphor. I've told the story hundreds of times to help people understand the FDA. When I was in Brazil, I worked on the Amazon River for many months selling terramycin for Pfizer. I hadn't seen my family for 8 or 9 months. They were flying into Sao Paulo, and I was flying down from some little village on the Amazon to Manaus and then to Sao Paulo. I was a young guy in his 20s. I couldn't wait to see the kids. One of them was a year-old baby. The other was 3. I missed my wife. There was a Quonset hut in front of just a little dirt strip with a single-engine plane flying the windows. I roll up, and there's a Brazilian soldier there. The military revolution happened literally the week before. So this soldier is standing there with his machine gun, and he said to me, "You can't come in." I was speaking pretty good Portuguese by the time. I said, "My God, my plane, my family, I gotta come in." He said again, "You can't come in." I said, "I gotta come in." And he took his machine gun, took the safety off, and pointed at me and said, "You can't come in." And I said, "Oh, now I got it. I can't go in there." And that's the way I always describe the FDA. The FDA is standing there with a machine gun against the pharmaceutical industry, so you better be their friend rather than their enemy. They are the boss. If you're a pharmaceutical firm, they own you body and soul. Okay, that's the CEO of a successful company, Genentech. He said he's told the story hundreds of times, and regulatory approval is a fundamental challenge facing his company because if you are regulated by FDA, they are your primary customer. If they cut the cord on you, you have no other customers. And in fact, until very recently, with the advent of social media, no one would even tell your story. It was assumed that you were some sort of, corporate criminal that they were protecting the public from, that you were going to put poison in milk, like the melamine scandal in China. I'm not saying those things don't exist, but they do exist. That's why people are like, they can immediately summon to mind all the examples of corporate criminals, right? That's why I mentioned those fiction stories, those templates. Even if Star Wars doesn't exist, how many times have you heard a Star Wars metaphor or whatever for something, right? Breaking Bad, go ahead.
Yeah, but the pharmaceutical company has stuck between a rock and a hard place because the reputation, if they go to Twitter, they go to social media, they have horrible reputation. So it's like they don't know.
Yes, but why is that? Because reputation and power. FDA beat down the reputation of pharma companies just like EPA helped beat down the reputation of oil companies. And as it says over here, right? In practice, dealing with the fact of FDA power meant a fundamental change in corporate structure and culture. At Abbott and at Genentech, Robb's most central transformation was in creating a culture of acquiescence towards a government agency. As was done at other drug companies in the late 20th century, Robb essentially fired officials at Abbott who were insufficiently compliant with the FDA. What that means is de facto nationalization of the industry via regulation. Just to hover on that. That's a really big deal. Because if their primary customer is this government agency, then it has nationalized it just indirectly, right? This is partially what's just happened with Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, the other MAGA, okay? They have been, that's funny.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Right, so it's like I have this tweet, it's like MAGA Republicans and MAGA Democrats, right? Okay?
Oh, damn it. So many things you've said today will just get stuck in my head. They change the way you think. Catchy, something about catchy phrasing of ideas makes it even more powerful. So that's happening in the tech.
It's happening in tech. So Facebook is the outlier because Zuck still controls the company. But just like, why had tech had a good reputation for a while? Because there wasn't a regulatory agency whose justification was regulating these corporate criminals. Right? Once that is the case, the regulatory agency basically comes back to Congress each year. If you look at its budget report saying, we find this many guys, we found this many violations, right? They have an incentive to exaggerate the threat in the same way that a prosecutor or policeman has a quota, right? Like these are the police. One way I describe it also is like like a step-down transformer is you have high voltage electricity that's generated at the power plant. It comes over the wires, and then there's step-down transformers that turn it into a lower voltage that you can deal with out of your appliances, right? Similarly, you have something where the high voltage of like the U.S. military or the police, and that is transmitted down into a little letter that comes in your mailbox saying, "Pay your $50 parking ticket." Where it's a piece of paper, so you don't see the guns attached to it. But if you were to defy that, it's like Grand Theft Auto, where you get 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and eventually, you have some serious stuff on your hands. Okay, so once you understand that, every law is backed by force, like that Brazilian guy with the machine gun that Rob mentioned. These guys are the regulatory police. Okay, now, see, for a time, what happened was you had captured industry because all of the folks who were in pharmaceuticals were, as Carpenter said, a culture of acquiescence towards the FDA. The FDA was their primary customer. So just like, in a sense, it's rational. Amazon talks about being customer obsessed, right? What Rob did was rational for that time, right? What G. Kirk Rob did was saying our customer is the FDA. That's our primary customer. Nobody else matters. They are satisfied first. Every single trade-off that has to be made is FDA, right? And really, that's why the two most important departments of any pharmaceutical companies, arguably all, are regulatory affairs and IP, not R&D, right? Because one is artificial scarcity regulation, which jacks up the price, and the other is artificial scarcity patent, which allows people to maintain the high price, right? So this entire thing is just like college education. These things may at some point have been a good concept, but the price has just risen and risen and risen until it's at the limit price and beyond. Okay, so what has changed? What changed is in the 2010s, the late 2000s and 2010s and so on, with the advent of social media, with the advent of a bunch of millionaires who are independent, with the advent of Uber and Airbnb, right, with the advent of cryptocurrency, with the diminution of trust in institutions, it used to be really taboo to even talk about the FDA as potentially bad in 2010, 2009, okay? But now people have just seen faceplant after faceplant by the institutions, and people are much more open to the concept that they may actually not have it all together. And I think it's you could probably see some tracking pull or something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 20 or 30 point drop after the CDC failed to control disease, and the FDA failed, and the entire biomedical regulatory establishment, scientific establishment, was saying masks don't work before they do. This was just a train crash of all the things that you're paying for that you're supposed to good. As I mentioned, one response is to go QAnon, and people will say, "Oh, don't trust anything." The better response is decentralizing. So I will say one other thing, which is I mentioned this concept of approving the form 3500B, where you scan. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. That just makes me laugh. But I can just tell the form sucks by the fact that it has that code name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
UX is broken at every layer.
Yeah. So they have a bad Yelp for drugs. Could we make a better one? We could make a better one. Just modern UX. The key insight here, by the way, which is a non-obvious point, and I've got a whole talk on this actually that I should probably release. I actually did almost 8-9 years ago. It's called "Regulation is Information." Product quality is a digital signal. Okay, what do I mean by that? Basically, when I talk about exit the Fed, that's the crypto economy, right? What does exit the FDA look like? Well, one key insight is that many of the big scale tech companies can be thought of as cloud regulators rather than land regulators. What do I mean by that? Well, first, what is regulation? People do want a regulated marketplace. They want A, quality ratings, like on a 1 to 5 star scale, and B, bans of bad actors, like the 0-star frauds and scammers and so on. And these are distinct, right? Somebody who's like a low quality but well-intentioned person is different than a smart and evil person. Those are two different kinds of failure modes you could have in the marketplace, right? Why is it rational for people to want a regulated marketplace, especially for health? Because they want to pay essentially one entry cost, and then they don't have to evaluate everything separately, or they may not have the technical information to do that, right? You don't want to go to Starbucks and put a dipstick into every coffee to see if it's poisoned or something like that. You sort of want to enter a zone where you know things are basically good, and you pay that one diligence cost on the zone itself, right? Whether it's a digital or physical zone, and then the regulator's taking care of it, and they've baked in the regulatory cost into some subscription fee of some kind, right? So the thing is, the model we've talked about is the land regulator of a nation state in a territorially bounded thing. With a cloud regulator, what's a cloud regulator? That is Amazon star ratings, that's Yelp, that is eBay, that is Airbnb, that is Uber and Lyft, and so on and so forth. It's also actually Gmail and Google. Why? Because you're doing spam filtering and you are doing ranking of the mails with priority inbox, right? With Google itself, they ban malware links, right? So bad actors are out and they're ranking them, right? How about Apple, the App Store, right? They ban bad actors and they do star ratings. When you start actually applying this lens, PayPal, they've got a reputation. Every single web service that's at the scale of like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people has had to build a cloud regulator. And the crucial thing is it scales across borders. So you can use the data from Mexico to help somebody in Moldova or vice versa, right? Because it's fundamentally international, right? Those ratings, you have a network effect. And there's another aspect to it, which is these are better regulators than the land regulators. For example, Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions. Why? Every ride is GPS tracked. There's ratings on both the driver and the passenger side. Both parties, know that payment can be rendered in a standard currency, right? If you have below a certain star rating on either side, you get deplatformed and so on to protect either rider or driver, and on, right? What does that do? Think about how much better that is than taxi medallions. Rather than a 6-month or annual inspection, you have reports from every single rider. Okay, before Uber, it was the taxi drivers and taxi regulators were in a little monopoly locally. Okay, because they were the persistent actors, and these taxi riders had nothing in common, didn't even know each other. In New York, some guy gets in a taxi, another guy, they have no way to communicate with each other. So the persistent actors in these were the regulators and the drivers, and they had this cozy kind of thing, and medallion prices just kept going up, and this was a sort of collaboration on artificial scarcity. Afterwards, with Uber and Lyft and other entrants, you had something interesting, a different kind of regulator-driver fusion. If you assume regulatory capture exists and lean into it, Uber is the new regulator, and Uber drivers are the drivers. Lyft is the competing regulator, and Lyft drivers are the new drivers. Okay, so you have a regulator-driver fusion versus another regulator-driver fusion. You no longer have a monopoly; you have multiple parties. Okay, you have a competitive market. This is the concept of like polycentric law, right? Where you have multiple different legal regimes in the same jurisdiction overlapping that you can choose between with a tap of a button, right? All of these concepts from like libertarian theory, like polycentric law or ketoxy, all these things are becoming more possible now that the internet has increased microeconomic leverage, and because that exit is now possible. Now, you may argue, oh, well, Lyft and Uber, they're not profitable anymore. And there's two different criticisms of them. One is, oh, they're not profitable, or oh, they're charging too much. And I think part of this is because of certain kinds of, the regulatory state has caught up to try to make them uncompetitive. For example, they don't allow people in some states to identify themselves as independent contractors, even though they are part-time, okay? There's various other kinds of rules and regulations. In Austin for a while, it was even banned, what have you, right? Net, though, like Uber, Grab, Gojek, Lyft, Didi, like ride sharing as a concept is now out there. And whatever the next version is, where it's self-driving, like, while it's like a very hard-fought battle and the regulatory state keeps trying to push things back into the garage, this is a fundamentally better way of just doing regulation of taxis. Similarly, Airbnb for hotels. It's basically the same thing, okay? And now Airbnb could use competition. I think that it would be good to have, like competition for them. There are other kinds of sites opening up. But the fundamental concept of cloud regulator now was applied here. Once you realize regulation is information, the way you'd set up a competitor to FDA or SEC or FAA or something like that is you just do better reviews. You just start with that. That's pure information. You're under free speech. That's like still, the most defended thing. Literally just publish your reviews. And not just reviews by any old person. It turns out that FDA typically will use expert panels. Where they're expert panels, it's like professors from Harvard or things like that. So what that is this concept of a reputational bridge. What you want to do is you want to have folks who are, let's say, biotech entrepreneurs, or they're profs like Sinclair, or what have you. You do want to have the reviews of the crowd. Okay. You also want to have, especially in medicine, rather, so you want to have reviews of experts of some kind. So there's going to be defectors from the current establishment. Okay, just like there are profs who defected from computer science academia to become Larry and Sergey and whatever. They weren't profs, they were grad students, right? The same way you'll have defectors who have the credentials from the old world, but can build up new. Just like there's folks from Wall Street who have come into cryptocurrency and helped legitimate it, right? Just like there's folks who left Salzburger to come to Substack. Okay, you know, we have these folks who, by defecting, they help, and then they're also supplemented by all this new talent coming, right? That combination of things is how you build a new system. It's not completely by itself, nor is it trying to reform the old. It's some fusion. Okay, so in this new system, who do you have? You have like the most entrepreneurial and innovative MDs. You have the most entrepreneurial and innovative professors, and you have the founders of actual new products and stuff. And they are giving open source reviews of these products. And they're also building a community that will say, look, we want this new drug, or we want this new treatment, or we want this new device, and we're willing to crowdfund 10,000 units. So please give us the thing, and we'll write a very fair review of it, and we'll also all evaluate it as a community and so on. So you turn these people from just passive patients into active participants in their health. That's the community part. They've got the kind of biomedical technical leadership there. Now, what is the kind of prototype of something like this? Something like VitaDAO is very interesting. Things like molecule DAO are very interesting. It'll start with things like longevity, right? And why is that? Because the entire model of FDA, this 20th century model, is wait for somebody to have a disease and then try to cure them. Okay? Versus, you know, saying an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Why are we not actually tracking folks and getting a constant dashboard of yourself so you can see whether things are breaking, and then you build it just like you've got server uptime. You don't wait necessarily for the site to go down. You start seeing, oh, response rates are spiking, we need to add more servers, right? You have some warning, okay? Even 10 years ago, there's this article called The Measured Man in The Atlantic, where this guy, physicist Larry Smarr, okay? What he was doing is he was essentially doing a bunch of measurements on himself. And he was finding that there were predictors of inflammation that were spiking, and he went to the doctor, showed the charts, and the doctor was like, I can't do anything with this. Then that it turned out to be an early warning of like a serious condition that he had to, I think, go for like, you know, surgery or something. And he was starting to think, well, look, the way that we're doing medicine right now is it's not quite like pre-germ theory of disease, but it is pre-continuous diagnostics. Okay, continuous diagnostics. Just to talk about this for a second, this is I mentioned one angle on which you go after FDA, which is like the better phase 4, right? I mentioned the concept of better reviews in general. Okay, I mentioned VitaDAO, which is like a community that is going after longevity. Let's talk about continuous diagnostics. So basically, we know better what is going on in Bangalore or Budapest in their own body. That's actually kind of insane to think about. The stuff that, you know, it's all on the other side of the world, 10,000 miles away, but, you know, a few millimeters away, you don't really know what's going on. Right? And that's starting to change with all the quantified self devices, the hundreds of millions of Apple Watches and Fitbits and stuff, right? You're also starting to see continuous glucose meters, which is very important. They're starting to give you readouts. People are seeing, wow, this is spiking my insulin, or this is spiking my blood sugar. And it might be something you didn't predict. It varies for different people. For some people, you know, banana isn't a big deal. For others, it's actually quite bad for the blood sugar. What happens when you extend that? Well, about 10 years ago, a guy, Mike Snyder, professor at Stanford, did something called Integral, where he just threw the kitchen sink of all the diagnostics he could himself over the period of, I think, a few weeks or a few months to get the exact duration. He's able to do things where he could see, during that period, he like got a cold or something, and he could see in the expression data, the gene expression data, that he was getting sick before he felt sick. You could also see that something about that, like viral infection, like made him develop diabetes-like symptoms, if I'm remembering it accurately. So you could see, oh, wait a second, these are things that are that I can see in my readouts that I only have.
This is athleticism, folks. Really, this is like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
And moreover, he could take, you know, I don't think he did this, but if you took treatments, if you took drugs, right, you could actually show what your steady state was if you tracked over time, show what your disease state or sick state was, and then this drug pushes you back into non-disease state. You can actually get a quantitative readout of what, you know, like steady state was, right? So that, and that steady state, you know, your expression levels across all these genes, your small molecules, basically everything you can measure, that's going to vary from person to person, right? What's healthy and natural for you maybe a different baseline than for me. For example, people who are people who are South Asian or have dark skin tend to have vitamin D deficiency. Why? Because we need a lot of sunlight. So often inside you're tapping in your screen. So what do we do? Take like actually significant vitamin D infusions. Okay, that's like a small example of where baselines differ between people. Okay, so continuous diagnostics. What could that mean? That could mean things like the continuous glucose meter. It's quantified self. It's like continuous blood testing, right? So you have a so-called mobile phlebotomist. This is something which phlebotomist takes blood, right? Mobile phlebotomy would come to your office, come to your remote office. This is a great business for people. I think you can revisit this in 2022. People tried this in the 2010s, but I think it's worth revisiting. Mobile phlebotomist comes every week or every month, takes blood, runs every test, right? Maybe that's a few $1,000s a year, maybe eventually gets to a few $100s a year, and that's expensive in some ways. But boy, that's better health insurance in other ways.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. So there's a bunch of companies that do this, and actually would love to learn more about them. One of them, a company called Inside Tracker, which sponsors the podcast. They do that, but the reason I really appreciate them, they're the first ones that introduced me to like how easy it is. But it's also depressing how little information exactly, as you beautifully put once again, how little information we have about our own body in a continuous sense.
Yes.
And actually, also sadly, even with Inside Tracker, as I collect that data, how not integrated that data is with everything else.
Right.
If I wanted to opt in, I would like, I get just like riffing off the top of my head, but I would like Google Maps to know what's going on inside my body.
That's right.
Maybe I can't intuit at first why that application is useful, but there could be incredible, like that's where the entrepreneurial spirit builds. It's like, what can I do with that data? Can I make the trip less stressful for you and adjust the Google Maps kind of thing?
That's right. Yeah. So, I mean, one of the things about this, by the way, is because there are so many movies made about Theranos, okay, that's one of the reasons why people have sort of been scared off from doing diagnostics to some extent, okay? Why? Because pieces are like, oh, this is another Theranos. Like, the diligence and everything, everyone's looking at, oh, blood testing, one drop of blood, huh? Help hurts the recruiting. Essentially, a lot of the media and stuff around that basically has pathologized the thing that we want to have a lot more entrance in, right? Now, one way of thinking about it is FDA has killed way more people than Theranos, right? Way more. Just take drug lag alone, okay? Whenever you have a drug that works and reduced morbidity and mortality after it was actually generally available, but was delayed for months or years, the integral under that curve is the excess morbidity and mortality attributable to FDA's drug lag. You could go back and do that study across lots and lots of different drugs, and you probably find quite a lot. Alex Tabarrok and others have written on this, right? Daniel Henninger has written on this, okay? That's just like one example. I mean, I gave the pandemic example. In fact, they held up the EUAs for the tests and didn't do challenge trials. That's like, they're not, that's like 1 million American dead. That could have been orders of magnitude less if we had gotten the vaccine out to vulnerable populations, okay? So you're talking about something that has a total monopoly on global health, and you can't know what it is without that unless you have zones that are FDA free, but that have some form of regulation. As I mentioned, it's a V3. It's not going back to zero regulation, everybody man for itself, but it's a more reputable regulator. Just like Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're painting such an incredible picture. You basically wish you were FDA commissioner. But
there were a bunch of people who tweeted something like that after the with the pandemic. Whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is that possible? Like, if you were just given, if you became FDA commissioner, could you push for those kinds of changes, or is that really something that has to come from the outside?
The short answer is no, and the longer answer, meaning,
That'd be funny. Like, short answer is no, long answer is yes.
So basically, see, a CEO of a company, it's very difficult. They can hire and fire, right? So in theory, they can do surgery on the organism, and Steve Jobs took over Apple and was able to hire and fire, raise money, do this, that. He basically had root over Apple. Like, he was a system administrator, right? He had full permissions, okay? As FDA commissioner, you do not have full permissions over FDA, let alone like the whole structure around it, right? If you're FDA commissioner, you are not the CEO of the agency, okay? Lots of these folks there have career tenure. They can't be fired. They can't even really be disciplined. There's something called the Douglas factors. Have you ever heard of the Douglas factors? It's like the Miranda rights for federal employees. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. So basically, if you've heard that federal employees can't be fired, the Douglas factors are how that's actually operationalized. When you try to fire somebody, it's this whole process where they get to appeal it and so forth. And they're sitting in the office while you're trying to fire them. And they're complaining to everybody around them that this guy's trying to fire me, he's such a bad guy, blah, blah, right? And everybody around, even if, they may think that guy is doing a bad job, they're like, wait a second, he's trying to fire you, he might try to fire me too. And so anybody who tries to fire somebody at FDA just gets a face full of lead for their troubles. What they instead will do is sometimes they'll just transfer somebody to basement or something so they don't have to deal with them if they're truly bad, okay? But the thing about this is there is only one caveat, Douglas factor number 8. The notoriety of the offense or its impact upon the reputation of the agency. There's that word again, reputation and power. So the one way you can truly screw up within a regulatory bureaucracy is if you sort of endanger the annual budget renewal. Think of it as like this mini Death Star that's coming to dock against the max Death Star for its annual refuel. And it's talking about all the corporate criminals that it's prosecuted, the quotas, like the police quotas, the ticketing, and if they don't have a crisis, they will invent one. Just like TSA, just like other agencies you're more familiar with, you can kind of map it back. Go look at the guns and drugs we see stuff. And so you have an incentive for, creating these crises or manufacturing them or exaggerating them. And if you endanger that refueling, that annual budget renewal or, what have you, then the whole agency will basically okay, you're bad and you can be disciplined or sometimes, with rare exception, you can be booted. But what that means is that FDA commissioner is actually a white elephant. It's a ceremonial role, really, right? The term white elephant is basically, the Maharaja gives you a white elephant as a gift. Seems great. Next day, it's eaten all of your grass. It's pooped on your lawn. It has just put a foot on your car and smashed it. But you can't give it away. It's a white elephant. The Maharaja gave it to you, right? That's what being FDA commissioner is. It's the kind of thing where and a lot of people are drawn in moths to the flame for these titles of the establishment. I want to be head of this, I want to be head of that, right? And really what it is, it's becoming head of Kazakhstan in the mid-1980s in the Soviet Union, the Kazakhstan SSR, right? Soviet Socialist Republic, before the thing was going to crumble eventually, right? In many ways, it's becoming, folks who are just totally status obsessed getting these positions, but a lot of the merit, all the folks with merit are kind of leaving the government and going into, tech or crypto or what have you, right? So even if these agencies were hollow before, in some ways they're becoming hollower because they have less talent there, right? So A, you can't hire and fire very easily. You can hire a little bit, you can't really fire. B, a lot of the talent has left the building, but was there. C, we're entering the decentralizing era. And D, be like Satoshi. Satoshi founded Bitcoin because he knew you could not reform the belt. Everybody's trying to go and reform. The reason they're trying to reform is we haven't figured out the mechanism to build something. And now perhaps we have that. So I've named a few of them, right? I'll name one more. Related to those. Fitness is actually the backdoor to a lot of medicine. Okay, why is that? You go to any, conference, it could be neurology, it could be cardiology. You'll find somebody who's giving a talk that says something along the lines of fitness is the ultimate drug. Maybe not today when people are saying, fat phobic drug, but not too many years ago, you would see somebody, people saying fitness is the ultimate drug. If we could just prescribe fitness in a pill, that would improve your cardiovascular function, your neurological function, your depression.
By the way, in that case, they use the word drug means medicine. So
medicine, sure.
Fitness is the ultimate medicine.
Yeah, the ultimate medicine, right? So if they could just prescribe the effects of it, it's just boom, just massive effect, right? You're fit enough, you do the resistance training, it helps with preventive diabetes, every kind of thing in the world you see a significant treatment. Yet your fitness is your own responsibility. You go to some gym, 24-hour fitness, what do they have? They have on the wall exhortations, your body is your responsibility, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
And, go ahead, but
No, it's hilarious. Yes.
It's funny, but it's true, right?
Yeah, it's funny, it's true.
And so your fitness, your diet, that's your responsibility. But when you go into a doctor's office, suddenly it becomes lie back and figurative. Okay, suddenly you become passive. Suddenly, oh, your doctor is Dr. Google. Well, your doctor must be a moron. You're going and trying to take care of yourself. You're Googling symptoms. Oh, how stupid you are. I have a medical degree. And that doctor, see, the thing is, if you come in and you've self-diagnosed or you've done some of your research, if you're right, and if they've got an ego about it, they're undermined. And if you're wrong, they're like, haha, you're arrogant. But either way, if they've got this kind of mindset, they have an incentive to resist the patient taking care of themselves. Isn't that the doctor's job, right? And they're kind of taught to behave like this, many of them. So what that means then is that intervention of that 15 or 30-minute appointment with the doctor, whatever drug they prescribe, better hit you like Thor's hammer to put you back on the straight and narrow. Because that's only with you for like a few seconds, a few minutes or whatever. The doctor's only with you for a few minutes. The drug is only, some drugs are very powerful, so they actually do work like this, okay? But your fitness is your own responsibility, and that's a continuing forcing function every day. And again, we get back to decentralization, right? The decentralization of responsibility from somebody thinking of themselves merely as a patient to an active participant in their own health, who's doing their own monitoring of their own health, right, and logging all of their stuff, who's eating, properly and looking at the effect of their diet on things like their, continuous glucose monitor as a V1, but other things, right? Who is, as fit as they could possibly be. Like, these are kind of obvious things, but why is this the backdoor of medicine? Because since the FDA only regulates those things that are meant to diagnose and treat disease, all the stuff that is meant to improve an otherwise healthy person is potentially out of their purview. Supplements are one interesting aspect. They're carved out in the mid 90s, and that's why the supplement industry is big, because FDA doesn't have as tight a rein on that. But all of the Fitbit, CGM, continuous glucose monitor type stuff, you can crank out all kinds of things that help people get fitter. That will also actually have just general health value, but you're not marketing them to diagnose or treat, a disease. See what I'm saying? You're marketing them for the purpose of fitness. This is a market. Why? Because psychologically, people they don't like paying to get back to normal, but they will absolutely pay tons of money to get better than that. They'll pay for fitness. They'll pay for makeup. They'll pay for hair. They'll pay for this and that. Right? So that's actually the back door, and you can do tons of things there where obviously being healthy is also protected. You can actually show the studies on this. So this way you build out all the tooling to get healthier.
Alien races.
On this axis.
I don't discriminate. I would fuck any one of those alien races, even the stinky
So
ones.
this is the most eloquent exploration of the U.S. medical system and how to improve it.
Yeah,
how to
that's
fix
really
it,
fucking
and what
good.
the future looks like.
Yeah.
Guy doesn't shut the fuck
So
up.
basically, part of it is decentralizing control of back